wall that has a different color. And if you knock, you pissed me off. I'm so mad.
More than just a retread of the 2012 original, Dragon's Dogma 2 fulfills and expands upon the promise of its predecessor,
He does.
culminating in what can only be described as a generational RPG.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, ooh, look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. Hold on. Can I get a zoom on that one there? How do I lock my VN? There we go. Look at this face. Look at this man over here. Oh, yeah.
Predecessor, culminating in what can only
Do
be
the face
described as a
again. Do it
generational
again.
RPG.
Whoa.
Mediocre as fuck. Very mediocre.
I don't know what Terry Crews is on about, but that was mediocre as fuck. Okay? I don't know what Terry Crews was on about, but that was mediocre as fuck. Family recipe. And he just shat all over it. Let's listen to that one more time. Let me listen to him say how mediocre it was.
That's it. There's nothing special about it.
Mommy? Nah, dude, this... I'm acting like a child. I'm sorry. It's funny. Ugh. It's the cake. She got the cake. Oh!
Dead. Smart move.
Fucking just kill me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Whoa, hello everybody. Hello and welcome to another swollen _ dingus stream. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday.
You know what, man, dog, I'm not gonna eat my Thanksgiving dinner in the office and continue playing. I know you guys like the stream, but you gotta wait till tomorrow.
No, you gotta wait till today. I would have said that yesterday, if today was yesterday, but it's actually today. You gotta wait till tomorrow for the next Dingus stream. No, you actually have to wait no longer. I apologize, guys. I was not here yesterday, even though I totally said I was gonna be. Even though I have been streaming non-stop since January 4th. Wow, what a streak. We haven't had a Dingus streak that long in ages. But, you know, I wasn't feeling up to it. Had a long day, so I decided to just rest and take a snoozer. And then I wake up, and my throat's a little bit more gunked up than it was yesterday. And I'm like, wow. So, first, PvP gets a hangover. And then DSP fakes being sick because too much attention is being paid toward PvP instead of him. And then out of nowhere, my throat gets even more gunked up than it was already. Must be something going around. No, I don't believe he's faking his sickness. I can accept that he's actually sick. I can also accept that he's exacerbating it so that people can pity him more as a result of things not going his way this week. But big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones who are here. And big ups to the dingas, dongers, and swollen _ ones who will be arriving in the immediate and far-flung future, like Nock, Perez, and the illustrious Juzzy51. So I'm gonna try to see if we can finish up the mirror mode levels in Donkey Kong today. If I'm able to do that, then this might be the last stream of it. We just have to do the levels, complete them, get the Kong letters, don't gotta get the puzzle pieces, and we're good to go. And then after that, I was thinking we'd probably do like a mix of continuing on with Mario. We're gonna call him Mario, and a few of the other games that I haven't booted up in a long time that I purposefully put on the back burner due to all the other stuff I was doing. Namely, Tomba and Astrobot. And also Grand Theft Auto, which I've owed since not the last Extra Life, but the Extra Life before that Extra Life. So maybe we'll go back to some of those. Also, we're getting things together for the big anniversary. The 3 years of Dingus existing, God forbid, anniversary. Gonna be taking place February 7th, 2025. Wow, that's like a week and some change away. Feels like we'll be there in a moment's notice. Yeah, usually I do it on February 8th. However, February 8th is on a Saturday this year, so I don't want it to conflict with Anne's anime night. So I'm gonna start it on Friday the 7th going into the 8th. I think that makes a bit more sense. You know, Friday is that kind of night where you just want to party and shit. And originally, I thought I was gonna just do single player stuff, but with the help of Cerulean 86, we're gonna set up GameCube NetPlay, and we're gonna play a bunch of GameCube games on NetPlay. So we got Mario Party 4, 5, 6, 7. We got the Monkey Balls. We got not those Monkey Balls, the Monkey Balls. We got Mario Sports, Mario Tennis, Mario Strikers, Mario Golf, all the Mario Sportses. We have Mario Kart Double Dash, obviously, and even some out of nowhere, out there picks like WarioWare and like, no, not those Monkey Balls. But we're getting that set up. I know Sarah's been kind of testing it all this week, but it looks like the tests are going good. It's good to hear. Okay. I think because we got a Tard and Lard coming on at 7:50 Dingus time, so we have an hour to kill. There are some videos that I promised some people I would take a look at. We're gonna do Synthetic Man reacts to Warfabai's meltdown regarding the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 controversy. Apparently, a lot of people are upset that this character is now bisexual. Hello, Rihan. Ooh, we had a minor blip there. I was resetting Chrome, so sorry if it had a little hiccup there. I didn't say I dropped any frames, though. Okay, but as I was saying, the character can fuck dudes now, so people are calling him bisexual. Now, I kind of like pushed back a little on that without having played either Kingdom 1 or not even being hyped for Kingdom 2. I don't think Kingdom 2 is out yet, but I commented on it on the last stream with my limited knowledge, and I kind of, it feels like to me like people are kind of jumping the gun on it, but we'll see. Hello, J Frosty. We're gonna get the synthetic take. This was apparently from a live stream, not a scripted, edited video. So I don't know. Maybe it's more raw synthetic than what you're usually used to. And we'll have that playing while I start on the levels. Big ups to everybody here already.
around here, okay?
I promise it's not a DSP video. It's not a DSP video. It just starts with DSP.
Nasty fucks with my girlfriend. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 sucks balls. He's black. He's black, and this game is fucking shit.
That's the only controversy I remember from the first game.
Well, a little tired.
Is that no
but
black people?
I need to get through this game anyway. But first,
Okay, 3K
I guess
to
we'll
do.
just call this a PSA. I'll wait for some people to flood in here first before I play this clip. But this is from Worth a Buy stream today. I thought there's some info that might be important to some of you.
Please explain. Please explain, because you're making me nervous.
Just in case you watch him from time to time, you should probably hear his own words on the Kingdom Come 2 controversy. Are the Kingdom Come 2
I do not watch the channel, nor am I interested in the
I don't think
game.
he tells us anything we didn't already know, but again, this is shit that you need to know about. His opinions regarding wokeness, I think, are pretty important.
And that's because it isn't a woke game. It's just in there if you wanted to do that. And I'm sure somebody might want to do that. But if you are caught doing that, it is a sin in this game.
He's talking.
Now, I kind of had this opinion. Well, again, with my limited knowledge, I'm not a fan of the game, so maybe I think Synthetic Man played it, so he would know more than me. That was like my take going in. I think there would be reason to be upset if the female romanceable characters are uglier, like notably uglier, like we're talking DI woke ugly level man jaw shit, whereas the male romanceable characters are conventionally attractive. I think then a little bit of anger would be justified, because that would seem like on purpose to me. But if they're both conventionally attractive, like I feel like it could be worse. But yeah, how you doing, Enough? What else was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. I just started the stream, I'm already losing my train of thought. No! I know the dev has been saying some weird stuff on Twitter, kind of like cherry picking the baddest apples of the bunch and then broad brushing the player base as being representative of those bad apples. So that stuff I don't like. You should never badmouth the fans. Well, there might be some rare situations in which it's validated, but it's never a good idea. It's never a good idea. You never find yourself among friends when you start badmouthing the fans, especially when you okay, so like he's obvious, like the dev was responding to what appeared to be a Nazi account. Oh my god, with such blatant cringe iconography as like the Nazi logo and all that whatnot. It's kind of cringe, in my opinion, a very low-hanging fruit to have that stuff on a non-4chan website. It was basically a bulltard on Twitter. But out of all the people who could have chosen to respond to, Dev chooses that guy to make an example out of, and then says something about like not talking to Nazis. It kind of like broad brushing the people upset with this change in direction with the romanceable characters. Kind of like broad brushing, like if you're upset with it, you must be a Nazi. But that's disappointing, because that kind of like poisons the well for anyone legitimately upset about this.
About the gay romance.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
Or sexual relation.
And I answered it as here's how I would look at it. Does the character say literally in the story as part of the mandatory plot, you can't skip it, it's not optional, you have to look at this cutscene? Does he say he's bisexual? And more importantly, if we're gonna call this a retcon or a rewrite, does he like put emphasis on the fact that he was always bisexual and always felt this way? Or are people only saying that he's bisexual because there are now male romanceable options? In this case, he is only gay and or bisexual if you choose to pursue the male romanceable characters. If you stick to just romancing the female characters, does this not maintain his straightness? I was telling Goon, it's like Schrodinger's sexuality, Schrodinger's bisexuality. He's not gay if you never do the gay romances. Now, I don't know what's going on with the devs' heads, but it could be a case of, due to the popularity of the first game, they want to broaden the demographic. Maybe they realized there was a sizable amount of female players who played the first game who liked it. So to appeal to them, they give them male romance options. But the issue with that is that it's not like a make-a-character like a Bethesda game. Instead, it's a set-in-stone, canonical character with his own personality and story. Therefore, it's gonna be it's a bit more different than like a random make a character. It's a character you get invested to playing the first game. So yeah, I get that. That's probably where it's coming from because it feels. I think that's why people are saying rewrite historical. You're rewriting it, retcon, and all that. Hello, Joe Blah. That was justified. At first, they were calling him a Jewish shill. Okay, I didn't see what they had actually said. But I maintain that they were quite obviously, like, the worst person you could have picked if you were going to respond to anybody. Like, he had, like, now, like, Pepe on his own isn't Nazi or white supremacist or something. But this dude had, like, Pepe mixed with blatant iconography of that shit. Like, Pepe on his own is okay, obviously. But I hadn't seen what they originally said. To me, it came off as a like picking on the lowest hanging fruit to make an example out of everyone else, and then you can kind of turn the conversation to, well, if everyone's upset about this, you must be a Nazi, or this must be the stuff you think about at night.
Chip in this game is a sin in this game because it's a Christian-based country, and I've seen that for myself. Everybody's going around saying praise Jesus Christ, and if you do get caught
it was
doing
pretty
it,
funny,
you will be punished accordingly, as it was in them days. I don't know what.
Now he never clarifies on how you get punished. I don't know if this is part of his NDA for getting early access to the game, but he doesn't clarify on how you get punished for getting caught having gay sex.
Drakiri just resale for 4 months.
Well, maybe there is a punishment. If there's a punishment to being gay, like, what's the problem?
So I don't know. We'll have to.
What's
test
the problem?
That. I say we.
That doesn't even happen in real
I
life.
Can't show anything, nor do I really.
That's
want
historically
to do
accurate.
them,
Getting
I'm
punished
sure
for being
day
gay.
one, somebody will post on YouTube videos and we'll check it out.
It's frowned upon in the game as it would have been. What is wrong with that?
Yeah,
what
it's historically
is so
accurate.
wrong with that?
It gets worse.
Is the answer? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing wrong with the gays.
You are so fragile.
Yeah, he had the
In a
black sun
game
and shit
the
with
size
the
of
Pepe
this,
in the center.
Left-wing argument.
Good as this game is, such a massive game. With
Outrage
so, you can do
engagement
you
bait.
can kill quest givers in this. You can kill shopkeepers in this. You can do. That's the whole point of the game. I mean, you can probably kill the guy who you're gonna. If you met him, you could probably kill him if you wanted. You know, that's what this game does. It allows you to do whatever you want. I haven't
Hateful
really
slurs.
found any blocks on what I can and I can't do yet because this is how good this.
I'll tell you when I entered the stream. It's a little bit past this.
Open world games. If you even kill one person who's innocent, you get a warning off the game that if you do that again, and we'll shut it down. You can't be. I mean, what the fuck? Let us play. If it's a role-playing game, let us do what we want to do.
Now remember that statement. Remember that statement.
Okay. All right, I get it. So he actually okay? I would say it is historically accurate if you get punished for being gay in the game. If you're trying to be, because wasn't the whole thing with the first game was that there were no black people in the first game. People got upset about it, but the devs tried to excuse it by saying, well, it's historically accurate. But now the game is being historically accurate still, despite adding the male romanceable options. You get punished for it, where you probably don't get punished if you romance the female characters because it's not sinful. So they're trying to say, oh, just let me play the role-playing game like a role-playing game in which I play the role of being an F-slur. So it's like he's upset with the game trying to maintain a balance between historical accuracy and player freedom of choice.
I wrote something in chat. If you were in this chat about 20 to 30 minutes ago,
yeah, arrested
he
for
says
sodomy.
basically that
Look, it's
statement a few
realistic.
times. I wrote 3 comments in the chat. He ignored all of them. Now you can say, oh, maybe he didn't see them. I was the only check mark in there, the only verified check mark. So, you know, that's going to stand out to anyone who even looks to the chat for 1 second. It's possible he missed all my comments. It's possible. He did not respond to any of them. We'll get to that in a second, though, because
it was never a Christian game. Okay, I mean, he describes it. Word for Bar describes it as a Christian game here. That's important to know, I suppose. I never played it.
my head, oh, there's nothing wrong with having the choice to be gay, even with a pre-established straight character. Well, I'm thinking, okay, well, where do you draw the line with what's okay? Now, the mid-wit centrist retards did not like my response. I mean, you guys did. There's a few of you in there, but we'll get to that in a second. I want all of his stuff to be played with context, and then I'll get to my 3 counterpoints that were ignored, and then, you know, hopefully you'll come to your own conclusion if you should unsubscribe or whatever.
And if you want to do that, do it. I don't care. I won't be doing it in my game because that doesn't interest me at all. I'll be playing as a absolute psycho as Henry is in my...
Okay, he just said he wouldn't do that in his game, so how does he know being gay is punished in the game unless he tested it? Did he actually test it? Is this...
Well, I mean, he does have a review copy, and you just said he implied that you get punished for it. If they're aiming for historical accuracy, I would assume you would have to be punished. I could see the unfairness of it. Didn't he just say he was like, oh, just let me be gay then, bud. I just want to be gay, but you're punishing me then. It's a role-playing game.
It's a lie already.
There'd be no reason for him to say that if there wasn't some sort of drawback to being gay.
We've caught him on? I don't know. I have no idea.
The games he was in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. That's it. But it isn't a woke game because you can have a tiny portion of the game where you go with a bloke. That doesn't make a game woke. If you think that...
So woke is, again, it's the issue where like everyone, there's no, the definition for woke is kind of up to the person. Like, that's why liberals always try to have gotchas with conservatives. Was like, you guys don't even know what woke means. Well, everyone's got their own kind of definition for it. It's gotten to a point where some people just say woke is thing I don't like.
That's woke. You need to get a grip because that's not woke. You're looking more...
Alright, this is another guy who doesn't know what woke means.
And just for my opinion on it, I would say from what I've seen, and I've not seen much, I would not say Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 or 2 are woke. I don't know, I guess I'd have to consult that fucking spreadsheet of what the games that are woke and not woke.
He subscribes to the, I don't know, critical drinker, EFAB, etc. So all those, the definition of woke being forced in like 10 quotes, because you can't define what forced means. Prove the intent. You can't. It's a mid-wit argument. Forced diversity. No. Okay? In my opinion, this is forced. Prove me wrong. You can't. You can't. You can just call me names. That's it. My definition, there's no holes. If there's any progressive ideology in it, it's woke. Adding gay, adding the ability for Henry to be gay, and again, rumored Hans is the gay love interest. He was also straight in the first game. And adding a black character when the director himself said there were no black people in Bohemia in the 15th century. I don't know, that sounds pretty woke to me.
Well, he did say that in 2015. Maybe he changed. He changed for the better. He grew up and matured like an independent adult. Yeah, that's what I kind of see it as, Knock. It's like, it's not so much the character is bisexual now, or that he was gay, or they're retconning him. Unless it's actually brought up in the story. Like, he's saying, I was gay the whole time, I was bisexual the whole time. Even though you could have played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and romanced a female character in that game. Unless he says something like that, I see it more like he's only gay if you, as the player, make him gay. Unless he, like, expresses, like, a gay ideology in the plot that you have no control over. If standard for woke in a game is that there's a black character or a gay character in it, then you lost the plot. Well, we are watching Synthetic Man. The thing is, like, look, I agree with him on some things, but so far, yeah, I'm gonna need more convincing. The video's not over yet.
Any reasonable definition, but you know, again, this is here the tradcon boomer or the libertarians. All
and
these
he
people,
is, you know, like I've said it before, he does benefit from outrage bait.
They only want to bring things back to normalcy.
Whenever he makes videos on good games that he likes, they never do as good.
Things were already fucked 10 years ago. We just didn't know. We didn't know how fucked we were. We've been fucked, you know, probably, I would argue, you know, since World War II, but, you know, that's a whole other thing. You could say further back. You could say the 20s. I won't clarify what I mean by that. It might have to do with an amendment or something. But you know, you can say we've been
females getting to
for
vote
100 years. And the point is, they...
Even Josh believes that females should vote, like the women's right to vote, because when it comes to things like Nick Fuentes also believes that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. But the truth of the reality is, if you look at the actual numbers for, like, say, both elections when Trump won, white women were a sizable demographic of that. So, you know, whether these actual, you know, I'm not calling Synthetic here, I'm more so referencing Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes has been more open and bold about it, whereas Synthetic Man is obviously just making a joke alluding to it here. I don't know, even for real, if he actually believes that, or if he's just making a sly little reference there to be cute and catty. But as far as Fuentes goes, you do actually need white women in order to secure, like, a majority for conservatives. Like, you do actually need women to vote. And usually these would be women who just vote along with what their husband votes. They don't know about politics. Perhaps not even college educated, but they just vote for whoever their husband tells them to vote for.
They fucking just they don't have to be controlled opposition. They're never gonna see things the way.
That's how I've always seen it ever since I've had that like kind of laid out for me. Because Fuentes will say that all the time. It's like, revoke the women's right to vote. Revoke women's right to vote. Like, wait, it's going to be harder for you to actually win elections without white women. You need white women. You need white women to win elections, and you need them to make white babies. This is just how it is, Fuentes.
We do, because they're brainwashed. Period. Okay? You know, they can see statistics. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Can you see electoral statistics, Synthetic Man?
Because the counter argument I made, the third point I made, sounds extreme if you don't know any statistics. But try.
And on top of that, if we're going back to elections, which is weird because he didn't bring up elections in the video. I'm just bringing it up because it's a tangent that I decided to bring up. But yeah, blacks and Latinos came out in droves for Trump this year. So if we're gonna like extend that to women shouldn't be allowed to vote, this and that about immigrants, minorities being allowed to vote. Well, I mean the minorities actually showed up this year, so you can't like your paradise in your dream, in your head, your fantasy land. It's actually no, it's not gonna happen.
Trust me, it made sense. I actually recorded it too.
I'll
show you. So, unfortunately, I didn't record my first two comments in the chat, but I did record the third one. It's in this.
Like that screaming woman when Trump got elected. That's what you're looking like. It's
right. So if we complain about gay, you know, making Henry possibly gay and Hans possibly
gay. See, possibly. He doesn't even know for sure.
When they said there were no black characters, we're like the screeching woman in 2016. That's what Mac just said. Since I, was droning on so long.
Sanity, man. Stop it. Get help. Jeez.
He took the video down. I'm glad I recorded this then.
I've hired these people.
This will be in my video. This will be in my video. People need to know.
I don't think these people who make these videos
need to be
screaming about this are gamers. You never see them playing games.
Yeah, then he says we're not gamers. Now, maybe the people he's talking.
I think Synthetic's gonna bring up the grifters like Grums and shit. I think that's who Werfabai is referring to. But Synthetic Man has chosen to interpret this as Werfabai going after him and his camp. But I think it's much more blatantly a shot at like the likes of Chungus and the Quarter Pounder and Grums and Melanie Mac and Razorfist, the actual people who complain about this shit but then don't play video games.
About aren't gamers. I didn't watch the people saying, oh, Kingdom Come woke, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But me, I fucking know I play video games. For a fact.
And he's not talking about you.
I review all the woke shit. I am a fucking gamer and I don't like the shit. So fuck you. There you go.
The gaming industry. Nothing.
I think that's you just choosing to be upset at something that obviously wasn't directed at you.
In recent years.
The sad thing is that could be true. I hate to say it. That could be true. It could be a really good RPG. Doesn't mean it's not woke. Those things aren't even mutually exclusive. Like, I don't fall for the bait that Baldur's Gate 3 isn't woke. Every time I read that, I'm like, shut up, retard. You're coping. Baldur's Gate 3
Baldur's Gate 3.
I also think it's a well-made game, at least the first half.
So it is possible for him to like woke games. It could very well be the case that he still ends up liking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, despite thinking that it's woke.
Those two things could both be true. It's probably true of this game. Again, he's not talking to me because I actually didn't make a video on this, as you know. I was holding back.
And hello, Da Luz, a tier 1 at 16 months, and he says, I'm so sick, you guys. I need everyone to reciprocate and give Dingus all your buddy. Yak, 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 yak. Bro, I actually woke up earlier today with a gunked up throat. It was even worse than what it was yesterday. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. Guys, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. No, but for I had to chug some coffee. A lot more coffee, like 2 whole cups of coffee in the big mug. Now I'm sipping on some Peachy Punch, some Minute Maid Peachy Punch. Thank you, Golem, for the 25 stream streak. Thank you again, Daluz, tier 1, 16 months. We're continuing Donkey Kong Mirror Mode. We're listening to the one and only Synthetic Man sieve and cope about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, allowing you to engage in sodomy.
I wanted to see if any footage would have leaked, but all of the early access people are the biggest industry shills, which I guess we got to include Worthaby in that. So none of them leaked the footage. There's no brave person who steps forward and shows, Musa's dialogue and all that shit, and the Hans gay shit or something.
What if it's not that bad? Or it could be that people are just under NDA and then it'll come out when it releases and then it is that bad. But what if it's not leaking because it just isn't that bad? It's so innocuous and inoffensive that even the outrage baiters can't like leak it and make content out of it. It's probably not the case. Which could you imagine? Just to be for all to be a nothing burger mounted out of a molehill.
There's no whistleblower. Everyone's a sellout. They vetted them. They got vetted.
Against the kind of shite we've been getting from AAA. And they're
Dude's a
doing
fake
it
voice.
because it
I'm so
pays
sick,
well.
guys.
Because there's a lot of
I don't know
sales
what's
out
going
there
on.
who will fall for it. And a lot of people are going to miss out on a brilliant game.
Yeah, so he just called them grifters. People like us grifters.
Crazy.
That,
But you're choosing for him. You're choosing to be included in
You
that.
don't get preached at. There's nobody saying, oh, you should think this way. That doesn't happen.
See, again, this is just pretending the slippery slope doesn't exist, is exactly what that is. That's always how it starts, okay? Like, there's plenty of movies in the 90s or the aughts or whatever that had things I would absolutely consider woke now, but it was subconscious. You know, again, this idea that woke is only when they shove a message down your throat is incredibly naive or downright malicious, depending on how you view it. You know,
I can agree with that.
The motivations of the person behind the statement obviously matter, but we have been heading this direction for so goddamn long. Like, how the fuck
The
can you
idea that
actually
it
think
can't
this?
be subconscious,
Like,
that it only counts if it's
like,
shoved
Mac is, like,
directly
over
down your
40,
throat. How do you
right?
define
I don't know.
shoved down your throat,
Someone was
though?
saying he's British, so he's cucked inherently. Maybe that's true. Because, like, I have to wonder, you can't, if you
British
can't
people
connect the dots
know.
to how we got to, like, the hysteria starting from 2015 onward, from, like, things that happened 20 to 30 years ago, then there's no helping you. You're burying your head in the sand on purpose.
No, yeah, I think it would be fair to call him a grifter. Because he does talk all the time about what gets views, what gets him, you know, clicks and shit. So he knows how to play the game. That's why he can't do videos about things he likes. It's unfortunate. I like when he talks about games that he's legitimately excited for. I liked his top 5 and top best and worst of 2024 because when he got to the good games, he actually had rules. It's like, okay, let me not talk about games that I know most people in my audience have already played. Let me not talk about games that like are mainstream, games that for sure it's like, oh, you probably already played this. So he spent like almost all 5 entries talking about games that are like indie games and like shouting out lesser known games. I thought that was pretty cool. Thank you, Pimp Pam, the 3 stream streak. Hello, Expandong. How you doing, dude? Hope the cold has been killing you. Anyone in chat for that matter? It's still cold outside. I'm not gonna act as though I'm sick as the guy, but my throat's a bit gunked up. So I got some peachy punch? Oh yeah, peachy punch. Minute Maid peachy punch. And I'm continuing Donkey Kong while listening to Synthetic Man cry about Warfabai and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Rue.
Purpose. Like, this is stupid. This is how it starts, and then as people joke on V, you know, Kingdom Come 3 is gonna have a black guy, you know, rape you or something. It won't be that far, but you get the point.
How do you know?
It's gonna have, like, there's gonna be a trans character, and then they'll probably produce some
trans
bullshit
medieval character.
about how,
Come on,
yeah,
that's
here's like an image from ancient Bohemia
a bit
of,
extreme.
like, you know, a man wearing a dress. You know, drag queens existed, so why couldn't there be trans characters? It's stupid.
Hey,
It's fucking stupid. Okay, if you don't gatekeep at all, then all your shit goes to shit, period. You know, that's something we've learned.
And anyone who says it does is a liar. It just doesn't happen. Jeez, Cameron. Yeah, it is. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed.
You're right, Jay Frosty. I do this like where it gets to a point where these guys who like cry about it like everything and go to an extreme about it, like Synthetic Man tends to do, if I'm being honest. It kind of poisons the well for like the common normal person to complain about it, because then you just get lumped in with these guys who are complaining overly about it.
Exactly, Cameron. Exactly. Nail on the head.
You can't have like a good faith discussion about it.
In Kingdom Come Deliverance. I assure you that I am.
Diet Coke anti-woke, and our downfall arguably started with Lincoln. Yeah.
I mean,
that was a good raised fist video.
If it had been me,
that is a good raised
right
fist
in the
video.
game, I probably wouldn't have put it in. I probably wouldn't, because I would have foreseen the shit show that would happen from these fake gamers, and it's happened, you know.
Oh, I saw the Doom shit.
It could have been avoided
with Dark Ages.
You know, maybe they were a bit naive. I don't know. But at the end of the day, man,
Bit of a stretch with that one.
I don't have an opinion on Avowed. until I review it when it comes out.
This is him reading.
The problem is with like game dev cycles, I said this when Intergalactic was revealed, these are games that have been in development for anywhere between 4 to 5 years. So like the ramifications of like Trump getting back in office and DEI getting canceled and all these offices shuttering and all these people getting laid off, you're not going to feel that for another 4 to 5 years. That's another reason why the PS5 generation is a complete and utter waste.
A couple comments. I think right around this point is where I posted my first comment. My first comment was, it's something to do with the gay thing. I'm trying to remember exactly what I said. It's something like, you know, no, it's right after this. Because he says something really egregious. Yeah, I remember what I said. I'll hold up. I'll tell you exactly what I responded to.
In Oblivion, I had a house full of innocent civilians that I murdered, and I took all the bodies and dumped them in the cellar.
Okay, but is there gay sex in Oblivion? This is a false equivalence.
I did that in Fallout 4 as well, in the hotel. My hotel room was... Okay, so sometimes I might have them kind
Combat still looks bad, man. It's fine, I'm used to it.
I saw one brown person in 25 hours of playing the game. One brown person.
Massively woke.
And then he just laughs.
Woke
and
and
again,
dented.
this is like literally like you're just pretending the slippery slope doesn't exist, or you think it legitimately is a fallacy.
Well, like, can we have no black characters then at all?
Do I have to bring up the fucking Vavra tweet again, where he said there were no black people in Bohemia in the 15th century? Period. It doesn't matter if it's one. I mean, this is.
But you're laughing about it. You know it's a bit much. You know it's a bit much. You're giggling.
It's like you're incapable of noticing patterns. Clearly. That's why I hold on though. We're almost to the point where I first responded.
Hey man, it's not immersion breaking.
It's not immersion breaking.
I hope it's not. It's not rammed down your throat at all. Most of you won't even ever see it.
What do you mean? Moose is part of the main quest. That's objectively untrue. So if anything, he may have confirmed that there's another dark skinned character, because we already found out that Moose is part of Sigismund's like entourage, inner circle court or whatever. He's the bad guy, King Sigismund. So you're telling me that's gonna be completely avoidable somehow? He's got to be a major character in the story. There's no way. That's bullshit. I don't believe that. Anyway, let's keep going. I know I'm stopping every 2 seconds.
Red Wolf says, it's not a matter of being fragile. It's immersion breaking that Henry takes it up the bum. That's what he's just said.
Oh, this is part that pissed me off.
Red Wolf, I want to ask you a question. Do you take it up the bum? Because there's people in the world you live in that do. And you could walk out there and take it up the bum if you wanted to.
What a fucking moron.
So I'm asking you, do you take it up the bum? Because according to you, you must take it up the bum.
This is straight up retard logic. First of all, I know some chatters disagree with me on this, but no, people do not just wake up one day and choose to be gay. Okay, period. That's already retarded.
Take it up the bum,
at a retarded comparison. It's already stupid. Second of all, this is where I start, racking my brain. I go in the chat here, and I'm basically like, the developers spent time putting this in the game as a choice for the character. It doesn't matter if it's optional. It shouldn't be in the game, period. He's not getting. I can't. Again, I'm not. I actually phrased it better in the live stream. I can't remember exactly what I said. I should have recorded it. But I'm basically like, the devs put time putting this into the game. Not all choices are inherently good. Like it doesn't matter if you can choose. Henry is a pre-established character. This is something obviously I've already prepped.
What would the argument be for not including it in the game? If is the reasoning just historical accuracy? Or is he just saying it can't and shouldn't be in the game because of wokeness? Because if we acknowledge that people back in the day got like arrested or even like worse, maybe even executed depending on the country due to gayness or sodomy or whatnot, then obviously for that to exist as a punishment, people would have to have been caught doing it, right? Correct? It's sinful. So obviously it did happen back then for it to be something that you can get punished for. So I actually wouldn't say it's historically inaccurate then.
Some of the arguments in my head for the video where it's just like, Henry is not a
I just have to see, like they say, you get punished for like engaging in sodomy. If that's true, then it's historically accurate.
Every time you play the game, even if you can make
then your only argument is
in the first
woke.
game, they have cutscenes. Henry does defined actions in the cutscenes. He has a personality, even if you can pick some dialogue choices. He is not a blank slate. Okay, yes, in gameplay you can do shit that he wouldn't do, like murder people or steal or whatever. He was never even hinted to be gay, so he just one day wakes up and he's like, I'm gay now. What? So
He's only gay if you choose to like pursue a romanceable male character. Again, it's from how it seems to me, it's up to player choice. He's only gay if you pursue that route. It's Schrodinger's sexuality. But he's describing what I said earlier, where it's like it's not like the reason why there seems to be discontent beyond the outrage bait and grifting. Like the genuine people who seem to take issue with it, they see him as his own character. He's not like a Bethesda, blank slate.
1% of gamers get a choice to be gay. That's worth development resources. That's not woke. Like, and again, I go even further past this because I get annoyed. You're gonna see. I have the proof of my comment. And then the other thing I said shortly after this, I said, how do you explain Daniel?
His main concern, it seems to me, because it doesn't seem like he's overly hyped for the game. Because he even says, I think later on, that the first Kingdom Come Deliverance is a fucking mid-average game. But the slippery slope thing seems to be what he's concerned most with about. Like if we give them even an inch, then things are only going to get worse with later games.
Vavra in 2015 literally saying there's no black people in Bohemia, and yet now there's a black character. That's not woke. How do you explain that? He ignored both those comments. He ignored my third comment as well, which I'll show.
Must also take it up the bum.
So yeah, a choice existing apparently doesn't matter. Devs wasting time and resources on something that to cater to a tiny minority of the audience that arguably ruins the fucking character. Because if he has the option to be gay, that means that he's bisexual. Period. Don't even say like, oh well, my Henry never slept with a dude. The option's there. He's a predefined character. That means he.
But he's not gay because my Henry didn't sleep with a dude. I just don't see it as he's bisexual because he has the opportunity to fuck a male character when he previously fucked female characters in the first game. He's bisexual if you pursue that route. But I just think if you stick to female characters, then he's just straight. I see because my thinking comes from like Fire Emblem, where in like the Fire Emblem games you can pursue, if you're a dude, you can pursue the waifus. But starting with Fates, you do have gay options. Now, some fans interpret this as the character from that game being bisexual, but I see it more as if you marry the dude, then like your Corrin is gay. That's the name of the character. Then your Corrin is gay. If you marry a waifu, then your Corrin is just straight. Because that's your choice. You chose to do that. It's not like you marry a waifu, but then your character is still interested in dudes. As long as you don't show any interest in dudes, I don't know how romance works in Kingdom Come Deliverance, but as long as you don't show any interest in dudes, then he's not interested in dudes. It's kind of simple as. Why do we need sex scenes in games anyway? It's so cringy. Ugh, it's so cringy. It's exactly that, but people need to grift. I'm sure he'll have some sort of argument for it.
Arguably ruins the fucking character.
Yeah, just like real life. I can go suck a dude off right now. But I'm not. I'm not gonna do that because I'm straight, you guys. But if like put yourself in Henry's shoes. Does this make you gay or bisexual because you have the option to sleep with a dude? You have the option to do that because you're the author of your own fate. You have free will. You can go fuck a dude right now. Right now. But you're not going to do that because you're straight. At least I think everyone listening to me right now is straight. But he's trying to say because the option is there for you to do that, that makes you gay, even if you don't pursue that option. Probably a bad comparison because like real life versus a video game that other people made. Like Henry's not a real person with free will. It's just kind of silly.
Character, because if he has the option to be gay, that means that he's bisexual. Period. Don't even say like, oh well, my Henry never slept with a dude.
And like again, even if we want to like look at this interpretation, like the negative interpretation, oh, it makes him bisexual. It's still better than him being gay. Like your female romances aren't going anywhere. But again, he's looking at it from slippery slope. Like, oh, if we accept this, then the next Kingdom Come game is gonna be a new protagonist that can only be gay, and he fucks exclusively black dudes.
Options there. He's a predefined character. That means he just woke up one day and he's like, I'm gonna suck a cock. Yeah. It's like, this is fucking stupid.
Because in your... I can't do this without laughing. Because in your theory, if it's possible to do in the game, then he must do it. So therefore, it's possible for you to do it, so therefore you must do it then. You see how stupid it is, what you've just said?
No.
It's a choice.
Not all choices are good. I want to jump the gun. I'm gonna jump the gun right here. I posted this twice because I know he didn't fucking, just in case he didn't see it the first time since it scrolled so.
I actually kind of agree with that. Not all choices are good. Isn't that why Bethesda games have an evil route in them? That's true. Not all choices are good.
Yes. Would you be?
If you get punished for being gay in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, then doesn't that mean within the game, the characters within the game acknowledge that being gay is not good?
Okay, with the choice. Hold on. I want to show me posting it. Would you be okay with the choice to diddle children in the game? Choices are not inherently a good thing.
Well, he thought that was a banger, but that's unrealistic. No game would allow you to diddle children.
Now, of course,
that's the one he screen capped as like an own.
That's on the same. Oh, really? Look up some statistics.
What are some games where you have the choice to diddle children?
There's a shocking amount of a certain demographic that molests children. And maybe the two might be related.
That's unfortunate. That's kind of dented. I disagree with that. That's not a realistic comparison.
Anyway, just because you can do something in a game doesn't mean that's good for the game. Okay? JRPGs, this is another argument that's going to be in the video. JRPGs usually do not feature much player choice. Okay? They tell a narrative. Right? They have predefined characters, predefined dialogue. It tells a story. Okay, so
now that I agree with JRPGs, and I think I talked about that before during one of the Zelda streams. JRPGs are predefined characters, 4 frogs in a row. Sometimes they'll have the blank slate protagonist, but it's always like a set story with an illusion of choice. Whereas Western RPGs are like the opposite, where you make everything about your character, and then you just kind of go your own way about the story, which could even include like murdering NPCs and the like.
There's nothing wrong with that. Literally nothing. In fact, in some cases, adding player choice would be bad for the story, right? Again, Henry's not a blank slate. Making him gay adds nothing to the game. We're in a fucking time where we've already exposed, you know, countless developers for fucking putting gay shit in video games and diversity or whatever for money. Fucking Warhorse is owned by Embracer Group, which is one of these mysterious conglomerate corporations that only cares about money, that bought a bunch of studios and shit and shut them down anyway, never getting another Deus Ex. It probably would have sucked anyway, but still, we're never getting, there's multiple IPs that are basically fucking dead because of those scumbags. And now this is their guaranteed money. They know they're gonna make it back because of people like Mac, you know, and they're gonna.
Thinking thoughts on JPM asking his friend Turner if he would if in 1500s Bohemian. Turner responded he would do it today. Keep an eye on Turner. Hello, Goon.
Put their fucking little itty bit of message in.
I don't think we're ever escaping this boss.
As much as they could sneak into the game that they thought they could get away with, because I'm sure Warhorse is like, okay, if we make it gay as shit, no one's gonna buy it, right? And you know, Vavra, you know, early life section aside, I'm sure he realizes to some degree that I spent like years of my career as the based guy. They're not gonna fucking buy if you know all this DEI shit is in the game, so they have to put the minimum amount and try and hide it as much as possible. I'm sure the Musa screenshot getting out was not intended in any way. They would have kept that secret up until the game's launch, without a fucking doubt. Okay, so this is fucking.
I can kind of see the argument with that. Was this not revealed beforehand in marketing? I would assume so if this is only coming out from people who already have reviewed copies of the game. Maybe they know their audience and they knew people would get upset about it if they advertised that in like a trailer or something. I could see where he's going with that tangent.
This is fucking stupid, man. I don't know. This is fucking. And as you know, so again, he didn't respond to any of my 3 chats in there. I was the only verified check mark in chat.
Soon.
So it's possible he didn't see it, but I doubt it. I think he was ignoring me. I'm sure he knows who I am. Like, let's be real. There's a very good chance he knows who I am.
There's people in the world you live in that do.
I'm gonna be honest, Goon. You know, I'm kind of like 50-50 with it. There's some truly stupid things that Synthetic Man is saying, though, like the whole diddle analogy. Like, no game would actually have that as an option, and we're just comparing that to being gay in a game, which is something realistic that some games, especially like RPGs, we're talking about RPGs. Some RPGs do allow you to be gay, but then comparing that to like an imaginary analogy where you get to diddle people in RPG, like that would never happen though. But because both are things that the woke left champions, they are automatically of the same caliber. I think that was kind of disingenuous comparison. And he doesn't seem to care about the game overall. He seems to be more looking at it from the angle of the slippery slope, where it could lead to worse things later on.
And you could walk out there and take it up the bum if you wanted to. So I'm asking you, do you take it up the bum? It's a choice, as simple as that. Having that mentality.
Dude, what do you think about Werfabai's comparison, where Werfabai argues, well, how is that any different from real life? You can go fuck a dude in real life, but just because you have that option, does that make you gay? Because Synthetic Man is saying, because the option exists for Henry to fuck a dude, that makes Henry gay and or bisexual or whatever. Well, that option exists for you in real life too, Goon. So because you have the ability to fuck a dude in real life, but you're not gonna ever take that option. But because you have that option open to you, even though you're never gonna take it, does that make you gay? Because Synthetic Man says that makes Henry gay.
Stupid. Henry is not gay, he's not bi. But there's a chance that you could, if you wish.
That makes no sense. Like, that statement literally makes no sense.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
think it
gay,
was just
he's
a
not
retarded
bi, but
analogy.
He could be, so he is then. I mean, what
Very
do you mean?
dishonest.
This is, I feel like people are retroactively pretending. Never mind. I don't get. This is annoying.
To make him
fucking annoying as hell.
He isn't by default. It's an RPG, and in an RPG, you have choices that the player makes.
Yeah, except
He
killing
make that
children.
choice on his own.
Can you kill any kids in the game? Probably not.
Can you?
Sure
I mean,
as hell can't
can
diddle
you?
any.
He's now.
Can you kill them at least? No. Oh, there's no
I'm willing to
player
bet there are a
choice
few
then.
games
Why
where you can
not?
kill children.
Player choice is good. Why can't I kill the kids?
I want as realistic as possible. That's what got me into trouble with that other game that I reviewed.
Realistic as possible. So that means if you had gay sex, you'd get stoned. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So for me, woke is when it's forced on you. When you have.
They execute you.
Woke is when it's forced. So to like counter Werfabai, like what do we quantify forced? What is forced?
Deliverance 1 first came out, someone asked the devs if they gay romance
like,
options. It literally said
it
no.
Again, it depends on who you are for like the definition of woke. Synthetic Man is right here telling you one black guy in the game is woke and forced. But forced and like the definition of woke differs from person to person. Okay, Goon's got to answer. Henry was an established character. Geralt was a gluck-looking dudes in Witcher 4. I could see Witcher fans being like, hey, Geralt is not gay. Well, Geralt's more of an iconic character on top of that. So obviously he's going to have more strongest soldiers coming to his defense. Fallout even killed kids in Deus Ex, not Fallout 3 though. They were immortal. Yeah, see, like, obviously, God, there's have to be games out there where you can kill kids. Certainly more than games that would allow you to, never mind. What else did you say? I hate the scrolling on Twitch. Even if it was a choice, Geralt would be an established character. Him drinking semen would upset Witcher fans. Oh, obviously. Wasn't there something else? I feel like we had like an outrage situation where like the main character of a beloved IP was turned gay. It wasn't The Witcher though, was it? It was something on the same level as The Witcher. The main character was made gay, or he had like a gay scene, and like tears were running down everyone's cheeks. Or it's like a cutscene where you can't prevent it, or they just kind of push on you, like, and demonize you if you don't. The kids being immune to ghoulism just to prevent killing kids sure would be Bethesda. If someone doesn't like apple pie, they go to a bakery and pick cherry pie, and not the apple pie, but they have the option, doesn't mean you like apple pie. Yeah. The worst sex game by far was Last of Us 2. I think everyone could agree with that. Shepard in Mass Effect 3 could go gay even when he wasn't in the first two. So that's a good comparison then, because that would be equivalent to Kingdom Come Deliverance here, where you didn't have gay options in the first two games, but you do in the latest game. Does that retroactively make Shepard gay the whole time or bisexual the whole time? Can you carry over your data from the previous games in the Mass Effect series so you like carry over your Shepard, so it's the same Shepard going through? For me, it would be an issue, and I said this as soon as we started the video. For me, it would be an issue if the character, canonically within the story, it's not you can't skip the scene. It's just it's put in your face. He says he was gay the whole time. I was always bisexual. You guys just didn't know. That would be an actual retcon of the character, because in the first game you can pursue female romances. Hello, Bella. And hello, Theo does streams. Thank you, Theo, for the raid. We're getting knee-deep in some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 drama. Let's get a Theo shout-out. Thank you for the raid, Theo.
Or some shit.
Or is this SMT?
This is stupid. Fuck this.
Fuck this fucking
I
game.
beat this game, guys. I beat SMT 5. I did it. That is such bullshit. They got nothing but criticals. Nothing but criticals. It was critical, critical, critical. Why can I get back-to-back criticals? I've
Oh,
never
enjoy your
seen
shower,
that.
I
That is
suppose.
some crazy RNG.
Yeah, thank you, Dio, for the raid. See what was Goon saying here. It was the same Shepard, but some might consider Shepard a MC protagonist that you can customize and not establish. Can't Shepard be a lady too? That would put a strong... Because, like, Henry can't be a lady. I think that would put Shepard a bit closer to, like, a Fire Emblem protagonist, because he can be either gender. Yeah, some people see Shepard as like their own character, not a blank slate. But just the fact that he can be male or female, I would say puts him closer to a Fire Emblem character. Because Fire Emblem characters, the main character can be male or female, but they still have their own personality, and they say things outside of like they have actions and say things beyond outside of the scope of the player's control. So I think Shepard would be in the same camp. With some choices, some illusions of choice for like dialogue answers and whatnot. Whereas Henry is only ever a dude.
When that Henry wasn't.
Stonya, when you have
they execute you.
You don't have any say in the matter. This is how it is. There's a message. Cheers, Crisco.
Back when Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 first came out, someone asked the devs to be gay romance options. It literally said no.
I forgot you streamed SMT5.
It was in a YouTube comment, I believe. Well,
Now it's on PC with more content. Thanks for beta testing, says Atlas.
The community manager says it was only not in it for budget constraints.
I have what I believe is woke.
So,
like for me, you know, it's one of them words that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, see, here we go. Hold on. Yeah. You want to hear his definition of woke?
Theo's
So
been
woke
playing Persona
doesn't
3
mean
for a year
anything,
now.
Which
That's fine. I played Xenoblade 3 for like a year. It's a long game. You were playing it like every night, Goon. Theo does it like once in a while.
kind of agree, but that's not my fault. I've tried to give it meaning.
dang it.
And
I was at the
again,
final
it's
phase.
the fandom menace that has taken away all meaning, if you ask me.
CJ Thorne says, can you do the quest without the romance bit? It's not a quest. That's the thing. It's a conversation. And to get to the conversation, you have to do other conversations. It's so obscure that the developers have actually told me that the vast majority of players won't even find it. And
Okay, that seems like I feel like I'm pushing back more on Synthetic Man than Work for Buy here. So the pushback on Work for Buy, that seems like a cope. That seems like the devs sweeping it up because they knew a certain demographic of people that enjoyed the first game would not enjoy the decision to have a gay romance. So they're trying to like diminish it by saying, oh, it's not that prominent. Oh, I gotta do like 100 things to like access it. So like I feel like that's sweeping. If the devs told Work for Buy that seems like sweeping, and I don't mind it. Look, if Henry wants to suck a cock, he can suck a cock. They should be more. Actually, it kind of like screams. It screams cowardice. They could not commit to the bisexuality of the character, or even if you don't think it's bisexuality, just the addition of male romances. They had to hide it. If it's even true to any degree, then that means they're scared. They were scared of the player reaction, so they had to hide it behind like 5 quest lines.
This is the age of the internet, dude. It's gonna be on YouTube day 1 of release. Let's not do this. Let's not. This again. The
No, I know
shilling
OG
shit.
Zelda.
The shit where it's like, this sounds like shilling to me. That sounds like.
of the setting, it would be hard to find. It's not 2025 Los Angeles. The fact is, Daniel still lied. I don't know anything about that. You know, I'm pretty.
Yeah, he talked to the devs. Exactly. Everyone who got a review key for this game was a shill. So that should tell you something. I'm sorry. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. Then he did this stream where he literally made left-wing arguments defending the shit in the game. It's
But
like,
is
I'm
he
sorry, if
right
you're
wing?
still
What are
saying
his
this
politics? I don't watch
retardation
him.
that
Is
we're
he
all past
conservative?
At this point, then you're not with us.
What if
You're
he was
against us,
always
okay?
left wing?
It's just that fucking simple.
What if you just didn't know him?
I don't go out to dinner with the developer.
You thought
I
you
play
knew
the
him, but you
game.
didn't know him.
If the developer has lied, you want to know how many fucks I give about that?
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, someone, I think that's one of you guys, isn't it? Synth man have another crash out. Well, yeah, I'm having one right now.
He's crashing out. Even his own audience says, Synth, you're crashing out.
Said that in this shit. But yeah, you're right. I'm gonna have a fucking crash out. Oh, the devs lied.
Yes, you're right. I am melting
down.
down.
You're a fucking shill if you say that. 100%. You don't care the devs lied? What the? That is only a shill would say that. Literally only a shill would say that.
I don't care.
How am I liking this game so far, Dingus? I like it. Now, Tropical Freeze, the one that was on Wii U and also on Switch, is obviously the superior game, but I would actually put this above the first Country game. Like, none of the games are bad, but I before going back to replaying this after having only played it on 3DS, you know, revisiting it and whatnot, my reassessment is that some of the later levels are amazing and up to the level of Tropical Freeze's stages. It's better than I gave it credit for in my memory. So it is a good game. The only thing is it suffers a bit in the aesthetic department, but that was them playing it safe on purpose as a soft reboot of the franchise.
Do you think the developers of games, do you think directors of movies, they're all perfect people who don't ever lie or do anything wrong? What's that got to do with anything?
Well, I don't think that was the argument being made there.
Like a very important political period right now. I don't want to like oversell shit and say like, oh, things are happening or whatever, because you know me, I'm a doomer. But we are in a very precarious time.
You don't think developers lie then, bud?
Of politics, okay? Trump won the popular vote. All right, the popular vote, and as much as many people hate it, the United States is the center of the Western world, right? So that could be very important. It could be. Again, not going to get people's hopes up, but, you know, seeing the executive orders and some of the things that have happened so far, there's some good shit going on. So let's not fucking pretend that this is all completely meaningless. People are sick of this shit. They're sick of this shit, okay? And the thing is, too...
But even if we accept that premise, like, game devs have long dev cycles. You won't see, like, the ramification of Trump getting elected in video games for years.
They literally tried to get the
base
crowd.
If there even are, like, consequences from it.
That's what they went for. I mean, Vavra wore the stupid-ass #based shirt. You know what I mean? Now, they're stabbing those people in the back. They don't want to see this shit. Okay, with something like Bald Gay 3, everyone already knew that shit would be in. It's fucking modern Dungeons and Dragons. It's gonna have gay shit. Okay, we all knew that. I think I definitely did. This was not supposed to be that. There was no hint that it was supposed to be like that. Okay.
Honestly, people what is wrong with people? My goodness, you wouldn't have lasted 5 fucking minutes in the 80s, you lot.
I have a good comeback for this on the video. I gotta remember to put that in the video because, yeah, Mac's asshole didn't survive the 80s. That's what I'm gonna say. I know, I'm already spoiling the joke. But you wouldn't survive the 80s, yeah. Yeah, his heterosexuality didn't survive the 80s. His uncle made sure of that.
Whiz! Grow a pair of fucking balls, man. My goodness, how many fragile people is it?
Were your balls in it?
Somebody lied. He made a game.
Well, I mean, like, developers, if they lied, they lied. I think that's pretty bad. That's dishonest if you're advertising a product.
Yeah, so this is what I wrote the fucking comment. You know, you can see here. Because, like, I'm like, all right, I'm fucking pissed, you know? He doesn't address it, man. I posted twice, and I'm like, fuck this. You know, I'm gonna stream anyway today.
But a man kissed a man.
Yeah, I heard that part, Goon. He said they're not mutually exclusive.
Deleted this stream. Well, sorry,
I agree
it's
with that.
not
Fair
disappearing.
enough.
The internet never forgets. I won't forget. So there you go. You got the whole thing. Sorry the stream tonight had to be deleted, but some of the comments were so disgusting from the outrage mob that it could get me in trouble. That's how it works on YouTube. That's not true. I mean, you can literally just unlist it, and then what's gonna happen? Nothing. I will make a summary video about it tomorrow where I can control and ban people who post disgusting
Oh, he's
comments.
reading Murphaby's comments.
It's over. He's done. Apart from that, it was an amazing stream. I'm still having a good laugh at it. Yeah, he's done. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm glad everyone's against him. Hey, Dion Ponde, he's one of us. All right, I guess we'll read some of these. Dang, man, I really like your channel, and I watch your reviews on stuff I know I don't even want to play. But the reason people are upset about Kingdom Come 2 is because the option shouldn't even be there, given the time and setting. And actually, I just fucking realized something. Maybe I should record this. Yes, it's an RPG, but you're playing as an established look, this is exactly what I said. Yes, it's an RPG, but you're playing as an established character, and it was obviously put in to satisfy a corporate checklist, no matter how hard you have to look for that side quest or whatever. That's why people automatically say it's woke.
From a game that Synthetic Man admits he does not care about.
This bullshit being put in everything when it doesn't even make sense. Exactly. This is exactly basically my argument. Yep. That's exactly what I think. At least be honest and admit you can't handle people calling you out on your hypocrisy. Absolutely pathetic move to delete the stream. Way to show your true colors. Nothing but lies. Bro destroyed his reputation with a single stream. This needs to be studied. Skull emoji. Let's see. You regret saying certain things on stream, so you deleted it, and that's perfectly fine, but don't keep posting blaming it on your audience, man. That's nasty. You want to ban people? What the heck is going on here? Yeah, seriously. Like, this is not good, dude. If anyone... Oh, okay. I'm sure these comments are gonna be like, Synthetic Man, that Nazi chud, whatever, you know. 20 replies. You know there's people saying, arguing about me. You fucking know. You see 20 replies. My name is like saying, it's literally like saying Voldemort for leftists, where it's like, no, don't say him. I hate him. He's a chud. Well, this sounds like someone creating outrage for clicks and ad revenue. I would not look at that YouTuber you mentioned, even if they paid me. Wow, you're really bent out of shape about this, aren't you? You're commenting in every thread. Face it, bro. Your culture is losing. Welcome to the other side. Why not? Sounds like you already know who he is while pretending you don't. What are you scared of? Okay, well, yeah, some of you guys are calling it out, where it's like, yeah, you know who that is. You know.
I'm not trying to
Alright, I'm not gonna read the rest.
The PB boo boo, man.
Hello, Mr. Khan.
I was watching the stream. I didn't see any disgusting comments. I'm not saying there weren't any, but if there was, it was very few. Don't let him lie. Yes, exactly. It really wasn't. I mean, even my comments were fairly tame for me. You know, I literally just pointed out the hypocrisy, and he ignored it, of course. You can start by banning me, Brett Bong. I've already lost our space. Yep. There's not a single hateful comment. The whole comment section has already been screenshotted. The live stream has been downloaded by multiple people, including a streamer covering it. That's probably me. Covering it right now. This is pretty disappointing, Mac. Yeah. They pointed out why you were wrong and suggested options for how gays could be included without changing the main character. Yet there's literally no reason to make Henry gay. Like, literally, that
I think
is
Synthetic Man would just not want any gay characters, period. Even if they get punished.
The money wasn't worth it. We'll put it at that. Embracer, maybe putting a gun to their head.
Doing great, Mr. Khan. Thank you for asking. Bro, it's a bit gunned up, but I'm not crying about it like Phil.
I'm still not going to defend it. They fucking sold out. They shouldn't have sold out. It's that simple. Context. Some gamers don't like a certain thing. Kingdom Come 2, Worth disagrees, but instead of debating it with his audience, he proceeds to strawman them, mock them, and accuse them of not being real gamers. All true. Basically the same as the Gamergate defense, and now he's removed the stream and is using fictional hate comments to justify it. Yeah, many such cases. It's just like leftists with like the death threat stuff. It's the same exact thing. Alright, well, I won't read 100 more of these. I'm not a big fan of his rants, but saying you should have a discussion with Spurgs on the internet is hilarious. There isn't a single thing that wastes your time more. I agree with that, but at the same time, I wouldn't say there was that much spurging. Now, you could say I was being edgy by saying, why isn't there pedophilia in the game if player choice is good?
That's a bad quote out of context.
It's proving a fucking point. You need to draw the line at player choice somewhere, and I do think making the main character gay is crossing the line.
Dude, I hate this segment.
They use an extreme
I always
example
take a hit on it in regular mode.
The anti-woke are at the moment too sensitive and combative, and the woke recording themselves screaming and crying after Trump won was. Yeah, again, this is just, it's an example
a fair
of the
assessment,
new
Jay
morality.
Frosty.
Like people, because the
people
Overton
crying
window
about it probably aren't
shifted
gonna bite
where, you know,
anyway.
homosexuality is completely normalized, because, I mean, look, that's a whole can of worms that I don't feel like I should get into, and I don't even care to talk about it. But the point is, it's completely normalized on both sides, outside of, you know, the ever-growing alt-right.
Synthetic is into Fuda as a fetish, so if there was Fuda in the game, would it be based? Like, does it count then?
Dissident right, etc., etc., whatever you want to call that. So yes, now that things are going back the other direction, even if it's not as much as obviously some of us would like, people are establishing, no, you can't go too far. This is fine. This is
probably
good.
will buy the game and
You should
review it.
make
That's the thing.
The fucking, I'm not even gonna get into it again. The fact that it's Kingdom Come Deliverance doing this is really the biggest problem that's being completely ignored. It should not be in this game of all games. The fact that it is them mocking us openly. Truly. And Vavra is one of them. Okay? You know, whether it's because he sold out or whether because he likes it, you know, secretly, who the fuck knows? You know, does he have any allegiance? Was he just signing on to the based crowd back in, you know, 2015 through 2018 just because he thought it would make him money with like a group that, you know, no one was catering to at the time? Because like back in that time when the first game was still being developed, there were no other fucking right-wing games. So, you know, now that, you know, he made his money, he has his audience, then it's safe to sell out, you know, and cater to the fucking both teams to make even more money. Again, that's totally sounds like an Embracer thing. You know, Embracer is just like, we gotta make as much money as possible, especially after we lost so much money buying these other IPs. So they saw it to boost their ESG score. So yeah, you know, Worth by, yeah, he fucked up severely. I'm sure he'll always have like his core crowd of like boomer apolitical people or whatever the fuck, you know, people who don't really give a fuck is that's what it is, you know. And calling him centrist doesn't seem right. It's just apathetic people, apathetic non-political people, which is fine, but making fun of people for pointing out obvious problems with the game, making no arguments, just like spurging out basically when people point out the devs lied. Saying devs lying is good, that is oof.
That was where he kind of lost. That's where Wordforby lost me.
I don't know anything about that.
Because he was kind of echoing what I was saying, where it's like he's only gay if you make him gay, and then he was like, oh, it's a good thing the devs lied to you actually. You know,
I'm pretty sure every single person in this stream has lied. So, you know, I don't care.
I don't care then, innit?
1000%.
But you talk about it for like 10 minutes in your stream, Wordforby.
I play the game. If the developer has lied, you want to know how many fucks I give about that? None. I don't care.
Then how do you have any integrity at all? You don't care when developers lie about things that are or aren't in the game?
People who don't ever lie or do anything wrong. What's that got to do with anything?
It's pretty bad when you're lying, when you're like speaking as a mouthpiece, like for the game as a spokesperson, versus like just lying. Like he's comparing it to just like lying about any old thing in reality.
Minutes in the 80s, you lot.
I'm not gonna say the joke again. Yes, I am. His asshole didn't survive the 80s. There we go. Okay. I don't want to beat a dead horse.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Alright, yeah, I would say, I think I would agree towards the end there, Wordforby kind of lost me. Now, Synthetic Man has some fucking stupid arguments on his side, and I do think all of it is just largely outrage engagement bait from people that weren't going to buy it in the first place. Yeah, a little bit overblown. I see why people are upset, but for Synthetic Man, it seems to be outrage bait, engagement baiting, because he doesn't even see, he's not even interested in the game at all. He didn't even like the first one, he said it was mid. He's more interested in it for what it represents culturally as like the slippery slope argument. That's kind of like the why he gives so much of a fuck. Damn it. Alright, I believe the casino is live, so we're gonna switch over to the Kino Casino. We kind of went on a bit longer in that video than I intended to. Am I ending World 4 already? I wish I was. Stuck on this mirror mode, boss. Yes, they are here. So they're gonna talk about JF. JF has apparently escaped. He's evading the police. It might be gilding the lily a bit there, and along with some updates on iDubbbz and the like.
They must be exterminated. Those who believe that they are pirates are fucking worse than trannies. Let's be real.
Whoa, disavow. That bad time to tune back in.
That's fucking wild.
That's a
stuff.
wild statement.
We're calling for total pirate death.
Uh-oh.
The pirates.
Oh, are they going to talk about pirate software? That's a bit late on that story.
News. I've been soft blocked by Melanie Mack.
Oh no, buddy, that's tough. I remember you telling me the other day she's still following me.
Oh my god, she's still following. It's hilarious.
Bro, like
No, I have been soft blocked.
Well, we've caused an uproar, a real ruckus, but it's them.
I'm actually surprised that it took this
Listen,
long.
It's not us.
Yeah, they were calling out a Gooner Gate
Yeah.
there.
With their stupid fucking
Speaking of
takes
outrage engagement,
that they refuse
Gooner
to
Gate.
just walk back and be like, you know what?
We're crying about the first
I wasn't
Descendant.
cooking with this one.
A game I've only ever seen Broken Mailman
like,
play.
Oh, sorry guys, let me go back to.
Pickups Brian
and
MK.
it's the insanity of like defending
I'm so
Stellar
sick, you
Blade
guys.
and Lollipop Chain.
Now, to be fair, he was hung over. He wasn't sick. You know, that he hangover like that a day, you'll probably all right? He's not like, you know, cold or a sore throat or something. Probably lasts a bit longer.
This
A
is
day.
spiritually caustic to our souls. And Razorfist cries like, when did I say that we should
Oh, yeah, they'll
call
talk
for
about Razorfist.
censorship? When you said that we have to insist that games not be spiritually caustic.
Yes.
Yeah, DSP wouldn't lie, would he?
damaging. It's like, what does that even fucking mean, bro? You've opened the door for like unlimited fucking censorship under the guise of this is what's based, bro. It's like nobody wants this. Nobody is in support of this shit, and you guys got a backlash because it's not what your fans signed up for. You know, nobody signed up to fucking Melanie Mac or Razor Fist for Bible study hour. It never fucking.
That's kind of what I said. Put the anti-woke takes in the bag.
I went to Melanie Mac.
Are they really surprised?
Oh no.
They're really surprised
And
that people
guess
didn't
what?
like them wanting to
All
ban
she does
Gooner
is
games
just
from
read it.
Korea.
She doesn't offer any commentary. She doesn't explain it in any way. There's no like sermon. There's no outline. It's no Bible study at all.
80 Scythe.
It's just literally reading the verses and then closing the book and saying
Yeah, I'm kind of
goodbye.
into it too, Brian.
No,
What's the
It's a
fucking
weird
point?
dichotomy
Intro.
from
That's
people
the
who
intro.
like champion Stellar Blade.
What do you mean there's no intro? So hey guys, today we're gonna be talking about
Go,
the.
like, you want to go there right now?
Yeah. No, I actually
just
do.
go-
Yeah,
just
Pablo,
go to
put up Melanie Mac
Mac
reading from the Bible.
By the way, DJ Ray has gifted 25 subs,
What?
and Big Guy 227 has gifted a sub. Like, listen,
Wow,
Melanie,
DJ Ray.
the Gideons already have this shit covered. That's why there's a Bible in every fucking hotel room. You know that you can just search like Bible Gateway and you can read the whole fucking Bible in every different fucking version for free with commentaries and shit added.
I'm sharing to you, right?
Like incredible software. Like, we don't need you. We don't need this bitch, like this dirty fucking art hoe bitch, fucking goth alt e-girl to read us the Bible. What are we supposed to fucking, you know, contemplate God's word with a boner? Is this the idea? What are we doing here? Look at this crap.
Thank you,
Like,
DJ Ray,
she's
man.
like, she's read through like
Got 'em.
through Genesis.
Sorry that took so
through to
long.
Fucking John now. I think she's in the book of John. What
Yeah, I wish
the
I had
fuck?
real life friends too,
What
Bill.
happens when you finish?
All right.
I ain't got no one to co-op
The
this
thing
game
is,
with.
It's like when you're actually like a teacher.
There was a good video put out by someone who complained about something very specific to this game in regards to the co-op that we might watch later on. It's just a 5-minute video, but they really fucked up the co-op for this game compared to the Wii version.
Other things and you know, have a lesson that's applicable to the audience's life. This
Yeah,
bitch
I just don't want the
literally is
characters to
opening
look
it.
ugly. That's not inherently
Okay,
political, I don't
for
think.
God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. It's worthless. Just watch, look at it.
Okay, let's see. Here, I'm starting from 0, 0, 0.
And she's flat.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my Bible.
Yeah, exactly, Jay Frosty. Using your religion to tell people what they should and should not play is, again, it's no different than the lefties using their ideology to tell you what you should and shouldn't enjoy.
Bible is for these segments.
Yeah.
The pages are
These
like
people like Melody Mac just don't get that.
You know what I mean? Like the pages.
All right, we're done with
are
the
brand
cave
new.
world.
You know, if you are like an
Yes.
avid Bible student, your Bible will be all marked up,
The crispy.
highlighted.
This is crispy pages.
Bro, like this is nonsense. Look at how much makeup she's
They're
wearing.
calling this Gooners for Christ.
But this is like some pharisaical shit where it's like, okay, now look, this is my performative Bible. See, look
The
how
prop
righteous
Bible.
I am. I'm standing up with my prop Bible and reading. Seriously, just look. She doesn't say anything. She just reads it.
All right.
So today I will pick up where we left off.
Worth noting too that Melanie started off as like a liberal, so this was pointed out on a few of the previous shows. So they're trying to say like she's obviously grifting a conservative audience. Used to talk to Jeff Keighley and the like.
After giving his chosen apostles further instructions through the Holy Spirit, during the 40 days after he suffered.
This is it?
And she's just reading it in a completely flat affect. Like,
flat,
she doesn't know what's going on. She has no idea what the fuck she's reading.
What's going on? Like, what the?
Oh, man.
What was
Praise be, praise be.
And died. He appeared to the apostles.
As for me, I'm a Catholic.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
She's, like,
She's
fucking
reading at
stuttering
like a 4th grade reading level, like fucking brainless. Fuck, man.
You gotta give all the characters in the Bible their own voices, like me.
English in my church
You gotta do the voice
did a better
acting.
fucking job than that.
Hello, I am Joseph.
Holy!
Time to time.
I am the guy.
And he proved to them in many ways that he was actually alive, and he talked to them about the kingdom of God. Once he was eating with them.
By the way, like the piano music in the background, like the tasteful piano music.
Why, that sound like Megamind? My head is as
like,
big as
who is
his.
this meant for? Like, you
I need that
gotta
extra
really
life.
ask. Because any actual Christian, like, where is the edification of this?
Hello, everyone.
Exactly?
Hello, it's me, Judas.
Are you really
yes.
growing and maturing in God's word by having this weird e-girl read it to you?
Yeah.
Is it for people who've never read the Bible before? Well, then, like, you'd think they need a teacher that can guide them and explain this to them and not just have it dumped raw on their fucking head. I don't really know who it's for or why it's happening other than it's just a total shameless grift.
And she's felt like not even reading it properly. This is what I think when I hear her read.
Today, Junior.
You know what I mean? Like, okay.
There's no substance to any of that. Anyway, enough Christ-spurging, politis-spurging about e-girls, you know.
Thoughts on the ice raids? The funniest thing about them is that Nick Fuentes said they wouldn't happen day one, and then they did happen day one.
And we got wolves for
I think I can make it through 2025 without being deported. I'll sure try.
Go.
You guys wouldn't want the streams to go away, right?
Oh, by the way, 135 away from goal.
Can we hit it? All right, here's Destiny. Let's do Destiny.
Okay.
Destiny first up.
So here's the first Woe Buddy. It's a trilogy of Woe Buddies for Tiny here.
Uh-huh.
First of all, Pixie's legal fund is now over $45,000 raised. Wow.
Whoa, buddy.
Oh, buddy. Otto Epstiny.
Yeah, we're in Forest World now. I'll be doing them in order. Forest, Cliff, Factory, Volcano, then Cloud.
Grand. I think the original goal was only like 10,000, wasn't it?
Was it? No, I think it was 20. I think it was 20.
20?
But
And
she's
then
raised to 130?
Josh Moon said you need to make it higher. And so she has. It's at 130,000 goal.
Kiwi Josh has allegedly given to the accuser's GoFundMe
I mean,
against
that's
Destiny.
At least enough to
Legal
get
fund.
shit rolling. Now, is she just gonna steal all the money and, you know, do a Cafoles? Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully she actually does just sue the fucking pants off this bum. Suffer, Destiny. Suffer.
Who's gonna sue the pants off for Santa?
This is fucking. Did you see this?
No, I have not.
This is unhinged, buddy. So this is on one of these Destiny Return streams, I think from yesterday.
On YouTube? Nah.
That's Turkey
I've done a few test streams on there, but they're not gameplay. They weren't gameplay streams.
Stuffed in the butt.
Not in the least.
And we're about to receive further confirmation from Destiny's own
But I do have the
the
dingus YouTubes in the pin message there if you scroll it. If you're so curious.
Glenn Greenwald is going to be involved in this in some way, who I believe was a part of the Snowden leaks. The Krasenstein twins, who are like some Trump Twitter reply guys, are going to be involved in some way. So we've got an exclusive behind-the-scenes look. It should be spicy, should be fire. What is Zero Hedge?
I should stream on multiple platforms, but I refuse. That is true. I do hold myself back.
Wait.
Whoa! is the most breedable
How much would I ask to settle it out of court if a video got leaked of me?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks new.
Oh,
How much is the lady asking for? 30,000? No, wasn't it 30,000? But she increased it to 100,000. I would have to be at least a minimum of whatever the of all the victims suing him, however many, it would have to at least be the minimum of that. Like I gotta like. It's not me being like boastful. It's like me being respectful of my body. Like I like it's me acknowledging what I'm worth.
hold them up,
Why would,
bro.
okay, it was right before. It was right before.
It was right before
Turkey
the
Tom
scandal.
turned and scandal. Yeah.
Media company.
Yeah,
that's
it's money for
producing
suing him.
is, like,
What the fuck?
Hello, Red Animator. What do I think of Beyond 2 thing, whatever
answered,
remake
like, what's
movie
going on?
thing?
This one is old.
I don't really
old,
care.
But this is like a brutal humiliation.
Okay.
Destiny went through.
All
Get
right.
ready for this one,
That's
buddy.
Melina.
Maybe we'll get a good synthetic segment out of it when he finds out about it.
So already it's like real tough. It's really tough for Tyler, bro. He's got cat ears on. It's not an emoji. We might have a better emoji moment shortly.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll keep that 2 seconds.
cute.
Why? I want to look.
Glitter? Yeah, glitter. Yeah, I'll get it.
So like, they're doling him up. Look at it. If only you knew how bad things really
Not
were.
like your boob there, I think, is pretty close.
Can you do a meow?
No.
You can do a meow.
No, I
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. That's the emoji
Right here. Hang on.
No.
You can do a meow.
No, I can't.
Good.
Meow.
No, I don't think he's getting millions out of that.
Oh, it's so cocked. Cuckold
That's pie in the sky stuff. You're not worth that much. I wouldn't even get a million.
Fans has gifted the 10 subs.
All right.
Bro,
What do we do?
it's never been this over. It's never, bro, when he had to do the meow.
He's like, no.
Oh, he's like, no, I won't do it. He won't do it. And his pride just crumbled in 2 seconds and he submitted to it. And it's just brutal, buddy. Oh man.
You got Destiny.
Watching from
Cat.
Trinidad. Big ups.
Meowstiny.
Oh, by the way, big news while I'm doing this. We're doing the Feezer doc on Friday.
The Feezer
I
doc?
gotta censor out some
We
stuff.
might be doing some movie Bob as well.
I didn't even know he had a
Movie Bob,
documentary.
Yes, guys.
Movie Bob.
And I know more about him than most people.
Oh, the legendary Bob Chipman. Did you know that Sega and Nintendo was like the Vietnam War, bro? It was his own personal Vietnam. That's
something
Bob
Movie Bob
said.
has actually said.
Bob getting felt it. That's a small amount of McDonald's for the average person. Yeah, I'm not saying I'd want to eat a double portion of nuggets. And
It's there, guys.
Old movie professor I had once put on a random video of Movie Bob. Like, didn't know about him or his status as a locale. Just put on a video of him explaining like the Hays Code and shit in order to introduce the subject to us. A very, very weird case of like seeing a locale just interact and interfere with your life in the wild without you having any control over it. It's like a surprise, surprise Movie Bob appearance, cameo in your day-to-day.
Happens because we were planning on saving a lot of this material for the Friday show. Then the Steve stuff didn't work out, so we might be doing documentary react on Friday. But who knows? Something huge could break and we could cover
Let's
it
get
or
started
whatever.
here.
But
Oops, sorry. Yeah. I have that Steel Toe Keanu who's no longer working for Chrissy's show, by the way. If you
it's so fucking boring.
Movie Bob is psychotic. I would say at this point, Patrick Tomlinson has has pretty much one-upped Movie Bob as most psychotic person on Twitter. But for a while, Bob was championing. He was championing that title. He was the champion. But it looks like he lost a recent title defense in the last couple of years, and now it's gone to Patrick Tomlinson. Patrick S. Tomlinson, stalker child.
Whip It 27 times, and then she claims that she never said Ricada was on Whip It.
What?
But I haven't looked at his tweets in forever.
Wait, what?
No, seriously.
I remember he posted a picture of like a big old McDonald's platter, and the tweet was like, "How long would it take for you guys to finish this?" And he was like, "Yeah, it would actually only it wouldn't take me nothing but like an hour."
What a lying bitch.
Do we have this Destiny sticker in?
Yeah, it's there. It should be there. There it is.
Okay. Okay. All right. It gets even.
Neil
like,
Gaiman got
he
canceled
starts
for
rubbing his
raping
nose in
maids or
this,
something.
You know, he puts his face in the box.
Hopefully a base publication picks it up.
A better one.
Menace?
Meow.
Hi, Menace.
Oh,
Love you.
these are the saddest meows. It's like, bro, if you are gonna submit yourself to that humiliation ritual, you gotta put your full bussy in it.
Yo, you know,
you gotta actually meow and try and like be happy about meowing in order to cope. When you just do the sad meow, like the cope meow, is you're just getting fucking humiliated like that. It's brutal. It's brutal,
Meow.
Destiny.
Meow.
Oh, meow. Imagine taking that guy seriously, dude. You know, this guy has something really important to contribute to the human condition and to the cultural zeitgeist. These guys' ideas are important. Right.
Has anyone ever said that about Destiny,
okay.
though?
Okay,
To be
so
fair.
now we're dealing with, we're actually doing the anti-woke shit, folks.
Wow.
Are you ready?
Whoa,
It's
buddy.
time for the anti-woke Wednesday segment, everybody.
Anti-woke Wednesday there.
To 2016, when this was the cutting edge of content. Watch out, critical drinker. Watch out, neurotic.
Frights. Eat your hearts out, Friday night.
Eat your fucking hearts out, guys. We're talking
Imagine it's about Kingdom Come Deliverance.
the new Captain America movie.
Okay.
This
and
Erica. A fucking mess.
I don't know
bro.
anything about this movie.
It's an absolute mess.
Give
From
me the black
very
pill.
beginning, it's just been fucking doomed. Because, first of all, it's like everybody wanted Bucky to be the new Captain America.
It was supposed to be.
And it would make sense for Bucky to be the new Captain America. That's what
They were
happens in
subverting the
comic
audience
books.
expectations.
That's what should and would happen.
Well, also he was the other guy, like in the, you know what I mean? In the like it made sense.
Ever since the Falcon and the Winter Soldier came out, listen here, Senator, you need to do better, Senator. And just the nuclear fucking cringe bomb of it all.
Yeah.
Just fucking brutal dog shit. This movie has been dead on arrival.
Oh,
but you know, just dead on arrival. They've had to reshoot this movie 3 times.
Really?
I think they've changed
pretty
the
bad.
title of the movie fucking twice now.
Yeah, I know.
That's always a good
It's
sign.
supposed to be New World Order, then it's Brave New World, then it's this, then it's that. Fucking Harrison Ford is in this movie for no fucking good reason.
He stinks.
Obviously doesn't want to be there, phoning it the fuck in. He's like, well, at least they're paying me $50 million bazillion. The movie is going to be a steaming fucking turd. And what finally confirmed to me that this movie has no hope, because I was trying to like hold out hope. I was like,
Pick up Pancake
well,
Mix,
you
Lord
know,
Gongus,
the
and a
Captain
New World
America movies have
Order.
probably been the best solo Marvel movies that there were. Although the third one doesn't really count because it was basically an Avengers
Or
movie.
like hors d'oeuvres.
The second one,
As
Winter
in,
Soldier, is one of the
second
best.
one was the
As in
best
food.
one, but
Yeah.
it's all like cope. You're like, well, is it going to be more grounded and, you know, less stupid and fantastical? No
Less
multiverse.
space bullshit. Yeah.
Any
I
hope
hate
for it being grounded
multiverses.
died when they
Multiverses,
showed
multiple
Red Hulk.
timelines, parallel universes.
No, it's
Fuck
like,
all of that.
okay, so it's just another fucking mystical fucking nonsense movie. You know what I mean?
Magic. It's magic, guys. We got
It's
magic.
magic.
You guys
It's
excited for
fucking-
Magic Marvel?
But this one is just baffling to me. This is on the level of the Snow White bitch.
Yes.
Coming out and shitting on the Snow White movie. So this footage, I don't know where the fuck this is, but can Hollywood just stop letting the actors do interviews?
Forever. It should be illegal.
That's my thinking is it's like, do we really need them to promote the movie coming out?
No,
Everybody knows
you really
the fucking
don't.
movie is coming out. You know what I mean?
Everyone knows. No one needs to hear whatever this guy's name, black actor number 203.
Winter Soldier is
Worski.
gifted a
Come
sub.
Let's go! Let's go.
What he's about to say.
They're saying.
I think most of you guys have seen this shit at this point. But, all right.
Benjamin, you missed Synthetic Man destroying Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representations.
Oh my God!
I just shot it down. Retard alert! Retard alert! Retard alert! Captain America isn't supposed to represent America? Captain America is a World War II propaganda piece, bro. It's literally fucking pro-war propaganda for America, bro.
It's time to redefine who Captain America is, obviously.
It developed beyond that, and Captain America now. Captain America, what he really represents is the ideal of America.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
agree
he
with that.
represents is America.
I don't know
living
much
up
about
to its
Marvel
ideals.
cape shit.
He doesn't necessarily represent the U.S. government and its tyranny or its evil.
Of course
he
not.
represents what America is supposed to be. You understand?
Yes, exactly.
To say that he doesn't fucking represent America is like a fundamental
It's supposed to be a role model that you can strive to become.
Captain America is supposed to be. This is just shitting on the audience.
Is he?
Why?
Is he comparing Captain America?
This is the
to,
kind
like,
of woke
Derek
that
Chauvin?
Synthetic Man should actually be worried about. Just like the blatant cartoonish, unironically cartoonish level
Because
shit.
what? Because saying America and you're pro-America, it means you're like anti-immigration.
Or Trump or
yeah,
something.
like so stupid.
I just don't. Why would you say this?
How do these leftists and wokists, why are they ashamed of America? It's unbelievable that they're ashamed of America.
But you know what? Then don't play Captain America. If you have a problem with America, don't fucking play Captain America.
Yes,
but the money.
Be like, my Captain America strives to lead us into a bolder future. He represents America. He represents my ideal version of America, where it's DEI or this or that. Like, I don't know. Just to say that he shouldn't represent America at all, then don't cash the check for playing Captain America. Fuck off to communist pinko land. Go live in fucking Venezuela or North Korea, or just leave us all the fuck alone. But it's just an insane. The movie's already teetering on the edge of total fucking disaster.
I feel like this segment mainly exists for a clip channel video to get them trending.
It's going to actually fuck it up.
And just takes a big fucking dump over all of it. And what's
Engagement
fucked is
baiting
it's like,
for
I actually
subs
didn't
and
mind
clicks.
the Falcon. I don't think anybody hated the Falcon.
No, he was all right as a side character.
Whoa, it's Almighty_Tevin.
He's
Hello.
like a side character, he sometimes has a couple one-liners, moments of comedic relief. But now I hate this.
That's called grifting, dingus. You bet your ass it is. Big ups, Tevin. We just listened to Synthetic Man destroy the Worth a Buy channel over Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Rue, and the decision to allow the protagonist to fuck dudes. Which I don't mind. I don't mind, but like people apparently have a problem with it. Thank you for the 3-stream streak.
It's gonna fail!
I'm sorry. The moment the Falcon lost to Ant-Man, he could never legally be Captain America.
Did Gorski just call him Ant-Man?
Bro, Ant-Man beat him
Ant-Man.
Easily in Ant-Man 1 or 2.
This is what they gotta do.
What?
They have to scrap everything, okay? They need to take 5 years away and reboot the MCU and start from the beginning and do a different storyline.
Yeah.
Incorporate, the Fox properties, the X-Men and stuff like that, the Fantastic Four. Just start.
Yeah, the
from
guy was
scratch.
saying you get punished
The
for being
story
gay
of
in the
original
game.
MCU,
So I'm
it's
like,
over.
well, I
And
mean,
all
you
of
got
these
punished for
also
being gay
ran
back then
scraps
too,
that
so
they
it is
have.
historically
It's not
realistic.
working.
Which
Nobody
ones?
likes
It is
what's
historically
releasing.
accurate, you guys.
Oh man, can anybody even remember?
Hang on.
Ant-Man Quantumania came out.
Quantumania was shit.
Did any of the Marvels came out, I think, last year? Like, how long has it been?
Tevin kept committing crimes and going to jail in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Guys, maybe Phil may have been onto something.
I actually like
Actual confirmed criminal.
in Wolverine.
Okay.
this summer.
That was fun. That was fun.
That almost felt like
A
the
parody.
end. it felt like a parody of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
yeah.
It's basically like, okay, we've done everything we can do. Now we're breaking the
That's
fourth
different than
wall.
what I thought
We're
the complaint
pissing all
was.
over this shit.
Yeah, so they added one black person, and he's upset about that. But he's mainly upset that the protagonist has male romance options, when in the first game he could only fuck women. Now you can still fuck women in the second game. I haven't seen anyone complain that the women look bad or conventionally unattractive now. I would understand if the women in 2 look ugly, but the male romanceable characters are like conventionally attractive. Like, because then there would be like a blatant bias and favoring to the people who romance male characters. But I haven't seen anyone complain about the ugliness of the female characters. Now, it could be that they are ugly. I haven't seen anyone say anything about the female characters yet.
And who keeps his word. Isn't that every good guy? You know what I mean? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
What makes Captain America special is that he's a representation of America. He's the personification of America.
Yeah.
That's what makes him different than all the other superheroes. And it's a question of how you want to play on that.
It was like a 30-minute video. Synthetic Man had some good points, but kind of had some regarded points too.
It's crazy.
Same for other guy.
Captain Floyd, they're saying in chat.
And integrity. Someone who is trustworthy and dependable.
So what is he saying? America is not those things?
Yeah, wait, let's go back. Let's go.
American?
Who has honor, dignity, and integrity. Someone who is trustworthy and dependable. You know, it's kind of. This is.
Why'd they change his name? If you're gonna go that full, just change his name. Make it Captain Guy. Captain Trustworthy. You fucking bitch. Oh, you won't. Why? Because it's Captain America, and that's the IP. That's what people are. Look, we already don't like that you aren't fucking Buddy Roger or whatever your name is. You know, like you aren't the white guy. Let's be fair. We're already upset that
white guy.
Let's be fair.
Let's be real. Like
not
Captain
being racist
America.
here, just being like Captain America should be white.
Please be careful.
White because America is a country founded by white people.
There we go.
And when you're following like the all-American American ideal, that person is white. I'm sorry. Let's just stop dancing around it. Let's say the quiet part out loud.
Ash,
Let's just say the quiet part out loud.
Remember the movie with Ben Affleck? You see Kingpin and you go, black guy. Even as a kid, I was like, this is terrible. What the fuck?
This sucks fucking balls.
Yeah.
Kind of like a.
It was terrible. You're supposed to be in the Green Mile, not in Daredevil.
Aspect of a dream coming true. You know, when I was a kid, you know, all of us as actors, I believe, want to get back to that day before someone told you no.
What?
You look out your door and you see a 5-year-old kid with a stick and he's slaying dragons to save the princess in the tower.
Slay.
That kid really believes there are dragons out there. That stick is.
No, they don't. They know.
No, they
it's a game.
don't.
They're playing fucking pretend.
They're not like. Oh,
Did he just try to argue that at like that age, kids think that dragons are real?
No, what is he actually
Maybe you're
trying
joking.
to say here? Like he's trying to like come up with some profound and inspirational message, but he's just
Yeah, I get the intent. It's kind of dented though.
Actually, hang on.
Really a sword, and he's really trying to save that princess. And then one day, somebody told him no.
Like I feel like they would already be watching like Paw Patrol episodes, telling them that like dragons are mythical creatures that don't really exist.
Like eventually, there's something called.
I know that because
growing
I've seen
up, sir.
those episodes
Now,
with my
I know
nieces.
You play pretend for a living as an actor, so I think you believe.
Yeah, like maybe like 2 or 3, but like the scenario he describes sounds like 5, 6, or 7. Like, come on,
buddy, and this is why. How about you just do the fucking show and shut your pie hole, bud?
Yeah, put the acting in the bag.
And all of his little dreams were dashed. So, you know, as an actor, I feel like our job is to get back to the day where we see that dragon and we slay that dragon.
You chasing that dragon?
Are you Jordan Peterson, sir? Like when he's slay the dragon and the Solzhenitsyn and the struggle. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, sir?
I don't get what his point is.
Wash your penis.
Wait,
Like, I don't know, man.
It doesn't even have to do with the whole America. It's like he said that thing about America and then quickly like scrambled to pick up the pieces of this broken
I don't
metaphor.
know. This is one of the worst DI flops, worst woke things I've ever seen. That's why I had to bring it to the show today. I'm like,
this is great.
This is so bad, bro.
Hang on. So let me hear how he bridges that convo to that one.
A man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity. Someone who is trustworthy and dependable.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of.
You cough? You just like.
This is kind of like a.
You can hear a fucking pin drop. Nobody's reacting to the cheering.
Thank you for your Joe 25 stream streak.
What?
Let's get some simians.
And then he goes, okay.
I agree. Thank you for the 25 stream streak.
Dream coming true. You know, when I was a kid, you know, all of us as actors, I believe, want to get back to.
Okay, so there's no bridge between both ideas. He goes, Captain America is not America. He doesn't represent America. It's about like this like honorable guy who believes in your dreams like you're a kid.
I don't get it.
Chat, if anyone has the reasoning, DM me on Twitter and I'll read it out loud. We're gonna go with this doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense, man. So
No.
I just don't know how they think, because it's reliant on the public going out and buying tickets and buying action figures for their kids and buying the posters and all of that.
Especially buying the
And they
merchandise.
think that they can just come out and shit on the audience. Shit on the people who like the franchise.
On the country. Well, the whole thing is
which makes it possible.
He's like the most patriotic. Literally, he's a symbol of patriotism. It's like the character is an American flag, fucking battling people and beating up terrorists and killing like all these. No, now it's this.
I don't know.
Oh my God, the Gus Springs in it.
Can we stop casting Gustavo and shit?
Buddy,
Like,
he's so overrated.
Everything now.
Oh, dang it.
Bro, the moment I was over this Giancarlo Esposito push was when they put him on the Far Cry game cover.
Yes!
Bro,
They
that
really
was the
went
moment
all in on
it's
that.
Like, oh yeah, we love Giancarlo. Give him his flowers. He's so great. Da, 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 da. Then it's like, no, this is starting to be too much.
Yeah.
And now it's he's in everything, and he plays the same guy.
Yeah, Gus is.
Everything. He's just Gustavo. There's no range anymore. This guy used to be a real actor. Now he just plays the same role over and over and over, where he's the super composed, calm, you know, quasi-gay black man.
He's typecast, is what they want to say. Typecasted character.
That game was shit, by the way. Far Cry.
Oh man!
Remember,
Was it
like,
6?
remember there was like every enemy had like a weakness. It was like an RPG. Like if you shot them with
Worst
the
game
wrong
PvP
bullet
is
type,
PvP
even in
ain't
the
playing
head,
these games. Come on.
If it wasn't their weakness, they would survive. Anyway.
That's
all right. Wait, well, just to see Red Hulk. This is the big guy. Here's what everyone's been waiting for.
Like dog shit. Who was waiting for
looks
this?
terrible.
I'm sorry. Like it doesn't
Unreal
look-
Engine 3. Look at this. Whoever made this should get fired.
Why not just give Hulk a movie?
And like, who's
Why don't they want to give Hulk a
just
movie?
The Falcon?
Wait, hang on. Is it allowed Captain America to have the Falcon wings? No.
This is the worst part now. Is this now Captain America flies?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
And
The
it's
cool
just
part was
all
him
this-
jumping and rolling around. Like,
It's just like the best movie. I don't know why they can't just replicate the formula from Winter Soldier. Just do that again.
it's incredible. It's a fun movie.
The action scenes in that are really fucking good.
The elevator fight scene, the end.
Yes, the elevator fight is really, really good. Even like the first scene where he's on that ship and he's taking dudes out and it's like stealth.
Badass. He rolls from the fucking helicopter and like rolls into the boat. Fucking cool.
It's cool. Like that movie was good. Why are we doing this? I don't know, man. It's just another humiliation ritual. Like
speaking about DEI
Dang it.
and woke people and black
Brian, the first
people,
enemy.
The fucking Snow White movie. You see this bitch? Like this movie, they are panicking. They are panicking.
I think what they should do with this movie is what Warner
had a
Brothers
movie, just
did
no
with
one liked it.
Batgirl and that fucking Roadrunner movie. Just write it off as a fucking loss.
Yeah.
This movie is what, gonna make fucking $10 million?
It's gonna bomb. It's gonna be so bad. It's
gonna bomb, bro. Badly.
Oh my god. This, I haven't even seen this. This is awful. I remember the midget actor said he told them they can't hire midgets because it's like demeaning. So then 10 fucking midgets like lost their fucking job.
Because Peter Dinklage is the only midget allowed to be a midget in movies now. He pulls up the ladder behind everybody else and says it's degrading.
The step ladder. I didn't step ladder.
He pulls up the step ladder. I didn't see him complaining when he was cashing those Game of Thrones checks. He was treated like a fucking freak and portrayed as like a fucking bastard freak on that show. I don't know.
Everyone's black in this so far. It's like 75% DEI. Look at this.
So they weren't supposed to be dwarves at first. They were planning to make them like weird, androgynous, multicultural style little people characters, and then the little people actors complained. Wait, what?
This is fucking Disney, bro. They didn't
fan made.
This is what it's come down to, because they're on like their third set of reshoots for this shit as well. They had to redo all the CGI, so I guarantee you, they fucking brought in
bringing
like
the dwarves
some
back was a right
team
idea.
in Korea, just total Korea slop on the cheapest, lowest they could. Has everybody else noticed that CGI has gotten worse?
By a lot, actually. By a lot.
Like,
gotten
it
worse and
actually
lazier.
peaked in like 2006. Like that's about as good as it ever got. Was like Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. That's when they actually had like Industrial Light and Magic doing this shit. Like real experts, masters of the craft. Now it's all just fucking dirty Korea slop, like done on the fucking sheet.
It's really, it looks very synthetic. It looks very silk.
India. It's not even Korean. It's probably Indian. It just doesn't look real. What happened back in the day? They would just get a real turtle. Yeah. You know, how hard could it possibly be to get a fucking turtle and a fucking deer? Oh my god.
Oh my lord. This is the worst. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. The shadow. I know this is like just pure autism here. But look at the shadow of the CGI characters. They're all wrong. It's all wrong. Like there's no shadows under like the fucking rabbit.
Call it the way it is. How can you have Snow White be brown?
You know what I mean?
The character's name is Snow White, as in she's as white as snow. She's the fairest of them all.
Oh my! Is this fucking what they're doing?
I need to see this trailer.
Couldn't we have just hired actual midgets, man?
Oh man.
Like seriously.
Oh, that is disappointing. Because like the initial shoots had the multicultural Burger King Kids Club, and then the little people actors complained. So instead of just giving the little people actors the jobs and putting them back in business, they instead use CGI. Really bad CGI.
Made to where people like it almost totally failed. It still made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Did it?
I don't see this making hundreds of millions.
No.
They should have just fucking shot this out on Disney Plus. Just fucking aborted it, man.
They like the Pinocchio one.
Just hacks right off. Just abort this fucking shit, man.
Oh my god, this is
Look
bad.
at how bad that is, bro. She's not even attractive looking.
No,
like,
she's ugly.
She's just very unfortunate looking. Like couldn't we have at least
The
got
classic story. That's crazy.
Like,
label it like that.
What
the fuck?
Classic story, guys.
Why didn't they just get the bitch if they needed it to be Latina so bad? Why not just get the bitch from Wednesday or whatever?
Oh, what's her face? Jenna Ortega.
You know, and then people would be like, "Yas, Queen, Jenna Ortega." Like
And
there
she
would
could
at
be
least
sort of white. She could play kind of a white
there would
character.
at least be like some stands for this or some audience for this at all.
Yeah.
Like not like there's not Latinas that are sexy as fuck if it really had to be this humiliation ritual, but it's the humiliation is the point, right? It's to take, and this is the thing, this is the movie, this is the franchise, the IP that established Disney.
Oh yeah,
the masterpiece, the first film they
We're
ever made.
redefining Disney.
Snow White
Disney's
and the
for
Seven Dwarfs.
everyone now.
It's beautiful.
Idiot.
Is it really?
It always was.
If you go
I
back,
never even knew that.
if you go back and watch it today, it's still
I don't know why
holds
we need to
up.
redefine
They're
it, actually.
Exactly the same as it did back then.
I'm gonna be real, bro. You're gonna hate me. I've never seen the movie.
You've never seen it. Did you ever see Fantasia?
No.
Fantasia is fucking Kino, buddy. Fantasia is the best shit ever. Like, it's really fucking good. But, you know, like,
Flake is seething. I haven't watched Pirates. By the way, he's like forcing me to watch it.
You have to watch
After
fucking
he was editing,
Pirates,
he's like, you didn't
buddy.
watch Pirates? He's like texted me all day. He's like fucking saying
Those
like
movies
slurs and stuff.
Are, you know, part of the American cultural heritage. And to go back and to do it in this cheap, shitty... And Disney is honestly, they're fucking raping themselves with this. This is like an Ouroboros. It's the snake eating its own tail. They're going back and taking all of these beautiful animated masterpieces that within their medium are some of the greatest films of all time, and they're just turning them into total slop. Just assembly line fucking slop produced by committee garbage. Takes all of the soul, all of the expressions, all of the art out of it, and it's just remember this IP, remember this IP,
Remember this?
and it's
Oh,
terrible.
I remember,
All you have
I
to do is
remember.
look at The Lion King, man. What a fucking disaster. What were they fucking thinking, man? What were they thinking with this shit? Oh, let's make it realistic. Let's just take all of the soul and expression out of these characters. This is even worse because at least that was, you might disagree completely with the artistic vision of that, but at least it was somewhat competent.
Could not date a Disney girl, me neither.
This is just absolute slop for slop's sake.
This
The only
shot right
reason this is made is to shit on America's
This is
cultural
AI.
life.
This is mid-journey.
Disney adults are terrifying people.
Make a realistic
Like, I'm just reminded of those three
of the Seven
heavy
Dwarves
set ladies
Paula
that we
entered,
watched that
right?
one stream.
This looks like
When they went to all of the Disney
Actually go
parks in
see
one day.
Mufasa? Like, I swear
No.
to God, like, they'll tell you the box office numbers, it made so much.
Bro, they tried to say Mufasa felt in Sonic 3 in the theaters. Lies! Lies!
Awesome. Did you guys go with your families? Did anybody, your fucking mom,
Carl, did you see it?
fucking brother, anybody want to go see this fucking shit? It has to be the most
People went,
brain
look,
dead fucking
I don't watch
consumers in
movies with the
society
folks
that
like at the
that see this
theaters
shit, man.
during Christmas, but like I know people who do that
Wait,
as
it
like a
only
you know way to get
made,
together for the holidays. I don't know anyone who did that for
It
Mufasa.
only made 400
They were doing
million,
that.
I'm
They were doing
sure.
that for Sonic 3. And we did watch Sonic 3 at Christmas, but we watched the pirated version
See,
on
that's
the home theater.
That's an outrage, bro. It's just a disaster, bro.
We're losing, dudes.
Like the first one made like 1.5 billion or 1.7 billion, right? So it's a big step down from the first Lion King movie's box office. So in a way, you can say like, okay,
Those poor Disney adults are just not consuming enough. They need to consume more.
Really?
Their consumption is probably why they're so heavy set.
Dude.
Oh my God. Okay.
Is it all the money coming from China? Is that where the
China
studios make their money or what?
They gotta be inflating the numbers, right?
No. And they say, you know, this is the thing too, is it's like, get woke, go broke. But then these movies still make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, go woke, broke, go
that's
broke. That's I don't like that phrase because it's not always
There
right.
aren't that many movies now.
Sometimes it'll just make
games,
money anyway.
That statement is more true. Because gamers are more based and they don't want to spend
Yeah, it's more true in
$80
games
on
and, like,
shit. Whereas
other
a
media.
movie, you're out, you're like, you know, I'm stoned right now. I want to watch Mufasa.
Sometimes it's true though, like Borderlands movie.
No, it's not
but
like
again, that's
you're
helped because it's
investing, like,
it's based on a
$100.
game
Well, I mean,
property.
now with the food prices at theaters, never mind. But
Taking fucking a couple people, if you're taking a family of 4 to the movies,
That shit's
the
expensive.
tickets alone are going to be $100 fucking dollars.
That's why we pirated
Then you
Sonic
do the
3.
concessions like another 50, 60 fucking dollars.
Bro, we
like,
never did concessions,
it's-
even as
it's
Billy
outrageous.
Dingus.
For fucking 2 hours.
Papa Dingus would take me to the theaters like every Sunday to watch the latest popcorn movie of the hour. We would never get concessions. We would just go to CC's right afterward. Yes, the Papa Dingus and Billy Dingus weekly CC's Pizza intervention.
It's like, holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man. And you know, like, are you gonna go do this like every fucking week?
It was possible, and it was like what must have been like 06, 07, 08. So this was like, you know, going into those recession years, the Obama years. We still had the money to do the weekly theater visit.
Yep.
But then it's always like, even now with assigned seating, like somebody
Don't let
will be in
Dingus
your
try to
fucking
convince you that he
seat,
was broke growing
then
up.
They don't want to fucking move.
The talking.
They act ignorant. People are talking in there, fucking laughing. Like, I went and saw like a re-release of Whiplash, I think it was, or some
Oh,
shit.
people are so
And it was
disrespectful
like a
in
whole
theaters
group
now.
Of theater kids were in there making it a fucking circus as I'm trying to get hard looking at J.K. Simmons, and it's like, you guys are killing my boner for J.K. Simmons right now. You know, you're fucking talking and shit. It's just brutal. It's
yapping nonstop. The fucking floor.
I never said how
know it's
old
a
I was
meme,
back
but
then,
it's very
Carl.
true. When the floor,
like,
I
oh my god, man.
in my life. Speaking of get woke, bro, you know Dragon Age? They've announced they've stopped supporting updates on it.
Oh, that's bad. You know what I saw? It's $25 brand new at GameStop. GameStop put out a tweet. I saw it as like a flex. It's $25 now, by the way.
2,000 or like 1,000 people playing
Massive
it.
price cut.
10 years, 50 million. And you have to abandon it.
Down the fucking drain. Down.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
Well, okay, that's it for Anti-Woke Wednesday.
Fun. I like Anti-Woke Wednesday.
Anti-Woke Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's like addendum to Woe Buddy.
Those
All
3K
right.
people. R.I.P. R.I.P. fucking BioWare.
All right, let's get into this Razor Fist situation.
Well, Razor Fist first up. Ludwig shared the Side Scrollers interview that he was on, and I saw a little compilation of that. He didn't do too well on Side Scrollers, it seems.
To him, we're in his head. He's actually
Craig
having
W's
to say
gotta
the
come
word
in.
Felt it. It's never a good sign. It's like once RTU started saying felt it, it's like we have him now. Like we have him in our clutches, you know? Because it's like, oh, I'm too good to address it. I'm too good to respond. Once they
Canadians were watching TikToks and yelling during the movie. Why can't people just turn off their fucking phones or at least put them on silent? Like, why are people so disrespectful in this weird era?
For Melanie Mac. Like,
and you see this shit behavior get called out on social media. It's like people are aware of it. Like you do see people talk about it. So why can't we as the human style race, why can't we collectively just better ourselves?
Not going well at all.
Wait, is that her Melanie Mac Goes Boom channel?
Yeah, that's her Melanie Mac Goes Boom channel.
I got Melanie Mac Goes Boom. Let me see the live stats right now. That's no way. That's hilarious.
I acknowledge your comment, Carl, but I cannot read it.
Do we have it?
Good.
Now, what about that old man who shot that dude? He flicked popcorn at him, so the old dude brought out the gun and shot him. That wasn't an urban persuasion story.
Holy shit, dude!
Yeah, it's about the exact same. Yeah,
Kino Pool Boy.
Curtis Reeves, I think his name was.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah, no, that's a brand
That guy
new
got
image
found.
there.
No, I was gonna say he got found and guilty. No, I think he got away with it actually.
20?
Right? I don't remember how that story ended.
Okay, we're at 100. We're at 100. Cool. Thank you, Kino Pool Boy.
We're halfway to the goal.
She deserves this, though. She deserves every fucking lost subscriber. And to fucking save yourself from this spiral, it's tough. You have to make an apology video. Hey, guys, I don't know. I was off my meds. I fucked up.
Take your
I wasn't
meds.
thinking. That's what you should do. Hey guys, I forgot my bipolar medication and I was talking nonsense. Just reel it back.
Guys, I wasn't myself,
She's
you guys.
never been a self-sustaining product. She's never been a draw. She's never been an
Guys, I'm
attraction.
sorry. I didn't take my meds. I wasn't myself that day. Look, I just got back from the dentist. I was hopped up on drugs. It's been a week since I talked to Carl. He's my emotional support viewer.
Jeff Keighley in the past.
It was my
whether it was
depression.
ordering now. She's literally propped up because she's a woman that will
Yes, that's true.
regurgitate whatever opinion you tell her to regurgitate. That's it. That's it. So her own channel doesn't even need to survive, doesn't even need to do numbers.
He had a sore throat, but he really played it up. I mean, my throat's gunked up too, but I just chalk it up to me, and I don't make it your problem. I think for DSP, I can accept that he is sick, but I think he's exacerbating the symptoms because too many people were giving PP attention for being hungover this week.
Is it just that she sucks Quartering's dick
Is
behind
your
the
equal
scenes?
attention cake, Peter?
Is it just that she's having an affair with the Quartering behind Quartering's wife's back, allegedly?
Oh, she does?
What's going on?
No, you don't have to apologize.
Yikes.
I'll live, I'll
Ashton.
survive.
Her streaming channel
It's
is
kind of been
not doing so
on and off
well.
the
Let's
whole
check
month.
it out.
Oh my god. Okay, she hasn't streamed in 10 months, it looks like. So it doesn't look like that's like she's getting these big super chats. Does she have an OnlyFans going on? I mean, that's where this is all gonna end up, by the way. Is in an OnlyFans eventually.
No,
but it's like everybody has to apparently run defense for her. Why? It's not
Well,
like
in
she
Quarter
has
Pounders'
this
case, he
massive
pays her.
audience and all this why? Because she has Twitter follower simps that were thirst trapped in? Come on.
It's
Come
probably
on.
the reality. She's got thousands and thousands, a legion
living.
of simps.
Does she make money off this shit?
Well, it's quartering. She's paid by quartering every week to
How
show
much
up.
do you think?
I don't know.
It's gotta
you know,
be $100.
Not enough if you ask her.
I know he's stingy
Maybe.
as fuck, but if she's giving him a tug behind the scenes or maybe doing videos for him behind, I don't know.
She's giving him a
You
tug
gotta
there,
ask,
bud.
Like, what value is she really bringing to the table? At this point, she's a net negative. Oh my god, she's just dead silent.
Buddy, Tomb Raider sucks balls.
Her chat barely fucking moving.
Which
It
Tomb
looks
Raider?
Like there's one simp who
I never
sent
played
a
'em.
red super chat 10 months ago.
Buddy, this game sucks.
This old Tomb Raider remastered.
go.
I don't know,
We're
Worski.
good.
Some people might stab you for that.
Wow, exciting gameplay. Climb.
Can we get a vibe check? Does old Tomb Raider suck ass? Because Worski thinks so.
Blackmail
Look
him?
at this. I just can't.
Isn't this an iconic franchise?
Does it blow you away?
I remember this. And now we're at this.
Her voice is just turn it off. Just turn
This
it
is
off.
the worst video in the
can't-
world.
I can't listen
This is
to
the
her.
worst video I've ever seen.
I can't listen to her voice.
It's alright.
Buddy,
There's only
I
one
hear
good
you
one. It was on
sing.
PlayStation 2, I think.
Side
Angel of Darkness
scroller.
or
This is, by
Underworld?
A YouTuber called Fratanga,
I know the names, but I ain't ever played 'em.
Yep.
TNGA.
Hey, I know
and
that
this
name.
is the opening of their most recent video against the Goonergate Generals.
Okay.
And this
Didn't
will
the
show
PS1
exactly
ones
what
let you
happened
explore
to
her
Razor
mansion? I remember the scary butler. You could lock him in the fridge. I think you could do that in the PS1 games.
Reading these super
I'm
chats.
not stuttering, Craig. I don't.
Oh
I don't,
man, people are saying Fratanga is a tard or what. I don't know them outside of this, so whatever.
Yeah,
I thought this was a good edit.
All right, let's fucking do it.
I saw this last night. Siri played it.
Okay, and by the way, just so people know, Stuttering Craig Side Scrollers is pretty big now. It's doing
Is he
very well.
base? Does Worski like Stuttering
he was
Krug?
on,
Oh, they
like,
just
Screw
did
Attack, right? Was it Screw
The
Attack?
Real Game Awards, buddy.
Oh
The
no.
Real Game
Oh no.
I heard a lot of bad things. I
Let's
haven't
see.
actually seen it
I
yet.
heard
What do they think? I need to know what they think
I
of
heard
the
it
real
was
Game
fucking
Awards.
terrible, bro. To be
Cringe.
real with you, I heard it was awful. It was all pre-recorded apparently,
No.
and like super low budget and lame.
No,
But I don't
Carl, they
disagree
hated
with
it. It
the
was
idea.
weak.
If he wants to do his own version of the Game Awards,
That's fine.
people want to pay him to vote. God bless.
Yeah.
But can we get a better
Ironically, that was
product
also
than
my
that,
take.
Maybe? Like I don't know. I didn't
Yeah, I
see
can't
it.
look.
but
That's
the
my. That
buzz
was my. That was my
negative, but
take.
there are a
Very
lot-
negative.
There are a lot of seethers and haters out there, professional haters
Wait.
like us.
AVGN was there?
Yeah, they got him. They're Craig's friends with Craig. Screw attack.
It was in an actual location?
No, it was
I
pre-recorded.
have no honest to God idea, so we probably shouldn't talk that much.
He did a game ad and he presented an award.
I have
It
no
was a
idea.
video. It was a video. Okay, we were lied to. We were lied to. Okay.
He was kind of there.
Himself. Razor fist.
But yeah, look, I agree with what PvP said. He pretty much reiterated my take. Just deliver a better product, and the people who paid to vote feel like they got what they wanted. Good for them.
He goes, yeah, why does everybody hate you?
But I like this montage. This was pretty good.
The whole chat was against Razor Fist. Every super chat was calling him out, bro. Yeah, right. And you know, Craig's just stirring the shit. You know, why
Craig got into it with one of the recipients of the award show, the racing game winner. They were on one on Twitter and demanded that Craig rescind their award because they're trans, even though Craig didn't say anything about them being trans. He tried to make it about themselves.
Wait, so may I ask you?
They also said the F slur and like nobody got on their case about it. I guess because, you know, they are, you know, that's their actual sexual disposition. But yeah, Craig responded, and I don't know if they rescinded the award or not. I just thought that was kind of like a moment.
Fun of, or his turn to have. Suddenly, he's quitting all of these shows that he was
Just accept
going
the
on.
award.
He's spurging out. He's angry. He's pissed off.
Yeah, the bun lip person. I didn't want to say the name because I didn't want to act like any of you even knew who they were.
It was that simple, bro.
So simple.
Don't be a douchebag.
Very much a pick me attention whore kind of tweet. Just accept the award.
But oh no.
You're right though, because he thought he was like this internet royalty. So he had the ability or the balls to go, I'm gonna defend Melanie Mac. Like, I don't know why, because he's a simp probably, right? But he thought there'll be no backlash. I'm Razor Fist. I'm eloquent.
I want to believe, like, charitable dingus here. I want to believe they thought they would get a negative reaction from getting the award, so they felt like they had to immediately make a tweet basically calling him a Nazi and, oh, it's the anti-woke chuddy awards. I'm gonna immediately go have sex with my dog girlfriend because I'm so based and stuff, and fuck you, and rescind my award.
God, it's so fucking
I want to believe it's that.
Oh, and by the way, so Razor Fist, he's been on the show many times, right? He's like a usual guest, I would say, right? I would say he's been on, like...
My Minute Maid Peachy Punch. I'm drinking it to soothe my throat.
Like,
isn't he on at least once a week?
Is he?
Sure
Yeah, I've heard they've had moments like this in the past as well. I was looking at, B was talking about it on the 4chans there.
Long-term projects.
A couple of their prior Spur Gouts were posted.
And all it took was one fucking week of getting bullied about simping for Melanie Mac to get this guy to completely give up on the show.
Let's go!
Which I think is pretty soft of him to be.
Buddy, why would you quit after just like take a week off?
I don't know why so many people are so passionate about defending sexy ladies when the only.
I keep thinking Razor Fist is spoony. Doesn't he have that vibe? He's like Dr. Insano, Mr. Crazy over here.
It's way too wordy. Say, bro.
It's like, get it?
All this superfluous, verbose crap, like you fucking memorized the thesaurus.
Yes, I am an intellectual.
Good promo, bro.
No.
You know what I mean? It just makes you seem like a try-hard fucking loser. Yes, I use the word slatternly.
Ralph uses it too.
Okay.
To be fair.
I don't know why so many people are so passionate about defending sexy ladies when the only freaking venereal disease they've ever contracted is carpal tunnel. But hey, we'll go on.
What was he on there, bringing up the carpal tunnel?
Jeez.
Only Phil would be affected by that joke.
Out on our stream, like, is he losing his mind? By the way, the one that's
Babs was having a Worski moment.
Sexy lady and white knighting is you, Razor Fist, with Melanie Mac. Everybody else just doesn't want their games to be censored by an authoritarian control freak. Doesn't matter if they're holding up a Bible or the Communist Manifesto. People just like their games to be left alone and not have all this political bullshit. But oh no, the moment the right wing gets any sort of leg up, idiots like you come out to fucking destroy
Tell
the
me
whole
if you see
thing.
the similarities.
off the stage, you drunk bastard!
Stace came in and says, Goonergate topic, part one, the whole thing seems very Puritan and sensitive.
Oh wait, look at
Oh,
he's nervous.
He's nervous, bro. He doesn't know what to do. He's not used to getting pressed like this, man.
Buddy, Spoony did this look better.
Puritan and censorious, and how is this different
Dude,
from the woke pushing their ideology?
This is a 40-year-old man. Like, you know, he's
loud, he's in his
lucky that he
40s.
still looks somewhat young, even though his hairline is receding.
We just put
quite
Worski there.
badly.
Because that's what Blabs is
Bro,
right
you
now. She's
can't be
Worski.
fucking dressing like this in your 50s and 60s, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, it's time to grow up. It's time to grow up, buddy. Oh, I'm living the gimmick.
It's like a Tommy
cringe,
Wiseau
dude.
situation
It's
he's got
cringe.
going on right there.
And I wear sunglasses and a leather jacket in my 40s. Like, okay.
Buddy, by the way, the Ralph filter? The Ralph black and
Doing
white?
The Ralph filter coat. It's grim. It's grim when you're doing the Ralph filter coat, you know?
On people who want to play what they want to play.
Blow it out your ass.
Laugh.
Remember Duke Nukem?
Seething. He's seething.
Stace came back, says part two, instead of Yahtzee, sexist, or bigot, it's Gooner, center, loser. And like it or not, there is a market for such games and actual corn games. So much, even Valve started allowing them.
Yeah, true.
All this was kicked off by a game that's basically dead, First Descendant.
Right. You know, there's still 11,000
If that's true,
people
how come I'm
playing
watching
it
Broken
currently
Mailman
there,
play it?
Razorfist. And by the way, if it's so dead, why was it so important for you to speak out on it and stake your entire reputation on simping for Melanie Mac's ice cold take, bro?
True.
If it was already defeated and already cooked and rejected by the free market, then why was it necessary for you to come out and say, we need to insist on spiritually wholesome games? Or what did he say? Spiritually non-caustic games? Some shit like this.
Wait, and GOG Tech, he goes, well, 10,000 is pretty much dead from 300,000. Yes, it's a lower viewer count, but it doesn't matter. What Ashton's saying is right. Why the fuck would he defend that statement from Melanie Mac about that particular game? It pretty much goes hand in hand with her opinion on any possible Gooner games, right? So
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were putting that kind of stuff in the game basically to try and inject life into it.
Bullshit. Day one, it was
That's
like that.
definitely a code.
For the game, always.
Day one, you could jack into it. Stop.
And it worked for a
Well,
minute.
you wouldn't
They
know
sold
that,
some
Worski.
DLCs, I guess. It was DLC or something, right?
Isn't it your job to know? He says, I don't care for the drama, but calling.
Point though. Hey, like me and Andy, like we're not familiar with the First Descendant, or, like what exactly, like, but we're not game and media critic. We're drama mongers. As
You would think if he was complaining about it, he would know about the content of the game.
No, is he?
But you know, it's like, bro, you know. But it's like he's trying to pretend like
Really are
he's
back in
above
the
it
Anita
all,
era.
like he's aloof now. It's like you were going to the mat with random Twitter users with like 30 fucking followers, like 6 or 7 tweets deep on this shit because you needed to white knight for Melanie so hard, bro. It's tough.
Gamers who like stuff you don't like, losers, isn't the best way to cultivate discussion and get your point across, just in case.
That's Ricada level, just calling people nerds and losers.
Like, yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just doing the Worski nod.
Look at Razorfist, so pressed
Yes.
here, bro.
Agreed.
You can
Correct.
tell.
Right. Yes.
Or journalist here.
Yeah, there's way more creative names to call them.
Emotional damage. And Vagabundo, my man Devon came in and says, why does Celebrate get a pass?
It's super chat after super chat after super chat. I think it was at this moment that Danny realized he was quitting the show. You know? And he was like, Craig's not sweeping
No, he's gonna
it
go
for
focus
me.
on his novel. He told
Craig's
us.
not sweeping it for me now. And they're just reading them all. For $10. For $10.
He didn't sweep for Phil. They're
just
definitely not gonna
putting
sweep for
the
you.
knife in Razor's back, bro.
and not first descendant is the main criticism. Any other take is deflection to the main hypocrisy. No one thinks Razor trying to ban anything and saying such is deflection.
I don't like either of them, so it's irrelevant to me.
What are you, gay? Ulysses says, it's not the Christian we hate the hypocrisy by Melanie Mack.
Oh, he's seething, coping and seething.
Bro, he's stressed.
Can't believe what he's seeing. He's just getting pressed hard. He's pressed and stressed, dude. You love to see it, dude. You
so
love
funny.
to see it, bro.
So funny.
And she spurged. Nothing more, nothing less. Never go.
Nothing more. Or nothing
Never
less.
go
She
full
spurred.
simping. Spurred.
Full simping, Razor.
Sure. Go with.
Oh, he didn't even have a cope there. He didn't. He just had pure season.
Greg's pretty professional when it comes to this shit, huh?
Sure.
He's giving them the DSP interview treatment.
Talk about Mario Kart music without bringing up Rainbow Road.
Oh, he's so mad! He's so mad! He's so mad, dude! He's so mad! Oh no! Oh no! Buddy, no! Bro, everybody else is just grooving, having a really fun time. And he's
Airliner hit a helicopter in DC. I didn't see that. What happened?
Smile, like he's trying.
Greg's felt him. Is it on purpose?
You gotta think it is at this point.
Feels like it.
Get the fuck off our show, basically. But he's trying to curl up the corners of his mouth and do a cope smile, but it's not. It's
With
just
the middle, like right here, it betrays him. Over here, he's smiling, but right beside is betraying him.
It's a frown.
Betrayal. Betrayed me.
He's so embarrassed.
They hit each other and blew up 10 minutes ago.
And you know he's reading the chat. And the chat
This is such a
President Trump must
humiliation
address
ritual
this.
for this guy, just to humble him, just to
pull up
take him
poll.
down a peg. It's like, buddy, you're not the puppet master. You're not the prince of the internet. You're just a random fucking guy with opinions.
Blackhawk
like
collides with
everybody
regional
else.
jet.
And you have a lot of fucking flaws, buddy, and a lot of moral character.
Commercial
flaws,
airliner.
Like we all do.
Oh
For you
my.
to be out there, the high priest against gooning. Well, you have a video of you fucking jerking off on slut.
I don't suppose there's video.
And fucking stories of grooming teenage girls maybe wasn't the smartest choice, bud.
Am I actually going to Libs of TikTok unironically?
There's good and there's not good. This is not good. Nether Kings, it's hard to scare and raise.
Leave me alone!
Sure, we can.
Be remiss of me to ignore this. We're going to take a look at this. Thank you to Benjamin for directing this to me. It seems like there's been a bit of a happening here. Developing, a plane reportedly just collided with a helicopter near, I can't read that, let me use... Can't we expand that? Oh, Reagan National Airport, big explosion. See, this is 2 aircraft there, let's see. No audio, but that's fine. Oh! Oh. I was looking at the wrong shining dots there. Can we get that? Yeah, a little closer look at that. There it is, right there. You see it's in the middle, in the center, colliding with the big shiny one in the center as well. Ignore the top shiny one, right there. Ooh, look at that. One more time. How does something like that happen? I don't got any hot takes for you beyond geez, pray your hands. And that's unfortunate.
Who's 40 years old, this tattooed wall.
And on the same day I lost my Donkey Kong Country save file.
Me and Quartering were doing a circle jerk goon session to her after the 9th hour on Discord call. And that's why I had no
I don't
choice
trust flying
but
on
to
planes.
simp
I haven't
for
flown on many
Melanie
planes,
Mac.
but I sometimes get that superstition, you know? I get that anxiety. What if? Because you're like in a death trap. There'd be nothing you could do.
Are there
You just
any
have to
that don't
accept
come
death
from
if it
E-drama
comes to
dog
you.
smirk?
If your plane gets hijacked or you crash into a mountain, or God forbid in this case another plane, and you just explode in the air?
Every dono was like shitting on him.
Every dono, he's like, are there any that aren't shitting on me by
Here,
chance?
I'm gonna use this one because it's just a bigger, high.
Congratulations to Mathlete. You just beat Tiki Tong. I beat them previously. Now I'm on the mirror mode while watching a video. But congratulations, everyone. Clapping emojis, emotes for this person, this individual who just beat the game. I'm sure they're very proud of themselves. Let's reflect that by spamming emotes.
Whenever somebody does drama about them, it's not fine.
But is it
It's
drama
Congratulations.
that he's trying to censor every game and
Go get a nice tall glass of water to celebrate your big
It's
win.
actually a valid discussion over what should be allowed in gaming or not.
It's very valid.
It's not even drama now.
Thank
know,
you,
a whole bunch of
Mathlete, for the
stuff
follow.
about him grooming.
Oh, I wanted
and
extra
jerking
life.
off on slut load. You know, that also came out, and you know he was dragged through the mud for that, but rightfully fucking so. It's like you can't just come out.
The real
here
question
and
is,
tell
will
us
you
you're the new
follow it up
moral
by doing
Puritan
mirror mode?
when I have a tape of you jerking off on slut load? Like you can't do that.
Okay, that was close.
You can't do that, bro. It's just not gonna work out. And it's a betrayal of everything this guy used to stand for and preach about. His metal music and his fucking traditional role-playing games. And a lot of those fans that he built through being like Spoonie 2 and talking about D&D
Is it the same as
and
normal
role-playing
mode?
games.
So think of it as like a hard mode. You still have checkpoints. The levels are flipped. You can't use Diddy and you can't use items. And you die in one hit. You only get one heart. I'm doing it right now and I made it up to the forest world. It's actually not as bad as Tropical Freezes, where the levels aren't flipped in Tropical Freeze hard mode, but you have no checkpoints. I would actually say because of that, mirror mode is not as bad as that. It's definitely doable.
To the quartering, or it's just that his boner is so hard for Melanie Mac. I'm not really
Sounds
sure.
like a pain. It's not that
But what
bad.
he's doing
You still have
makes no
checkpoints.
fucking sense at all, and it's a complete betrayal of everything that he's supposed to be as a person. Doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, yeah, these stickers there. Look at that seething face.
I've been taking it a couple worlds at a time, though. Like, I wouldn't do it all at once on one stream.
Guys, thank you for the big support.
I did the first 3 worlds on my last stream.
Don't come from E-drama dog.
I feel like I might do.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can find some of those.
I'll try to do the rest of them tonight.
We'll see if we can find some
Craig rules, bro. This actually
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is developer intended difficulty, of course.
It's only
Obviously.
Why you have to be mad?
Several days later. And JJ says, will Razor Fist still be featured on side scrollers? Well, so Razor's gonna step away from the show. That's it.
Yeah. For real? Yeah, he really did step away from the show because of that.
Oh, dang it.
Buddy.
Really, one bad showing and you're gonna quit?
Why doesn't he just argue his case for it? Why doesn't he just argue his case
or
if he
backpedal hard?
Or just say, look.
Because backpedaling is giving the trolls a W. You can't do that.
Misinterpreted. This is what I actually meant. You know, or I was just trying to back up my friend and they had a bad take.
But then
that I tried to
people would call you out for
justify. It didn't
backpedaling
work.
and walking it
I'm
back.
sorry. You know, like that's all he really has. And
He's at
people
least
fucking
committing to
move
his
on.
apparent
But now,
convictions
'cause
here.
He digs in his heels and he battles so hard about it. It's not
Even if it's,
battling, he's
you
just
know,
being a
to his
fucking
dismay.
baby. He's just being a fucking big soiled diaper baby about this and throwing a fucking tantrum.
Yeah, it's a bit
He's
stubborn.
fucking throwing his toys
Just
out
take
of
the
the
L
crib
there,
'cause he's
bud.
upset. It's like, okay,
Wait.
bro, well, it's not gonna make it any better.
That's all he makes? Buddy, this is it? This is the fucking... This is the master
No, my
of
G.
speech here?
My
I
G!
know, like the excellence of elocution or whatever.
2.5K a month? Canadian?
487,000 views a month? with 300,000 subscribers, or how many subscribers?
Well, it's going down. It's at 387 from 389 2 weeks ago.
You know, maybe this was a bad idea to get involved in this and become like a woke moralizer, Razor Fist. You aren't him. He's not him. He doesn't even know what denomination he's a part of. The guy doesn't even know if he's a Lutheran, if he's a Baptist, if he's Catholic. He doesn't even know. But he's gonna stick his nose in about the Bible and say we need spiritually pure games or whatever this means. It's nonsense.
Decision that he made, and he says he's wrapping up stuff to work on volume 2
I was
of
in
Ghost of the
between 'em.
Badlands
Come on.
and volume 3 of his book series, of his comic and everything, and volume 3 of his book series.
Razor Fist has a
So he's gonna step
comic?
away, and he's
He's
been
working on his books and comics, so his like 1 hour appearance on a podcast was holding him back from that. Right, we believe you. And like the way Craig's delivering this, you know he doesn't believe Razor. No one believes that.
No!
Craig just being a nice guy, dude.
Step away from shows like this, like us, and I guess he's gonna step away from F&T and things like that as well.
Bring it up, Casino Dub.
Also, to focus on his own personal stuff. So, Razor made that decision, and
Bro, we really are the fucking the Grim Reaper knocking on the door.
I don't want to say that or overstate our importance or whatever. I think this was honestly a long time coming. And he just became so like high on his own supply, thinking he's untouchable. And
I don't
king.
know. I think that if we didn't say anything, this would have gone nowhere.
I think it was inevitable, but I think it took somebody to just finally say, no, like, fuck Melanie Mac. This is bullshit. It's obviously a grift, because a lot of people didn't want to be the first one to say it. But then once we said it, and then really what opened it was Smash JT. Smash JT there kicked in the fucking door.
Yes, he was the guy who helped. Yes.
Everybody followed in behind him, and now it's blown up massively.
We started it. Smash JT noticed us.
I keep
and
missing
posted
it.
a video with our talking points with us in it, and then it really exploded. Yes, you're right.
This has been a long time coming.
You hear that,
because
Carl?
just
Kino
like a
Casino
lot of Gamergate or the
single-handedly,
original
with the help of Smash
anti-SJW
JT,
stuff and the
destroyed
Pakistan
Melanie
stuff,
Mac.
There's never actually been a coherent ideology to any of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's always just been anti-woke, anti-woke, anti-woke. And the forces within that coalition have various different goals and have various different politics. It's not actually one united movement, and what's
Why did I
happened
jump?
is
Why the fuck did I jump?
Christian part of that movement, or at least the people who claim to represent the
G's
Christian
gonna
faction
drive
of
me
that
crazy.
movement, have now
Trust.
came forward to say that they own it and they're going to tell everybody how it's going to be. But I think the Christian faction within it, what I call performative grifter Christians, are in the vast minority of people who watch these videos. You know, most of the young guys who watch this stuff are not God-fearing, you know, every Sunday believers. It's not, certainly not to the extent where they take it so seriously that they want their video games to be, you know, combed over by a censorious theologian. So can you imagine, like, the world that they're pitching forward? The ESRB, like it's a committee of bishops from various denominations. Like, which church is gonna do it? And, like, you know what I mean? Like, what church is gonna like look over these games and then decide what's acceptable? And it's like, do you really want to play these games? That 75-year-old Bishop Francis had to look over it, and he was like, oh my God, there was a butt crack. Sorry, your game is not allowed to be released. There's blood in this game. That's unacceptable. It's not allowed to be released there. It's not certified holy by, you know, so-and-so. And this, the thing is, it's not going to be you, Razor. It's not going to be you, Melanie, or you Quartering that decide. Maybe you guys are based and know what would be best. It's going to be some old, out-of-touch farts who don't give a fuck, who never played video games, who are religious authorities, who are going to decide what all of us can see in your world. That's what you want. And that's not what people want. It's fucking insane. So,
buddy, you know what Quartering's new video is called? YouTube is about to get much worse. How many of these YouTube sucks videos can
Probably like
this
1,000 videos titled that in
rich
2015.
YouTuber make? Buddy, he looks tired.
Bro, he is
Buddy,
tired.
I'm tired. Watch.
He's been repeating the same old tired talking points about the same shit for a decade now.
What's
Look, 5 times a day.
Is this not
It's another
tired?
day and another bad bit of news for your freedom of speech online. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook,
By the
X,
way,
and
pause.
TikTok.
Casino Chucksino gifted 10 subs. I don't know how I missed that. It's big support.
Thank you. Sorry, Casino Chucknito. I made the sticker, though. I made the sticker. When you were talking, I was making the sticker. It's there. Thank you, Casino Chucknito. That brings us 89 away from the goal.
TikTok. Remember when TikTok was saying, "Oh, America, we want your First Amendment speech is so important to us."
This is the worst Asian accent I've ever heard.
Voice.
What a...
You sure showed them quarter pounder. No.
Try. There's no effort.
No heart into it. There's no passion. There's no soul. Where's the soul, quarter pounder? Where's the soul, Jeremy? The soul. They got everything there, but the
Well, he used to
soul.
be at least, but he probably still does films, but...
Oh, First Amendment, so good. You cannot abandon TikTok. Well, TikTok just voluntarily signed a new commitment to censor all of its users. I'm not surprised that...
Bullshit. How about you start with the fucking news, you fucking F-slur? It's like fucking... That was only 37 seconds?
Bro,
I'm
it
not
feels
even
like
kidding.
an eternity watching.
Buddy, I was in a time vortex there.
YouTube, Instagram, and X. Well, actually, and Facebook. I am surprised about X. Now, this is a wild, wild story, and of course...
Is it?
Is it, though?
Trump's
But
only
how
been president
wild
for
is it?
1 week. Hopefully, this gets looked at.
Okay, I'm tapping out. All right.
Bro, it's
let's finish it. I tried. It's unaloggable. That's why we always say quartering has made himself unaloggable.
It is, man. A lot of these guys, they make themselves
Risky too
unaloggable by making it just the
ADHD
most
to pay attention.
boring,
No.
boilerplate fucking crap humanly possible.
Yeah.
Totally sanitized, corporate speak, same old shit talking points, repeat 5 times a day in a low energy fashion is the quartering in a lot of these guys. And it's like, you hate it, but what can you even do?
Buddy.
You're a fucking slob.
Sheesh. All right. Let's...
So, Razor made that decision, and we're going to honor it. So, like, is it?
Oh, I forgot. You're broken. I don't want to play with you anymore.
Well, I thought that was a pretty good edit. Honestly, with that
That's
edit,
pretty good.
you don't even have to go to the other clip.
No, let's
but
no.
you wanna-
I
whatever
want
refread, but we'll
milk
hit
this.
this
It's
one
so
again. We'll hit this one again.
This is nectar. This is nectar.
Snake or 20.
He's fast.
Nethel King says, hard to disagree on Razor. We take issue with Melanie's conduct and hypocrisy, characterizing it as filling diapers and smearing seems dishonest to me.
Are there any that don't come from E-drama dog shit merchants? Any?
Yeah, well, let's see if we can find some of those blasts. Just actual.
Let's see if we can find
Does
some.
he really think he's coming across cool and smooth and
I want to
suave
watch
there?
that full app. I want to watch that full app.
God, he's seething.
I gotta watch that full episode. Okay.
And JJ says, will Razor Fist still be featured?
And Yellow Flash has to sit there silently.
Oh no! You just know it is
Yellow
my
Flash is
celebrate good
Yeah, they're
times,
using Dave's
come on.
tactic. The tactic that he wishes he could employ.
Na.
If he really wants to employ it, he should stop acting like a clown.
Goodbye.
Once you put on a clown makeup, it doesn't come off.
So Razor's going to step away from the show. That's a decision that he made, and he says he's ramping up stuff to work on Volume 2 of Ghost of the Badlands and Volume 3 of his book series. So
You're just a normal man who loves video.
book series. So he's going to step away, and he's been meaning to step away from shows like this, like us, and I guess he's going to step away from FNT and things like that as well. So focus on his own personal stuff. So Razor made that decision,
I gotta do this,
we're going to
guys.
honor it. So, like I said, nobody works on a contract.
Okay, so I want to just show one thing before we
You think
move.
they paid him for his appearances or what?
I don't think so.
It sounds like
so
they're
this is
talking
the
about
episode.
talking of
Let's
him like, as
scroll
though he
down.
was a co-host.
Wait.
Definitely should be the last time people listen to Razor Fist.
Read the
Quit
first line.
acting. This is a hit on Side Scroller's credibility. Definitely should be the last time people listen to Razor Fist. Quit acting as though you're above drama when your biggest stream was dunking on DPS. Sad to see
They mean
Razor Fist in a
DSP.
different light when Kino Casino dug up a huge pile of dirt on him. Which it wasn't. It was literally just
DPS.
the first page of his Kiwi Farms thread. That's literally. I mean, you know.
I don't know if Craig's
it's
right,
not
he's
really
right.
that amazing research, you know. Like this was all out there for years and years and years.
No, you
It's
can't make
not
fun of
wrong
Razor
to
Fist
call out
because you're
hypocrites,
drama
Craig.
grifters.
It's the only way
But
we
it's the
change and grow.
truth.
Hopefully, you also stop being hypocritical about that topic and decide to change your behavior and your words. Craig was a little too soft on this stream. They should have. They're asking for blood, you know. As
Well,
someone
Craig
who
just
does
lets
not
the super
follow
chats speak
drama
for
on
themselves,
Twitter,
right?
I felt that Razor Fist's behavior on today's podcast was really off. The guy was insulting gamers left and right, making fun of teenagers' appearances from 25 years ago like a total bully. Am I in the wrong place? Isn't this a gaming podcast? Is it cool now to humiliate gamers? This is bad. So Razor just missed the entire point of the culture war we've been fighting for the last decade and is now repeating the talking points of gaming journalists? How interesting. These aren't like A-logs, like Kiwi Farms drama. These are just regular viewers of a gaming podcast who are just insulted with Razor Fist behavior.
Razor is a hypocrite, and I'm disappointed Side Scrollers did not push him on the topic. I thought you pushed both sides to get to the heart of the story, but no, nothing. I'm not bothered.
Greg, no.
This is so Kino. All this comment section, dude. Oh man.
Why was Craig sweeping?
Oh my God.
Sweeping for Razor Fist by omission.
Read this one.
Grown man who is so scared to lose his self-perceived dignity by admitting anyone else might have a valid point except him, so that he resorts to acting like a manipulative woman. In addition to his overall hello fellow kids vibe, it makes the second-hand embarrassment nearly unbearable.
That part is
I
entirely
knocked it
dependent
out
on the
of the
frog's
park.
placement, whether he's in the air or
Home run
not.
Grand salami, bud.
Bro.
I don't think Razor can debate without resorting to snark and ad hominems. Obviously, I get it's his kayfabe, but he shouldn't be surprised if that's what people give him in return. Melanie called people losers for enjoying a thing very similar to what she enjoys. Razor backed up her diatribe. People reacted to being called losers by a pair of hypocrites, and now these hypocrites are crying that they're being canceled for being Christian, when in fact they're just being criticized, literally acting like the far left with their victimhood complex. Yeah, like where has like their payment processor, like did they lose their Patreon, their payment processor, their platform? Like you're being canceled by a mob. No, you're just being called out on your shit, straight up.
No.
For real, I knew Razor Fist have an understanding of the situation, but cannot fathom the mistake that Melanie Mac deliver.
Damn it.
Which is what everyone is pointing out. This guy a bit low IQ, but his heart's in the right place.
What's this?
Foggy says, please watch Gas episode
What happened
39.
there?
What the hell is-
148?
I don't know what that is, but thanks. Boog says, you are now hearing Spark Mandrel's theme.
Yes, I am.
Women should
I
not be
think
allowed on
the reason
podcasts.
why Craig didn't go so hard is because he has his own personal Melanie Mac that's just like a fucking mannequin doll that he pulls the string on and it regurgitates his opinion back to him. So, you know, in the glass house, you can't really throw them stones.
Yeah, so calling everyone a hypocrite. This is wild. Everyone's shitting on him, dude, except for like one or two people.
Well, this is the thing. They're in such a niche minority like these guys really think Razorfist, Melanie Mac think that like the Christian nationalist Twitter posters are the majority. Like, but they're not.
Read that one.
This stream was pathetic and Razor was even more so. It's nice to see Craig doing damage control to his little buddy Groomer Fist. Razor Fist criticizes people all the time, but can't take it. Melanie Mac, Razor Fist, Grums, all of them didn't really vibe with me in the recent weeks with what is uncovered. The alarm bells should ring everywhere, but yeah, high levels of cope here. Razor Fist walked blindly into Crossfire and started screaming and wonders why people were ragging on him.
That's so true.
He just stayed the fuck out of this situation. He didn't have to weigh in at all. He didn't have to be involved. And honestly, we would have all moved on. But now it just keeps going and going and going.
Oh, all right. Well, that was a fun.
That's tough. Now let's.
We can read these all day. Like
Razor Fist now has some experience with getting felted to where it's now part of his vocabulary. Let's have a look. This is from his video today.
Like 4 hours ago.
P-Touch ran sobbing into his 5-story fortress of murder money. Let that be a lesson to you on the dangers of trafficking drugs, kiddies. If you're not careful, you too could end up with a mansion and a Lamborghini at age 25. I haven't seen the Colombians this felted since President
Belted. He's watching casino clips on him.
He hasn't seen the Colombians this felted?
What do you mean? Belted?
What do you mean?
Yes.
Remember he blocked he blocked PvP last week, right before their show went to air.
So it's like, it's not really that great.
It's not a dub. But
you know what it is, though? It is because he's fallen to his knees. This is him like pleading for mercy.
Okay.
It shows that he pays attention to what people who criticize him are saying.
Oh no!
Please.
Not careful, you too could end up with a mansion and a Lamborghini at age 25. I haven't seen the Colombians this felted since President Lopez.
Bring it up, because
do people watch this video on a like what is like, so
it's raining outside.
Wordy, I get it. You could like you're one with words, but like it's not funny. Is it funny? Am I missing a funny because it's like ironic?
Like the delivery of it. There needs to be like lulls in it and
Big ups on making a cake. Yeah, you're missing the Razor segment. Yes, we're in the middle of it. They chose to cover him first.
I feel like we're actually hearing Danny's real thoughts.
Went over his little spurg out on side scrollers. And this is the video he put out today, in which he suddenly reveals that he watches Kino Casino because he said the word felted.
But in fact, it's just kind of cringe and shitty and lame. But there's different strokes for different folks. Some people think this show is obnoxious, which it is.
It is.
But
Make
this
no
is
mistake.
a type of obnoxious that I find very difficult to tolerate, and so I was never really a fan. People are saying he's a ripoff of Dennis Miller.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's very Carlin-esque.
Some people would call the Kino Casino a kind of obnoxious that's difficult to tolerate.
Like,
not me though.
Trying to be like the stand-up guy almost, you know.
Fuck stand-up. Fuck, he just did the fuck that.
Oh fuck, bro.
But
yeah,
the slaves.
Metalhead Spoonie meets Dennis Miller.
This was good in like 1986.
But, like I don't know, like 10 years ago or whatever. It was whatever. I just don't know, like the guy I remember when he
Does Lord like, have David Wise music? It does not.
TV takes, and you know everybody kind of thought he was a cringe.
That's
lord
the
back
next one.
Then even.
Tropical
But
Freeze.
it was whatever. But now
The
this
classic
whole
ones, of
idea,
course.
he's this serious political guy, and he's gonna give you the weekly update about Trump.
Yeah.
Like I just don't think anybody really wants that, and it's just strange to see. Because he's now the exact polar opposite of everything he started out as. He was always like a more libertarian type, free speech guy, you know, metal, edgy type guy. And now for him to try and say like, he's the vicar of Christ and he's this Christian minister and conservative political aficionado, it just all rings false. It just isn't really who he is. And so it's not working at all.
So this Fratinga guy, his video is 26 minutes shitting on Razor, eh? That was like the first 3 minutes, I guess. Yeah.
It's like a brutal fucking feltoning of Razor.
I gotta watch that. I want to watch that. What the fuck? Do we not watch it? What, you don't want to watch it?
I don't. Well, we have a bunch of other stuff to get
I
to.
know.
We're already
Maybe at the end. Maybe at the end if you want more.
Now, look, we might come back to it on Friday. If people want to see that, but we have a huge JF segment still to do.
It's still very long, yeah.
We have Fuentes still
JF
to do.
on the way.
We have
AVGN movie. We watched that.
Yeah, I almost died watching the fucking AVGN movie, buddy. I don't even know. Like, the thing
I don't
was,
know how you did it, dude.
I thought I was only gonna drink 3 beer. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, I'm just drinking 3
he's talking
beers.
about the Hangover.
No big deal. Then, buddy, you know, Silent Once drops the 100 sub bomb. I'm like, all right, fuck. I'm gonna give him his money's worth. I'm gonna slam these beers. I gotta do 13 beers now. So I slam all the beers, and if I had just stopped at 13 beers, there's no doubt I could have done the show with Phil with the wrestling. But oh no, once you're 13 beers deep, and you're trying to give the audience a good value, and everybody's throwing subs, your decision making is off.
There we go.
So then I drank like another 6 or 7 fucking beers, and even if
That
I
was so
stopped
wasted,
at that
buddy.
point, I would have been fine. But oh no, I had to go get the whiskey bottle.
No.
And that's when it was over, bro. I poured the whole glass of whiskey, and I start fucking chugging the glass of whiskey.
The funniest thing you said was, you're holding up a glass of 3 or 4 shots of booze, and you're like, I got like 1/10 of a shot here. Everyone's like,
Oh my god, is it blast and bounce
like
next?
1/10?
Jesus
That's like
Christ.
4 shots, and you're like,
Let's do the boss
it?
first. Holy shit.
Listen, it's fun, and I had fun. It's fun every once in a while, but there's a reason we don't do that shit on this show anymore, because it just becomes sloppy and fucked up, and then everybody's like, do you have a problem? And it's like,
it was perfect for the AVGN movie, though.
So we can't be doing that, you know, on a regular basis.
No.
Really at all.
You were trying to force me to do more show. I'm like, it's 6 a.m. and you're
Let's keep going.
And I'm just like, all right, guys, we're gonna go. Bye.
I don't apologize. I thought it was a Kino fucking segment.
It was incredible.
Well, don't expect fire sales all the time.
It was 10 out of 10, bro. We made so many subs, bro. Buddy, no, there was a part, guys, where we had to do the goal for the next Spoonie video. But Ashton, every time we got the goal, you kept going back to 13 subs left.
More for Spoonie.
And then finally, people are like 5, 5, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5. Then you're like, I think there's like 8 more, and I was just dying.
All right, I think we're going to Sticks, Hex, and Hammer.
Okay, let's.
I would say very irresponsible of BB to knowingly overdrink irresponsibly the night before a big show. At the same time, it was very pathetic of Phil to be like a catty little gossip girl bitch about it and not really go all at him. He was like too afraid to really go at Ashton. That's what I call him, Ashton, for over drinking. It's pretty pathetic, letting PvP walk all over him when he weighs that much. If only Coward Burnell there had more balls to call out. Because, like Phil unironically did nothing wrong. The wrestling show should have happened on Tuesday night. It should have. But PvP overdrank. And it was literally his fault. But I don't know. Coward Burnell doesn't want to... I don't know. Coward Burnell, the coward there, doesn't want to call out his friend when he fucks up. Isn't that what a good friend should do? They call you out when you fuck up. It's like when he makes fun of his wife. He can't fucking stand up for his family's honor. Defend his family's honor. Yeah, golden opportunity to res Triple P. Fuck Phil. It is like Phil could have went all in. If it's about good friends razzing each other, when the fuck does the part where Phil razz Triple P? When does that part start? You do have Tropical Freeze. Tropical Freeze is great. It's better than this game. Not to say that this game is bad. This is like the devs playing it safe, and the next game, Tropical Freeze, is when they go all out. Okay, sorry. I muted.
Okay, now if that wasn't sick enough,
But yeah, Phil should have called PvP out. If not even like, Phil was 100% in the right to get upset. The one time he should have been like a catty little Karen, he wasn't. And that's just what I'm calling out. That's what I'm just calling attention to. The one moment Phil would have been justified to have been a Karen, and he wasn't. Because it was Triple P.
Outside like that, he actually does.
How many videos?
He could have totally felted
like he does
Triple
3 or
P.
4 videos a day dressed as a fucking pirate, wearing a tricorn hat and a leather jacket. Holy!
Buddy, this is...
Now we just gotta see if PB gets paid
All right,
for
everyone,
doing
now
the
it's
wrestling
time
show.
for an extra special video. All of the literary works that I've ever endeavored on.
I can't take this serious.
The literary works that he's endeavored. It's like we're supposed to sit here and take his political take seriously. Also, I can't verify that this is the case, but I think it is. Styx is now posting in his own Kiwi Farms thread.
What?
Which, as we all know, always goes well. Now, I'm gonna wait and see.
They're gonna send him an
I'm pretty sure
IOU.
it's him, and
Bro,
we'll probably go.
Here's how you razz back and you save it, right? Since PvP canceled on Tuesday night, Phil needs to cancel on Thursday night because he's sick and not at 100%. Therefore, this gives Phil one more night stream to get closer to his coveted 90 goal.
He's walked the plank cap, and he's in the felted seat.
And PvP would deserve it too for, you know, not being there on Tuesday night.
Man, he's lost in the sauce. Bro, like you can't, like the leather jacket.
Is that Stolas on the bottom right?
That is Stolas. Look at that though. That's your god.
It's like hentai.
It's like when Faith Vickers did the drawing of Ralph. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
The shitty drawing of Ralph on
It was
the
like some
poster.
ugly DeviantArt shit. Ralph was very embarrassed. He did not want to show that shit on stream.
Holy.
He didn't want a screen cap to exist of him holding up the childish DeviantArt looking art that is fucking dented fresh out of high school wife drew for him. I said wife, I meant girlfriend.
Mostly political, actually. Other than my occult compilations and stuff like that. But now, I'm writing
His
my
wife was
own
the
grimoire.
lolicon.
I'm documenting all of my various magical experiments, ceremonies. There'll be herbal.
Okay.
Various magical experiments. Retard alert! Hear ye, hear ye!
Okay,
This pirate is retarded! Seriously, it's so cringe, and he's so smug about it, and so up his own ass about it. It's like, sir, you're posting pure cringe. Like when you're posting,
Sir, this is Wendy's.
And then, like, after he claimed that he killed the DA of fucking New Orleans with the black magic ritual, he claims that he made it snow in New Orleans with black
all that
chaos
snow that
magic
Tevin got,
rituals.
Styx says
And
that
now
was
he's,
his
like,
chaos
writing
magic
down a
at
book of
play.
Magical experiments, but gets
He
worse.
said it was his chaos
Somehow he finds a way
magic
to top
because he
this
was
cringe.
arrested in New Orleans.
Everything. It's going to be a bric-a-brac. But this one's not going to be for public consumption. This particular book is for my daughter, actually.
Wait. So you're keeping your dark magic book for your daughter?
It's kind of weird.
What?
What if she's not into chaos magic?
It keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse. Just hit like.
Okay.
We are occult royalty through blood.
Pause.
And,
oh, but it did get worse.
Holy buddy! Retard alert! Retard alert! Like delusions of grandeur, like
Grandeur.
insanity. Sir, you're saying that you're from a royal occult bloodline? How did we get there, bro? Were your mother and father wizards and witches too? Are we in Harry Potter or what? What's he talking about?
His daughter's gonna read this when she's older and go,
He's never gonna see this shit because he doesn't see his fucking daughter because his daughter's in Amsterdam with his fucking wife that he was cheating on with the bitch that he allegedly domestically abused.
Dale moment.
And the man is now openly talking about black magic rituals while he wears a fucking pirate hat. He's supposedly a pirate
Really makes you wonder, like,
warlock.
when the children of Styx and Ralph and Ricada grew up, just like, because they're gonna see this shit. Like, what will they think?
Some people consider that a crazy statement, and I find that very funny.
some people consider you
The real
saying you're
victims
of
in
an
this
occult
situation, for
royal
sure.
bloodline a crazy statement?
No shit.
I think pretty much everybody thinks it's insane, sir.
Use JD Spare's logo in there. Oh man, it looks cool. But I noticed that they'll lecture me about God and demons and stuff like that on a regular basis when they consider me to be insane. Magic works. I'll be conducting some ritualism tonight, actually.
Oh, really? Oh, just a soft night of magical, ritualistic
We're
fucking...
gonna be doing ritualistic sacrifices of animals in the backyard. What?
He's got like the pentagram with candles. You're like, what are you doing?
Just put the Trump fucking takes in the bag, sir.
Bro, if my internet crashes right now, you know it's real.
It's the dark magic.
Every time we mention him, my OBS flashes off.
I did the other night as well. I'm documenting my experiments, and it's sort of like you know the concept. It's from Iceland mainly. Little black books, and people would have like a book at home. And they would do incantations or prayers or something like that. They're interchangeable.
Oh, that little like Iceland, tradition of writing down black magic incantations. Yeah.
Terms basically.
Listen,
depends on.
This isn't ending well, is it?
No, this is gonna end horrible.
Ending in tragedy. This is ending in like a Benoit or something. Like this is not good. Like, whenever a guy puts on a pirate hat, you know that disaster is sure to follow, dude. Like, we are in 2025.
Not just any black magic, not your garden variety, great value black magic. This is chaos magic, bitch.
He's lost his mind.
Which entity is accepted that you're praying to. Accepted entity, it's a prayer. Unaccepted entity, it's an incantation. And tips and tricks, herbalism, herbal healing especially. That's
tips and tricks.
It's like he's a game strategy magazine.
Who the fuck is gonna take
Here's some
tips and tricks
for
from a guy in a
chaos magic,
tricorn
bro.
hat? I'm not like, who the fuck is gonna, who do you think is listening to you? Who is taking this shit seriously at this point? This is beyond the joke, bro. What is quartering like? How is quartering still paying this guy money? How is Melanie Mac and Ray
Sunk cost fallacy. He did bail. He did bail him out of jail after all.
Black magic rituals as they make him money. Like, what's going on?
You know,
this guy
quartering hates us.
Oh man.
Methodology for the use of chaos magic, which...
Oh, the chaos magic, buddy.
Magic.
Going to disclose
never
because
ends.
I don't want anyone coming after me. It's just the way that it is. I like writing.
Sticks. How in the fuck is there even laws against chaos magic? How could the courts prove that you killed the DA of New Orleans, even if there was video evidence of you doing a voodoo ritual or whatever pagan ritual, and then he died the next day, and you said explicitly it was for the purpose of killing him? I don't think there's any way that the crime could be prosecuted.
No.
He'd get away with it.
Fantasy, even if
No, it's real.
It's
The
not
courts would
gonna
have a
do
hard time
anything,
proving that, though.
because it's nonsense. It's not real.
He proved it was real, though.
My
We saw it.
penmanship is not necessarily the best, but...
I believe that. I believe that. I believe that.
You know, me too, buddy, but, you know, shouldn't Stolas straighten your hand? You know, the spirit of Stolas guides you to write it out properly for your daughter, or what?
It gets the point across. It's legible. We'll put it that way. So yeah, I've decided to write a grimoire to pass down the knowledge that I have.
What the fuck is this, Fire Emblem? I'm writing the grimoire, guys.
And yeah, it's just showing off the grimoire, and it's got an owl on the front. Now, there's a reason for that, by the way.
There's an owl on it, isn't it?
Time to talk to my old friend, I believe. It's the time has come. That's about all.
The time has come for
Are we
him
gonna
to
die?
talk. The owl demon stole us.
Is he gonna
tonight.
pray for us to die?
It's
Buddy. The end of the show, guys.
Big Christian, you know, preachers.
We're gonna fucking die tonight.
All right, so Nick Fuentes officially has jumped the shark completely.
Official.
Well, I mean, it's been a long time coming.
You know?
Shit has hit the fan in terms of that he's just flailing, scrambling, scratching and clawing for any sort of relevance whatsoever. We're gonna play a funny clip first.
Okay.
And then we're gonna play 2 clips that are actually just so wild that he said these things. It's like, what is he thinking? It must be like fed up run, or he's just completely lost it. But here's Nick telling us about a high school experience he had.
Okay.
Because you just can't relate to anybody. So, you know, on the one hand, I do get nostalgic for those days. On the other hand, it's like, damn, it really sucked. Like, I remember being in high school and being like, damn, I want to get a job. I remember being in high school and like feeling insulted that I had to run in PE. I remember being.
I mean, you had to run in.
Are
there grades where you don't have to run in PE?
Insulted? Like,
you were personally insulted?
But in
that you
high
had
school?
to do PE
Did you make that
Why
coach
do you think about high
apologize?
school ever?
Buddy, don't like. It's been for him 10 years now. Since he was in high school, it's time to move on.
He's 27, right? Or 28? Is he 27?
I think he's 27 this year.
He's gonna look older than me in like 3 years. Isn't he?
Holy.
He's gonna look
It's
older
tough for
than
him.
me in
Total
3
twink
years.
deaf, as they say.
I am 16 years old. I am reading serious books. I should not have to run in circles because some idiot with a whistle is yelling at me. Like, that is how I felt about it. I wanted to drop out of high school. My parents wouldn't let me.
Imagine
They shouldn't have listened to him.
drop out of high school over having to do PE class.
Having to run.
I do. Now this one, you guys.
Run? That wasn't a part of the deal.
Some of you may or may not be familiar with this, but most people who have like any sort of general knowledge of World War II are aware of. At first, they came for the Jews, and I did nothing because I wasn't a Jew. And then they came for the communists, and I didn't do anything because I wasn't a communist. And then they came for the union workers, and then when they came for me,
there was
no one
nobody
left
to
to
speak
up or do anything. Well, Nick Fuentes is now saying that about Trump. He's now saying that Trump has gone too far. So if we remember last week, he was saying Trump's a failure. These executive orders suck. It's
He said the ICE raids would never happen.
Now he's saying that Trump is a maniac that's going to put Nick in jail.
Whoa.
And that Nick is now like ashamed of the monster that he created. This is a clip that Right Wing Watch made. Just saying. Just have a look at this.
Okay.
I do want to express some concerns here. Seeing Trump move in such an aggressive way, it is a little.
Even Right Wing Watch is like, listen, we don't like Trump, but.
Are you for real though?
You know
are
what
you
I mean?
for real, bro?
Bit frightening. Because it is destabilizing.
It's frightening that Trump is doing what he promised he would do.
Trump that he destabilizes
He's not over-promising and
the US
under-delivering? Huh? That's what I'm used to when it comes to politics. I'm going insane!
Why are you complaining about that? It's what you've been asking for a decade.
Because he wanted to be the one to do it in his weird little fantasy land.
No, you can't do what you actually promised to do, Mr. Trump. What it is he's scared because he knows his last name is Fuentes. And he might just get sent back to Mexico himself. That's
Me
what
and
it is.
Fuentes will be in the same 18-wheeler. It'll be so tough.
Being sent home.
This is just scrambling, bro. This is sad. This is him trying like anything. And you'll see in the next clip, he's talking about how we need to become communist Christians. And it's like Jackson Hinkle and Caleb Maupin would like their grift back, sir. Just the Communist Christian Alliance. Yeah, like that's a new idea that's never been tried before. Look at this shit.
And when you see the might of American empire directed like this, you realize that this has a lot of gravity to it.
He's doing everything conservatives want. Literally.
Yeah, everything.
Everything right. Like checklist. The checklist is there. He's checking it. with like a nice pen. Bang.
I think that when he heard Guantanamo Bay was getting 30,000 new cells, I think he
got
started
scared.
to worry.
Whoa.
You have exhausted your usefulness, Mr. Fuentes.
America is this juggernaut and it can crush everything in its path. And if we have this extremely energetic executive branch that is making these moves like that, you wonder who gets crushed. And you wonder if the good guys might get crushed. People like us, people like the Groypers, people like opponents of Israel, opponents of the H-1B visa.
Well,
The Groypers, the people from Israel.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have shielded
Yeah, it's
for him
almost
all
like
these
Nick
years.
was a Fed the whole
Maybe
time
you
or
shouldn't
something.
have said you were America first and you were for Trump. Because if you listened to him, you'd know that this was coming down the pipe.
Well, he wanted Kamala to win.
Whatever you
He
wanna
voted
say.
Kamala.
When
Whatever
you
you
see
think about
the
that
hammer
is like,
come
but
down,
he's supposed
you
to be
hope
this
that
conservative
you're
voice.
outside of it. It feels good when it's illegal.
He only cheered for Trump winning after
felt
he
good.
won. He fake fanned it.
This is literally, and then there was nobody to speak for me. It feels good when it's illegals. It feels good when it's the leftists and the traitors. But what about me? What happens if it's me? Well, America must be made great again. Nick going to Guantanamo Bay is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Isn't that what you told Sartre, Nick? You going to jail is just a sacrifice that I'm willing to make.
Only fair he does his time, right?
How the tables
He did
have
everything in his
turned
power to
now,
avoid it when it
sir.
mattered most.
When it was Muslims under George W. Bush, if you're a conservative. But what happens when it's nationalists? What happens when they turn those weapons that were built in the Patriot Act after 9/11 against the Trump supporters?
What are you talking about?
Where did this come
This is
from?
actually nonsense. It's like
He's
fucking.
gonna turn on the Trump supporters? Like, no, he's not. And by the way, you weren't a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
You were campaigning for Kamala. You said that you were gonna do ballot harvesting and illegal campaign operations, fake AI videos of Trump declaring war on Iran and stuff like this.
Well, he wanted Sartre in jail. Sartre,
He
you're going to
voted
jail.
Kamala Harris.
You have to be a sacrifice, blah, blah, blah.
There we go.
All this shit. Shut the fuck up.
The thing now is he realizes, oh fuck, I can't counter signal Trump because his policies are so popular with the people that I'm trying to grift. So now I have
Not
to
as
find
bad
a
as
new
that Volt
angle,
train,
which is that
I don't think.
apparently it's too based. It's
Hello,
too
Zuki
authoritarian. and now it's
Wookie.
gonna
Welcome in, Zuki
purity
Wookie.
spiral and Groypers
Let's
might
see
go
if
to
maybe I can do
Guantanamo
all the mirror
Bay,
levels in
and it's
DK today.
boom, 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 based. Who gives a
I'm on World
fuck?
6 now.
Who
I need to get a
gives
refill though.
fuck? Oh no!
That will
the
temporarily
Groypers
put the
might
big
go to
guys,
jail?
Tard and
Well, that's a
Lard, on the big
sacrifice
screen
the
here.
rest of us are willing to make.
I hope.
Will I go get a refill?
hope.
Gives a fuck. What a coward. What a sniveling
Buddy,
little
lock
bitch.
them all
This
up.
nonsense snake move. Like,
Throw away the key.
What happens when they turn the weapons they're using against the people in Gaza
Alright, so we still gotta
and
do
the
the temple
Hezbollah
level.
supporters?
Which I might
It's on the
sacrifice
campus.
all lives too. I don't
Of
know.
a fucking lunatic.
The sacrifice
What
I'm willing to
happens when They
make.
start bombing our homes for supporting Trump.
Anyway, quick BRB.
Trump is gonna bomb your house for supporting Trump.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
You know what I mean?
What are we doing? What the fuck?
Illegals. What happens when they turn that on the so-called real neo-Nazis, the so-called real white nationalists?
whoa.
The real conspiracy
I gotta
theorists, the
ask,
black pill.
like, Nick, what would your government look like then?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be even more extreme than Trump's government, even more destabilizing, persecuting people on the basis of their religion and race and stuff like that? When you
Look
have
at
a
that
problem.
buzz.
The thing is, this ultimate. Oh my God! Look at his hand. What's wrong with his hand, man?
Look at the zoom I have, though. Look at the zoom.
Look at how fat he is. He's fat. He's gay.
He's like from a sitcom there. Looks like he's in a sitcom.
Oh man.
That hand is fucked. Holy shit. Holy. It's like a UFO.
I just don't get it. Like, the guy will complain no matter what. Trump doesn't do his agenda, it's blackpilling. Trump does do his agenda, it's blackpilling. What this ultimately comes down to is that Nick believes that he, as a 27-year-old with no job experience, no fucking real education, his only accomplishment in life is a podcast and being a shit poster, okay, that got a bunch of his supporters fucking arrested on January 6th, has a better ability to lead and guide a country than Donald Trump or anybody else, and that only he can be trusted with the boot of power, even though he clearly can't even be trusted with what little power he has running a fucking podcast. Because every single person he gets involved with gets exploited by him and fucked over. So he can't even be trusted to guide those few people, let alone run a fucking country. So, you know, it's just sad shit. I need to have the boot myself. You're a bum, Nick.
What happens then? And that's why I'm a little bit concerned about it.
Okay, then we get this insane take, which ever so often, like every few years, a guy comes along and thinks that this is the most revolutionary take in the whole world. Jackson Hinkle with the MAGA communism.
Alrighty, guys, I got the mini pretzels for a snack and a Shasta orange here.
Stuff like this. But this
Finished
is not
my
a new
peachy
idea.
punch. I don't want to drink all the peachy punch. Well, then I'll have to get more.
Coalition, it's been like bouncing around for over 100 fucking years.
But okay, PPP made a good point that I wanted to touch on after I came back. It's that why would Trump put his own supporters away? It's almost like if he was to target you in this hypothetical fear-mongering scenario that he's concocting up in his head, if Trump was to go after him and his boys, he would have to do something wrong, right? Why would Trump go after and jail his own supporters?
Christians and Marxists
because Wentz was never a Trump supporter.
The Marxists need to become Christians.
Wait, what?
Because, you know,
that's not gonna work.
Well, how do you think that this is gonna work, sir? Sir!
Actually fucking retarded.
Tech people hate Catholicism for the same
everyone
reason
went
they
after
hate
this guy.
Marxism. They call
I'm gonna say your body, my choice.
His demeanor. He's
doesn't matter your
lost his
political
passion.
disposition. Everyone
He
thinks this
lost
guy is
his
bad
soul.
news.
Like, it's not the same Nick that we watched 3 years ago. It's real. Yeah, you hit the bell. Look at him here.
Christians and communists need to team up. Communism is an inherently godless, atheistic ideology. But even if you could, like, get them, it's at cross purposes, bro. If not in theory, then certainly in practical reality. The people who are Christians in the South, who are in the Bible Belt, or Catholics across the
Got to pick the
country,
mirror mode
they're
version.
not communists. They hate communism. Like, this is
No
this
Diddy
is
allowed.
retarded.
No
And by the way,
Diddy
how many,
allowed.
Like, out and out, like, true Marxist communists even are there that are gonna, like, join this coalition, this red-brown coalition idea, that these guys come up with this red-brown coalition all the fucking time, and it's never, ever, ever worked. And communists hate Christianity. That's why they're fucking communists. Fuck.
Marxists. And they call Catholics Marxists because Marxists have many of the same critiques of capitalism that Catholics do.
What?
Which is that it lacks humanity and alienates us. And
So now
Catholics
he's
aren't necessarily in favor of...
Are we listening to this guy?
He's just bad news,
Why
man.
does he think this
I
is
agree.
a good idea? I just don't get
Like,
it.
conservatives
Thing
think
is,
he's
he'll
dented
float these
because he
ideas,
is,
they'll
and
be
hypocritical
rejected,
because he
and
is,
then he'll crawl
and
back
leftists
to
hate him just for
capitalism and
existing.
Trump
And other
being
leftists love him because they
anti-communist
can
the
use
next
him
day,
to make
because
other
nothing he
conservatives
says
actual
matters or is
people look
consistent in
bad.
the slightest. It
Whoa! Thank you to Captain Matt here for the raid out of nowhere. Genuine category style raid. This is going to be very awkward given the subject matter of what we're watching here. But thank you for the raid, organic positive person. Let's give him a shout out here. Oh, hoy there. What, are you supposed to be a real captain? Well, I've never had a captain raid me before. We have had people in the chat named Captain, though, like Captal. And let's get a clip. What were you doing? Well, who is this? Who's touching upon my stream here? Oh, it doesn't play a clip. Do you not have any clips? What kind of dude doesn't have clips? Oh, I'm just bullying you. Thank you for the raid. I assume you were playing the same game I was playing? Captain Matt and the crew on deck. He's a real captain? Oh, okay. Makes sense to me. Well, yeah, welcome in. This is the Swollen Dingus stream. I'm also playing Donkey Kong. I'm on mirror mode, so I'm doing the levels in backwards. I only got 1 hit point. It's very hard, understandably. I don't have any Diddy Kong, no items. I only gotta do it in 1 hit. Yeah, I've been losing a lot of lives. I feel like I can do it today, though, if I really put my mind to it. You got clips? I'm sure everybody does. It just wasn't playing it. I try to do both kinds of shoutouts, the Twitch shoutout, and I got one that plays like a clip. I thank you, Captain Suma, Karina. I'm saying all these names right. It's definitely hard. I like that this remake came out in January, because in December I played Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, and Tropical Freeze hard mode for Extra Life charity. I raised $1,000 by myself as part of a team. I think we raised, was it like 8,000 total that year? But yeah. And then I was like, well, I could play Donkey Kong Country Returns and like finish the whole games there. But I remembered this remaster was coming out this month, so I kind of pushed the playthrough of this one back. It worked though. Look, it's got HD. It's got the 60 frames. It's got the levels from the 3DS version. Again, HD. Not in that 30 frames that the 3DS version was at. It's pretty good. You know, I was too hard on the game. When I finished it, I beat the final boss and unlocked mirror mode. I was like, you know what? I'm actually gonna put this above Country 1. None of the games are bad, but I feel like the game was worse in my memory. But towards the latter stages of the game, the latter half, there's actually some great level design going on there. I don't know if you ended up, I don't know if you finished it or not, wherever you ended off, so I hope I'm not spoiling it. But some very genius level design towards the end. Hard game though, hard game for sure. Thing is, receive 135 get the subs. Let's get some subs. Let's get some subs. They don't know that meme. These organic people don't know that. Don't know the inside jokes here. Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. Thank you again so much for the raid. Yeah, I'll check out what you were doing later. But yes, I'm trying to make my way through mirror mode. Now I am watching another stream in the background, in the bottom left. This stream gets a little spicy, but we're welcoming. This is a welcoming sector, a welcoming community. As long as you can have fun, we're happy to have you. But yes, some topics may be a bit crass in nature. This is all I can really say. Yeah, that's what I refer to category people, just organic people. We have a little, I don't like the word community. I like to say sector. We have a sector here, and they come here. I don't even know if they come here really to watch the gameplay. I think the gameplay is supplementary to them getting the chance to hear me ramble about stuff that pisses me off. Whatever that day of the week. Or they come to watch me watch something else. They don't. Their people here are not here to watch me play Donkey Kong. Mainly because I already beat it.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
Hello, Chrono. How you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I got an organic raid, so I'm giving them the deep lore. But we have Kino Casino in the corner covering Nick Fuentes. You missed the Razor Fist segment. They went all in on Razor Fist and Melanie Mac, tearing them apart. Rightfully so, for their hypocrisy. As for Donkey Kong, I made it to, I beat the forest boss in mirror mode. So after this, I'm going to the cliff tops again. I'm here because I like saying Dingus sweep for Nintendo no matter what it is. Yes, if you like Nintendo, you're unfortunately in the right place. I sweep for Nintendo constantly. I'm always on the Nintendo Defense Force. Nintendo can do no wrong. Miyamoto is God, obviously. The Switch 2 will be amazing. It definitely won't be weak and underpowered. Thing is, I got my Nintendo Switch Extra Life controller. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear the sound of my voice, post clapping emotes in the chat. Almighty Tevin, the guy, has just received, for raising money for children in hospitals, he has received a Switch Extra Life controller. Round of applause. Round of applause. Tears down my cheeks. I'm crying right now. I mean, I'm giving you the slow Dave golf clap. Slow David golf clap. I can't believe it. We really did it. We really did it. We fucking blew cancer the fuck out. Cancer has been defeated. We've localized it entirely to one home in a gated community in Renton. Cancer is over, party. Cancer is over. We can all get out of quarantine. Take your hazmat suits off. Cancer is felted. Cancer destroyed. We have memorialized the victory, our victory over cancer, in a single controller that Tevin has received. It's probably not even wireless. Is it wireless? Is it wired? What kind of... Did they gave you the El Cheapo brand and put the skin over it? I'm being mean. I'm being mean. I know I shouldn't be. They gave me shit too. I shouldn't be mean. No, what kind of controller is it? You said Nintendo Switch. Is it wired, wireless? Does it have rumble? Do we have gyro? You know, sometimes they give you the third-party wireless controller, but it don't got the rumble or the gyro. They cheap out. It's like when you get the Mad Catz controller at GameStop. Pro controller official. Official! Whoa, Nintendo signed off on it? So let me hear that again, Gondola. Nintendo can do no wrong. Nintendo literally avowing the feltoning of cancer. Have it on the layout right now. Okay. Let's put Tevin on the big screen here, on the big dingus TV. Let's see this controller. If you tune into the Tevin stream right now, you too can see Tevin's Extra Life amazing Pro controller style. Oh, those are nice colors. What the? It's got the logo and everything. Let's see, am I able to screen cap this? Probably yes. Just that I'm too lazy. Oh no, don't die encoding. Encoding, my encoding money! You try to open a tab when you're streaming, the whole thing falls apart. Okay. Oh, he's doing more Dino Crisis? Hopefully there's a puzzle he gets stuck on or something. Here is the controller Tevin received. If you're too lazy to tab over, if you're a hater. Pretty cool, right? I like the blue and the white there. I think that's a nice mix, ain't it? You also got the Extra Life logo there as well. You know, speaking of controllers, I found a controller of my own as well. Check this out. I went digging in my closet for the worst controller I ever had growing up, and I actually found it. So, no, I'm not going to show the whole controller, but I will show this. Now, you have to wonder, what kind of controller did Dingus use growing up when he was in the Dingus household? Familia Dingus household playing on PS1. I'll tell you exactly what kind of controller I grew up with. This kind, right here. These are the sticks I used. Now, these are the sticks of the PS1 Dingus controller, following a childhood's worth of cousins, nieces, and the like, and me, Ree, as Billy Dingus, getting their hands on this controller and playing with it, and dropping it, and doing all kinds of nonsense with it. I think, if I can recall how this happened, I think natural wear and tear led to the rubber kind of peeling off, and then over time we just picked at it, and then I think it was Cousin Dingus. Cousin Dingus ripped off the rest of the plastic, ripped off the rest of the rubber on the left, exposing the plastic underneath. So the one on the left looked like the one on the right, and then we kept dropping it, so the plastic bits eventually, the plastic, like from dropping it so much, the plastic bits broke off. And then the left side just got so fucked after that. It was just the metal stick underneath. The right stick is kind of hanging on. Yeah, this is the final evolution. Now, it was a broke Familia Dingus household. If you broke something, you know, we weren't just gonna drive to Blockbuster or GameStop and get another controller. You had to deal with it. You had to tank it. You had to face tank it. For most of my childhood, I had to face tank that controller. And using the rigid left metal stick. Imagine that metal stick on my thumb. The print of my thumb. My fingerprint on my thumb. The left metal stick. Very uncomfortable. Very unsettling. Was very bad. Many a day, I would avoid playing any game that did not have D-pad movement and you had to move to the left stick. I just could not play. I think I had the Family Guy PS2 game that I made Tevin play, and you can only move with the left stick in that game. So I've beaten that game multiple times with the left stick. The left metal stick. Because you can't use the D-pad. It was very bad. Very unfortunate. Eventually though, we were able to get a very cheap and durable third-party PS2 controller, which I still use to this day. That's the main controller. But for a long time, for many a year, when the cousins or the nieces would come over to the Familia Dingus household, it was very much here's your controller, bro. And I send them I just go over there. I send them the broken ass DualShock with the metal stick on the left stick. Your thumbs will bleed. Yeah, I survived. Did a dog bite it? We didn't have any dogs growing up. I wish I could say it was a dog. No, the rubber just wore off. We picked at it. And then the rubber was torn off. Then we just kept dropping it, so the plastic bits underneath cracked, and then they fell apart. And then, yeah. Crash Bash with that bad boy. Hell no. Crash Bash allows D-pad play, so I did not suffer that with the Crash Bash. I saw someone looking like that growing up. When I worked retail, and we had some returns when it came to consoles in the department. But I would see like Switch consoles with the rubber peeled off. So I know what Switch sticks with the rubber peeled off look like. If you got trypophobia, do not peel off the rubber on your Switch sticks. You're gonna get like triggered.
Creator Clash 3 is on! It's on!
That's your dingus throwback for today.
Here they announced it.
I didn't think I still had the controller, but I did.
CreatorClash.com.
Well, I've heard good things about 8-Bit
It's happening this year.
Okay.
Except for one thing. One of my oldest managers gave me a flash drive thing. It was supposed to be like you plug it in to your Switch, and then you can connect like a DualShock or like an Xbox controller to it. It never worked. In fact, he gave it to me because he told me it never worked, thinking that I could get some use out of it. And I tried it because it could have been maybe his Switch, just his ports were fucked up. Didn't work for me either. Thank you, 8-Bit Do.
1 minute and 19 seconds. We are going to get Creator Clash 3. They're going to announce it, when it's happening, what the venue is going to be, who's going to be fighting on the card. What we know so far, iDubbbz will not be fighting on the card.
What's more amazing than being able to use a PS3 controller on Switch is being able to find a PS3 controller.
Bullshit, who the fuck are they gonna get?
Those things
the card
extinct.
they did last time, it was mostly fucking nobodies. There was like Epic Mealtime. There was the wrestler John Morrison. There was
the Extra Life controller was designed by a guy named Captain Alex. His name is on the box. Ah, really? Well, don't tell Ann about that. That's scary.
I don't even think they're gonna retain any of those fucking names. The people that I've seen being floated around for this today,
And he should fight in Creator Clash.
are just total no-name fucking nobodies. But
Do you remember any of them? Like any of the names at all?
No,
It's
not
just
at
like
all.
it's just like random insert whatever.
Well, fucking nobodies. This is gonna be an absolute
I think it was COVID that did it.
failure.
Like it made people
Yeah.
like
What
dig
I
in
think they
and look
should
back
do,
into retro games.
which they won't,
I know
is
PS3 is
have
not retro,
Anissa fight
but it made people like dig
M2
into their
trans.
game collections.
Yes.
So like the prices for things were
Because they should
skyrocketing.
have to put their
Things
money
became
where their
more
fucking
unicornish
mouth
in
is.
nature.
They've been talking all this fucking shit about how it's the same, you know, there's no competitive advantage for an MTF.
Well, I really
to
felt like it
compete
wasn't an
with
issue
women.
fighting PS3
Well, I
controllers
think
until
Anissa should
that
have
point.
to put that to the fucking test and see that if she is a biological woman, can compete with a biological man on fucking estrogen. That's what I think the fucking show should be. And I think they should honestly do at least 3 or 4 fights.
Big ups
with
to Ollie
women
J, brother-in-law.
versus M2F.
I was gonna say that.
Why not?
Why not have it a cis female versus MTF battles? That
Why not?
Kino is fuck.
What they're not gonna platform trans women?
Yes.
What do you mean you guys aren't gonna, use your platform to extend it out to trans women to fight other women and stuff like that?
Buddy, I would be on Bet 365 immediately.
Oh yeah,
I would
bet
all my money.
Why can't we
might be on this level for an hour.
Yes.
Why not? Let's make it happen.
This was already hard
But
enough for
no,
me to
it's
do
gonna be
with
the
2
most
hit
boring
points.
fucking slop. And this is the problem with this. Like, people want feuds. They want like real beef, or at least beef that they can like believe is real.
Yeah.
But this, their concept is it's about respect and about having fun. Who wants to watch fights where it's about having fun and being friends and everybody's all buddies with each other that goes out drinking afterwards? Like, it's lame.
Retro game stores near me are dead. There's like one in my entire city. They want $100 for SMT Strange Journey. They didn't even have the box for the DS card. That's how it be.
Twitter post.
They should hate each other.
Pokemon
And
people
they've
know all
got
too well.
promos about each other's fucking
Try getting a copy of Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Their friends,
Sarah will
their
tell you how
associates,
crazy it
their
is.
drama, their dirt, and then you get hyped up. You're like, what's gonna happen? Who's gonna lose? Like, they both talk so much shit. Whoever loses is gonna be embarrassed forever, and that's what it's about.
Exactly.
It's about building up hype to sell this event and get people to buy it. They've done the exact opposite. They don't know how to market or sell this stuff. They blamed it last time on piracy, remember? They said, oh, it's because of all these illegal streams. Well, did they figure out a way to put streaming
The illegal
out of
restreamers?
business? Did they figure out a way to put crack streams and sports surge and
Yeah, the
all these
production
other
run on those was
sites
very
out of
low,
business?
Benjamin. If you have an authentic
No.
cart, you got a
they didn't.
moneymaker.
Now, Mess Streams is actually out of business, but
is
that's nothing
Actually,
to do with
any DS game, Pokemon DS game, you probably make a good chunk of change.
No, that hasn't been solved. And so it's a question of, it's like, okay, are you guys gonna put this in a 20,000 seat arena again, where it's gonna be impossible to be profitable? Or are you gonna put this in, like, I don't know, a fucking diner in fucking Ohio, where you might potentially turn a profit by selling 400 or 500 fucking seats in a fucking diner with like pictures of beer. But then if they do that, you know what I mean? That's what this really comes down to.
That's because the Oreo posted that.
It's true though. Like, we're gonna make a ton of money. He's gonna make a ton of money. Everybody in drama and commentary, they're gonna be feasting. Meanwhile, the
feasting,
kids
guys.
with cancer and the charities get fuck all. It doesn't make sense. They want to have this big, flashy fucking event.
I don't think you get as
with
much for
all
the
of these
3DS
people in
games
attendance
nowadays.
and all of
The
these
DS games are
celebrities
hot,
that they can
though.
schmooze with and be socialites and all that. But that's not actually what's going to raise money for charity.
Like, they're still relevant to
So,
people who
but
play
will they
Pokemon
humble
today, because there are
themselves?
still
Will they go
things.
to a smaller
I mean,
venue
like
where
people
it could
like to
potentially be
transfer up from the older
profitable?
gens to the new gens.
They could actually give money to charity.
You get
this
rewarded
time.
for it. You
Who's
get like
gonna
in-game
trust them
ribbons.
to deliver on the pledge for charity after the massive fuck up last time. Who's gonna want to be
Anyone who wants a
have, like,
Sinnoh ribbon, for
19
example, would need like a
parties. They're
copy
gonna
of
have,
Platinum.
Stretch limos for every fucking creator.
Well, do you know who's not? You know who's not gonna
Who?
make any money off of this? Bo Blacks. Remember Bo
Blacks.
Blacks? How he was
Bo Blacks
the
segment.
main one going against iDubbbz.
He's the
and
one.
Anissa
The
and calling
voice
out
for the
him.
voiceless.
He was the voice of the voiceless on Creator Clash 2. Well, Blow Blacks, Mr. Blow Blacks himself, okay, he's come out to defend iDubbbz and Anissa and say that they've learned their lesson. This man is like addicted to humiliation and losing. Mr. Manshi himself. Here comes Blowbacks.
I know people
I-
don't trust Creator Clash 3 to be successful after the last one, But it's been 2 years since then, and Ian and Anissa probably
not even Blowlax is
learned
completely
from their
confident in
budgeting
this.
mistakes. In my opinion, for CC3 to be successful, they need to reduce the number of fights. Try to
give them less content?
recognizable
What a great
matchups
idea, Blowlax.
and cut the charity aspect out of the event itself.
They have to get rid of the charity aspect because it's such a even Blowlax knows. Even Blowlax knows. That's a fucking disaster. Bro, like, listen, the only way this shit could possibly be successful is to remove Anissa from it.
Wait, read this next part. And then have Ian and the fighters donate their cut to charity?
If they want to instead. The whole point was that it was about charity. I don't know, maybe if they just remove the charity aspect, it'll be like more honest.
How about this? How about like, Ian, give to charity what you want and just try to run it like a business and a show.
Yes.
Like, shut the
How
fuck
about
up.
you just do like a good boxing show, but without iDubbbz or Anissa boxing on it? Who's gonna watch this shit? Who's gonna tune into this stuff? Now, maybe Ian's like had a come to Jesus moment and decided he has to. But I think, honestly, he doesn't want to do it because he got fucking brain damaged and fucked up in those fights. And he doesn't want to lose what little he has left. Because he's not got a lot left to work with, folks. He's basically a lobotomy patient at this point.
People have ruined the used
But
games
this is
market
where
for
we're
sure.
sitting with Creator Clash 3. It's like,
Not those scalpers,
this is just
man.
delusional. Why would you guys go back to this again? It's like, we need to get a redemption. Just take the L and move on.
Yeah.
Because what happens if they take another massive L, another loss?
They will.
And that's what's going to happen. Like, I have no faith that it's going to be good. I'd like for it to be good. I'd like for influencer boxing to be good. But even fucking Misfits and Jake Paul's fucking promotions lately have been stinking bad.
Very bad. Well,
Like,
people are tired of influencer boxing.
Well, it's because we're not getting actual influencer boxing.
It's
We're
TikTok,
getting weird fucking randoms that nobody fucking knows competing like in actual boxers that are like low-level bum boxers battling other low-level bum boxers or MMA guys. People want to see celebrities, influencers that they know that have beefs with each other box. Sam Hyde boxing iDubbbz would be
Kino.
how you actually sell this shit.
10 out of 10, you buy pay-per-view first day.
You know,
Lost Planet and
Froggy
Avatar,
Flash
2 discs of Final
boxing,
Fantasy
you know,
13.
one of Ian's buddies, you know,
Big
doing
ups,
a
big
card.
ups.
Like, listen, imagine if Ian went to Sam Hyde and said, okay, let's put my stable of guys up against your stable of guys.
So off the top of my head, I don't think any of those are particularly valuable.
Card against, what's his name? Epic Mealtime
Thank you, Nurgle, for the 3-stream streak.
That could be a fight.
Down with
People would
iCooks,
buy
I
into
agree.
that.
Definitely.
Let's
You
have
missed the
Froggy
Razor Fist
Fresh,
segment,
Andy
Nurgle.
versus
The
Lady
Fuentes
Two.
segment.
Something like this. You have like
We're talking about Creator Clash
split
3.
the proceeds 50-50. You have 5 of Sam's guys. Like, imagine people would pay to see Jet Neptune get beat up. People would. You know what I mean?
No, you saw it. What are your
Like,
thoughts on
There's
it?
an audience for this shit.
I'd fight Jet Neptune.
But you know what I mean? Like, it's never gonna happen because iDubbbz doesn't care about actually running a fucking business. Imagine if Sam Hyde versus Hassan. If iDubbbz doesn't want to box, imagine they got Sam Hyde versus Hassan as the main event of Creator Clash 3. You know everybody's buying it, or at least pirating it and being very invested in it. But these guys can't put aside like their pride
All the nostalgia
or their
essayists.
politics or whatever it is to
Guys,
actually
you really gotta
entertain
check out
people
Eminem's
and
Racing.
give them the money matchups that they want.
I know it's like
Instead,
a 4 out of
it's gonna
10,
be
but after this
lame
essay,
battles
you'll be
of
convinced
friendship and sad
it's a 5
shit.
out of 10.
Like, I don't know. Like, I have a bunch of ideas, you know, but unfortunately,
Guys, you
none
need
of
to
them
go
will ever
buy
be
out all
listened to.
copies of
And
Pandora's
Dane
Tower
fight.
right now.
Bro, Dane versus Jet Neptune?
Yeah.
Dane versus
Yeah.
Jet Neptune? I'd actually root for Jet.
Oh, yeah.
Jet Neptune to fuck up Dane? Buddy, that would
Yeah,
be
I
a
feel like I'm gonna be
fucking
stuck on this
Kino
level for a minute.
battle, bro.
The
That
Jules
would
one from
actually
World
be a
4
Kino
drove me
battle,
insane.
bro.
Yeah.
Like, get a
I'll survive.
in there versus the girl that Sam pretended was his girlfriend.
No. Jet Neptune versus Salt Poppy. We need it.
We need it. We need it. Send him to the slaughtering squad, bro. They get Airsoft Fatty in there boxing.
So the verse RT, you can't sell anything now. He can't. Quentin
RT
reviews
is broke. Quentin reviews
versus PvP.
Yeah, that's the hardest part, in my opinion. Don't worry, I'll still die here. I'll find a way.
Ricada, like that's, see what I mean? Like, there are matches that people want to see.
Yeah.
We'll never see.
Oh, I gotta still figure that out.
I'll find a way to let you guys down.
It's not gonna happen. We know it's not.
Well,
okay, so now we have the latest edition of the iDubbbz and Anissa podcast. She ruined my career.
Hit like if you're watching.
So in this episode, what you're gonna see happen is Ian admit that he doesn't find any women of color attractive.
Oh, you can't be saying that, Ian. That is very, very hateful.
Asked to name a single attractive woman who's a
And
POC.
that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. That was like, what, 10 limes? 10, 15 limes?
Then also, we get a 20-minute segment about
Oh, you're on World
DV,
9? Have you played the 3DS version
domestic
before?
whatever.
Wow.
Those levels are all new.
Talking about how abusive he was.
At least
to
in the sense that they weren't on the
Anissa
Wii version.
All this crazy shit. But as always, the episode
Alright, now we can move
starts
on to World
off with
6.
Dane simping. This is a bad simping for Dane. Dane is down fucking bad, looking for crumbs of fucking.
Who's more miserable, E-dubs or the guy? Assume you mean I-dubs, Easy Money, big ups, Easy Money. Okay, that's a good question for the chat. Who's genuinely more miserable, the guy or I-dubs? I can't even say like at least I-dubs has a dog because at least Phil has Jasper. I would say Phil. I mean, I don't know. That seems like it's too easy. Like I kind of want to give it to I-dubs, but I'm obviously biased towards Phil. We all would be, right? Phil, hands down, Phil. The guy. I-dubs has an L. I can easily see him and can't make it. Yeah, I feel like I can confidently say like at least I-dubs could make a comeback. Like he would just have to ditch Anissa. Yeah, like you. Okay, here's what it is, right? Easy Money. I-dubs can be I-dubs is self-aware about his misery. Like when on these fucking podcast clips, he is blatantly miserable. Whereas, like you're right with the guy, he's like there's no shamelessness to it. You can say you can say that he's like without shame, that he's miserable and he hates his life, but he doesn't really let it show, at least on camera. Sometimes he does, and in those cases we will call him pathetic. But when it comes to I-dubs, he's a bit more brazen about his life situation and how like genuinely miserable he is. That said, he still has a way to bounce back. I would say it would require dumping Anissa and then a lot of walking back. A lot of walking back. Benjamin says Black 2, Platinum, Original Red for Game Boy, Silver, Game Boy X. All of those but X are probably worth something. I would say out of those, you'd probably get the most for Black 2 or Platinum. Yeah, he would need to box Sam Hyde at the Creator Clash thing. I get if people have preferences, you can't control who you are attracted to, but completely limit yourself to one race or exclude an entire race that seems racist. Yeah, that'll be the crux of the program, the clip that they're watching. No, look, surely they have to be exaggerating, right?
It's, just fucked off.
And by break, I mean he just didn't show up.
That's true. At least I-dubs can do ticketed events that people will come to. The guy only did like what, 1 or 2 con appearances?
So it said Dane took a mental health break.
Listen to what she's saying here. I don't think anybody's ever done this, but what she's saying is she loves to touch her eyeball to impress other people.
Right.
In front of people to impress them, but she's like. She like thinks about.
Wow,
it,
what a great podcast!
Tastes like.
This sort of film
Those
impression,
are
the
noises
lip
that
flicking.
people really want to hear. Well, she's talking about. I cut this out, but she's talking about she watches this person on TikTok who eats contact lenses.
What? Eats
What?
contact
The
lenses.
lady
I was gonna
takes
say this is why I can't eat on the mic.
contact lenses and
I
chews
know
them
people don't
and
want to hear
eats
that
them.
shit.
And Anissa binge watches this apparently.
Humanity was a mistake, but
I used to take sand from the playground. I think I told you this before. And I would pour it on top of my head, and I would press it in.
So that you can
So that I
dig it
could
out
pick
later.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite the spectrum, you know. It's like I used to hit things.
Yeah.
Like pretty early in a relationship because I get so fucking frustrated. And I didn't.
Wait. I was so frustrated at the beginning of our relationship.
Yeah, mirror mode, you don't get Diddy, so you just use them as regular barrels.
That I would just smash shit. I would have to punch objects and just freak out physically in order to deal with the stress and frustration of dating Anissa. It really makes sense.
But this is so funny. He's like target raging. I'm imagining her.
It works just like it does in Tropical Freeze hard
punching
mode.
the wall right beside him. Hits the TV stand. Everything shakes.
Blame him? Can you blame him?
I didn't have the tools or the answers. So, you know, I remember squeezing the steering wheel and like hitting the steering wheel.
Yeah. The anger. I haven't seen you.
At the wheel in the car, he's just fucking banging on. Fuck! Just banging on the fucking steering wheel as he's trapped in the car for like an hour with Anissa saying the most dumb and vapid shit. There's just no escape from her nagging, her bitching, her moaning. You're on the fucking highway in traffic. She just keeps saying stupid shit. Say, ah, fuck!
Bitch! You're a whore!
Get angry like that, or angry in general for like 4 years.
I used to get really mad.
4 years.
Look, it's coincidentally around the
Wanna play
time she
Pokemon Red on your
launched the
Game Boy now?
OnlyFans and permanently
Pick Squirtle.
lobotomized this guy.
Squirtle is
It's been
based.
4 years a soy slave for Ian. Where he's not even able to lash out or be angry in any way.
Man, if he wasn't such a prick, you'd feel bad for him.
At video games, like if something.
Well, for like 4 years.
I used to get really mad at video games, like if something
Oh my
was
God,
going
Benjamin's
wrong in
a
video game, I'd
Charmander,
fucking slam my
babby.
desk.
All right, pause. How do you think that Dane overcame his game-related anger?
I'm assuming weed.
No. No, you'll never
jacking
guess.
off more.
Counting to
you'll
10?
never guess. You can unless you saw this, you'll never guess how
porn
'cause
addiction.
It's the most childish and retarded thing that I've ever heard, and I have to believe he's making this up, but he's so beta, perhaps it's true.
You're saying meditation. He watched hentai. Legos,
My Little Pony, blowing bubbles.
Expert
no.
Legos.
Okay, let's see.
Knew, like fully knew that it was like stupid to be doing that, but I like literally.
Leech
had no
Seed, Toxic
other
Combo,
way
Fire
of
Red, Leaf
expressing
Green.
myself.
Yeah.
I think you can
well,
still
it's
do that.
Sort of like what you were saying earlier is like all you have to do is say like I'm angry, and
Because
then
poison's a status
you'll,
condition,
like, start
and
thinking,
Leech
like,
Seed
wait,
is
why
just
am
like
I
its
angry?
own special
Kind of thing.
condition.
Yep.
You can still stack them.
The way I got there myself was I would go like this. I would go grrr.
Soy alert! Soy alert!
I need to go for a walk.
Soy alert! Like soy overload.
I'm gonna hit my desk, bro.
This is a grown-ass
Okay,
man
Worski?
that's almost 40 years old, saying that how he solved his anger problem was to go, grrr!
You know how I
And then
wish he
would
solved
laugh-
it?
And he would laugh at how cringy he was.
I know how I wish he solved it. With a bullet.
Oh, this
and he fired into the air, and no one was harmed in that metaphor.
And it would be
laughing at him.
Oh, I'm playing sloppy.
Wouldn't you?
And it would be like sobering in a way because I'd start laughing at how stupid it sounded for me to go grrr when I'm mad, and then that would put me in the mindset of like,
Suffa,
oh,
dinkus,
it's silly
suffa.
that I'm mad at this right now. Like that's a silly thing to be doing.
It's like Serenity now.
Silly, I'm being a silly goose, and I need
Serenity now.
You know, the only masculine thing, like the only outlet he had is his video games and getting angry about it and caring about something in his life. And then he just needed to lobotomize
Seems kind of
himself
the kind
and
of
take
thing they would
himself
tell you to
even
do to
less
control your
seriously
anger in like a
he does
PBS
for
Kids
everything
show.
in his life, and just give up his passion
Just
on
say
that
grr.
as well. Because that's really what Dane is all about, is just about sissifying and declawing himself and taking no aspect of himself seriously whatsoever, putting in no Yeah, putting in no effort to improve his lot in life whatsoever. It's just passivity and coping. So even his one outlet of masculinity, I'm gonna say grr, and I'm gonna be a silly goose.
His channel where he plays CS:GO.
Original rhythm glue because of coding, the effect of leeching will double every turn Pokemon stocks. I don't remember if they fix it in those games. Oh, for something like that. Okay, the general combo you're still able to do, but the glitch, no, that was patched as a. I think it was patched as early as Yellow. I don't even think it works in Stadium.
Oh, it's the same. He's a passionless.
Or else why didn't anyone tell me about it?
You know what I mean? Like, just making that sound usually would...
Worcester certainly didn't try it, making me think it's patched in those games.
Be like, oh, this is stupid. It's like childish to be going, "Grr, I'm an angry boy.
So I had really bad PTSD triggers.
Stop
that
it!
Did you, Anissa?
So here she is. She's talking about she has PTSD.
What's his expression?
Look at Idub's face, though.
Don't say that.
Look at this expression. He looks like he's retarded.
Well, he is actually retarded. He's completely lobotomized.
We can't believe it that she's bringing it to that.
That she has PTSD because she had a surgery when she was a child. That's seriously what she's trying to claim.
PTSD is like, you can't just throw that around about everything.
Bro, it's stolen valor, but all of these people, I have PTSD and I have triggers and I have trauma and this. It's like, go tell that to soldiers who saw their buddies' heads get fucking blown off. That you have fucking PTSD, and now when a fucking firecracker hits on the 4th of July, they freak out and think they're in a fucking combat.
And Lee! What?
You don't have fucking
Oh my god,
PTSD.
stop the presses. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a totally unprecedented Ann Lee post-vacation stream raid. Hello, Ann Lee. I saw you were doing a vacation stream. I had it on in the background. Nobody knew. Nobody knew but me. Welcome in, Ann Lee, Zuki Wookie, everyone from the raid. We're doing some more Donkey Kong mirror mode. Hard, super hard, difficult mirror mode. 1 hit point only. 1 hit, you die. No Diddy Kong, no items. You still get checkpoints, but everything else, fuck you. Levels in reverse. Watching Kino Casino destroy iDubbbz. They destroyed Razor Fist earlier. Melanie Mac, Fuentes. They made fun of PvP drinking and not being able to do the wrestling stream. I thought that was very funny. And I made fun of how Phil is a coward for not going more at PvP, for being late to the show and delaying it, canceling it even, and irresponsible drinking. But Phil is a bitch who won't defend his honor when slighted by his business associate. Yeah, we gotta collect the letters backwards too. Ah yes, Knock. That's who I like. Donkey Knock. I think I would have to say the donkey part backwards too. Oh yeah, we made fun of Sticks too. I say I'm talking like I was on the panel there. We watched them also make fun of Sticks. Hello, Ann. I know last time you were here, you were watching me complete the visual novel game. I saw you said you had seen the epilogue. Did that epilogue also destroy you? I can't believe half the shit in that epilogue made it to like a first-party Nintendo game. I mean, I saw the M rating. I just didn't think they would actually touch on it, literally any of those topics. It was a good anime style ending. It legit bumped it for me from like 7.5 to 8.5, maybe even kissing a 9. All the questions were answered. And I remember Sakamoto-san, oh my god, I missed the G. I remember Sakamoto-san, Mr. Metroid Man, who's the director of the game, he was like, the ending of the game is going to be divisive, and there is no right or wrong answer. And I was like, thinking that while watching the credits, I was like, holy shit, Sakamoto-san, Mr. Guy, we're totally right. No, obviously Minoru still needed to, he still needs to face punishment. But yeah, it really made me think. I hope that game gets a sequel. It probably didn't sell too well. We can only hope it did.
Where she believed that her body was dying.
very impressed that a whole anime episode was hidden at the end of the
He
game.
had an argument with her? Okay, yeah.
That was not advertised. I did not know that. I'm glad that wasn't spoiled for me.
Why didn't you break up?
It was a nice Sunday night anime
Why
night.
would you deal with this crap, dude? Every argument, every disagreement you have with your girlfriend, she's saying that she feels like she's dying, and she goes into like a fucking catatonic state and freaks the fuck out.
Bro. Steering wheels and stuff. I would hit myself.
Well, they did those remakes first, so those remakes had to have sold decently for them to commission a brand new game.
Tax yourself, man.
I think because it's Sakamoto's passion project, they'll just let him do it for every Metroid game that sells well.
Here's an example.
It's like when DSP plays a game that he knows isn't going to make a lot of tips. Okay, we can play like a dragon because I'm already making so much money in all the other games I'm playing.
Ian hasn't been paying attention
You can make
at all
Famicom
to anything that you're
because
saying.
Metroid
He's
is
just been
making
on
so
his
much money,
phone for
guys.
the last 2 minutes, and he goes, well, I understand
Or she looked like a dude I knew in high school.
and you don't really care.
Oh my god. 8th grade. As a kid, I knew in 8th grade who looked like Anissa. Right here.
Comfortable with that, but like it makes me so like I can't help but notice it.
No,
like,
I know.
I brought this up before.
Why are they... Look. Maybe it's DSP that's making me a pattern noticer. Why are they grabbing their feet and like showing off their feet? Like, why do people do this on camera?
What?
Over any
Like, at least they got socks on.
Have? The one who ruined it? Like, shut the
No one has to bully them into buying socks, but it's very, like, we don't want to see that, sir.
He adds that.
It's like one of our guys, like, guys, you really need... You guys should do 2 podcasts a fucking week.
Feminine touch that the show needs.
Oh, that's so
Okay, well,
nice.
what do I gotta do to be your favorite then?
Well, maybe.
I gotta add a feminine touch.
Well,
Do I gotta
they
trans?
didn't say anything
So
about
you're listening to what she's
favorite.
saying.
That's something
so
that you're
Anissa's
just...
telling Dane to tuck his fucking
Minor
balls
DSP
and
flipped out in
penis?
Casino Chat when he saw iDubbbz
And then
barefoot.
he
That's
needs to
true.
tuck.
That's true.
And
I
then
actually forgot
people
that he did
care
that.
about what he says. And then
Casino
she
Chat
keeps
that he has
going
not
back
been
to
in
it,
since
trying to
December.
get Dane to do
He
this
got bullied out of it.
humiliation ritual.
Maybe they told him to
Like,
stay
listen,
away
like,
from it
Anissa won't let it
because
go
the
either.
trolls always point out whenever he's in the chat. So just don't be in the chat.
Tuck.
They told him to go on a sock account, like people speculate that DSP told Derek to do, which I don't believe. Derek can't masquerade for shit. If Derek was still there, we would know. He wouldn't be able to hide it.
Balls and braid his fucking beard and be trans, and then he'll be a better co-host. And she just revels in these ideas. Like, she really gets off on like humiliating and degrading guys. Like, she does it to Ian all the time. She's doing it to Dane here. Like, she power trips, and if you give her 1 inch, she tries to take a mile and just fucking cut your sack off. It's fucked.
Surrender your sweet.
What? Stop the presses. It's Barry Lyndon 100 bits. It's another win for the toe there, bud. I don't think they got a Rick Hayes segment tonight, but he did plead guilty. He did admit in the end that it wasn't a governmental conspiracy at a local level to fell him because of his political beliefs. It was, in fact, true, at least by his own admission via the guilty plea, that he did, in fact, give his children cocaine. Very disgusting. Rightfully felted, but it seems like he won't be getting any. He won't be getting the punishment that people think he deserves. But thank you for the 100 bits.
What is going on, dude? It's like
Derek is still watching Philbert. He's just silent now. That could also be true. You know, he recently got banned off of Twitter, I hear.
Is like some weird female domination, sissification.
Don't worry, he's got 30 more accounts where that came
shit,
from.
And Anissa's just going off, and she just doesn't care.
Can't
Thank you,
discount
Barry.
the suppressed
Welcome in. How you doing?
How
you doing, Barry?
I know.
What did you think of Anne's vacation photos?
She's just randomly shitting on white men. Like, white men hold all this anger deep inside.
White men rule, Anissa.
Oh,
Shut the
man.
fuck up.
All cats.
Nah, the body cam's coming out. It's just a matter of time.
Though, that all
And it feels like we're overhyping it, like hyping it up, where it's gonna overpromise and underdeliver. But I think it'll deliver. I think it will.
This is the lowest of the low. What?
Very well, sir.
Cats are
That's good to
what?
hear.
Are woke as fuck. They're leftists.
I think
If you hear Cloud, how much time this guy rants about Cloud rants
These
about
guys
the minorities.
lost 300 live viewers are lost, never to return because of the black hole of these people. It's tough. It's tough.
I don't know one alt-right cat.
Body count
I don't
will
even know a
release
liberal
after
cat.
each sentence.
Do you?
Ah, okay.
No.
Some libertarian cats, though. Yeah, I hate. I truly mean this.
Yeah, he was saying like, don't listen to people. Like the house is fine. The house. I need to validate that statement. I think the body cam would go a long way to show whether he was being truthful about like the state of his house.
Himself, you hate Elon more than Trump.
And my house is not a
Elon
pigsty.
more than Hitler. You hate why though? Like it doesn't. You know, people are like, what a new and interesting opinion that nobody. You're just bandwagoning what all of your fellow libtards on Blue Sky are saying. Like I don't really like Elon or agree with him, and I think he's like a charlatan and a con artist. But I don't like. How can you hate him more than any other person on Earth? I just find that hard to believe. I think that's fucking deranged.
And also, can't she find a more crazy, overly right-wing person, or like anyone else? Is there anyone else on Earth right now? You know, it's like, oh, so you like?
Oh, she hates him more than child molesters,
rapists,
murderers,
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, rapists and stuff like that.
Like what?
Fair.
I would agree with that, Gondola. I think we deserve to just see the house.
Your wife is queer.
We need the house there.
Turned into the It turned into this 30-minute discussion about what lesbians think is hot, and it's like none of you three are lesbians. So how do you know what a lesbian finds hot or not? Anissa's hot take was that lesbians prefer thighs, and that lesbians only like thighs and thigh brows.
I'm not a lesbian. I don't know. I can't verify this statement.
It's the most vapid nonsense. And it just continues on and on and on. And exactly, Moon Nerd nailed it. Anissa kissed a girl once, so she's totally bi.
Yeah.
Even though she's married to a man. Dane here then just tells Ian that his wife is queer, which is an insane statement.
Come on.
Straight line.
Bring it back.
Not
Bring it back. You'll hear it.
Let's go back here.
Yeah, I hate. I truly mean this. I hate Elon Musk like more than
Most
I think
people
I've
do.
ever hated any.
Not
human
very
being
unique
ever
for
on
holding that
planet
opinion.
Earth.
Fair.
Lesbians love Willem Dafoe.
Adam Driver.
Oh yeah, Adam Driver.
Your wife is queer.
She's thirsting. She's thirsting for Adam Driver right in front of Ian. Like, I don't know, man.
Of
that
all
makes
people.
me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make you uncomfortable? Like this?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut up, bitch. Like, don't be getting wet for
abuse. That's abuse. Like that's
It's a
opens the door to abuse.
Ah, yes, Kylo Den, take me.
Hello. Yeah, I'm queer.
Doesn't really seem like Anissa was confident in saying that. Just kind of quiet. Should yell it, say it loud, say it
in a
proud.
relationship with a woman ever. Stop it. She was drunk at a party one time, kissed a girl or whatever, and now she's a total bisexual.
We need full scissoring face. You know, if you want to prove, you know,
we need the 4K scissoring there, bud.
That's a straight line. Yeah.
Your
By the way, do lesbians describe themselves as queer? Like, do gay people say that they're queer?
No, they got their own make 'em up terms like
gay people
sappy.
do. And I'll be real, like the whole conversation they have about gay people, it's like they're honestly viewing
They say they're
them like they're
saff.
fucking aliens from
Sapphic.
Mars or some shit. And it seems to me like they're actually just as much, if not
They got
more, out of
cringier
touch
terms than
with
just
the
calling
gay
each other
community
queer.
than like evangelical church ladies would be.
Yeah.
You know, to them, like gay people are this like weird curiosity that like that they need to like virtue signal about as though they're fucking handicapped or disabled or something like that. And it's just like I don't know. Like to me, the way like if you want to say homophobic is a real term or whatever.
Yeah, dingasexual is the only true sexuality.
Come across as homophobic as fuck. Like they come across as though they just don't have any working real world understanding of what it is to be gay. at all.
Queer.
Yeah, I just throw out, you know, little questions here, little queries here and there.
So
query.
Queries.
Yeah. Okay, well let me try really hard. Let me try my darndest.
Okay.
My darndest.
So what he's doing is he's trying to think of a attractive person of color, like an attractive woman of color.
Like,
and he can't do
Latinas count, I presume. They would have to.
Like, this is like, you
Obvious.
ask us and we're just like...
You'd probably come up with a couple names if you include Latinas.
Okay, I
We got a pop up on Twitch from that comment. It's been happening a lot more often lately. I've had people tell me that that's like, oh, I just got a thing for saying this. It never happened to me personally, but I've seen people saying that it's happened to them for a couple months now, and it recently happened to me this week. I was like, what the fuck?
What is?
No, to be fair, I did type out regarded.
So queer.
What is statement?
Yeah. Okay, well let me try really hard. Let me try my darndest.
Okay.
Okay, unfortunately my brain.
Yeah, I saw commercials from that movie. I know that's the name. It reminds me of Pokemon Black and White. The trade certain Pokemon, you couldn't have slurs in the name. Obviously, a Nintendo game. But one of the Pokemon's name is Kofagrigus. So to spell Kofagrigus, you know, within Kofagrigus' name is a slur. So if you try to trade Kofagrigus without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White, you are not allowed to. You have to give it a nickname.
What is like to say that? And now he has to DEI his own like imagination.
Don't sneak slurs into the Pokemon names, you
Apparently, the
guys.
preferred term is now people of color, but colored is not okay. But what's the real difference between people of color and colored people? Isn't it the same shit?
That's so true. You see, who was it who said colored people? And everyone was like, whoa, hey.
Papa's for typing gun? Really?
Say that.
I forgot who said that, but it was like, they didn't
Probably not
mean
meant to protect Ralph, but meant to protect
Well, you don't have to do that anymore. They got rid of
people
the
on this
DIE
platform who
stuff.
may be of a heavier disposition that
It's like you don't
likely
even
aren't
have
male.
to think about them anymore because they got rid of the DEI guidelines.
That's Kino. That's funny. That's funny. That's actually a funny joke.
Immediately.
Dochi, I feel like
Now I am thinking of people of color. Because I wasn't thinking.
Well, you don't have to do that anymore. They got rid of the DIE stuff.
yeah, they got rid of the. Yeah.
Trump said wokeness is over. Synthetic Man won. Yes, let's go.
If they were racially, they were like, you know.
If they were more loose on the show and actually
Low
not like so
Nova
self-serious
Enforcer.
and neurotic and self-conscious,
And woke.
filled with-
I'm enforcing
and woke
everyone
and filled with
to
all
go
this
follow
therapy
Nova.
talk nonsense.
Right now.
There could be something funny here.
You know, like
but in
people like.
Oh man, Anissa's
Nova, they're watching iDubbbz, and iDubbbz is saying he can't think of a single attractive person of color. That's very disgraceful, very disgusting. I can't believe iDubbbz would promote such content and thoughts, wrong think on his channel.
That's so fucked up. It's fucked up that
so
all
wrong.
the.
Oh, then back to like.
Oh, and now we got to. Oh no, DEI was done away with.
Thank God.
Oh.
Thank God, that's brilliant. It was done away with.
It's done away with unless you
corporations
shop
were, like,
at Costco.
So on it.
Yeah.
Like, Target was like, fuck it.
But then they realized that hiring people that weren't qualified and just because they're color their skin
I'm pretty
didn't
sure
work
Costco's
out.
still
Whoa.
sticking to the guns.
Whoa, buddy.
I was always like, fuck it. The only people that have kept any of that shit is Costco. So.
Yeah.
Which is why they shop at Costco apparently.
And us here at She Ruined My Career.
Look at Ian just
man.
bro. He's like, I want to die. You know, he went from being
that combination
happy
of
and
letters
loose and free, and they actually
just
had a
triggers the
little
bot,
bit
no
that
matter
was
what the
funny.
context is.
And then instead of just letting it be funny and edgy, like It had to be dragged back down by serious politics about DEI.
It was a joke, guys.
And it's not even like properly done political spurging. Like it was very incompetent and half-assed. Anissa had no idea what she was even talking about, or at least she had zero confidence in what she was even saying. And it's just flat and boring. And then we're back to like Ian, like head in his hands. Oh my God, what am I doing here?
How much do you think they make, not including their Patreon, how much do you think they make a day on their YouTube channel?
Less than COG.
$200.
No, on
oh,
this
yeah, that's
YouTube
more than
channel.
COG.
Oh, fuck, a buck?
87 cents.
Oh my God, less than COG, I was right.
87 cents a day?
For only 87 cents a day.
So you gotta see here. So they're doing this for, let's just round up to $30 a month. And that's not even before YouTube. Okay. $30 a month, let's say. And you put how many hours a month into this shit? You're looking at an hour and a half times, or so 6 hours, 6 and a bit hours a month. You're getting paid fucking nothing.
Buddy.
Holy fuck.
It's negative money. They're actually paying for this to exist. Yeah.
It's just a vanity project waste.
Hey, vanity project waste. That's what he describes smart guys as.
Main host struggles to come up with.
I'm thinking of women.
You just can't think of like, yeah, you can't think of like names
Just
in
gotta
general.
find that woman who's a little bit, who's got a couple screws loose.
Do you want me to fill the silence with one? Because I've got another one.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
You want me to fill the silence? That's great. When someone's like, guys, I can fill the silence
This
if you need.
podcast is on death's door.
Dude, this is actually so brutal to watch. I love this.
Be great.
I've got a.
I had one. I really had one.
And then she escaped.
Yeah, she's like a chubbier woman.
Oh.
But I don't know even know her name.
Tell you what, we're in a straight marriage. I feel so bad when I have conversations about being bisexual because I'm like,
oh my God! Can someone tell her to stop?
Isn't it just painful?
It's so, I don't know, like, by the way, guys, by the way, I'm this, I'm that.
Same thing. That this is really cringe. Really bad.
Buddy, I can't even fuck it.
in a straight
You feel
marriage.
guilt?
Yeah, I do. I actually do. Yeah, I'm like, why the fuck? I don't feel like I have any authority to fucking.
Because you
That's
don't.
good to be that humble because
I'm like.
You're
It's kind of yucky to listen to. She's also yucky to look at.
Oh man, all right, it's time to move on to something a lot better. So it's time for JF, everybody.
Whoa, buddy, the JF segment there.
Those of you who don't know, Andy and JF used to have a show together called Warski Live. Stop. And thank goodness the
made it. I'm a survivor.
You really are a survivor. Little did you know that years later, your co-host would be the prime suspect in a murder case. So JF is known
Or like
as
the only
an
suspect.
ethno-nationalist, right-wing, fucking. He's a neuroscientist. He's French. He's this creepy guy. Most of you are familiar with JF, but more than a year ago now, like was it like a year and 3 or 4 months now since it became public, his wife, Mama JF, the mother of his children, went missing, and she hasn't been seen in over a year. So she's dead. And most people seem to believe at this point that JF murdered her. And eventually it kind of went cold and, you know, there was no new update. Well, it was just a month ago, or at the start of this month, that we covered what JF was talking about. JF now says that he's like fleeing the police, that he was on the run from SWAT teams. He had to have like this weird side quest with a Korean lawyer.
Is that they were targeting him for his political beliefs, and that if you wanted to see Mama JF ever again, you better start learning necromancy.
Crazy story, and it was completely incoherent. and it didn't make any sense at all. It was like, whoa, buddy, like this is all contradictory and pretty insane. And it's like, how have you not already been arrested if you're on the run from the law and all this? Well, JF has now apparently told the story again, except this time he did it behind his paywall. And he says that he's going to be much more relaxed and loose with what he's saying because it's in a private setting.
Ooh, this is a
where nobody is going to be able to see it, and the police won't be able to see it except
Pick up Snurgle for the puppy.
It's a $5 paywall. So for the sake of selling 4 or $5 memberships, he may have given the testimony that sends his ass to jail. So if you were here for the last segment, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of this is a repeat of the stories he told. But there's all sorts of weird new details that I find fascinating. And he's also joined by his like pay pig donors on the phone call, and they ask him questions about it and try and press him on it a bit. So I think this is interesting to watch.
No, Ash, we have a
that won't be weird at all.
journey ahead of us here. I'm gonna use the bathroom and grab a water. Do you need to use the bathroom or no?
You know what? Let's take a quick break. I'm gonna get some more water.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we have a
big pow, JP for some.
You're gonna get the nice stream coffee there, huh?
Oh, fuck, it was 75 away from the goal.
Yeah, where's the biggin at? They've not been biggin tonight. Let's go.
Guys, we'll be back in 2 minutes here.
Anissa gave them so much brain rot they forgot to beg.
See you in a second.
Dun 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 dun. You know what? Let's let the Visa rep play. I always mute it. Said it's gonna be a good one, just wait and see. Jumped out of bed and I went outside feeling so satisfied. It's the best day ever, best day ever. I can't do the main lyrics and then also the backing. I'm gonna fuck it up. Best day ever. Spent the last 2 hours just tying my shoe. Very inaccurate. We all know Beezer's rocking the Velcro straps. Every grain of sand is reaching out to shake my hand. It's the best day ever. Best day ever. Hello, JC. Best day ever. Sometimes the little things come closing in on me. When I'm feeling down, I gotta lose that frown. I gotta play this in my head rent-free every day. Then I won't be able to forget the lyrics. I'll remember them all each time. Sadly, every time this comes on, normally I usually just mute it. Mr. Moon will be shining bright, so the best day ever can't last all night. Yeah, the best day ever's gonna last all night now. It's the best day ever, best day ever. I still don't know what the context is for the scene where he chokes out the Asian stripper.
Perfect.
Is that supposed to be Jade?
Wow. It's like we held
He
each
had like an
other's
Asian
hands
girlfriend
during
arc I didn't hear about.
All right, let me grab your volume. All right, there's your volume. Guys, thank you. By the way, we really appreciate all the support. Ashton, the views are exploding. The clip channel is actually scary. Almost at 30,000 subs, by the way, guys. Fucking amazing. Thank you for the support. Let's get some more, though. You know what I mean? All right, here.
You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? No complaints from me? Yeah, yes sir, yes sir.
And welcome to this.
So
What's the background?
Yes, exactly. That was the first thing. So now, for whatever reason, he has these Minecraft.
Oh, he did, Benjamin? That must be early lore. I didn't know about that.
Fruity is all French hell, man.
I always thought that scene was supposed to represent the maker of the video Kill All PDFs who used Medicare Jade as his profile picture.
Putting that stuff together, why he decided to put that in the background.
Yikes.
But I don't know, he's upgraded his like torture device or whatever in the background, and he's put like children's toys on it, which doesn't really fit his aesthetic or vibe or anything at all.
Is it?
It's a very shocking choice by JF, isn't it?
Is it not against the
advice
wall
from
anymore?
DSP on his setup. Let's see this.
It looks like it's pulled. The perspective is. It's always been.
He does have toys in the background. What is that?
Room of a killer.
Yeah.
What's wrong with him?
Hang out
Some Minecraft toys?
Tonight. I don't know if we're gonna have anyone actually joining us because I know that Fadam, who joins us very often, cannot make it.
By the way, when you're one guy,
I'm not confident that any pay pigs are gonna show up.
Gonna show up.
He's doing a members stream, and there are no members.
What?
So it doesn't really make any sense at all.
What would I do community nights?
In normal internet talk,
why the
people
fuck would
call
I
this
play
a
for members?
Discord call.
I may have made
there's no one listening except for four guys.
I'll never get over his hairstyle, bro. This guy is permanently trapped in 2002.
Yeah.
Wrong choice.
His hairline, I swear, it recedes more and more every time we see him. Like, when will he just put on a hat? Like, he may as well get a beret. And it would fit him better. Like, if he just wore, like, a French beret and he had a little teacup he drank from, I think it would suit him better.
They're calling it the Papa Roach haircut.
They called him Pepe's Pew. Pepe's Spew.
That is the Papa Roach hairstyle.
They like this and choosing it last minute. But I had to get back on the schedule of making these private shows, so it's not dramatic if there's no one joining. I know that perhaps
if it's not making money, why do it?
Is buzzing.
It's definitely a DSP moment. But at least DSP's got like trolls and LARPers who show up. Who's showing up to the JF members only stream?
We're gonna have to go back to Mondays or Tuesdays because those seem to be.
What's wrong with his mic? Did he break his mic? It's actually like popping and going.
Yes, he is in charge of the audio, I guess, on his mic.
Cut my wife into pieces.
This is my last resort. Oh, man.
The days that most people are able to join and they have less work. But in any case, it's okay because I can do a solo private show. I've never done in all those years.
What, calling it a solo private show makes it sound like he's a stripper, doesn't it?
Like he's jacking
Makes it
off
sound like he's doing a $50 react for Slayer.
He's a jack off guy on cam.
He says he does, Mr. Pun. He's got at least one that regularly shows up, but he can't show up for this one for whatever reason. So he's worried. He's worried that no one else will show up.
There's always been people joining, but I knew that after months of being away from the internet and
I knew that there would not be many members
streaming without restoring the private shows. And by the way, I'm so thankful for all of you who have kept donating during these months because I was being pursued, and in fact that's what I can talk about perhaps in more detail than I do on the regular show.
He still insists that he was targeted for his political beliefs.
Yes, very private.
3,000 people watching here, you know, are actually watching this, or that you don't share this with anybody, you know, that'd be a shame because this is, it's private for JF's closest fans only.
Yeah, for $4.99. This is like a really the OnlyFans style.
This is the private space with Jean-Francois Garepi, where everything is private. No, JF, it's not.
It's
like, I love how he says he's gonna give more details that could potentially incriminate him because it's hidden behind a super secure $5 paywall. $5 paywall. $5 Canadian paywall. This is like $3 US.
The price of a coffee. You could hear the crime.
He'll claim it's $25, but my source got it for $5. So.
And I thank you for being generous to me while I wasn't producing anything on the internet, because that money helped a lot. It helped a lot to be able to do some crazy moves. So Fathom actually.
Is he basically just admitting he's broke as
It's gonna be
here?
impossible
he
with
is
one
broke,
hit.
dude. Or I'm
I
telling
thought he
you,
was the Bitcoin millionaire. My crypto holdings have increased tenfold.
The only person.
Is he gonna cry? Like, he sounds like he's like Phil going, it's been tough.
Yeah.
The last decade has been tough.
Phil Bros. We
There's
keep taking
only
strays.
one person who makes less money than him.
Cog. I knew he was gonna say Cog.
Told me before he told me that he couldn't come, that he would like to hear more about
the sector's dead. Let's go.
The story of my escape from Prince Edward Island, and sure, I can re-render it here, perhaps with more details.
Is it a video?
Re-render?
I'm going to be re-rendering detail here. Did he need to say like regale? I will be rendering detail.
English second language alert. We have an ESL alert up in the house tonight.
Very funny.
Because on the regular show, when there's a big crowd, I have to be careful what I reveal. I have to protect a lot of information, and I have to add elements.
Especially the whole killing your wife part.
Isn't this an odd thing to say, though?
Yeah.
Is he's like,
what kind of details would you need to keep private?
Say on the public show, because it might be used against
me.
If
you didn't do anything, what would you need to keep private?
Fiction and comedy here and there to make it interesting. And also,
hasn't his story always been, I took her to the woods and then I just dropped her off,
This can't be used against him in court because he said it was fiction and comedy. I'm sure that's really gonna hold up, JF.
Oh, that's like
I'm sure it was all a performance art. Yeah.
The Ralph of Defense. A friend of mine has his wife who left him.
That's a good thing this is all private. Nobody can view it at all.
Yeah.
Than JF's biggest supporters.
Yeah, this is a real hack. This is like a hack.
Of course, what's that? So if the feds are watching, please do not subscribe to the paywall. Please. You have a big barrier. The RCMP not have $5 for this stream, huh?
Because plausible deniability on some of these things is necessary, unfortunately.
Why does he need plausible deniability if he did nothing wrong?
The truth eventually, the truth is that false allegations were used against me.
Wow.
Eventually these false
listen, he's basically like, listen, the truth is, if I tell the truth, I'm going to prison. So I must mix in a lot of lies, and you must believe them.
Oh man, I'm sorry, let me just do one thing.
The truth will be used against me.
Allegations can be used against you. You can be in a future trial in which they say, hey, you said that on your show. Isn't that true that you said that? And you're like, well, I said that, but it was a false allegation.
Weird preamble here.
They will hold it against you, and
your own words are a false allegation against yourself, sir?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And if this is your consideration, how about we don't do this stream? Like, this is crazy. This is crazy,
bro.
A bad judge will just say, all right, oh, so these allegations have been made against you. Huh? He can choose not to listen to the fact that you say it's a false allegation. So for all these reasons, you have to be careful when you talk publicly of these things. But in the private show, you know, at least I can think, okay, if someone uses what I say tonight against me, at least they're gonna have paid $20. So at least.
What a cope, buddy! And if it was $5, but seriously, what? He's like, okay, so if this is used against me to send me to prison, huh? Well, at least I made $20, huh? Is it worth it though? If you go
But you won't be seeing that $20 if you go to prison.
Why are you doing this?
Not until you get out. If you get out, you probably won't get out.
Whoa,
You shouldn't get out.
Buddy. Must be hard up for cash, bro. Let's get some subs. Let's hit this goal. We're taking the risk here by fucking pilfering the paywall.
Yep.
Money on them. So I will go into these details, but I see that James is joining us. James.
So James is here.
James? James?
The James is now a paid up member of the fucking Papa JF Mafia.
Wow.
And James is called into the show.
Thoughts, JF? Okay.
Go
is
ahead,
he muted?
Hello, James.
I don't think he has any thoughts.
Oh, sorry, I hit the mute button on. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Like, what the?
How's it going, JF?
Going well. I was explaining to the crowd that I may get into a story
The
about how I
crowd.
escaped Prince Edward
When he just
Island
opened the
because
stream
Fat
telling
Adam
us that
cannot
no
be
one was
with
gonna
us
show
tonight.
up.
James, you need to leave the call immediately.
What are you doing here, man?
Like, James, you should
What
hang
are
up
you
the-
doing?
James, you are talking to a
You're
murderer.
making yourself an accessory after the fact. Like, come
Is he
on.
not? Like, imagine calling into this murderer's show. Like, so, can you tell me the story of how you murdered her?
And you
Got away
escaped?
with it?
But he did ask me if
They're saying
if
you
I
got
could
away with
provide
it
more
there, bud.
details. But maybe
good.
we can keep that for later tonight.
Oh, good. You're telling me, all of us, how you escaped the law. Great. Love this
How are
topic.
you
If you
doing,
wanted
James?
if you wanted to tell the story, I actually just got in because I'm
Okay.
getting like tons of snow and I had to do a lot of shoveling, so I'm eating dinner right now. So
Okay.
yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
Nobody
well,
cares, bud.
Buddy, you saw, did you see, oh,
Canson has gifted 10 subs, putting a 65
65
away from the goal. Freebird.
let's go. Big show, big show.
Perhaps I can deliver. I mean, I've pretty much said everything, but perhaps I've said it with turns of phrases that were deceptive with the goal of saturating the story a little bit with plausible deniability.
So now we're going to get the true and honest version of the story from JF. So JF, like, how he has any credibility at all when he just admits to straight up lying to have plausible deniability in court. It's like, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
And the more and more he talks about this, the more and more I think he murdered his wife.
Quickly. On Prince Edward Island, a bunch of fucking wine-ons, really, just paranoid woman living in my neighborhood started harassing my family. And it started with a call to the city to cut my grass.
So the story is, just for no reason at all, one day a cabal of wine ants started harassing JF's family. But now more of the reality starts to come in. So he says there was a call to the city about his grass. Okay, go ahead, JF.
Okay.
Now, I admit that
About his grass?
my grass wasn't super well cut, you know. I was letting it
But I did
be
not
very,
mow
very
my
long
grass
before I
there,
cut
bud.
So JF, total shut-in, fucking eccentric nutcase, nut bar, he just lets his grass grow for months without cutting his fucking lawn. The other neighbors, they're concerned. They're like our property prices are going down. This is a fucking eyesore. Like, the neighborhood, there's this nutty fucking French guy who refuses to cut his grass.
Okay.
So they call the city and complain, hey, can you guys make this guy cut his fucking grass? So this sounds like apparently a grand cabal conspiracy against him and his family.
Yeah.
Like, this is a fucking nut bar who just wouldn't fucking mow his lawn because he's a lazy shut-in.
Okay.
But, you know,
By the way, if that's how this all started, the police suspecting you was you didn't cut your grass?
You deserve it.
God, that's terrible. It's so funny.
I'm very busy. I have to care for my kids. I have to produce this show. That's a lot of things on my.
If only JF had landscapers, right?
It's an hour a day. It's 1 hour a day where you just read Twitter.
You read the news. You read like the fucking
the 3 or 4
headline
stories
of the day.
Yeah.
His shoulders as a single dad, and sometimes yes, I let the grass grow a little more than the neighbors, and then I cut it. So it all started.
JF, trying to put it that way, where it's like just a little bit more than there's. No, it was bad.
To get a call?
No, it was like a jungle, dude.
Yeah, I was like, is this house abandoned?
And when I saw this letter come in, you have to cut your grass or we're gonna fine you. I'm like, okay, I don't mind cutting the grass. But that told me there's a bunch of
obviously targeting me
and I knew
because
this
of my
couldn't be
political
good.
beliefs.
On top
Because
of
I must
it,
cut my
the Major
grass.
Crimes Division gets a new woman investigator.
Notice he has to keep emphasizing it's a woman because he hates women, and I think that's the reason they put a woman investigator in charge.
To make him mad.
Was to get him mad and emotional so he would make mistakes.
Yep.
She's super interested in my new relationship. And the first thing she asks, aren't you going too fast?
You're right though, Jay
with your
Frosty.
new girlfriend?"
Homeowners Association
Because,
got
of course,
excited. They
I have a new
exposed him.
girlfriend, and I've
They were the
introduced
straw
her
that broke
into
the
the
camel's
family.
back.
And it's been done over a year. And
Get ready. What he's about to say, is insane about Mama JF. Just get ready.
Okay.
Has become an integral member of the family. And for kids that are very young, it's very easy to attach to a new maternal figure like this. And
is it though?
And this is something I haven't said on the regular show.
Isn't it the case that children tend to reject having a new mother or a new father and resent them because they're not their real mother or father?
Yeah. Well, how old are his kids too?
I don't know. I don't
even know. Yeah.
But Mama JF, when she left me, she was very clear.
You're right.
She said, I want you to find a wife to care for the family while I'm
What? Oh my God! This never happened. This is
As
crazy.
if Mama JF could even put that sentence together.
Mama JF was like, JF,
Yes,
I need
I'm
you
going to
find
leave
a new
forever,
wife
find a
after
new
me,
person,
JF, 'cause
find a
I'm
new
about to
lover.
die. I'm never going to come back, JF. I need you to make sure my children are
Fuck
taken
you. She
after
didn't
by
say
some
that.
other woman, JF. This didn't happen. This is crazy. She told him that she wanted to be replaced with another woman and have her kids raised by a new mom. We know this is bullshit because remember when Mama JF left that one
Thank you for the Ouija moment. That didn't happen.
JF hung getting a new girlfriend over her head.
You can't string those words together coherently to make a sentence like that.
A Wheel of Fortune like game show to find the new Mama JF. Obviously, she didn't want to be replaced by another woman. Obviously, she didn't want her kids raised, but this is just convenient that now this new information that we've never heard JF say before has come to the light. That Mama JF just was apparently aware she was going to meet an untimely demise in the woods, and so then said, move past me, get a new woman. Right. An amazing coincidence.
And then everyone clapped.
If she really did say this, he would have said it a lot
It's not
sooner.
like I'm playing in Mama JF's back.
Like almost immediately after she disappeared. Oh yeah, the day before I dropped her off in the woods, she said, "Move on and find a new lover," in order to justify whatever one she ultimately would settle down with.
To disappear.
Oh, consciously. Yeah,
It took him a while to come up with it. Therefore, it's fake.
She wanted to disappear forever. She wanted to disappear. Okay.
Deployed her plan.
She was alive when she said that, guys.
And she didn't tell me everything about her plan. But she told me, JF, I want you to have another woman to be the mother of this family.
And if anyone tells you that I'm dead,
I just do
that
not
I
remain
actually
convinced that
went
she would say
to
that.
Brazil. Okay,
Yeah,
tell
and
them
I'm
that.
in a banana boat.
Yeah, tell them. Tell them I'm on a banana boat.
I can't do it anymore, so I have to go. So you have this police woman.
It really is the least believable thing of all time. Like for a mother to abandon.
Bro, he did
her
something
kids
to her. We all know what he did.
Raising them
I don't know why he's why isn't he just honest? Just be honest.
Walk out on her entire life, like,
and tell the husband to find a new girl,
to find a new woman. Like, this never fucking.
All you have to do is tell the truth.
I don't know. This is fucking beyond.
Because we tried crossing the U.S. border unsuccessfully because they.
So, this to me is very strange, and this is a new detail that we haven't heard before. So he tries to cross the U.S. border with his new girlfriend or wife, and they don't let him in. But it's the Canada-U.S. border. Like, they always will let you in.
Yeah.
Usually. Like, if you have a Canadian passport, you should be able to go into the United States.
Yeah.
He is on the list for his political
like,
beliefs.
Is he wanted? Like, listen, this is strange.
Okay, they pulled some red tape and, oh, you don't have this paper or that paper. It was bullshit excuses. It was really the Biden government, not.
What are the papers he's missing?
Government persecuting him with red tape. That
fuck off.
He didn't have.
They're
This
Canadians, so they can
paper,
debunk
that
this.
paper.
I went to
What is this
America.
paper or that paper?
Yeah, man. Like, it's
what
not.
the fuck is he talking about? Biden.
I don't know.
The Biden red tape.
Letting me in. Because I've crossed this US border without much papers every time for 20.
Why would
25
Biden do this?
and
Why
then
would Biden
suddenly
single
when
out
you're
JF?
Wanted, it's not as easy. Yeah.
You know what I mean? This thing, he's like
Biden did this.
He was trying to flee the country to the United States, and they wouldn't let him in for some reason. That
Well, he was
I wonder why.
he was flagged down.
Yeah.
Exactly.
adult life. Suddenly they
It's a
request
complete mystery
all
why they
sorts
would
of
want
other
him.
papers that I didn't even know about. And proof of employment, and it's like very hard for me.
Isn't this his job though? They asked for papers that I did not know about. If these are new papers, surely you would have seen this in like the political news sphere, right? Oh, Biden's requesting new papers if you're coming into the US from Canada.
You have an LLC that he would be like self-employed by or something, or I don't know.
I don't believe this.
Okay.
Getting
Proof
into the
of
border, and the
employment,
fact
that's
that we
hard.
tried.
That's just wild. But that you'd like they'd ask you these questions. It's like clearly something's wrong.
Passing the border, alerted the policewoman on PEI, and that's where our investigation turned from, oh well, we're the major crimes unit, our only job is to find Mama JF's body or find where she is if she's alive. But she totally changed her approach, and before her it was all men, policemen from the RCMP, very competent people, extremely competent. Sometimes
Yeah, Drivenomics, all you need is a passport.
You like them because they were
you don't need
dudes.
anything else.
with me, but Arch in a
You
way
know,
that,
Mr.
yeah.
Publius, I don't know. He goes, how are you two the only ones talking about this? I guess, like, it's just not a big enough name, you know?
Well, we just don't have
Yeah.
enough
But
information
it's a
for like
crazy story, and it's gonna blow
muckrakers to
up
talk
into
about for a
something,
lengthy
I'm
period of
sure.
time.
Like, this is just a gold mine waiting to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, this is gonna end crazy, and we're gonna be the
We'll
ones
get
on
an
the
update
forefront
that
to
causes
cover
other
the
people to
story,
start
for
talking
sure.
about it. Thing is, he's
If
kind of
in
like
case
he's not
I'm
even
a
really a known
killer,
quantity
they
even
have-
within
they
his
have
own
the
sphere.
Arch
Only
with me.
sector people
But
gave a fuck
Arch
about
in
JF.
an honorable way. Arch, like, we're gonna interview you. We're
I've
gonna
seen
harsh,
non-sector
by
people
the
bring it
way,
up
guys.
before,
push you on the question.
like in passing as a
I'm
joke.
glad you were able to interpret that, because I actually didn't know. I thought he was saying arch.
Yeah, I know.
Arch!
I was like,
But yeah, I've seen Twitter checkmarks bring it up. People like
But you
outside
can
the
tell he's
sector.
fucking
So like
stressed.
people
Like,
know
those
about it.
bags under his
They're
eyes
just
are
waiting for some sort of conviction to fall, if it ever comes.
Daily, I think.
Oh yeah.
Wow. It looks like he was pranked with like binoculars and like the eyeliner and the inside of the binoculars.
All right, how do we doing on
You know,
World
the prank where you
6?
look through and then you got glasses.
But that's
Or
the
more
kind of
levels to
Arch
go.
I can accept. Now, this woman totally decides to change the direction of the investigation, and now it's about JF has children with Mama JF. And,
with the Mama JF there.
What about this new girl? It's not safe. He's going too fast. And they think that I'm with this new girl, like I'm gonna pass 20 of them, and they think, oh, he lives an unstable love life. It's not.
Well,
this
obviously,
at all.
Yeah, you do.
It's absolutely unstable and unhinged from any normal person's perspective.
The extra life into
Talking
death
about
combo.
How
God
you're
damn
gonna
it.
inseminate these women like immediately.
I walked right into that one though.
Them, like nobody thinks that's normal.
And 7 of your exes are
Thank you,
retarded.
Murgle.
Because
Yeah,
they
it's
don't
like
know.
a pattern. Thing is, he has a pattern of preying on vulnerable and retarded women. Like
Yeah.
The
there's a
female
court
Jades of
case
the
in
world.
United States, where JF he married this woman.
Oh, this is deep lore.
who
Listen to this.
was
This is before Mama
autistic and
JF.
wasn't right in the head, and the marriage was actually annulled, and she was returned to her parents' custody because she was deemed incapable of making her own decisions like that. She's
He could not get his
adjudicated
hands on that
mentally
one.
Retarded. And so this is the man that JF is. And so of course they're going to be concerned. Like he has like a legal history a mile long, issues with women. Like the mother of his other kids, she got awarded sole custody and no visitation for JF because he's fucked in the head.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just like rumors or internet gossip. Like there's full on legal cases of all of this stuff, of this pattern of behavior. And now we have the latest one with Mama JF, where
think that case took
she's
place in
missing and
Texas,
it's
I
very
believe.
Suspicious, and she also is not mentally right.
About this new woman in my life, but they don't know first that she knows me since before Mama JF.
And we
even
didn't find
existed
out about
in my
it.
life.
We,
So she's been a
parentheses.
fan
That
since
wasn't disseminated to
2017.
us until
She is a
well after he had
super
been kicked off of
dedicated
Worski Show.
woman, and I've given her a speech about all of the obligations that she was taking on if she was trying for a relationship with me.
Pause. That's
She-
not normal.
It's so like
Like
an
can you see
interview.
why-
It's
Can
like
you
an
see
interview.
why the police would be concerned, or normal people would be concerned? So yes, I gave her a job interview. I laid out the obligations of being my baby incubator, what she would have to do for me, and she said she could fulfill the terms and conditions. Like, this is not normal. This is very fucking strange.
It's like it's so sterile. It's so like a doctor's office. Like, hello, we're gonna be doing
It's
a
like
study here. If you want
very
to sign,
clinical.
Clinical. That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sign here, initials here, and then we can start the process of you being my girlfriend. What the fuck kind of like relationship is this?
That's out of kind of a self-sacrificial
A
decision
dented
that
one.
she's done in a way
Literally.
that is like very.
This is wild. The woman, like, who's like, I mean, there's always sacrifices in relationships, but he's like, she sacrificed her whole life for me. What?
Yeah.
That's fucking nuts.
Self.
And you know he's rocking a fucking average penis too.
Negating, you know, to start
Worski.
caring, to go
It's
get
not
into
like
a
he's
family.
fucking 8-inch, fucking
Share with the fucking class.
giant,
Okay.
fucking thick, like.
Where there's already young children, and to
Fuck,
have
bro,
these
you know he's not
responsibilities
even
fall over
hung,
your
though.
shoulder
Fuck
when you're
yeah.
not biologically related. But I told
mean,
her, you know, this is the only condition in which I will
guess.
ever have a girlfriend.
I don't
And
know.
in fact, I do not want a girlfriend. I will only take a girlfriend that is
I did not, Emma.
beauty, top intelligence, super emotionally stable.
Top
basically
intelligence.
autism.
Super emotionally stable.
Hang on,
Mama JF had none of those attributes. She was very unstable and very mentally challenged, as were pretty much every woman that you were ever involved with in any public fashion, sir.
Come on.
The top intelligence.
Yeah.
Emotional stability, and I need someone who self-sacrifices in the sense that she's gonna have to spend some effort.
I am an
developing a
emotionally
connection
stable genius.
with children that aren't hers. So that they don't know. They think I'm just a fool, just dating anyone, just fucking anything that moves. And so they come. So this policewoman was annoyed. She
Why
was
you
like,
didn't bring
"Aren't-
up the
aren't you going too
penis?
fast?" Well, it's like you don't understand that when Mama Jeff left me, She told me to do exactly all that I'm doing right now. Like,
Why didn't we hear about that until right now during this private live stream? He never said this before. Never. Oh, she wanted me to find the new one, huh? We never heard him say that before. That she said that to him ever. What the fuck is he talking about?
Nobody gets over the death of their wife this quick. This is not normal, and he didn't even care. There was grieving period.
Mother of his child. Not even just partner.
You could argue that I'm just enacting the will of Mama Jeff, if that's what you're worried about. And if you're worried about Mama Jeff reappearing, just know that, I mean, she told me that she would never reappear.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, imagine so.
Oh my god!
Come on! She told me she would never reappear.
She told me she is dead and she will never come back ever again.
Not my actions to murder her or anything. She just told me that she was gonna disappear and no one would ever find her ever again.
Yeah. And if you would try looking for her, she would not.
What causes dentedness on this scale? Is it because he's French? Is it because he's ESL? Bad at communicating?
So it's private.
Yes.
This is private. You know, we're all sworn to secrecy about what we're witnessing because.
Don't tell the Mounties about this private live stream.
$5.
That she will disappear forever. That maybe she's out there living under another identity, but if she changes her mind, it doesn't change anything because I've done everything that she wanted me to do. In fact, when Mama Jeff left, I told her, I'm not gonna find another girlfriend. I'll be waiting for you. And she told me, no,
yeah, right.
If she did reappear, obviously it would change things because she would have like visitation rights to these children. She would probably
I will wait for you,
for
Mama JF.
support or like child support if she was to be raising these kids. Like, it obviously would matter if she did reappear, but he's completely 100% confident she's not going to reappear, which indicates to me he knows she's fucking dead because he probably played a role in it. Come on.
Bro, if she reappeared, she would be a ghost.
And there's literally a clip of Mama Jeff saying he's trying
Okay,
to
Worski.
Yeah.
I thought he really cooked with that one.
Yeah, yes.
Go out there and you find another woman because I'm not
gonna be a
coming back.
fucking ghost, bro.
Categorical what Mama JF told me. So anyways.
Yeah, it's very strange how they almost like treat all of their citizens in Canada and even in the US as like their children.
Yes.
Where we have to follow their morality, their ways of living. And it almost seems like a lot of the reasons why, I mean, for me too, I really...
You gotta ask yourself, what is this fucking guy thinking? What the fuck? Like, is this guy retarded? Like, does he actually believe
Trying to get him to incriminate himself? I don't know.
Like the donor? Like, he's not gonna question any of it
at all. He's got no, like, well, hang on. Let's, rewind here for a sec.
But to you, where, because I've seen it with my relationships.
Somebody, Chimeric goes, this James guy is a cop, 100%. Is he, like, he kind of does sound like a cop. Doesn't he?
He's a cop. That's so funny. That's actually really funny, dude.
His only donator is actually a confidential informant. Like,
where you're
honestly.
Yeah, exactly.
The police fell for the rumors that he had any political sway.
His story now, because he said, "I have no idea if she's coming back or not."
So
or
they
where
said
she
the
is,
feds
or what
after him.
she's
Then
doing.
they turned out to be his only
he was
pay
saying,
pigs.
Oh, she might come back one day. Now his story is she told me she was never going to reappear.
Serenex Sinestro.
Yeah.
It's a total contradiction.
The
And
James
more
guy is the
times
one
he
who
tells
does the
story,
interrogation.
The more contradictions and mistakes that he makes.
Then we get the
which is
dreading video
crazy
on
to
it.
me
Let's
that
go.
He's telling it again.
Oh,
this time it's private, guys. It's private.
Yeah, yeah.
a little bit, different than the normal person. You have your own very strong held beliefs and you live based on those beliefs.
Yep.
And the problem with that is it makes it like you don't the normal.
No, this guy's not a
type-
cop. This guy is actually this guy's a JF follower who's actually retarded.
Right there, I was like, "There's no way."
There's no way.
We both at the same time picked up on no.
Behavior doesn't always work out, and it's hard to find the right woman when you're not like a normie type person. And the problem is,
this fucking guy.
They see this and then they label you as like a not a reliable guy when that's what you want. But I don't know. It's just
well said, bud. Holy,
but you're one to talk, Worski.
Fucking struggling.
Annoys me too.
It's the bottom. It's the bottom putting all of society down because they assume that you're a man at the bottom. They assume that you're the average, inconsistent, non-intellectual person who doesn't follow any
You're speaking to a non-intellectual right now, JF.
I don't know. JF's trying to pretend like he should be above the law because he's smarter than other people, which is like one of the dumbest things you could say.
He's
like,
not. He's not even
I'm
like
actually a king, so you should not treat me like a stupid peasant.
I'm the king of that hate.
And will just come with a girl and then the girl disappears and then there's gonna be other girls. They don't understand that there's contracts in my mind and there's contracts in my life, and that the new woman in my life, I wouldn't have let her in my life if I wasn't convinced that we are bound through serious contract. So yeah, so
it reminds me of like when I was in school. And
have you ever had a friend or an acquaintance or a family member who describes their relationship in that way, as though it is a mental contract with serious obligations? Like,
no, that's actually unhinged and weird.
Isn't it though?
That's
it's
very,
a serious
very strange.
contract. You must sign the contract with me. Like, nobody views it that way.
No, that's very, very, very strange.
When you're in school, you're I would daydream a lot and like to think about things and constantly just like ponder questions in my mind because I get really bored in class.
Stoned all day in class.
And the teachers thought this meant that I was unfocused and not able to learn very well, so they put me in the educational needing development class.
No!
What a shock. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
Retard alert! Oh no!
It was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy.
This is JF's follower is actually in the remedial special ed class.
Buddy. Yo, look at JF's face. He's so disappointed.
JF's like, what?
He's like, fuck.
I thought I was talking to a serious intellectual.
He's like, no, God, please.
So I was in with all the stupid kids because they thought that.
JF just laughed. Your hero just fucking laughs at you and you tell him you were in the special class. JF's getting horny though when he hears that. It's like,
It's King DD Dude.
Potato farm.
DSP did not beat Dino Crisis tonight. No. Thank you for the 60 stream streak. No.
With the retard.
Suffer, David.
Yeah,
I'm sure you're talking to the next Einstein.
High intelligence,
Dave Bros.
You know,
It's
by the way the guy's talking.
This is a lingering playthrough, like I told you guys about this game.
For years, I had to like.
He might actually take more than 10 hours to beat it at this rate. We need to see his final time and compare it to mine.
Like it's funny.
It might be over, David Bros.
With my autistic girlfriend.
Might actually take longer to beat it than I did. How could this be? We both have the streamer bonus.
By the way, we got JF Garepi for 20 saying, bonjour, you guys are forgetting that scientific progress does not stop me from running from the cops.
Wow.
And masturbating the child. There's actually a clip of JF talking about how masturbating on children is a genetic advantage in evolution. Like, it's crazy.
What?
When I did my documentary about how he was twisted, I started with that clip of the audio of him saying that. It's actually scary.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, worse, he had a
fun.
JF
There's a lot of
documentary
people here who have no
when
idea
they first split up.
Maybe one day we'll have to like set up the whole PowerPoint.
Don't know if it's still up anywhere.
Yeah, great idea.
There's a lot that people don't know. And then we got BBF for 5 saying PPP say my
Well, he
name.
used a safe state, so his time won't be accurate.
BBF.
I think he abuses it that much, but safe states versus the time spent losing.
Oh my God, Deadman for 20.
You could probably do a
You
rough
guys
estimate
basically
by
gave
putting
Anissa
the link to the
and I
YouTube
hard-earned
videos together.
87 cents by watching the podcast.
Yep.
You should demand your money back. We got Mental Crash for 5. Anissa versus Airsoft Fatty.
No. We didn't give her 87 cents. She makes 87 cents in total.
Yes.
In like everyone watching. We gave her 0.0001, not even cent.
In the US, back in the day. Placing her as if she's
I
retarded.
hope their show never dies. I hope
And we got
10 more years they're doing so good.
I hope they have to keep doing it. Uncreative Live has gifted a sub, putting a
Wow.
64 away from the goal.
Let's go.
Let's hit it. Let's everybody do 1 sub right
Everyone,
now.
1 sub. Let's hit it.
Let's
Let's
put a
do
big
it.
dent in it here, guys, for the JF content. Nobody else is doing this.
Put a
Nobody
dent
else
in
is
it, huh?
covering it. You gotta show your support there.
Let's fucking go.
But in fact, she's more intelligent than the average. So anyways, this police investigator woman, I'm still not sure what extent she caused all of the snowball that eventually fell, but I know that from April to September, probably, she was holding it in and perhaps finding a way. How can I cause an investigation of JF's family without overstepping my boundaries? Because she's a major crimes unit investigator. She can really just investigate me for major crimes. She can
Hey, MTC dude.
investigate me
Highlight
for
was
murder,
for Long Kino Casino
rape,
chat last
or
night. He hasn't been in their chat
JF
since
and
December.
her, basically.
I got a feeling they told him to stop going in there because
So she's stuck.
DSP
She
detractors
cannot
were
really get into
logging
what
his
she's
chats.
really interested in.
Or
So
maybe he
she
just
found-
didn't
I
like
believe
their
that she
segments on
found
him,
a
so
way,
he
or if she
independently decided to stop
someone
going to their
else
chat.
Found a way. Some
wild.
hidden corrupt agent
Hello, Cockers.
found a way. How do we?
I hear he did
counter
not
this
beat the game
murder
today.
of
Very
the
depressing to hear.
Yeah.
Right.
The hidden corrupt agents, right?
There was a chat logger broken. He really hasn't been in there.
into a social worker
Was it working a while
type
ago?
of attack on JF's
I watch all of their episodes. I have not heard them
We had a lot of
verbally
subs
acknowledge
coming. That's
DSP in the
gifted
chat.
5 subs. And Kino Pool Boy for another 10 subs.
They usually get hosts from DSP, like he raids them, but he doesn't type anything after the host, so I don't count that. They have not verbally acknowledged him since December. I don't think the log is broken.
Have all gifted 1 sub. And Krieg0331 has gifted 5 subs.
Go!
And Legato Modi has
Just have to find
gifted
Kirk
a
and to be
sub
scheduled
as
leave.
well.
Did he see it? Was there coping?
Let's go.
Was there mauling though?
It's putting us closer to the goal. How close are we now, Andy? Can we hit it?
4 away after chemical.
And Mr. Jimmy for a sub as well.
43. Let's hit it. Thank you.
Can
so
we hit it?
fucking
Let's
much.
get that goal. We put a good dent in it there, but God bless the goal. We gotta hit
God
it.
bless
Ace
the
King
goal,
soon
baby.
For a sub.
All right, let's do the
Fuck
boss.
yeah, bitch.
If I had so much trouble on Mugly,
Let's go
imagine how much
42
trouble I'll have
away.
here.
So teaming
Mirror
up with
mode,
the Winons
one
of the
hit
street
only,
that had already
Dugly.
gotten me in trouble
loose.
for my grass. They found a way to get her.
I feel weird
to
about Kingdom Hearts
call
music playing at the gym.
This time, not
From
the
like your
major crimes
playlist?
unit,
You
but
played
call
it,
the
or it played
local
independent of you?
chapter of the RCMP.
Either way,
So
no.
basically the same police service, but fundamentally a more provincial and local department of that police service. And
Did we win? We're winning every day.
So they receive a call, and the call is.
Yeah, you know what? What was the song?
I've been talking about me on Facebook.
Take a shot every time he
Sanctuary
says
based. I feel like I'm in 2006 again.
Fucking
A
black.
sanctuary
Yeah.
where fears and lies melt away.
Wow, thank you in Third Eyesight. Thank you guys. Really fucking appreciate it. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoy the show, guys.
Too bad Utaru, what's her face turned out to be a total schizo.
And they've seen
shameful.
Activity outside of my house.
Super ghouls and jokes.
Oh my god.
Gifted.
We're in trouble. I cannot. I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna do this hitless.
Let's hit that goal.
Next hour gonna be spent here.
Yeah. Them about the safety of the children. This
Yeah, she became non-binary as of Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts 3 made her woke.
Okay. And having all this house, which has
He's Rumbles. He drunk again? No, he's alright. Expand! Expanded lore!
I was very confused
But no, he's
when
not
he
drunk.
first started telling the story of the truck of trash and how this somehow led to the SWAT
good.
team raiding him or whatever. So in reality, it wasn't that he kept the truck of trash parked
his
for
back
days
is
in
heated.
his driveway. What he did was he put all this assorted trash out
Who's
in the middle of
non-binary?
his yard.
The singer lady, Kingdom Hearts singer lady, who sung all the songs.
And you know, the neighbors are like, what the fuck? Why is there all this trash? Just listen to his retelling. I think I have it straight, but
reserves of food and stuff by Mama JF that we don't need anymore. And it's
don't
like
need
I
anymore.
kept the important souvenirs from Mama
Low
JF. but
GPM.
There is
what does that mean?
Ashton looking better than
That's so
DSP.
creepy, dude. Like he's
All of a sudden, Ashton feels better. I mean, it was just a hangover. Hangovers don't last that long unless they're extraordinarily bad. DSP is the one who's for real sick. Those people kept paying too much attention to PPP. So DSP had to make it about himself.
Part of her skull. I have the finger bones from the knuckle down. Like, what do you have? Is her head in the fridge? Like, what? Like, that's creepy, bro.
That's very
I took
sus.
Yeah, he's
the
fake
appropriate souvenirs. Like,
what? What did you mean?
He just wakes up
That
tomorrow
is not
claiming he has
important to her,
COVID.
nor to me, nor to anyone. So we had to get rid of a lot of trash. And I didn't
Guys,
want to
I'm not
pass through
feeling
the
well.
usual Sunday trash collection or Monday trash collection because I'm like,
So
okay, there are big
he
things in
did,
there.
because once you put that trash out on the curb, this, like, the investigators, private investigators or the cops could just go through his trash.
So he has to keep it on his grass?
So he had to keep it on his grass, and then he had to get rid of it privately.
Dude, his hitbox sucks for
so
that when he's
they
wobbling
couldn't get a hold of his
backwards.
trash for evidence.
I'm looking for.
If you're not careful, this bighorn will get you.
There's a bed that we need to get rid of. And those are too hard.
Bed?
So you got rid of her head?
Maybe there was some DNA?
Carry, so I'm gonna pay for a service.
I don't trust
The
this
service
guy.
will come and just junk. They're called and they will take everything.
So it really
and that will
was
be fine.
1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Yes.
It really was. Okay.
It was got, yeah, for
Now
sure.
for that service,
DSP
to
healed,
be able
voice
to
better
do
at the
their
end of the
job
stream.
best
He
and
was
to cost
tired.
a
He
little
forgot he
less
was
for
supposed to
me,
put on the fake
I
sick
had to
voice.
take all of the stuff and put it on my grass, which I did within 24 hours that I was expecting them. So basically,
Why is he saying this on stream? Because this is a private stream.
All the stuff on.
This is a private Patreon only stream that only one person showed up to.
The reason I
Close
did
you.
it quick is I knew that if I leave stuff on my grass for a week or 2 weeks, there's gonna be a bunch
Yeah,
of
it's
why
easier
not
with
spit
Diddy,
stuff.
J Frosty, because
But
then you got the
I leave
hover.
it there.
Pardon me. I gotta say.
DK's jumps are so heavy, you gotta be careful.
My neighbor
Like,
is
damn.
leaving garbage all over his lawn for a week.
The ugly
I'm
male
calling
don't
someone.
scare,
You know what I
bitch.
mean? Like,
GPM says, I saw my antidepressants today. Gonna be even rougher week than last week, but in a good note, I went swimming. Let's get some love for Guitar Punk Master GPM stopping his meds. Let's wish him a well journey. It's not easy trying to wean yourself off your antidepressants or any medication for your mentals. What the fuck kind of shout out was that? What the fuck? Can we get a better one? Hello?
What am I gonna do with this? This is ready to go into the oven?
It's ready to go, man.
Get me in a Discord call. I wish I could fucking stream like that, but I can't. Throw it away. Man, this was fucking $4. I could throw it away, but that would be a waste. Battery power 5. Oh no. That's not.
What the fuck were you making? Yeah, it says stay strong, soldier on GPM.
called the cops.
You'll
Is
make it.
anybody here, like...
It's a bit sus.
Those are the sussiest nachos I've ever
Why
seen.
don't I see his kids? And
I also bet you, I guarantee you.
Thank you, Nurgle, for the
Mom
scam
and
Q game
JF's
redeem.
family like asked around the neighborhood, like, "Hey, have you know?"
There's a truck
Have you
crash
seen the kids?
in this.
And this is also, Arlo points out, this is a change in position from JF because for a long time he said
Not that Arlo.
like he denied the existence of these kids, or he wouldn't talk about how he had these kids. And that's the one condition he put on that interview he had with Andrew Wilson, is that Andrew wasn't allowed to ask about the kids. So it's just interesting how he shifted posture on that.
Yeah,
now,
it looked
and
like
he's
Parmesan.
directly addressing
First
the
I
fact
thought
that
it was
he has
rice. I was
custody
like,
of these
GPM, we
kids.
can't be putting rice in
the Black has
nachos.
gifted a sub, putting us, what, 38 away?
34.
Unless we're making some kind of
34
sussy
away from
Filipino
the goal.
nachos I don't know about.
And meanwhile, while they were doing that call of worrying for the children,
it was the
they were
wrong
chatting on
cheese.
Facebook, and I had an investigator that was looking at
Oh,
those
look,
chats.
look, now there's no, now
they're
it's
into
not
a whole-
instant.
So
There was no
JF
instant
hired
retraction
a
that
private
time.
investigator to look into these chats?
I've seen his kids before. Why don't I see his kids? And there's
Yeah,
a
we gotta get
truck
Ann on the
crash
line, ask about the
in
rice
the
nachos.
street. And meanwhile, while they were doing that call of worrying for the children, they were chatting on Facebook, and I had an
Facebook
investigator
there?
that was looking at those chats. And basically, they're into a whole paranoid story of, oh my God, he's doing something. He's gonna hurt the kids.
No, this is the guy who killed his wife.
So there's probably like a neighborhood watch Facebook group. Like these like boomers, they go on there and there's like all these women on there like, oh my God. This
He's talking about
guy's
how he
fucked.
evaded the police.
There's something really wrong here.
Now they wouldn't let him go into the US.
And JF like hired a private investigator to dig
he said-
into.
He said they told him at the US-Canadian border that he did not have the new Biden red papers, which Tard and Lard had no idea what he was talking about because they had very recently been to the US and had no issue going into the US. There's not, the US-Canadian border is not the one that gives you problems if you try to go from one place to the other, right? So obviously, he must have done something to get on their radar. It must have something to do with his wife that nobody knows where she is.
Pimp, I know you're good for. What are you waiting for the wrestling show tomorrow, Dank Sneed Pimp?
Yeah, he is.
He's waiting for the wrestling show tomorrow. It's gonna be Kino, the night show.
Yeah, allegedly.
Tomorrow you change the game.
Yeah.
What time?
I think it's like 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Pacific time.
DSP should cancel it to Big Dog PP for canceling on Tuesday. DSP should take the whole day off because he's
Trying
sick.
to get with the new girl. And it's like these people don't understand that I've been working for a whole year at providing a stable environment for my family, and it's happening. Like how many people are able to recover from the disappearance of a spouse?
Pause.
And
It's a really good question, JF. Most people really never recover from the disappearance of their spouse. It haunts them for the rest of their fucking life.
Isn't it?
Are they
Might be here for a
living?
while.
Are they dead? You seem to have got over it in record time.
Yep.
In fact, you seem to be over it the day of her disappearance. And you weren't troubled at all during the entire year and a half she's been fucking gone. So I don't know, JF. This point really isn't in your favor. I'm not sure why you would bring that up. And Sweet Nova B has gifted 5 subs. Lasagna's saying, redeem link to wrestling show, please. It's called Smart Guys, and it's going to be on the DSP Reacts channel tomorrow night, or also on Real DSP Gaming on Kick. It's
Can't
on
even
Kick
say his
also.
channel's name
Also
right.
follow Ashton at Power of the Truth. Links down there on his
On
Twitter.
Twitter, and
he'll
I'll
tweet it
shout
out.
it
They're such
out.
good friends,
He'll
though.
tweet it out. So
Quality person to join the family and to reform a new heterosexual family. It's kind of a miracle what has been happening. And yet these people are trying to get me in trouble for this, basically, because they're alarmed that I'm moving too fast. They don't understand first, as a celebrity,
True, GPM.
I have possibilities.
it's called the Benoit Boys.
It would have been smarter for him to just do the underscore
Well, that's
thing.
what I said.
At least
Every
that's an
episode I
existing
say, or the real title,
detractor joke.
Benoit Boy.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That they don't have. Like, if you're a local at the bar, finding a good mate.
We just missed
Let's
JF
have an
is now
A-Logs,
claiming that he's a
Nintendo,
celebrity,
and the
so he
underscore
has
show. I'm the
access
one
to
that
all
sweeps
sorts
squirrel.
of women. So his
Yes,
situation
Switch 2 is
isn't
not that bad,
normal,
guys.
And the investigators can't even comprehend his incredible.
What about 24-player Mario Kart, buddy?
Odyssey. Let's see his viewer count here.
It brings up like some weird Steam indie game with 48 players
and
racing.
His latest video here.
Yes, but like, no one's gonna play that because Mario's not in it.
178 views.
I did see a GPM. It looks really good.
Right. We got Zimmer Flauns has gifted a sub as well.
Wow, thank you so much. Ken Sweet Noah, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Guys, 178 video, 178 views 4 hours ago. That is brutal.
Might be a job of 5-10 years. If you're a
Ace two?
JF, finding a good mate can be happening within a week, within a month. So
No!
I can go much faster than the average person, and yet
What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody can marry somebody based off of 1 week or 1 month of digital communication. That's insane, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? And Hot Fart Fernando has gifted a sub.
Even if Dave did all that, no, if PvP did all that, Seal, yeah, what you said next would happen, Dave would not care. At least for his public reaction would be laughter.
Police.
It would go through his
not into the social worker,
in one ear out the other.
Kidnapper, agents of the child. We're just with the police here.
It's like how many times do I have to shit in your house before you get the idea that I want you out of here?
It would be she hasn't seen the children of JF.
Would be how
for
Phil
a while.
responds.
The police comes accompanied by a social worker, and they were all trying to downplay the fact that the social worker is there, but
This is 100% told from JF's perspective. So, and he's already announced that there were a bunch of red flags, like trash all over his fucking yard. It was in a state of disrepair. He hadn't fucking cut his lawn in months to where it was like a fucking jungle. Nobody had seen his kids in a while. There's some strange new woman being introduced to the household. That's just what JF is.
Now imagine me doing the chicken boss without getting hit.
We don't know what other signs or what other red flags for the neighbors there would have been for them to lead to this call. And obviously something's not fucking right, because
hey Billy,
they continued apparently. You know, it's obviously not right. Something here is fucked.
I knew what was going on.
I want to just believe it's because he's ESL, J Frosty, but it is very alien.
You are invoking not criminal law.
I don't even think Phil ever had kids. He would not call them the children of Phil Burnell. This is the level of alien we are at.
They don't
they're not.
Process and
they're not child kidnapping laws. They're child protection laws to protect children that can't protect themselves from monsters like yourself who might harm them. Right?
Especially in eastern provinces. So I'm like, oh, that is big trouble. So an old policeman and a kind of lesbian-looking, fat,
notice like
old.
He always has to disparage women in the most.
Whoa! Stop the presses. It's GPM with a gifted 1 month tier 1 to Billy.
Yeah.
Which again, it just
Thank you, GPM.
This is why they put a female in charge
And I
of
hope
the investigation.
the antidepressant thing works out. I'm not depressed because you gifted the sub.
Woman, social worker,
and agreed to
come. And the policeman explains, well, there's
you see that on the
neighbors that are worried
hieroglyphics
about
in
your
DSP's house?
They say they haven't
The
seen
children
your
of Phil
kids for a
Burnell.
long time. And then
The children of Dave Burnell Sr. The hieroglyphics in Dave's Connecticut home. The children of Dave Burnell Sr. Dave Burnell Jr. and Dave's cousin, who they treated like their daughter, but Phil never saw as his sister, despite growing up with her his whole life.
You and the neighbors can fuck off, Tabernacle.
That's insane to say.
Like, the fact of the matter is, you're not a normal person. That's why they're concerned when they haven't seen the kids. Because they honestly believe that you are a murderer and like an evil Nazi as well. Like, The JF is basically like the evil Nazi neuroscientist conducting sick experiments that fucking got away with murdering his wife. That's what these people are thinking. They're like, fuck, we haven't seen his kids. If one of the other neighbors, they didn't see their kids for a few weeks, it's no big deal. But with JF, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, should we do something? Because he's obviously fucked.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Dude,
you
like
would
half
have
a
your
second.
reassurance. But then the social worker woman didn't want this. She wanted to get in the home. And on Prince Edward Island, I don't have a right to refuse. There is no search and seizure protection against Child Protective Service in PEI, which is the saddest thing, but it's leading them
would
to have
you?
super
So you just want for people that molest or beat kids or get their kids addicted to drugs and stuff like that to be able to close their door to Child Protective Services and they're not allowed to search the home at all? That's the society that you think we should live in, Jean-Francois?
No wonder he sympathizes with Ricada.
It's only his belief about this because it's affecting him.
Yeah.
Because no sane person would be like, you know what? We should just allow people who beat their kids to hide them in the basement, and there's nothing law enforcement or society can do.
It's retarded.
My rights.
Hours. They can
Okay, but like you're Canadian.
That's why they come accompanied by a policeman.
Accompanied.
They can literally force their way into your home. So I'm like, I look at the woman and she's like, no, we want to get in your home to see where the children live. And so I'm like, hey, is it that weird? This all starts with a neighbor not seeing my kids, and now suddenly you want to enter my home and start asking personal questions about my relationship. Like,
your wife's missing. Like, legally, she's missing.
I don't know. Like, what does he expect? Yeah, people didn't see the kids. They're concerned. Can you show us the kids and the living conditions of this home?
Yes.
So that our concerns can be assured. And it's like, if you cooperate and you act normally, you're probably going to be okay. Now, there's some instances where CPS really is evil and fucked up.
No, it goes even faster.
People over. But, this whole like acting defensive and trying to fight with them, the reality is if they want to search your shit, they're going to search your shit.
Yeah.
They're going to find some way to do it. And so by not cooperating and by being, I'm sure he was completely antagonistic, he makes the process worse on himself because then they get suspicious.
I could see it.
Someone said in chat here, Andy, the Epstein lore. Yeah, there was a famous quote by him. It was discovered this old YouTube channel he used to work for got like 25K from Jeffrey Epstein. And
Oh
then it was,
yeah,
revealed
he
what
did
the
get
Epstein
money
should've
from
happened,
literally
right?
Jeffrey
and then
Epstein.
JF's response to it was like, of course, I could take money. I would take money from the devil himself.
Yeah, I would take.
Well, his argument when he got money from Jeffrey Epstein was that he was depriving pedophiles of their money, so he didn't care.
Yeah, Richard.
No, we're talking about the guy who killed his wife, Jesse. Put her in the woods.
True. Like Richard's going like, I see this in chat. They're saying you took money from Jeffrey. Obviously not true. Jeff goes, no, I mean that is true, Richard. That took 25,000 from him.
25,000.
Yeah.
Even Richard Spencer was in the same call when that got revealed. He could not believe it. Richard Spencer was like backing away. He was like, "Whoa, buddy."
Exactly how it
Not that, Richard.
Danger. So I'm like, is it the case that you can enter my home without my consent? And she says yes. So I'm like, well, there's nothing to discuss then. Come in. And so she's like, okay, well, and I'm there with my children and my new girlfriend.
By
and
the way,
it's like, oh yeah,
we got Yogi Garapi for 10. As you can see, Boo Boo, I am smarter than the average.
Hey, Boo Boo.
The Ranger has yet to
Let's go accept
find
money from
Mama
Jeffrey
Potato's
Epstein.
Picnic basket.
Diapers. Yes, we have that. Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have? And she asked questions about the actual children.
Yeah, he was gobsmacked. Like he went wide-eyed.
That's a big deal. Okay, only for 30 seconds.
No.
Then it was what about your wife? Let's hear.
And then she just jumped in right. We moved a little bit to the kitchen. The children were sleeping, so they were kind of not bothered by this because they didn't realize that a police and a social worker were in the home. So we moved to the kitchen.
I'm not
and
throwing.
She goes straight for
I might
it.
be
She's
throwing.
like, "So you've been around for how much time?" She looks at my girlfriend and she says,
You don't want to be in between those two rocks.
and my girlfriend is like, "Oh yeah, I was here for a trip of 3 months a few months ago, and now I'm here for another trip of 6 months." And you know, the fact is, my girlfriend has been introduced to my family, and they've been developing connections, and so yeah, and then she said, "Oh well, that is so quick."
Take a Shasta sip here.
And I knew it is. So I knew that this wasn't about the truck trash. This wasn't about the Winons being worried. I knew that she was coming in. The social worker was coming in with the exact same theory as the police investigator woman, and they were trying to trap me up. He's moving too fast. He's loving too fast.
The content lasagna goes, I'm glad this is behind a paywall. JF would be so fucked if people could see this for free.
I know, right?
Yeah, he was very smart to hide it behind that $5 Canadian paywall.
Is, like,
and so I'm like,
I considered editing this, but I was like, what? How can you really edit this?
Yeah, he's got a new partner now, and I believe another kid with that partner.
It's the story and it's the additional details and the contradictions.
He fled Prince Edward Island, was not allowed in the U.S., and I think he's in Alberta now. So you know, if you know your geography there, he went quite a ways.
Because she starts saying, "So now, sir, I will explain you what happens. I will open a case because it's a case. We have to say it's a case. We open a case because someone called about you. We're just opening a case." And I was like, she's trying to downplay the danger of what she's doing. She's trying to downplay the fact that this woman could come back in 2 hours.
But is the real danger to society and to everybody involved that this woman can investigate and get to the bottom of what's going on? Or is it that you could potentially be harming these children like you probably murdered your wife, bro? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the inconvenience and the danger of potentially having your kids taken away is outweighed by the fact that you're clearly an evil fucking monster who needs to be investigated and shouldn't be caring for children. Like, I don't know, man.
Lock him up.
There comes a certain point where it's just obvious this guy is evil and a fucking monster, and it's like, I just don't have any sympathy.
Would you
for
keep
his like
bringing it
civil
up?
rights? You know what I mean?
Why would you keep bringing it up? Like over and over and over. It's like, oh no, dude, this guy's guilty as sin,
And
dude.
Jean Claire has gifted a sub, putting us what 30 away.
25.
This charge is so quick in the second phase. I can't get used to the timing because I don't often get to the second phase.
Let's go!
Kidnapped my whole family.
Ow. Hey, Iced Coffee.
Fucked up.
Welcome to Mirror Mode, Donkey Kang.
So she's like, we're just going to open a case. Now I'm going to go write a report for the case, and then I will let you know. I will call you back, and if the case is closed, I'll let you know. Or if we have more questions, I'll let you know. I was like, oh, okay.
Thank you, for the lure. I understand. The content of the restream may be incredibly disturbing for you. You can't take it anymore.
Just call me whenever you want.
I totally get it.
And she goes out the door, and I'm like, that's it.
Did Dave start counting Argentinian subs that felt the trolls? I would not know.
And within 1 hour,
that's called escaping the law.
You know, listen, we need to find a way to get away with these abuse and these crimes.
They have successfully fled the police.
Let's come up with a game plan. Okay. Oh, that's what he means. He means run from the law.
Yeah,
take it easy, yo.
Run from the law.
Backed up.
Which sounds really guilty. Like he knows that he's guilty of something, right?
Yeah.
Because if the situation was all cool
Low
in the
CCM.
gang and you really didn't do anything, you probably wouldn't immediately think to flee the fucking province.
I mean,
and packed up the minimal for survival in nature and the minimal for fleeing, and we
packed up the minimal for fleeing.
Yeah, we can't count Argentinian subs, or then the trolls
so what's
win.
best for your kids is not for you to cooperate with an investigation that's trying to protect them. What's best for your kids is to go on the run from the law.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the investigation would find out what exactly, Jean-Francois? He has a go bag. He's just on the run now. Okay, I guess we're on the run now with my kids.
He's one of those sticks over his shoulder with a handkerchief.
It's a real stable environment that he's providing for his children, by the way. All right, well, fuck, we've been found out, kids.
Car and exited Prince Edward Island. Never came back with the children because.
What?
And I started the process of selling the house.
So this is the thing is, okay. So I'd understand this if they had visited his house a number of times. They clearly weren't giving him a fair hearing. They were railroading him and making out bullshit to take the kids away, and then you fucking run away in the middle of the night. But they visit your house one time with concerns. They ask you a few questions, and then they say, we have a case open, you know, and then you just decide that you're gonna fucking flee the province for that?
Yeah.
Because it's just inevitable that they're gonna railroad you?
I'm not guilty. By the way, I'm like moving.
By the way, Tim Poodle,
I'm hopping like 5 provinces over, abandoning my family.
From the goal.
Both the family I started and the family that raised me.
Support, guys. Fuck yeah, big support today.
I'm outside of PEI so that I could drive in alone and go sign the papers for selling the house. Within 1 hour, we were in the car, and within 2 hours, we were out of the jurisdiction. There was simply too much danger in my view.
And you wish
we didn't know that we wanted to move to the west of Canada. I was just like, listen, I can't stay in a place where a woman
can't even get to phase 3.
who just told me I'm moving too quick in my relationships can kidnap me or can kidnap my children. So we have to go out. We go out, we drive toward Quebec, and she was about to take us.
I'm really feeling not having Diddy
the
for
next
this boss.
morning, Monday morning. So maybe the only reason she couldn't take us was that it was a weekend and she needed to ask for some permissions. She calls on
Psycho Gun Gear has
gifted 20 subs, and thanks to Pip with the 1 sub bomb.
Bang!
So is that 3?
We hit the goal. Let's go! Yeah, I know, Underpants Gnome. 2 hours after a cop shows up, they run away to the other side of Canada. Totally what an innocent person would do.
Yeah.
I get like being skeptical of CPS and, you know, they're up to no good, but this doesn't help your situation.
Yeah.
You know, to do that.
Thanks, Psycho, man. Mad love. Appreciate that support, dude. We'll do the post show at some point. We got some videos to catch up on. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
Can every Canadian talk French? No.
Man. Thank you. And Mora Mama for the sub.
Can't do that charge, man.
We have hit the goal. Fuck yeah.
Monday morning, something like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.
It's too quick, you guys.
So that's a bureaucrat that needs to do something quick. She's like, "Are you at your house, sir?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "We'd like to continue the investigation on our case. We need to see you and your children now." And I'm like, "I don't think so, bitch."
Damn.
Whoa.
Safa Canadian lady.
Aggressive, no?
I don't think so, bitch. I don't live there anymore. Well, you were just living there yesterday. Yeah, but then you showed up, so I fled the investigation. What are you gonna do about it, bitch?
What are you gonna do about it, Safa, bitch?
Okay.
That's pretty crazy.
Safa, bitch. Wow, that's
He laughs. He laughs. He knows he's evil.
Children now.
He finds it
I'm
funny.
like, I don't think so, bitch. because I don't live in your province.
That is kind of a Ouija moment, though. He gives you the Smargon. The Smargon. The Sargon Smuckle.
You don't live in our province. I just saw you yesterday.
You know, like
That's
I just saw you yesterday, and I asked if
Yes,
your
you
children
did,
were
bitch.
okay, and then you fled. Then you fled the province overnight, and now you don't live here anymore. Like
JF hit her with the Chadley yes.
And I was like, yeah, but we were there for only picking up stuff.
These are the actions of an innocent man.
We don't live there. We were
pursued
just picking up stuff
for his not
out.
religious, political
You caught
beliefs.
us, you just caught us by random. And she was like, you haven't told me this. I was like, you haven't asked.
It's like I was asking, yeah, in other provinces, apparently it takes extra steps.
Yeah,
to
I
bring
guess
them.
they can't coordinate it properly between the agencies. So if you're wanted in one province, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be wanted in another province.
Yeah.
We
Oh
had
my
a
God,
guy
the
in
absolute
chat who was
state of
explaining
Canada.
it really well last show we did this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just apparently a clusterfuck nightmare. We live in a joke country, so.
Okay, yeah.
Haven't asked if I live there. I don't live there. You just saw us there, but we're not there anymore. And she's like, I'm gonna
Now you
find
see
you
me?
wherever you are.
Whoa.
Wow, she said that? Really? The lady
I'm
cop?
gonna find you. She goes, I have a particular set of skills.
yeah,
She's like
No, I'm gonna
Liam
find you
Neeson
there,
in Taken.
bud.
I will find these children and I will protect them from you. Which is kind of based. It's like, this is obviously an evil
They should have gave that hit to me. Come
Like,
on.
You ask me one question about my kids, I take them away. Fuck you.
I'm gonna launch the biggest alarm, blah blah blah. And she's like, where are you right now? Where are you? And I'm like, I don't think you're entitled to know legally, bitch. Bye bye. I closed the phone.
I'm sorry.
I didn't call her
This is
bitch, but,
so unbelievable.
that's what I was thinking
That
about.
ruins the story a little bit.
What is JF? What are you talking about? Now he cocked out, you know. He's like, ma'am, please.
You should have just
leave
kept
me
that part.
alone."
You should have just kept that part.
It's like a movie scene. Yeah. It's, Joker!
And- See, yeah. Where is she?
Where is she?
Yeah, so she's like, I'm gonna launch the biggest alarm for. But it's like, you don't have an alarm to launch. This is not an Amber Alert case because I'm not a random rapist who picked up some children.
You aren't a random rapist, but you are JF.
I'm a dad traveling with my children legally, so fuck up.
A sovereign
it's
citizen
so
moment.
not
I am
sus when you
traveling.
Pick up and go in one night. Kids, we're
I
getting out of
don't
here
know
at 4
why
a.m.
he's telling anybody this stuff. Like,
This
it's
is-
like he must get off on it. Like,
Oh,
he
you think
thinks,
so,
like, his
GPM?
big,
What
like,
gave it
thing
away?
Is just getting, like, being able to brag about how he got away with it. It's sick. It's sick.
You know, this alarm is kind of scary and all, but it has zero legal viability.
Wow.
And so, yes, I took the choice of, I'm not returning there to get investigated by this woman. I have to find a safer place in Canada where I can get better treatment. And we found it. So she launches her alarm, and so I was just passing by at my mom's house because on the way to Western Canada,
Have you heard this part?
I
Remember this
needed
part?
a place to rest and to start looking at houses. Back then I was not knowing if I was going to live in a house, to live in a trailer park, or I had no idea
Buddy,
where to
imagine-
Yeah, he's the last
start.
person to
And
see
so
her
I-
alive.
Imagine JFG living with
And he's been
Ricky
sussy the whole time about it.
it.
Nobody knows where she is. Yada yada yada.
Fucking Ricky, like, fucking weird as fuck.
He says he dropped her off in the
for real
woods.
estate, and I-
Imagine, oh, hey, Julian, I don't really trust that JFG guy, do you?
identify New Brunswick, Manitoba, Saskatchewan,
He honestly
Alberta.
would be a
Those
great
are-
character. He's like the Bible pimp. He comes to town. He's the potato pimp. And he's got schemes to prostitute mentally retarded women in the trailer park.
Yeah, imagine the bottle kids throwing bottles at JFG. Hey, stop, man. Bottle kid.
Places I might head for, what are the prices of the home, etc.
Did he say etc. instead of etc.?
Thinking of cheese. This is the moment at which Saskatchewan, Alberta, those are places I might head for. What are the prices of the home, etc.
Etc.
And this is the moment at which some of you I have
He moves near me. He's like my neighbor now.
Like that. For all of you who are Canadian fans,
I'd be killed.
Who are Canadian members on our Patreon, or some of you I know for a long time have been living in Canada.
Oh me, there's like
and
4.
I know that you support me. I started launching a signal of alarm to some of our fans, asking, "Hey, do you have a place for me to stay?"
Shut the fuck up.
No. Bro, imagine you guys. I send out guys. I need some place to stay.
I'm hiding out from the cops.
I'm hiding out from the cops. Flavortown resident. Can you fucking harbor me? How about you, Fee Norse? Will you let me stay on your couch, bro? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? 76 Org says we can stay with him.
You go, oh my god, look, a new Patreon post.
The worst.
Wow. Can you harbor me? Well,
This is the worst. Quartering asked his viewers to go bail Sticks out of prison, to go to the fucking jail and walk the paperwork and the bail money over. Hey, is there anyone in the New Orleans area? It's okay.
Yo, someone mentioned
Daily
in chat
wrap
right
us
now
up.
Tonka.
All right.
I actually found a new Tonka video.
Tonka video.
Terrible.
Tonka's
I don't think we want to see it.
He's back. We're gonna be covering Tonka Saw. Are you all pumped for that?
Not at all. I'm sick. Shortened first Ninja Gaiden stream, Dino Crisis, and Ghost Hit. Okay, this is Daily Wrap, January 29th, 2025. Give me one moment.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Wednesday, the 29th of January, 2025. Another rough day for me because after yesterday,
I do not know GPM.
Having sneezed and having my throat swell up at the end of the night, and you could hear it in the Daily Wrap last night that I was a little hoarse in the throat.
Apparently Tonka's back,
Last
they
night,
say,
I
Sarah.
did not get a good sleep. I was up a lot of the night because my throat was killing me and I couldn't breathe very
Maybe
well.
it's me, you guys.
And it was very rough. Let's put it that way. Woke up this morning feeling absolutely awful. My entire body from head to toe was sore. So I knew that I was sick.
Did I know someone gifted 50 subs with the name 50 subs cost me 1.70, you dunce, and he ignored Bandit, did not count it like he did on the day stream? Is that Argentinian? That's what it sounds like from that name. Was that tonight? If it was tonight, I didn't see it, obviously.
And I told everyone at that point.
I did not know that.
That I was going to be late for stream.
See,
I was going
this
to do
up.
my best to be on stream by around 1 p.m. Pacific time, but I was going to sleep it off. So I did. So I ended up sleeping in today about another extra 2 to 3 hours than I normally would.
Did it help? It doesn't sound like it helped.
Then when I got up, I took a shower,
my throat's all gunked out.
and I was getting ready. I ate my breakfast burrito or whatever, even though it was
My
almost
sloppy
the afternoon
breakfast
at that
burrito
point.
was like gross.
And time just like went by so fast. I was like, dude, usually this takes me like a half an hour, 40 minutes to do, and it was over an hour and I wasn't done yet. I'm like, what is going on? You know, I was just moving like a slug because I felt
I'm so
ill
sluggish.
today,
I'm so slow.
early on. And then when I came on my first stream to play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, I sounded terrible. Everyone was like, oh my God, Phil, like your voice, you sound awful. I was like, yeah. My throat at that point was so swollen. But man, after last week, missing out on a day of work because the internet was out.
We need to hit
missing out on a
the
day when I
90
spent with my
goal for
wife,
that candy,
I couldn't
so we're
keep
just gonna
missing
pretend we
days,
hit
so I had
goals.
to tough my way through it. You know, it worked out well. Today in
Gotta
Ninja
tough through
Gaiden
it,
2 Black,
guys.
we made major progress. We started off in Chapter 3, and by the end of the game, we were mid-Chapter 6, which was great. And the game has interesting... I like the graphics a lot. I like the enemy variety. The bosses are piss easy for some reason.
Talk about the platforming.
And I'll
He
be
was
honest,
really
the game has a lot
grumpy.
of weapons, but I feel like the
Well,
weapons
really
you know, they're
grumpy
not
for
all
that day
good.
stream.
Like I
What
got a
little I
weapon
saw of it.
today that seemed pretty worthless compared to the other weapons I was using. So after using it for like 20 minutes, I swapped back to an older weapon. It's a solid game. It's still fun. There was even a whole stage where you play as a different character who I didn't know you were going to swap characters in this game. And overall, I enjoyed it. Now, funny story, something special happened today.
What?
On that first stream.
Fake subs.
I don't want to spoil it because I made a separate video as a stream highlight to explain to everyone what happened. I'm going to upload that separately tonight after all this other content. So outside of the gameplay, outside of this daily wrap, there's going to be a video that goes live overnight later where basically my trolls self-felted themselves today.
How?
But I don't want to spoil. I want you to watch the video. Okay, so
Okay,
please
it's what
do.
he said.
You're gonna get a good laugh if you're a fan of mine.
Why is that a
what happened
highlight?
today? Okay.
Why is that a
But anyway,
dedicated highlight? No, my trolls self-felted.
we ended up not hitting the
Let me
goal
promote
on
that on my
first
stream.
but it was very
on my
close.
gameplay channel.
But then watch the highlight video tonight, and you're gonna find out what happened during the break. Okay, cool. During the break, I had a delicious pasta dinner. I relaxed my voice. When I came back tonight, my voice was actually coming back, which was great. So tonight, it was the continuation of Dino Crisis. Now, I thought I was going to beat the game, but no.
Wrong.
This game has a lot more to it. It's longer than I thought it was, which is good. I'm not complaining.
Oh, are
Tonight
you?
was
Are
a
you? Are you?
whole new area of the map. All new
I wanted to
things that you're
fucking
doing.
beat it.
Fighting new dinosaur types tonight as well. I'll be honest, there's a lot of backtracking in this game, a la, say, Resident Evil.
But you said you weren't complaining that the
0.
game
Remember
wasn't
Resident
over
Evil 0,
yet.
how much you have to backtrack? That's kind of how it was feeling, except for me, I was actually having fun with it. Like, it wasn't so annoying to the point where I was like, oh, this sucks. Instead, I was actually having a good time with it. So,
He was
and
having
the
a good time
audience
with
was
it.
great,
Trolls
engaged,
lost.
supportive.
Trolls
We hit the goal
belted.
tonight. So, end of today, we are now at 86. We only need 4 more goals to get DSP Tries It, the Sakura box of snacks that you guys had me get off Amazon. And then after we do a few of those and the DSP Tries It, every time we hit a goal, I'll be trying another snack. Okay? So let's hit it, please. If you're like my content, please come by the next couple of days. By the end of Friday, let's get to 90 and let's do this.
Get to 90.
So we can move into the next week, working towards the 100 and the
90.
big Viewers Choice Marathon. Okay? Thank you all for your support today. I really appreciate you. Also, it was very fun today messing around with other various things. For example, without too much of a spoiler, I now have some cool effects that I can use on stream, and I'm going to be messing with these over time to make them better and have some different effects and things that I can do on stream. I feel like if I look on the internet, I can find more and more stuff that I can add to my streams to improve them now that I have all of these awesome capabilities, right? So that's pretty neat, and I think it would be pretty fun moving forward to have these cool visual effects on stream. I have more than that, but I'm gonna, not go crazy here.
Let me see this.
Capability. I can find more and have some.
This is the same fog I used for the Silent Hill 2 overlay. Little trivia.
Different effects and things that I can do on stream. I feel like if I look on the internet, I can find more and more stuff that I can add to my streams to improve them now that I have all of these awesome capabilities, right? So that's pretty neat, and I think it would be pretty fun moving forward to have these cool visual effects on stream. I have more than that, but I'm gonna, not go crazy here. And I am feeling better, luckily. I also like that I have this angle, and we have this set up. By the way, I'm gonna improve this angle soon. I have a new key light coming. The same light that I'm using behind this webcam, I'm gonna use behind that one. And
favorite line from the pre-stream is like, I know I shouldn't spend, but I just keep buying things. Something to that effect. I know I shouldn't spend. I know I shouldn't spend.
If that improves the lighting enough, if I make it bright
I know I
enough
should
that
stop
we can
doing
use
it.
that webcam as the face cam during gameplay. We experimented with this last night during Dark Souls. It looked decent, but not great because the lighting wasn't good. I think if I improve the lighting, we could use that camera for the actual face cam, in which case you could see a much better angle when I'm playing games, okay? So, good stuff coming, right? So what's the deal tomorrow? Okay, well, tomorrow we're going to have a level 1 podcast in the morning. We're going to have a full stream of Call of Duty Black Ops 6, where I'm going to do the dailies, and then we're going to focus on melee attacks with the knife. So I hope you guys will join me tomorrow. It should be a great stream. I'm very excited for it. And then tomorrow night, Smark Guys will take place. It will be broadcast on the DSP Reacts channel, which is at DSP Reacts on YouTube, or on my Kick channel, DSP Gaming Reels, starting around 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. About 2.5 hours of pro wrestling commentary covering Saturday night's main event and Monday Night Raw, the lead into the Royal Rumble. So both Ashton and I are very excited for this, okay? Okay.
Variety.
Everyone,
He can't just play Dino
please
Crisis
have a
all the
good evening.
time.
I'm off to upload. Check out the highlight from
What are you,
tonight. You're going to have a
nuts?
good laugh, and I'll see you in the morning for another full and fun day of content. Peace out. See you then.
Pretty bog standard daily wrap. The most interesting thing that happened that I don't know about too much, he didn't even want to talk about. I gotta watch a separate fucking video. Thank you, David. I'll be on the lookout for that, I guess, in the meantime.
I feel like the house was chaotic. The mom was probably yelling. The kids are crying. And, you know, like, it's just a bad... Yeah, I don't believe anything. Well, I believe in certain...
Yeah,
like,
Dino Crisis taking one more
points,
stream. That makes sense.
But you don't believe
should just
in
do
the
it.
overall story he's telling. There's no way. No. I've
6
never
hours
seen a
of
guy
Gauntlet Legends without
so
issue. That's great to hear.
guilty.
Hopefully my connection
Like, in
isn't the
my
one that
opinion,
ruins it.
Obviously guilty.
The thing is, you know
damn
what? He could be totally
I hate the hitbox for his big horn.
He is. No innocent person acts like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We
Like
have to
his,
get 20 minutes to flee.
his own actions.
It's either
and,
I
like,
hit the
way
big
that he
horn
talks
or
about
I
it just makes him
just can't
seem
hit his
so
back.
fucking guilty, even if he was innocent.
Yeah.
And I was always skeptical.
Any other
of
attack
the
of his I can
idea
dodge.
That he like
Besides maybe
chopped
the
her
second phase
up
charge.
and shit like that. I just thought it was kind of like a manslaughter situation where you put a retard in the woods and said for it to fend for itself and it died.
Yeah.
You know, like that's how I viewed it. I still feel like he should be held culpable for that. But now I question, like, did he really just chop her the fuck up? Like, and this is the thing is this guy just, it's not even like his political beliefs or anything like that. Which
Again,
he
that's good
tries
to hear.
make it out to be. They are persecuting me for my politic, huh? It's just the way that he is. He's just a creepy, evil dude. Like, straight up, he's not normal in any way at all.
I think he straight up finished her. I think he fucking ended her.
Or a new partner, you know, to be...
He's evil. He is dark. He is a dark, dark man. His exes had to hide from him. You understand? His exes. One of them, I told you this like years ago. I think it was like our first year of our show. I have an email from one of his exes who was like warning me. It's like, I'm happy you got away from him. I had to escape. And it's just like a
Say Miles Falls and emulator
email
version. That
I
makes
still
sense.
have.
That's why
Fucking
making the package
We got a
download
dono for
makes the most sense,
from
right?
DSPPP's wrestling show.
Whoa.
PPP, did you see Phil got 150 fake Argentinian gifted subs today?
Whoa, see,
I
he
did
didn't have to
not
whale
see
him out
that.
right away.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to.
How
question
does YouTube
Phil
not
about
fix that?
They'll never be able to fix it.
with state
I'll have to
oppression
look
of
into
that
it,
kind,
buddy.
Lies. It's like I may have stayed in Quebec to face these dishonest people, but if I thought that I had some sort of good treatment, but no, they lied to my face. You have police who are in charge of your safety, who invent a false SWAT call to locate you. And they do
There's
it because
no
it's not
way
criminal
that
matters. So
there's no way they created the police created a fake police call.
Bumped into
to
the
come to
horn.
your house. It just doesn't.
It's
make
just
any
not an
sense.
issue with Diddy. Diddy's got such a better jump. It's
You know
unreal.
it will never be reviewed by competent court because everything will go down to the child protection court, and these courts are fucking clownish. So I'm like, look, we can't stay here. We are in danger. Literally, there are people with guns, police lying to our face to try to catch us. And they're gonna come back with a social
Oh, I know
worker
it's not
within
you. I'm just
24
a little
hours.
light razzing.
We have to be gone within 30 minutes. So we pack everything we can. We re-flee and yet another province. We flee the house of my...
Fleed two provinces.
I just think the timing
in
was
2
funny.
days. Like, this is like things that guilty people
Those
do.
are like right after you said, "Oh, someone should go tell him about that."
And
But
now it's like... Now I enter the part of the story
Someone
where
goes, what? So he fled again? Yes, he fled, I think,
Yeah,
3 times.
He fled again.
Yeah.
whatever the fuck will happen, I have no clue. Because I'm just driving west and it's like we're gonna have to find a place to live. And I drive west.
All your stuff.
Whoa.
You'll forget that he's there.
Wait.
Like, it's actually
the
so
guy's there?
insane.
I
The
forgot
guy's
this was a
been on
Pay
the
Pig
other
show for a
end of the
second.
line
Like that he
the
was
whole
on with the
fucking
Pay
time.
Pig.
Imagine you're just.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. I don't want to hear the pay pig.
I thought I called someone. Like, did I add someone to our call?
That he didn't at any point decide to hang up the call.
There. Gotta be careful with it.
His life is really telling.
Holy shit! That was jarring. It was really loud. It scared me.
All your stuff that you left behind,
More?
do you still need that where you are? Because
No, no, because
how do you fit it?
All
One little car?
replaceable.
I had time before the police caught us in Quebec to do one trip of the most important stuff, like my computer and stuff. So I had a full trip of a car.
So wait.
With the major stuff.
Okay. So he drove back from Quebec to Prince Edward Island. And then as he came back on that second trip from Prince Edward Island to Quebec, that's when the police then did the fake 911 call and apprehended him in the driveway. Okay. I don't believe for 1 second he would have left his computer unattended in Prince Edward Island when he initially fled. That would be the first thing that he would take with him, wouldn't it?
I left a lot of things behind. You know, I donated a lot of stuff. There were old women who came and I donated all my alcohol to them.
Well, Red
Because
Rum
otherwise I
Dakins
don't-
is how close are all these places? Well, it's like a far fucking ways away in Canada. Like, it depends where in Quebec he fucking drove to.
Yeah.
You know, like
Everything in Canada is really far. If you're gonna drive somewhere,
it's a massive fucking country.
Huge, yeah.
Drink. It was bottles of alcohol that had accumulated across the years. So
I mean, yeah, he
donated
would have had
through
to
it.
drive across fucking New Brunswick to just get to like anywhere in Quebec, and then who the fuck knows how far? Like, this is like probably 6 hours of driving.
Yeah.
A lot of things, and other than this, well, I had one car of things that I brought to my mom's house. But when we flee my mom's house, I don't have time to take this stuff. So we flee my mom's house, leaving my important stuff, one car worth of important stuff in Quebec. And we flee, and I'm on the road driving 40 hours west in Canada. We
No 007. Oh, GameCube 007.
There.
40 hours nonstop. He's literally on the lam.
Well, that'd be
But, like, how can the
Tomorrow Never
government not
Dies,
just,
right?
like,
Or no, the
freeze
world
his
is never enough.
accounts? Like, what?
Oh, the world is not enough.
You were like 4. Added fucking 0 to that, bud. Like, holy shit.
Ontario.
That was close.
We tried crossing Ontario fast because we know there's no due process either in Ontario.
Oh wait, I'm gonna search this while we're watching this, but I'm gonna see is from Quebec to I mean it depends where, obviously. We were thinking Alberta, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. That's weird, bro. What innocent person describes escaping as fleeing?
Yeah. But Ash, is it 40 hours away, you think, from Quebec to Alberta? It sounds about right.
It might be
sounds
more
like-
than that, even. It sounds about right.
Yeah, it sounds
Because
about.
it's probably like 12 hours minimum just to get across Ontario alone.
Yeah.
No. I want to
And we
wait
arrived
till
finally to some kind
I'm
of
trying to play
safety in
safe so that I get
Manitoba
him
and
during his lengthy
eventually
phase.
Saskatchewan. And on that road,
It's kind
I'm
of weird to
starting
like
predict
predict when he's gonna
44
do the short
hours
phase or the long phase.
From Quebec City
I'm
to
playing like
Edmonton.
safe speed run
24 hours
strats.
to cross
I gotta wait for the
Ontario
long
alone.
one.
Yeah, so 44 from the
If
capital.
only they were all hits were
of
that
both,
easy.
yeah.
call real estate agents, and I'm like, I need to buy a house. I'm ready to buy it cash now. You need to find me a house with these features. We need to be able to survive in it for the winter, because now it's fall and the winter is coming, and when you go to Western Canada, it's very, very strong winters. So there's the question of there needs to be a furnace that works to heat the place. And we were headed for Alberta, and we found a house in Alberta. We made an offer on it
That's
within
the
24
long
hours.
cycle. The short cycle is the half second.
Why is he saying this?
But I can't predict when it'll be the long cycle or the short
Now,
cycle.
I'm assuming he's throwing in fake info here. to throw off the police. Unless he's really retarded.
He might be.
It's my
Well, he
name
said
wasn't.
that he was gonna not do that because this is private, but it's not.
See, that's short
private,
cycle.
So who the hell knows?
I think
It really
short cycle.
is Walter White in the last couple episodes of Princeton
Long.
Credit State episode.
And then he does the wall charge, which for me is a free hit.
He's using the money to burn.
But somehow they refused my money. They said no, and I was paying them the exact.
And look at how
price they
far
were
back he
asking for,
marches
but
in the second
Listen,
phase.
some guy shows up at your house. I want to rent your place.
With the barrel of cash. No, he wants to buy it. He wants to buy your house, and he has a barrel of cash.
What the fuck?
No! First time I get hit to that.
Decided to sell to a bunch of friends of theirs.
Yeah, you said it was like 20 gigs or something.
at
That should be alright with me.
lower price.
If someone wants to rent your house and they pay you
Becomes
in
Kapatic.
manila envelopes full of cash,
They're covering Kapatic a pay me ton. Paywalled JF Garepi stream. $5 for JF to give you all the sordid details on what he did exactly after fleeing Prince Edward Island and going all the way to Alberta, which is again quite the trip if you know your geography.
that's true.
Or they saw my name and they googled it.
No,
and they
Mario
don't
tennis
want
is
to
fun,
sell
Saru.
to
Don't
a
make no mistake.
right-winger.
Tennis is fun.
No.
Strikers is fun. Tennis is fun. Golf might be a bit slow for the atmosphere, but golf is fun as well.
In the news right now.
You might be
The
a
tractor
murderer.
tennis
You
tournament.
let this potential axe murderer
Yeah, that sounds like it'd be
buy
fun.
our house or what?
Ow! No.
But anyway, so yes, we did get discriminated on this, but it was a blessing in the end because the second house we made an offer on was much
Yeah, maybe it's like a
better.
cooldown game
It had
for
all
golf.
of the equipment to survive
Baseball
in the
is fun
winter,
too, though. I'm
lots
not
of
sure. I've
backups.
never
It
played
was the
Mario
perfect
Baseball.
place to
Surprisingly,
live,
don't
so
tell
I'm so
anyone. It's a
happy that
secret.
the first
I didn't have the
refused,
Wii.
So we make the offer on the
I never had the
second house.
GameCube one, that's why I have
the
the
real
GameCube.
estate agent.
No, Wii U Tennis was like
so
that's the Wii U Tennis was an alpha test for the Switch one.
Albertan
Okay.
doesn't want to sell to a right winger. You'd think of anywhere in the country they'd be the most open to selling
that was
to
close.
a right winger. It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, exactly. The delusions of grandeur are fucking incredible.
Grandeur.
No one knows who JF is. No one cares. Like he's 7 years past his peak.
Did you get save files as well, Saru? Because, you know, this is back in the day, unlockables and whatnot. I said, like, GameFAQs has all the 100% save files if you just go to the correct sections. You know, just we have all the content available to us.
She was like, she was telling me, I have reservation about everything that's.
Oh, really?
I don't
the
know.
realtor's like, I have
Yeah, make
my
sure to do that.
reservation.
Because for Mario Party, if you don't do that, we got locked boards, locked characters, locked everything.
To buy this house outright in fucking cash.
For the briefcase. Money.
He said the realtor was so nervous
That was early
about
jump.
it.
Like, please do the right thing. I just need a house for my family. And she did the right thing. She just allowed me to buy a house, which
What about the
Shit post on
story with the
GameFAQs? I used to do a little shit
I
posting.
don't know, like now the lawyer story of Mr.
Was it back in the good old
Doe
days,
and
though?
Mr. Engelstein. That's no
Was
longer
a
part of
psychopath
this,
then.
or are we gonna get to that in a second here?
nation and political discrimination.
Yeah, but a bit of Fire
she
Emblem
was,
game
she
fact
was
shit
very
posting.
fair, very intelligent, and it was hard because I needed eventually to hire a lawyer to convince her that
Okay, here we
all
go.
my operations are legal, that it's not black money that you're getting. It's
black what?
It's just it's
Yeah, that's
it's
the
just
one
my
shame about
money and I own
NSO
it.
when it comes to like doing Mario
So,
Party.
yeah.
One of you has to do like single player or something, or just have
we
everything
lived
unlocked.
with my
Does he mean black people? Listen, I'm not black.
Lengthy animation
so...
there. First time he ate me.
Of crime.
I know what he meant. Well, what's the difference? Okay, I'm
You know what? You got a
Family.
point.
for about 7 days. And 7 days or 2 weeks, I don't know exactly. But eventually I'm like, okay, now
money of color.
Money of color.
we have safety.
Canadian money is
We're-
very colorful.
We're in mid-November approximately.
In
we have a new
mid-November.
place, everything
Love
is
this
fed. There was a lot of activating the internet, activating the.
The reason why I
electricity,
move close when he does the body slam is because if I don't, then he goes toward the edge where I'm at. Like he tracks you with the body slam.
I decided I have to drive back to my mom's house alone. First, so I can see if the police try to arrest me. They might detain me for 40
fucking hours back across the country to get the stuff at his mom's house. What was so urgent at his mom's house that he had to go over there, like all that way? She couldn't
the
mail
evidence,
it to him.
Of course.
She couldn't. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy DeGriz. Just ship it. She couldn't just send a fucking box in the mail with your computer or whatever.
Buddy.
Whoa, buddy. No, whoa, sussy.
Did he threaten his mom?
Yeah, is there evidence that he had to leave at his mom's?
Towers, but I don't want to be there with my kids because ultimately that's what they're interested in. So I drive
I'll play
back
safe
to
for
Quebec,
phase 2, guys.
and
Just
the
give me the
goal
long
was
cycle.
we
That's all I
did a
want.
Full furtive repetition with my mom. You're gonna be there. I'm gonna. And I couldn't even speak to my mom, so I lied to my mom in this process. Didn't tell her we were.
You
in
lied
Alberta.
to your own
I told
mother?
her we were in Manitoba.
No. Hold back. What?
Okay. Whoa. See, this lends more credence to that his mom fucking called the cops.
Yeah.
First of all, who can't trust their own mother?
Oh, Canada Post revote?
You know, like you can't even
They're
trust your
striking.
mom with where you're at. So obviously you're not on the best of terms with her. But then you're lying and you're telling all of us you lied to your
I
own
had
mom.
to lie to
If
my
you're
own
willing
mom
lie
to
your
protect my
own
family.
mother, who aren't you willing to fucking lie to? How can we trust anything you say when you lie to your own mother's face, for fuck's sake? Like, it's kind of unhinged.
We can't even say his face is one only a mother could love because he lies to his own mother.
Arrest her. Unbelievable what happened to her. Unjust and so much stress that they tried to induce into her just for her to reveal where I was. And it's like she didn't even know because I lied to my mom. I told her we were in Manitoba. So, yeah, waiting for the house, we were in hotels.
Were you ever gonna admit to her that, hey, I just lied because I knew you would rat me out, bitch?
And they made it happen within 2 or 3 days that we were in the house.
Hey, I want to hear more about the interaction at his mom's house and like picking up his stuff from there. Did any of this even happen? And remember, like in the previous video he did, we heard he like had to tearfully tell his mom that he would never be able to talk to her or see her again. And she told him he needs to get out of this hellhole of a province. Like, where does all that fit in? Because that's
I didn't touch the
conspicuously
plates there.
absent from this retelling of it.
And eventually, 2 weeks after 2 weeks in the house, having set up everything is safe, everything is working, I have to leave my family with my new girlfriend and drive alone to Quebec to get my
Jean-Francois,
computers, my
you
important
need a
stuff, my
10-year
important
plan.
paper, whatever fits in a single car ride, because I'm never going to be able to do that ride again. It's 40 hours drive.
Did I finish Zelda? I did finish
40
Zelda.
hours coming back.
Zelda and the visual novel game. Whoa. This one will be the next one to finish. Then it'll be a bunch of other shit that I left on the back burner after that.
Really important at that. I want to know what it was.
Pictures on the hard drive? Like of like fucking proof of
I don't
Mama
know.
JF
Like maybe he had
videos.
the dossier of where the body is or something.
Do this, and I had a whole system with my mom. We're gonna put things in her car so that if neighbors see
San Diego to Seattle in 17 hours. You basically went from one hell to another.
In a public place that it wouldn't get noticed.
So he's like in a hoodie with his arms inside the pocket in front, walking to the house.
Parking his car in a secret place.
And then the mom has to put stuff in her car?
Bateman story took you a year to finish it.
We were transferring
PS1, right? Square Enix? I've heard the name.
Oh, there it is.
What?
It's the computers and the hard drives. That's why he
That's
came
what I'm
back.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a UNF style game.
Well, he's admitting to hiding evidence.
Yeah. Yep.
Be furtive.
Look at him! Let him try to march backwards.
You know, follow up or surveillance. And despite the extreme furtivity we used, some neighbors saw me in one of these trips come out from the door of my mom to the door of her car. Somehow they detected that I was here, and the
And by the way, the neighbors are on high alert to look out the window and immediately call the police when they see you? What the fuck is going on?
You know?
That's like I'm sorry, if you're there for like 30 minutes and the neighbors are on high alert, you're
Okay,
up to
somehow
something.
made it to hard mode phase 3.
Or
Now, if you thought things were wild now,
his mind and delusions of grandeur that the neighbors would be looking for him,
true,
and that they would be on
One's gonna split in three.
alert. Like, would they really? Like, what? Like, who is this guy?
He's super paranoid or something. Yeah.
I tried to cheese it.
Yeah.
That's what I
Oh,
get.
Thank you so much, man. How you doing, bro?
My mom is driving me to my car for one of our last trip. We get out of the house, we drive toward my car, and we see police, just the whole cavalry. They were just missing an helicopter. Really.
What?
They were coming from all the angles.
So JF is like an instant 5-star wanted.
It's the real reason why DSP didn't play this. Oh, he did play back then. It's the real reason why he didn't play the new version.
With helicopters and
He can't
SWAT
handle this
teams
without
and
baby
vans,
mode on.
And then somehow
That's the
he
cope.
was able to get in his vehicle and evade them. Is this really what we're being told?
Yeah. Well, he said everything but helicopters.
It's
So
like
you
he
have the
fucking
SWAT
jumps
van,
the wall
dog.
of the military base in GTA is what we're being told. Like,
Yeah, he crossed the bridge.
Yeah, Phil
before
did
the
co-op with John
storyline allowed
Rambo.
him to.
Coming from the front, coming from the sides,
Back
and they
during the
were
good old
driving
days.
frenetically with all the lights
Mark.
open. And I told my mom, "Your son made it, Mom, because if I was
Thank
a
you,
thief,
Infamous, for the
they would have
follow.
sent one
Well, I
police
love
car.
that series.
If I was a rapist, they would have sent 3. If I
It's
was
made
a
by the
murderer,
Sly
they would have
Guys.
sent 5. But
Classic,
this
never
amount
played
of car, this is what they send
Bosses seem
after a
easier on
free
co-op.
thinker.
Yeah, because if DK dies, you still have Diddy existing.
whoa!
The delusions of grandeur. You're
Grandeur?
Like, is this a movie plot?
Rip
Like,
Infamous.
like,
Isn't
none
Infamous
of
done?
this
Like they don't
ever
want to make a
happened.
new one?
That sounds like a movie tagline in the front of the poster. They said one cop.
That's what they said for
like
Uncharted.
1 cop for murder,
Oh, Uncharted's
3
done.
cops for
There's not going to be a new
rapist,
one.
10 cops for a free thinker.
For a free
The
man.
run of the... Wow.
JF.
You know what nobody asked to come back? Resistance. Fucking people want Killzone back more than Resistance.
Those were just the cars we were seeing on the road. They passed me.
Someone's calling this Canadian.
That's what I remember. It got Second Son, then the Last Light story, and then nothing. They just moved on to Ghost of Sushi.
Boulevard.
My mom, as we were driving calmly, because we're not doing anything
you
illegal.
guys like Alloy,
That's the
right?
most hilarious thing in all this. We're not doing anything illegal, so we're just driving. They passed. They didn't see us. They were headed in emergency to.
Okay, hold on.
What's sad
Yeah,
is if
like,
you look at the
maybe
Horizon art book, if you were foolish enough to pre-order the super cool Ultra Mega Deluxe Edition, feeding into bad business practices, and you somehow got your hands on the Horizon art book, you can look through it, and she actually looks attractive. Like, she actually looks like a conventionally attractive lady in the concept art that they did for her, for Alloy. And then you play the new one, and she's got, like, peach fuzz and everything. They fucking turned her into Nakakado Avocado before he lost all the weight.
Under the floorboards to find JF's children.
To look under the floorboards.
Okay, now we're in Nazi
But wouldn't
Germany.
they- okay, no, but okay, so the
Suits
police
got to her.
Wouldn't they have got a warrant to search?
Conventionally attractive, white, ginger, red-headed female lady lead? Oh, I'm going insane! Oh, we can't have that! Make her ugly, make her ugly, make her ugly!
Also,
This doesn't make any sense.
If we can't make her black, make her ugly!
Words line is fucking hilarious, isn't it?
It is.
It really is funny. Like,
And my mom was like, Jeff, this is not for you. It cannot be that these these 6 police cars
Soy
are
of
all
your
for
day.
you. I've
It'll
seen
probably
them
be pretty
arrest
good.
criminals before. They send 3 or 4. And my
At least
mom
you're
was
playing
telling
as
me,
an Asian lady,
with 6
unlike
cars
well,
like this, there must
unlike
have
half
been
of
a mass
Assassin's
casualty
Creed.
event or something. There must have been a train that rolled over 50 people. And I was like, maybe. But you know, in a
You're
mass
right. So even his mom's like, these cops aren't here for you. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, what? Like the neighbors instantly called the police? He's outside. Neighbors don't give a fuck.
Thank you, Swamp, for the follow.
It sounds like his paranoia and his guilty conscience has got to him.
That's
Just
what it
fucking
is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, third one is the one.
Event, you know what we see? Ambulances.
Is that phase 3?
Any ambulances.
Thank you for the
that
lurk.
These 6 police
Thank
cars
you
are
for
going
stopping
for me.
by. I hope you enjoy the monkey
When
madness.
we arrive at the drop-off
And the
point,
madness going on in the
we're
bottom
calling
left.
Me and my mom.
Now, will I die on
and
the
she's
first
convinced
attack? That's the
that
real
they're not
question.
After me, and she drops me at my car, and she looks at her cell phone, and her cell phone is ringing. She has messages from the police that say, "Hey, we're looking for JF." Blah. And I'm like, yeah. So I was right. All of these
next
cars
one is a
were
charge.
sent for me, and I'm like,
oh, be that monkey.
Wait, you're telling me when you're at the drop-off point for the stuff,
You guys know Dale got unbanned?
The police phoned your mom, and they've got messages saying we're looking for.
You know he's never gonna
JF
get
while 6
permabanned at
cops
this point,
are
right?
Surrounding the house.
Look at how little room I get from
if
that.
the cops were there, how do they not see them come out of the house to the drop-off point?
Okay, he's gonna do it. Okay, no
This
body
story-
slam.
This story doesn't make sense because if they were there they were texting her.
One more
they would
hit.
be
One more
outside the
hit. One
house.
more hit. I'm gonna fuck it up.
They
You know I
sneak out
am.
the backyard over a fucking fence or something. Chat.
like, you know what, Mom? I'm just gonna drive back into that.
Oh,
she's like, you're gonna get
it was
arrested.
too early.
Jeff. For sure, you're gonna get arrested. I was like, I haven't committed.
Yeah,
a
I don't
single
want him
crime,
banned
Mom.
either.
I'm gonna drive
I
back
don't want the
into them
locale
and
to
you'll
make
see
less
you
content.
won't be able to
What's
do
the value
anything.
in that?
I drive.
Jersha said a lot of stupid things, but I do agree with him when he says that. That is antithetical to the purposes of the forum.
My car, and eventually I get to my mom's lawn, grass lawn.
Wouldn't the cops send out an APB? Like, wouldn't they, you know?
All right, well, it's
like,
okay. I know
flag
the
him
tactic
down
now.
and,
I
like,
know the
pull
tactic
over
now
his
to
vehicle?
dodge
Like,
the
you
fireballs.
can't-
Thank you, Zua, for the follow.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, is the vehicle registered to JF? Like, I don't know. Like, we're supposed to believe that, like, there's
All right, there we go.
all this heat on him, and he's just able to drive without being hassled 8 days across the country.
That's a long cycle.
They had nothing against me. They were like, we're looking for your children. And so I pled, here, they had caught me. So I was like, I cannot hide where I live.
So now they caught him, okay? But they're not going to search for any of the stuff that he was so desperate to hide in the vehicle. Like, you know, if he got stopped, if he gets stopped in the vehicle, because they can basically search your vehicle with hardly fucking anything.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, it does. It feels like it's a kid lying. It feels like this is total delusion and none of this makes any sense. Yeah, exactly. Makes no sense. He drove 40 hours across Canada multiple times. Makes no sense the police response to this at all. None of it.
Oh, come
I'm just
on.
gonna tell them.
Do you think he's
Now,
like,
wait a
making
minute.
shit
Come
up
on,
to,
chat. How's
throw
that one
police off
fair?
who are watching this? Probably.
I don't know.
probably
maybe
should not
he
have bounced
has
to the left, but
attention from his viewers to try and get people watching and get money. I don't know.
Well, the 176 people who watched him today. Yikes.
The hope is that being in
176.
Alberta, we
That's
will
barely
have
above David
a
levels.
fair treatment because in Alberta there is due process. You have rights in a child protection case.
I don't think it's any different.
And so the police just says, all right, we're looking for your children. And I'm like, my children are fine. They're home. Oh, we need to know where you live. Okay, here's my address. So I downplayed and
Is that what they actually said?
Spoke in his radio.
Give us your docs.
And said he's cooperating. Everything is going well, actually. They were expecting me to what?
Doesn't he?
Resist
Maybe he
with some
watched the DSP swatting
AR-15?
video.
You guys
He got the
can't
cop.
do
He got his
anything
cop voice from
against
from
me.
that.
I haven't committed a crime, so I don't care. I'm just gonna be relaxed and answer your questions.
It's up to you to prove that I'm guilty,
So,
idiot.
They
Fucking jump like 5 provinces.
Jarring.
One day after they talked to him just once.
From the top rope.
Sorry about that.
Oh God, it's James.
Look, I'm all about your
Just
rights and
tell your
whatnot,
entire
but
story
first of all,
and,
he's
uh,
Canadian.
Okay.
He has done.
Comment.
Yeah, all of this while you've been talking about it for months.
James.
Also, he's the only suspect. It's not even like he's the prime suspect. He's literally the only suspect.
The police were
Because he cut off. He did a cat. He did basically a cat in Leanna post Washington move. He basically disassociated this potato from her family and all her friends. It's literally impossible for there to be any other suspect.
Pretty sure CPS works the same.
Besides
in
maybe the
Alberta
bear in the
as it
woods,
does
if the
everywhere
woods story
else
is
in
true.
Canada.
A bear in the
Maybe
woods
there's
ate
slight
her.
differences, but it's not like this
Dingo ate
magic
my potato.
wand where it's like, okay, you can get away with crazy shit because you live in Alberta. I don't think that's the way it is.
Almost considered, I was like, is JF becoming delusional and making up stories?
There it is.
Because
There it is. There it is. The truth.
Look at him smiling.
Even JF's
The
top
guilty
pay
man's
pig is
grin.
like, bro, are you fucking delusional? Have you
He
lost
smiles
your mind?
when
That
you
should
call
be a
him out on his
sticker, man.
bullshit.
His eyes? We got 10 subs for just the sticker of JF's eyes. Like, look at that, man. That's an insane person. That's a crazy guy.
Based JF
That's a
emo right
crazy
there.
guy.
it doesn't
Bro, he
fit
knows
with
he
my
got away
understanding
with
of the
it.
world and how
Why is he
police work.
smiling? Why is he
And
smiling if he genuinely
was
is
seriously
concerned with
considering
where
this.
she is and what
But,
happens to her?
You know, I've seen you make other comments and you seem coherent, and like it doesn't fit with how I
Where
know
is
police
Mama
normally act.
JF?
Oh no!
You know, you're not delusional.
skepticism.
and I don't.
He goes, you're not delusional, but can you make this make sense? Like,
Make it make sense. The boogie fucking.
I think you're just lying.
No, this
and
happened.
it's all.
I think
it's
you're
just
lying.
It's
This
amazing
pay pig
how
is really pressing
when
him.
you deviate from the norm, like
Maybe
you
he
have,
just paid the $5 to tune into the private
become
live stream to
insane.
press him.
You
Like he
see the
just was
word
just
that,
playing the
line
part,
from the
trying to get on his
Joker
good
where,
side before pressing him.
What?
Nobody panics when you're following the plan.
Because
But
they
if
have
you
a plan.
But if you upset the established order, everyone loses their mind. So it kind of reminds me of that.
That's absolutely
Just
what's
kill
happening.
one
And
potato.
I have difficulty believing that those were Quebecois people, the police, that were.
Okay, so now what? It's like out of province, like.
I was just
Do you
traveling.
enjoy though that this guy actually was like, I think that this is delusional. I think that he's like, I thought you were delusional and you lost your mind, but then I saw you lucid at other points and what you were saying made sense. So now I'm just convinced you're lying. But it's because you're the Joker, JF, that you need to tell these lies. Like, I wish this guy would just keep pressing JF hard until JF boots him. Like,
It's pretty funny, dude.
Aggressive against me, and they were so stupid in their interrogation. So they tried to interrogate me, and so now, sir, you're gonna have to be honest with us. What are you trying to do right now? Like,
I'm just being
when
honest.
we release you. And I was like, well, I need to just go see my mom, make sure that I have gathered everything I wanted, and then I go and go
No
back
exaggeration, right?
home. So eventually
Zero
they released
exaggeration
me. I reconnect with my mom because we had been separated by this whole arrest moment. I arrive at my mom's house, and they're in the house. They're literally looking under the floorboards. They're looking in closet.
Does she actually have
face
floorboards
tree.
you could hide
they
under?
rip off the fucking floorboards. They went to that extent, but they weren't willing to search.
If I
your
die here,
vehicle?
it's probably gonna be the fireballs.
And I'm like, guys, I already told you, my
Someone just goes, it's an apartment.
children are not here. I wouldn't be stupid
Yeah!
enough to drive.
Wait a minute. That's
with
so
my children
retarded,
in such a
dude. Yeah, they live
shithole
in
of a
the
prop.
Yeah.
province. So you are out of your jurisdiction. They were like, oh yeah, we're just
It is
making
the
sure that
telltale heart. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The guilt drove him
Okay,
fucking
that was close.
insane. He fucking rips
Two more.
up the floorboards.
you're not here. So it's like, I really escaped the kidnapping by the state by a few minutes.
Just escape a kidnapping.
And a few good decisions and a few hours at
Bro, this is fucked.
This is like, my mind is melting.
How is this
like
real?
It's just like an absolute fever dream, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Oh my god, this was a great.
Oh, back to
find.
the drawing board.
Give a round of applause for Ashton for bringing this onto the fucking show, because this
He's
was
just
like
too quick, you
behind
guys.
The infamous paywall, the very pricey $20, but actually $5 paywall.
So
let's get some subs.
Yeah, we have to.
I'm losing my
reimburse the
edge.
money for the paywall.
I just want to get back to that final phase. I'm fucking up in the first phase now.
Adieu to my mom. She knows that I will never drive back into Quebec. And she just told me, leave the shithole.
PPP, it's hard to keep this all coherent, you know, because even he doesn't have it straight. But Rodimus goes,
because it's all
PPP,
bullshit.
The part that makes no sense is that he was free and clear, according to his own words, had snuck off with his mom and could have just left, but he decides to go back to get arrested?
Yeah. I don't even know, man.
He had an epiphany and realized he was the one in the wrong,
If the mom did
obviously.
the whole parking thing, then obviously she wasn't the one who phoned the police.
It's Dank Sneed Pimp has gifted
one sub. Thank you, thanks, Sneed Pimp. Big support.
And I did. So I drive back. Meanwhile, the federal police start receiving calls from these alarmed Quebec policemen and these and they start receiving call. You have to go to his home, get his children. They're like, well, you know, we can't just get his children. What has he done wrong? And this is where the whole system falls. The federal police operating in Alberta.
This is like ChatGPT trying to make a story up. And it's like a off, you know, because it's AI, it's like a little bit off.
Starts asking.
In fact, no, I take that back. ChatGPT wouldn't even write the story because it wouldn't make sense.
It's too far-fetched.
It would have to use more logic in the
Has he
story.
done wrong? Well, like, what are we looking for in terms of damages on the children? Are we looking for rape? Are we looking for injuries? They're like, no, he's just crazy. He's unhinged. Go get
we
his
can
children.
tell.
Well, you know, the federal police just laughed their ass off, and they told me, we can't believe that these people are in charge of the law in Quebec. You have a bunch of crazy people in charge of applying the law in Quebec.
So this is the equivalent of Ralph saying, and I talked to the police officers.
The police said I was base.
Fans of the kill stream.
The police said they love me,
the
bish.
show, bish. And they told me I never did anything wrong ever. Like, this never happened.
The police was on my side.
JF, actually, these police, we're the federal authorities.
The police told me they were big fans of the Fallout 3 playthrough.
They're persecuting you for no reason. Like, no.
Rob did actually say that. Like, he's not making that up. Rob
has gifted 5.
Bro, Rob spun fan fiction like that once.
Let's go. Uncreative, thank you, Pig Riser, big support. But Uncreative Live
Hey, we're
goes,
massive fans of the Dead Space 2 playthrough.
You know? Like, what is he?
They've been watching since GTA Vice City.
For them to say.
Yeah, exactly.
They were bloodthirsty. They wanted us to go at you without any sort of probable cause. So the police, the local police in Alberta, while I'm stuck in Quebec just driving back with my filled car, they start cracking down on the house of my family and where my loyal and beautiful girlfriend is caring for my family while I'm gone.
What?
And they're like, oh,
wait a minute.
Everyone is held.
So you're saying the police in Alberta are also corrupt and in on the conspiracy, and they fucking
Yeah, it's a
harassed your
multi-province
family there?
conspiracy,
So are you
all
really
for this
safe
guy
there,
who
then?
nobody watches.
And it's okay if they did raid that house and they found a woman who's not
Canadian is
the mother
real
or father
dangerous
of these
to American
kids in
politics, you
possession
know?
of these kids, wouldn't they take the fucking kids?
Right? Yeah.
Humperdew has gifted a sub.
Let's hit it. Let's hit it.
See here, there's no trade.
Thank you, Humperdew.
index of crime. The kids are smiling and happy, and they're learning, and they have a whole educational playroom with letters on the wall, and they learn and they smile, and they even
Like collecting locale writings. Do you have Baked Alaska's book, Meme Magic? Though I guess people speculate he didn't actually write that.
These crazy Quebec policemen are...
You should also get the book that Chaggett wrote. Well, not Chaggett, but Chaggett's dad wrote about Chaggett. I forget the name, but it was like raising a kid with autism, and the whole book is just making fun of Chaggett.
Sorry, my voice isn't working out. So
True, he
I
is.
speak worse than RFK Jr. because I've been on this
You got
stress,
60 days
I've
at the
been
golf
driving,
resort.
and I don't know, there's something about driving 40 hours without much
That was
sleep
on
or
purpose, I
without
jumped
sleep
early.
at all.
You drove 40 hours straight?
There's no
That sounds that's impossible. You would pass the fuck out. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here.
There's something about it that totally wrecks your voice. I don't know what it is.
What is he talking? That's impossible.
What was the tempo level for this one?
Anyways,
yeah, you would need like crack or meth or coke or something.
Back in Alberta.
40 hours.
Chef Red Pills, a drunk
province of
Irish
Quebec was
Twitch girl, and you see
unsuccessful
a
at
few other. Oh, okay.
corrupting the federal police of
You mean
the RCMP.
not Wilshire
They tried
Boulevard?
another path.
Surely
They
you
tried
don't
to
mean
get the
that.
social
But I know
workers
Coach
of
has other
Alberta
writings.
to crack down on
He's got
them.
other novels out
As
there.
I'm back home, knock on the door, social worker.
If you got
of
Wilshire
Alberta
Boulevard though, you gotta tell somebody.
saying,
Oh my god.
as far as we're
Okay,
concerned,
yeah,
it
it's 200
seems
books.
that you're fine and your kids are fine.
Ones he wrote in the late
Okay,
90s.
There's these high level.
He also
That's
has a
my
writing
whole
credit on
thing is,
Soldier of
why
Fortune
go through all of this
by
if,
Raven Software.
You know, the social worker coming to your house, they're gonna clear it.
You give this
say
level a
everything
try
was
so I don't
fine
go
anyway.
completely crazy.
Then why did you have to flee fucking PEI? Because, like, let's be real, a social worker in PEI versus a social worker in Alberta, there's not going to be that much difference.
No.
He fucking
they're
drove
based,
like
though.
hundreds of hours because Alberta is so based. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Fuck.
Level politician, people from Quebec contacting high-level politicians from Alberta, and it's all trickling down to me, and they're saying, "Go get this guy." And I'm like, "Yeah, welcome to my life." The high level. She said.
Yeah, get Josh to do a stream of that. Everyone from the sector would do streams on that.
They have orders.
It apparently
We need to
ends with
find
like the
everything
climax
wrong
is at
about
a
this
furry
guy.
convention or something.
And I'm like,
crazy.
in Alberta, I have due process rights, and you cannot enter my home. And and it was clear that she had nothing against me, and that all of these bases that were used as pressure by the province of Quebec to Alberta, all of them
They should've
wouldn't
all
stand
jumped
in
there.
court. They were all just rumors about me. They were all things that were stupidly, easily proved.
Is this all just a midlife crisis, like conspiracy that he cooked up because nobody cares about him and he's an irrelevant old crackpot?
Probably.
And so, like, he wants to feel like he's important, like he's Jason Bourne, like the system's out to get
Allegedly
him.
killing his
When in
wife is probably the most
reality, they
attention
just
people
don't
paid
even
to
give
him
a
since
single
Worski
fuck.
Live.
And this is all just his
Just being
fantasy.
honest.
Yeah, I'm leaning in that direction.
I mean,
Because
I
guys
died at
like
the same
this want
place.
to pretend like there's some sort of big fucking deal, and then when reality hits them in the face that they're not a big shot and a big deal, then they lash out.
Godwinson
because
says
of
he
their
had a copy, but he
narcissistic
deleted
fantasies.
it. He lost
I
his.
think they're actually after him.
I honestly
Yeah,
don't
JF does
know.
claim
I
he has
honestly have
one,
no idea
but he wants
what's
like
going on.
gazillion Bitcoin for it.
I don't know if the story's
Not
true.
worth
I'm
the
saying
asking
that,
price.
But I am saying I think that like there's something to this. But
Even for
maybe
Coach's
you're right.
magnum
Maybe
opus,
he is
I
just
don't think so,
blowing
pal.
it out of proportion to get attention.
And false. Literally, they had memes about me. Like, there's a meme about this guy. It's like you have a picture of a meme that you got on the internet about me, and you think that's incriminating. So I'm like, so your investigation is illegal, and you can't enter my home. I say that to the social worker because all these provinces I was in, they had the right to enter my home against my consent.
We
but
have an
not in
illegal
Alberta.
meme of you.
So in Alberta, I say you don't have the right to enter my home. But you know what? And
The
this
illegal
social worker,
memes.
she looked good. She looked healthy.
Whoa.
She looked unlike the other LGBT fatties that were mistreating me all across the nation. This social worker looked like a trustable white woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I could keep you out of my home.
Interesting
and
descriptor.
I would be out of trouble.
Face?
immediately.
Question mark?
You know what?
Yeah, it really is. JF says the darndest things.
I'll show you my family. They're healthy. They're happy. I don't have anything to hide. And
Damn, we were right
she
there
said,
too. I jumped way
respect
too
your
early.
right. And I have to admit
I
that
had to
I
juke
couldn't
it. Not
enter
impossible.
your home
Not
if you
impossible.
didn't want to. And if you refuse me to enter,
This woman never existed, did she?
No.
This is a made-up.
Never happened.
In fact, the social worker
She was a
came
best
over
white
and
lady,
said
and she
I was
loved me,
in
and
the
she was not
clear.
annoying.
And it was wild
Probably doesn't
what
exist.
they did. Yeah.
for your home, I would go back to my office, write a report, and that would be it. I'm like, I'm still going to let you in because you seem like a trustable person. So she comes in and she sees that, of course, I don't beat my children, you fucking idiots of the internet.
You
Of course,
idiots.
I treat them with love, and
I do not beat my children,
It's
you
the most
fucking
important thing in my
morons.
life. Well, of course,
I
you're
don't
not.
think
You're gonna
JF
find
loves anything other
This
than
Commissar
himself
Authority?
and the sound of his own voice and the smell of his own farts.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe JF is capable of loving anyone. Ever. Ever.
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't even think he has like that feeling. Like that feeling can't
a
exist.
higher than average.
Chemicals don't
the
work
better
right.
treatment that I give to my children than 99% of the people in this world. Of course, when
A
this
porcelain in chat says that there's definitely enough.
Yeah,
cause
Porcelain,
for
the guy who
police
does
to
all
be
those
incredibly
documentaries.
Interested in him, a missing wife, a questionable testimony, and the whole fleeing thing. He's definitely playing into it, though. Yeah.
social worker enters,
That's what I'm thinking.
I have beautiful playrooms and I treat my kids with luxury to a certain extent.
Minus the whole
Luxury.
removing the mom.
You know, this guy's broke as a fucking
Luxury
joke.
to a
Like,
certain
I
extent.
give my kids the luxury of a cot in a room. Come on.
His shows.
So these dumb fucks, they're so
Ooh.
dumb, right? They actually
fuck,
think.
I feel another 8
Listen to
minutes
this.
of this.
They
I'm so
actually
sick.
think
Yeah,
I beat my
okay.
wife.
All right.
He's like,
Kind
okay.
of, you know, a few minutes ago, I was like, I've seen enough.
Me
but maybe
too.
Maybe he'll say something here in the last 7 minutes.
Yeah,
or
that's
so
what I'm like.
interesting.
I was gonna ask him, like, do you want to? But I was like, we're so close.
I know.
May as well. We made it. Hour 6, bro. Let's go.
I will
Let's
write
go.
this in my report,
Another
and
great
that was the
fucking
end
episode.
of it. The case was closed
Damn it, should not have jumped that late.
because in Alberta,
Buddy, you made it fucking like 2 hours with us. You're gonna tap
Made it
out.
this far.
you actually have to beat your children for them to take them. In PI,
Get did you
in
hurt me
Quebec,
like Mama JF did.
they
She
don't.
would never.
They just
She's
can
got
argue
more
that you're
agency than
crazy
Mama
or at
JF.
risk of future
Unfortunately, I know it's hard to
So
believe.
Alberta gave me fair treatment.
I
and
wish
for the
so.
first time in my life, I
You
have
said you
received
tried to
full
kill me.
due
Imagine
process
all the
and
detractors.
respect.
They would be
Like,
running
the
wild.
social worker was respectful.
The forum,
the
1,000
RCMP
posts per
guys were
minute.
respectful.
Oh my god, oh my
Really,
god.
all of this
Oh my
boils
god, Kit
down to
alleges
a
abuse. Oh
problematic
my god.
woman in some RCMP department of major crimes and a bunch of why-nots and an LGBT social worker in some eastern
No,
province.
this will be the end.
Then the
Superbond,
whole
Sean.
system inflamed itself with rumors, false allegations, and crap.
Rescuing
and
Jenna.
The crap was so ridiculous that
First of
the
all, she
Alberta
needs to save
province,
herself from
when
her
it
own
received
stupidity.
it, said, hey, there's nothing in there that violates the law. This guy has done nothing
But it
wrong.
wouldn't
You guys
be-
are really
But it wouldn't be the provincial police in Alberta. It would be the feds. It would be the Mounties.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about the local police, like the municipal police. I don't. Yeah, it's all over the place.
pressing him. And that's the story of my escape, and I'm now safe in Alberta, and I will never drive back to these places. It would be dangerous for me.
Wow.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff there, guy.
All you could say is this is some crazy stuff for the mind of a fucking loser.
I keep forgetting it's a private call with the pay pig.
That's wild.
That's wild.
Moral panic. It's crazy, this moral panic that's...
He killed his wife. Allegedly.
You fucking retard.
You guys are moralizing.
Set in society. Because, you know, I expected it in a Christian society.
What?
But it's almost like we've gone, because, you know, like the 30 Years War in Germany.
Oh my God.
Man.
How the 30 Years War relates to JF murdering his wife? Oh, buddy. No, buddy, you're getting another retard alert, man.
Alright, I don't think this guy's an undercover troll.
Is a fucking tard valve and a half, bro.
Look at JF's face here. He's like...
It's just the only guy
JF's
who
like,
came on for the
really?
pay pig show.
That was the
private pay pig show.
The 30-year
wars where in World War II, World War I, like 1 or 2% of the population died in Europe. In Germany,
how does this relate?
33% of the population died during the 30 Years War.
Okay.
Like, and it was.
I don't even know. JF even have trolls?
It was pretty much a moral.
I have to say that they're just like general sector trolls who occasionally pay attention to him. The people who watch this show.
Were fanatical
like dedicated
about it.
trolls who just only watch JF.
Kill each other.
Probably not many.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So much these days, but you could see with the
like JF was nodding at first, and then he just stopped and went. Now he's scratching his chin. Like,
what are you saying?
Of you, they have true hatred and like.
Where is this going? I'm already tuning this guy out.
It's a real reach to believe they put him in retard class. I can't even believe it. Who would ever do such a thing as to think this guy's retarded?
I think they were on point, dude. Oh, I just gotta have another laugh.
There's a true moral
so Christian.
I got tears. Ash, I got tears in my eyes. JF's fucking ridiculous.
Such a Christian phenomenon. They were more a human phenomenon. And in different societies, you will stone people to death or you will isolate them. But in our society, we send the surveillance state and the child kidnappers at your house. And that is what you get in a liberal society. All of this on I would say, a flawed philosophical basis. Because ultimately what that is a bunch of liberals thinking that their monitoring is better than the natural delivery of parental care. That they know better than parents.
Oh my God.
They don't.
This is
They're
tough
actually
to get
pretty
through.
stupid and no IQ.
Come on, you guys said you had 7 minutes left. Something out. I need to know how this amazing conversation ends.
That we make them feel like they're experts by giving them degrees.
Yes.
And thinking that they have says over all of us. Oh, you went to university and got a master's degree. Therefore, you have the qualifications.
Hardcover for 48 or 46 or softcover for 18. Why the fuck such a jump for the hardcover?
I could have taught these people in the university, but somehow postdoc doesn't. Somehow I'm a postdoc, but I'm unable to change a diaper. That's basically what they're saying. There's a level of education.
By the way, pause. Isn't JF's only like value in this world his credentials that he obtained at university?
Yeah.
To be a neuroscientist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he flexed them at the start of Worski Live. People thought he was like a person of significance because of his credentials.
Yeah, having a degree isn't everything, and there's a lot of people with degrees that are fucking retarded. But hey, we have to like have some system of qualifying people that they understand shit. Like, it's crazy. Sweet Nova B.
I was told this week that you don't need qualifications for things.
Let's go on the tail
You speak of what you do not know, Worski. Actually,
today, guys.
You
Big viewership today too. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it.
Praise you a little too much. Or
thanks, Sweet Nova B, and everyone. Thank you.
It's
the Andy Worski victory lap. Yeah.
It's astounding, these people. Like,
I can't believe I worked with this guy.
I don't understand these people wanting to control everybody. Like, it always.
It's just a little Raz. It's a little like Raz. I don't know anything about. I don't know what you're talking about, Infamous.
You need to understand, like, people want control and power. Like, okay, go ahead.
vegetarianism. I can never not call myself.
She could probably play this game better than me.
The people that want to put
probably
their
not.
fingers in everything and control everyone around them.
I was almost
just
killed.
don't like these people. Like, leave us alone.
Yeah.
Let us live our own lives. Come on. Like, why are you trying to control everything that's around?
Can you imagine these woke lunatics want to jail me for killing my wife?
Yeah.
Woke lunatics, it's a conspiracy.
Leftism is real. It's over. Mr. Trump, do something.
I bought this new sign.
You're
Beautiful
Canadian.
sign, no
I hate
trespassing.
Canadians.
Violators
I'll help
will
you when
be
I annex you.
prosecuted.
But right now, I
saw
don't
this
care.
At the local post office,
Back
and I was
to me
like,
when you're
that's way
American."
too beautiful. I want it. And I bought it because
the most boomer humor I've ever heard in my life.
you know, Nick Fuentes, a lot of people were saying about this
Nick
girl
Fuentes.
who got pepper sprayed. They said, well, he had no trespassing sign, so she had the right to knock at his door. And so I thought, well,
Okay, well, the sign couldn't stop her because she could not read. But that's me joking. She can read. She can read.
Did you
I think.
have anything to add before we head toward the closing?
The sign makes it legal to pepper spray people.
No, it's
I keep bringing it up, but there are some people here who I think don't know. The woman claims that when Fuentes pushed her, the granny who went up to his house or whatever, she claims that Fuentes broke 6 of her ribs. I think she just wants the charges to stick because she sure didn't look like she had 6 broken ribs in that body cam footage. Maybe she was so stunned by the fact that he actually pushed her, it did not settle in that she broke 6 ribs. I don't know.
Up on everything, and I don't want to come back to the internet. I don't know how this.
What was he about to say? Like, you know, if they took my children, I'd have to go on a rampage with a gun. You know, like.
But thankfully, thanks to tactical preparation, I was out of it.
Look, man, I have the no trespassing sign up. That gives me the ability to hack you to death with my hatchet.
Because I'm in the kingdom of beef farming. And everywhere around my house, it's all beef, eating grass, beef, and you can get beef by just calling the local farmer, and they drop you $500 worth of beef right to your doorstep.
Yeah.
It's the most beautiful place.
No other provinces sell beef.
I gotta wait for that one.
We're so close to being done with
I know, I'm like,
see, the Frenchness never leaves you, though, because you
Great show, though.
I live in a gated community, and I have like no trespassing signs. This means if you come to my house, I am within my right to hack you to pieces, alright?
Thank you for being here, James.
He knows how to do
and
it.
thanks for everyone.
Got Castle Doctrine.
Post this as an exception. I will post this Patreon private hangout.
What? I was
Twitter
defending
for the new
myself.
Twitter subscribers.
Aim. Stay the fuck back.
For,
Correct?
Joining in the contribution to the show.
He gets
And
no
because
views.
Elon Musk expects me to give some.
I guess you gotta thank every one guy you
exclusive
get a
content.
month.
That will be our exclusive content for this month. Although the Twitter subscribers, I don't think they will be able to join us live. At least they'll be able to watch the show with a delay. Much love to everyone, and thank you, James, for coming.
For your 4 sentences, James.
All right, what a big contribution he made. All right, guys, well, that's going to be it for us tonight.
Kino.
We're going to be back Friday with another show.
We have some things planned.
So
It's gonna be
stay
fun.
tuned. I'm going to do the wrestling show with Phil tomorrow at 9:30 over on the DSP Reacts channel.
Oh,
on
joy.
YouTube. It's the Smart Guys show, and then
I
we
can't
will
wait.
go Friday. So
And I'll do the post show with Psycho. We have a lot of catch up on Friday. Friday night, guys. We'll see you then. Love you all. Thank you for the big support, and see you
See
Friday.
what Worski does for the post show. Oh, is there no post show today? They just cut it off? I thought that meant post show today. No post show today. Well, guys, it looks like we gotta trudge the bottom of the barrel. That's right. It's time for the Arlo segment. If it'll load. Was the Switch 2 reveal ruined by leaks? This is a main channel video. This is not a rambling channel video. So guess what? He's actually gonna be on screen for most of the video.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
I could
The fact that Nintendo
Look,
is
look,
releasing
he's
a new
using the puppet.
console
He's using the
is
puppet.
exciting. It is. That is the simple reality of it. A more powerful system with new games and all that stuff. It's all very, very cool, and naturally I am very psyched, especially when the thing gets its full info blowout with all the features and a bunch of crazy game reveals and all that. I have no doubt
Yeah,
that
when
the hype
Topic
train
Arlo
will be
isn't
running
spamming
at full
videos,
steam.
that
We'll
means
all be
he's
on
working on a
cloud
make channel
nine.
video.
It'll be great. I'm not worried about it.
I just thought he died or something.
Now that the Switch 2 has been officially revealed, I do want to ask the question, was that reveal kind of ruined by all the leaks? I mean, I don't think there's any
little
question
bit, yeah.
that Switch 2 has been the most leaked console in gaming
It was a combination
history.
of things.
Sure,
The leaks and the fact that
patents
it's
informed us
not-
of the potential hybrid nature of
No,
the
it's just
Switch,
a
but we still
continuation of what they
wondered
were
how
already doing with the
Nintendo would
Switch
pull that
1.
off. There was still a ton of mystery
There's no
surrounding the
surprise
thing
factor.
before they actually showed it to us. Wii U, same thing. It was more or less confirmed that its hook would be a controller with a touchscreen, but again, we still didn't quite know how that would work. We never set our eyes on it. The Switch 2, though? An endless stream, nay, a flood of hardware specs and pics several months before the
DSP
reveal.
said they were
By
all
the end,
fake.
We had clear images of
I'm
the
just gonna
system
wait for
and
them to
its
reveal it,
Joy-Cons,
idiot.
Every port, every detail, every facet, and most new features as a result. We knew precisely how much bigger it would be and how the Joy-Cons would attach magnetically from the sides. We had very good reason to believe a Joy-Con could be used like a computer mouse. There are still more details to be revealed by Nintendo, such as the mysterious C button, but despite their best efforts to hide its existence by blanking it out in the reveal, we already know there's a little C on that button. We have known that fact since last year. Nintendo has a reputation for being very tight-lipped, extremely secretive. But perhaps it's the relatively recent explosion of online gaming discourse and press coverage and even gaming itself, and or the unprecedented level of interest in Nintendo and its systems and games. But the Switch generation was plagued with leaks. Details on more high-profile games than I can count leaked before their official reveals. Fortunately, in most cases, the
Unless
specifics
it's just
were
to do
sparse,
more
but
with the changing
you can't
culture,
say
right?
the
It's so much
same
more
about
easier to
Switch
share
2,
information
can ya?
out there now.
That thing leaked like a busted faucet. Some may argue that it's our fault for paying attention to the
So
leaks,
easy to
but
just, like,
they
snap
were
a picture of
practically
something and put it on
impossible
Twitter.
to avoid without literally just staying
Or,
off the
what do they
internet
use now, Blue
entirely,
Sky?
or at least outside of the Nintendo discourse for like a year. For literally like a year, which would not be realistic. No, for many of us, the leaks were simply unavoidable. So then, can we say that those leaks affected the fun factor of the system's official reveal?
It won't
At
matter
least
once
for
the
people
system
like
comes
me and
out.
you know, the people who keep up with gaming news, who want to stay up to date on all Nintendo happenings. Obviously, there is no one definitive answer, but we can kind of split the question into 3 sub-questions. Did the leaks ruin the reveal for some people? Did they ruin it for enough people to call it a majority, you know, more or less everyone? And, since this is my video, did they ruin it for me? Well, as for the first sub-question, the answer is obviously yes. These things always come with a range of opinions and reactions, and I'm seeing that there are at least a good amount of people who feel that, yeah, all the leaks pretty much did take the wind out of the reveal sails. Forgive the intrusion, but I simply must remind you that this video was brought to you by Squarespace. If you need
Why
a
is he
website
always
but you have
sponsored
no
by
experience
Squarespace?
Actually making websites, Squarespace is exactly what you need. That
What
was me. I
is-
didn't know nothing, yet it was still so simple.
Sponsor
I
blog.
started with the template, messed around with it using the intuitive editor, and before I knew it, I had a slick-looking site that meets all my needs. Mine's a pretty
Yeah, I'm a
simple
nice guy.
blog-style
I adhere
site,
to a
and
moral
Squarespace
code. I
has all
can't
these little
skip
features
this.
that make things easier.
I
like
must
scheduling
face tank
posts to
the
publish
sponsor
and push
segment.
to social media automatically. But if your site needs more, there are lots of powerful extensions on offer. You can really do anything here. You can sell stuff, you can host videos, you can offer digital goods to subscribers, and as always, I will mention Squarespace's lovely suite of analytics because I love it. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial.
No,
Then
I
when
didn't
you're ready
forget
to
it. I just
launch, head to
hesitated for some reason. I don't know why. It's because I'm playing a high-intense action
off your
game.
first website or domain. And now for today's recommendation.
Oh, I heard that
Sweet
bad thing.
potatoes. tray.
I hope that
Parchment
never
paper.
comes to
Coat them
pass.
in oil for a tastier skin. $4.25.
Oh, he's
until
based
they're
for this,
ooey
though.
gooey
These are
and
good.
Oh, so soft. Butter, salt, walnuts.
All right, we forgive
This
you,
is
Arlo.
decadent comfort food that
Oh,
feels
I
like
do,
a cheat meal,
at least.
but is jam-packed with essential nutrients. Thanks again to Squarespace.
That's
Now
pretty
we
good.
simply
Sweet potatoes
must
there.
return to the video. But to get a better idea of just how many
Dang it,
people feel
same
this
place.
way, and also how strongly those people feel, let's turn to what is, unfortunately, the best source of information I have, a social media poll. I asked my followers...
I can't believe Arlo shows like this. He needs to do the more ethical thing and just ask his viewers for money. Anyway, he put up a poll. Did the leaks ruin the reveal? Leaks of Switch 2 ruined the reveal for Switch 2. 24% absolutely, kinda. 49%, that's half the poll. And 26% said, no. Those are the Nintendies right there.
How they felt about all this, and as always, this is just one small sampling of Nintendo fans. I think not even quite 12,000 people took the poll. Also, I will admit, ruin, as I used it here, is a very strong word.
And 12,000 is a bigger sample size than most people
can
can
get. If I'd merely
get.
asked if the excitement was reduced at all. But hopefully this can still give us a little insight. 26.6% of pollers, a little over a quarter, said that nah, the reveal was not ruined by the leaks. And you know,
Those
I
people
did
are
say
coping.
ruined,
They're
but
coping.
I also gave the option to
Cope
only
more.
say kind of. So I think most people who selected no meant a definitive no. So that's a decent chunk of people who were unaffected by the leaks, or perhaps who did a better job avoiding them than most. Next, though, is the kind of option, and here we see a rather hearty 49.3%. Almost exactly
Those guys are
half
the real
of those
ones.
polled seem to feel that, yes, at least on some level, all the leaks and rumors kinda killed the experience. I would say that's a pretty darn big percentage, especially considering it only gets worse from here. 24.1% of these lovely people, essentially the...
Well, it's like Synthetic Man. And you know, you guys know I love Synthetic Man. But like the stuff, when you're complaining, you get more views. Views. I don't want to be Mr. Views. The same goes for Arlo. Arlo's channel. Nobody really remembers, kinda. I bring it up from time to time. Arlo's channel was built on the back of shitting on new Paper Mario.
The remaining quarter have answered a
And the 3DS
definitive
Pikmin game.
yes. The leaks ruined the reveal. The reveal would have been substantially more exciting without them. With some slight rounding, we can see that at least out of these some 11,700 people, a whopping 3/4 of them feel that the reveal was less enjoyable thanks to the many, many months of leaks we all enjoyed and or endured.
But how
leading
easy
up
it
to
is to leak
Again,
shit,
this is a
like,
small
what do you
sampling,
expect
but
Nintendo
I'd
to
say
do,
that's a
would be my
pretty
question.
significant number, and it does more or less seem to mirror what
Like, it
I've
just
been
takes
seeing
one
within
individual.
the general discourse. Is that number high enough to officially label this a majority opinion and thus allow us
Just
to
how
say
it is
the
now when
leaks
it comes to leaks, you
definitively
guys.
ruined the reveal for effectively everyone? Watch out, I'm gonna sprain my air quoting fingers. Well, obviously, there aren't any rules about this stuff, nor can we accurately measure the opinion of every single Nintendo fan out there. But I do think it's
I mostly
safe to
lurk
say
on
that
V,
maybe
and
even
V was not
most people
spoilering the
experienced
fucking Switch 2
significantly
leaks.
less enjoyment from the reveal than they.
I don't mind though. I don't.
indeed Nintendo
Spoilers.
wanted.
I'm not really the
You know,
kind of
maybe we
person
can't
where,
say
like, if something gets spoiled, it's ruined. It's ruined. Ah.
Opinion of every single Nintendo fan out there. But I do think it's safe to say that maybe even most people experienced significantly less enjoyment from the reveal than they, and indeed Nintendo, wanted. You know, maybe we can't say the whole thing
My
was
enjoyment
ruined
levels.
per se, but
Fuck you,
this very
Nintendo.
much was a situation where we went into a reveal already knowing just about everything there was to know, at least as far as the stuff actually revealed by the trailer was concerned. Again, there are obviously
Needed the
still
high
some
bounce spot.
mysteries, especially when it comes to firmware and UI and whatnot. We still don't know what that does.
Like, okay, the hardware got leaked. Big fucking whoop. But unless you're like a tech guy, unless you review Tech USA and JKV on Locale Tech Talk, none of it means anything to you. Unless you're looking at like doom baiting posts, doom mongering Twitter zeets telling you about like, oh my god, it's underpowered. Nintendo console underpowered. Whoa, shock of the century. It's over. We're not getting Cyberpunk on day one. It's over, bros. I give a fuck about the software, the first party software, because that's the reason why you buy a Nintendo console. The hardware leaks didn't really put a dent in me. I get it, put a dent. But yeah, it's like, who cares? Let me get the April Direct, buddy.
darn C button does. But again, we knew about the size and the mouse thing and the sideways attaching Joy-Cons.
I'd rather not hear anything if possible, but I won't let spoilers ruin something for me.
The essence, the identity.
I guess I'm just not that kind of person. Oh my god, spoilers are ruined. I can never enjoy something now.
Knowledge would indeed make the official reveal less magical. And you know, this probably wouldn't have felt so pronounced if the system itself was more magical, more interesting, featured some weird new element that blurry pictures couldn't properly communicate. But this is the safest,
see, it's a combination of things. The fact that it's the safest jump from console to console for Nintendo, the fact that the leaks were constant, nonstop.
This was an interesting choice. I mean, I suppose we should be thankful that the real magic of a really interesting console wasn't spoiled. That probably would have been a way bigger tragedy. But there's no doubt that this made a relatively plain console feel
Nintendo
even
stuff gets
more
leaked
so.
the most
The
because
reveal
people
was
give the most
already
fucks
gonna
about
feel
Nintendo
a
stuff.
little underwhelming to a good chunk of the audience. It was already going to be that much less exciting.
Shit, to hack, to get like Sony leaks, you have to straight up hack their servers.
And after the leaks, one might say the reveal felt less like a reveal and more like a simple confirmation. One of the biggest things to come out of it is that content
Yeah, I'm kind of with you,
creators finally
Kapathic.
have
I don't
official
care,
images,
and if it
teasers,
happens, like,
thumbnails
and
stuff.
you get mad, it's like,
You have no
get
idea
over it, you
how hard
guys.
it was
It's just a
making
game or a
videos
movie.
with nothing but our own mock-ups. I do not know
losing
how to
my
use
lunch
Photoshop.
over it.
I think if this was broadly seen as an inevitable, albeit unfortunate occurrence, we would all be quicker to simply shrug and move on, you know? But I do see a lot of people more or less blaming Nintendo for the whole situation. The leaks
Fuck you,
started last
Nintendo.
year,
You allowed
and
the
once
leaks
that
to
flow got
prosper.
moving, the clock started ticking. Each clearer image widened that hole, made the leak stronger, and it all...
Well, I mean, like, what, once the leaks start coming out, what do you want Nintendo to do? Okay, it leaked. I guess we got to reveal it now. Okay, but that's not how the logistics of all the planning and dating works. Like, they have meetings about this. Like, executives talk about, like, what's the best day? When are we gonna do this? What are we gonna do that? You just can't do. Okay, sorry guys, it leaked. It leaked on Reddit. We gotta do the actual full reveal now. I know we didn't plan to do it until like April. It's January now. It leaked or something. Oh yeah, we gotta do the full reveal now. Sorry guys. Sorry, Reddit made us reveal it early. It's not how life works. It's not how the planet works.
Started eroding away our hype. The longer this went on, the less exciting the reveal would inevitably be. So naturally, there are those who feel Nintendo should have done a better job of preventing the leaks.
Define a better job.
Before the leaks could happen, or stepped in and revealed it early to plug up the early leaks before
Oh,
they
that's a
could
shame,
become
Sarah.
problem. Right now, there are many
My
fingers pointed at
imports.
Nintendo. Don't get me wrong. I love pointing fingers at Nintendo. You know, it's in my job description. Really though, I mean, I can understand the feeling. Normally, the reveal of a new console
remember these
is
moments?
so unbelievably exciting.
Look at him holding up the
true
Wii.
highlight of each
Look at the
generation.
guy. There he is.
Anything that
Twilight
might
Princess
dampen that
04
excitement
E3.
really is a shame. And it's
Look at his
easy to aim
off-model
our
one-up mushroom
frustrations
shirt.
squarely at Nintendo for not getting on top
Look
of
at the
all
3DS,
this,
it's off-center.
for simply allowing it all
It's
to
not
happen
centered on the
and not
podium.
revealing the Switch 2 until our hype had all but disappeared. However, I don't think this is entirely fair. Like I said earlier, I think between the increasing ease in which people can capture and disseminate pictures and info, and the much greater interest in Nintendo products in recent years, this kind of thing was inevitable. So many
Yeah, it's
people
not.
involved in
I
the
don't think it's
manufacturing and
realistic
distributing of a device
for
like
them
this,
to be
and
expected to
all
all
it
like
takes is
to
one
make it
person
unleakable.
hastily snapping a picture
Kind
when
of
no one is
a
looking,
pipe dream.
and boom, there it is.
Get
You
it?
got
'Cause
yourself
Mario?
a leak. And realistically speaking, I don't think we can actually expect Nintendo to do much in situations like this. This is a big company with big, long-term
Like, what's the
plans.
solution?
These
Please,
things take
guys,
a
stop
ton of
leaking.
time to
Ooh-woo.
work out and
Like,
set
what the
up,
fuck?
and dates cannot simply be changed easily in every case. And Nintendo, in particular, is immune to peer pressure.
Exactly, they
generally
give
don't
zero
care
fucks.
much what's going on in the greater industry, even when it kind of affects them. Often they are either too wrapped up in their own little world to care, or too proud to be swayed.
When St. Floyd died, they were the last company to tweet about it. I'm
Perhaps
just saying.
more than any other tech company, they go their own way. You think they're gonna drastically change their plans because of some blurry images from Famiboards users and knockoff accessory manufacturers? I'll admit, I at least entertained the idea that they might want to move
St.
the
Floyd,
reveal
the
up a little
Fentanyl
to head
Man.
some of this off. But in retrospect,
GPM,
we
you
should
don't know
have
'cause you're
never
Dutch.
expected things to go any differently than they did. Especially because, again, most of this only affected people really plugged into the Nintendo scene. The really active and passionate online community, which by no means makes up the majority of their audience.
Knee on the
Changing
neck,
their plans
GPM,
because
hello.
of these leaks, or even acknowledging them in any major
George
way,
guy.
would only validate them and encourage this behavior.
Every other game company did that shit day one.
Naturally.
But Nintendo waited too. It had to have been like a full week, and everyone. No, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. They do pay attention, because every time there's a tragedy or something of the like, Nintendo will just stop tweeting for like up for, I don't know, 4 to 7 days. And in the case of this, they just stopped tweeting. They said nothing. And thank you to Disrule for the follow there. But they said nothing for like 4 to 7 days. And then they eventually capitulated and sent out a little half-hearted tweet saying, it's sad and I'm gonna prevent the tragedy, bro. And their version was less, I don't know, it was a little bit, it did not use the same language and vernacular as the other game companies that like directly addressed the issue and like why they think it happened, versus Nintendo, who just kind of said, "Oh, we must do all we can to prevent the deaths, and we got a lot of work to do." They didn't say racism. They didn't say big ups Black America. I gotta be real careful with my choice of words here. I am just referencing an event in history. I'm just giving the recap here, guys. This is what actually just factually fucking based has actually happened. Now, guys, no exaggeration. They said they just said, "Oh, that death was pretty sad, bro. We gotta do something about it. Let's hope it doesn't happen again, guys." And they did a prayer hands, and then a couple days, and then they just went back to tweeting. Whenever something like this happens, a tragedy. I think recently. Some other times it happened. Russia, Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and then they had to delay the Advance Wars game by like a full year. Very embarrassing on Nintendo's part, because that was like that did nothing for that game's notoriety or sales, by the way. What other times did it happen? I think when Trump got elected the first time, they took a minor little siesta, and they didn't care the second administration though. But yeah, they usually do that. But Floyd dying was like the one time where they actually broke away from the silence and they put out something. Like everyone was peer pressuring them to say something. Probably because the Pokemon Company spoke up. Pokemon Company is far more liberal than Nintendo proper. So they had shit out like, not day one, but like day 2 or day 3. Because they were also trying to be like mumsy about it, but then they put out something and they said, "Oh, we're on top of all this. On top of all this." Like their language was more to the point, like directly addressing it. And then they were like, "On top of all this, guys, we're also giving $1,000. Let's fucking go. Let's get some donos there." And it went to a good cause, if I recall.
It would set a precedent that this titan would ever move so much as an inch for ants such as these. Silly to even imagine. And then just consider how things would have actually played out had Nintendo decided to announce the system early because of the leaks. They put out the trailer in like September or something, right when the leaks really start flowing.
Yeah, this is why you don't capitulate.
In that scenario, I would imagine the timing of the actual release would remain unchanged, and most likely the timing of game reveal.
True. So, okay, Rare Arlo making a good point here. Even if you move up the console reveal to, to counter the leaks. Oh, there's so many leaks, guys. You gotta move up the console reveal. You actually think it's gonna affect the console release date? Probably not.
As well. They would probably still want to wait until April to give us the big direct with all the Switch 2 games coming in the first year and beyond. After all that's happened, it's already going to be so hard waiting 2.5 months for the April direct. Can you imagine having to wait like 6.5? Like really picture what it would be like if we got this trailer back then in September and then essentially nothing between then and now, and we still weren't done waiting. not. Maybe there's some element here that I'm missing. Maybe there's something Nintendo could have done better, or maybe it's somehow their fault that so many people were able to get their hands on prototypes and whatnot. I don't know, but it's
damned
hard
if you
to
do,
imagine
damned
a
if you
scenario
don't, man.
where things went
There's nothing
any
Nintendo could have
differently.
done.
You know, I feel like this all makes sense.
Yeah, GPM already spoke out about the puppet. It's a main channel video. The puppet gets used only in the main channel videos.
The most pressing sub-question of this video's larger question: did the leaks ruin the reveal for me?
Say yes. Be honest.
I mean, yeah. If I'm honest, yeah, at least a bit. I'd consider myself in the kind of camp. I love the excitement and anticipation of a console reveal, and it really does all hinge on us not knowing quite what the thing is like. Even if we've got something of an idea, I really think at least
I knew he was going to say yes, because Arlo had multiple videos on Switch 2 leaks and having leak burnout. He had leak burnout. He had leak fatigue from making so many news videos about the Switch 2 leaks. Is a DSP moment. Guys, we have like leak burnout. Like I can't do any more videos about Switch 2 leaks. There's just too many. There's too many leaks to cover, guys. I'm having leak burnout.
The Switch 2 so long
hey,
before
Cypher.
the
Hey,
official
Rebsy.
reveal made that reveal a good bit less exciting. However, and here's the big thing though. Here's the big thing. However, I also just don't think it's a huge deal. I've lived through plenty of brain-melting Nintendo reveals in my life.
That's cope, Arlo. It's the fucking Switch 2.
I tuned into that
you're
E3 when they
coping.
showed off the Wii U for
You're
the first time.
coping. You would have been
I stared at
hyped
my
if there were no
screen in
leaks.
bewilderment, reading articles about the Wii, trying to fathom what I was seeing. It's fun when a reveal really smacks you in the face, and I feel bad
Thank you,
for anyone who
GPM.
hasn't
Gifted
been
tier
able
1 to
experience that.
MTC
But I also
Dude,
recognize that
the leader of the
things
Extra Life charity
change.
event.
Even if the Switch 2 is a little boring, it's exactly the follow-up to the Switch that Nintendo needed to make. And even if the leaks killed some of the fun, they were also inevitable. And more importantly than anything, it's just the reveal we're talking about. You know?
Exactly.
I mean, this is
I was afraid he wouldn't make this point. Who cares? We're not gonna be talking about this shit in April when the games are shown. I want to see the fucking game. Where are the games at?
It's starting anew. The Switch 2 train is a rumbling, and they're calling all aboard, and it's gonna start chugging along very soon. And once it's moving, we will quickly leave this whole leak reveal thing behind. We'll be too busy playing.
And then we'll be talking
Super
about
Mario
Smash Brothers
Sunshine
leaks.
2 and Pikmin
Oh,
5
Luigi's
through 9
playable,
to
guys.
pair.
Yeah, right.
Well, that is the end of this video, and for some reason, writing outros is like really hard, so I usually put it off until the very last minute, and
Clown segment
I
right
very
here.
frequently end up going in front of the camera itself and hitting record and running through the entire thing before getting to the very end and looking at my teleprompter and realizing I have just mashed the keyboard as a placeholder and not actually written an outro, and that is the situation I find myself in right now. So I might as well just read the outro as written. DFDF.
Why does Arlo need a teleprompter? I guess he reads it while maneuvering the puppet? Manipulating the puppet, rather. Oh yeah, we have 2 rambling channel videos. This one is about Sony. He's felting Sony, guys. Felt, not puppet felt.
It's funny coming direct.
This is Sony barreling toward a second similar disaster?
From the video about Sony having all the live service games and having to cancel most of them. It's funny coming directly from recording that to recording
Yeah, if it's
this,
Sony, the answer
because
is always
there,
yes.
We have a situation where Sony was so enthusiastic about games as a service, about turning all of their
We
major
wasted the whole
IPs
fucking
into
gen on
live
games as a service games that never
experiences.
came
They
out.
were
No
so
wonder they
excited
fired
about
the
that,
Herman guy.
that they greenlit way too many.
They put a Japanese man in his
And
place, but that
when
doesn't mean nothing.
they
Show me the
started
results.
to not perform well enough, they had to just cut their losses and cancel most of them, and admit that maybe they had jumped the gun a little bit. Maybe that was not a wise business decision to just throw everything they had at all.
That was
of these
golden
games
video right there,
rather than taking
Kapathic.
a more, you know,
Xbox
a
was
slower and more careful
felted.
approach. Let's do a few at a time and see if they do well and then go from there. It's funny seeing maybe their course correction suggests that they have, you know, more or less learned
Honestly,
their lesson.
Xbox still hasn't
We did
recovered
jump the gun.
from that video.
It was way too much.
What were they thinking?
Way too fast. In other news, though, we have about 1,000 movie adaptations.
They fucking
coming.
rush recorded
Just
that
like
at
a
E3 too.
humongous list
That's the craziest
of Sony
part.
IPs are apparently being
What a
adapted
flex.
into movies. I was not really aware of this. You know, I hear little rumblings
Did it
here and
again.
there. I know we got the first trailer for the Until Dawn movie, but then
I do own a
apparently
Series X, yes,
they
and a
announced
PS5.
multiple
You're not supposed to know that,
movies
though.
At CES this year, they announced Horizon Zero Dawn and Helldivers movies, and they also
Who the
announced
fuck is
a
gonna
Ghost
watch
of
the
Tsushima
Horizon movie?
anime. And on top of that, okay, well, whatever. We'll go over the whole list in a little bit here. But the point is, though, they just announced 2 more movies and an anime for a series that is.
Would you
getting a
even
movie.
watch the Horizon movie,
And so
like
I
just
was
to goon
curious. I
to
was
it?
like, wow, that's a lot of movies. That's really bold. So I looked it up, and I'm looking at the list here.
I guess
and,
Helldivers
they've
could
got
be an
a
alright
bunch.
action movie.
They've got a bunch of movies in development.
I mean, clearly, they're clearly just
previously,
riding a
like,
trend.
this
They
is
had
obviously
no
a really
hope in
big,
Helldivers 2.
A very big and very
They sent that
purposeful
shit out
push
to
from
die.
them. In the last couple years, they released an Uncharted movie and a Gran Turismo movie.
Oh, I
And,
forgot Gran Turismo was
and
getting
it
a movie.
seems
Did it
that
already
right
come
now,
out? I think
in
it did.
development. You want to know what they got? You know what they got right now? Okay. We've got Until Dawn, which actually releases in a few months. And that one's pretty interesting because Until Dawn, the whole point is it's kind of a choose your own adventure slasher game.
I guess that one could work as a movie.
You're choosing your
It's all-
way.
it's
and,
fucking
different
already a
outcomes and
movie.
whatnot. So they kind
But to
of
take
that's
away
kind of
the,
reflected
like,
in the
choose your own
movie from what
adventure
I've heard,
aspect of it.
is,
I don't
it's
know.
got like a meta element where these people are being slashered or whatever, but then they're like waking up in different horror genres or something like that. I haven't looked too much into it.
Okay, that
but
already
I know
came
some
out.
people
Okay, then.
are upset that it doesn't have the same plot and the same characters, but at the same time, I can kind of understand that they had to go with the meta element because otherwise you just have a more boring non-choose your own adventure version of the game. I actually don't think it's the worst idea to have like sort of the concept, sort of, not necessarily all the same characters. I don't know. I guess that's a whole discussion of its own. But yeah, that's Until Dawn. That's coming, which is a little surprising. I didn't necessarily think that Until Dawn. I mean, I'm sure the game was successful, but I didn't think it was like big enough to be like a.
I don't think it would be anyone's first choice.
Sony thought, well, you know what? It's not just about. We're not just trying to get the fans of the game. We're just trying to use the IP in a way that might hit general audiences. I don't know, whatever. But
that's
then they're
probably what they were
also
thinking.
doing a Days Gone movie.
That could work.
Which is
I actually think that one could
interesting
work.
Choice. Days
Because
Gone.
they sure as shit don't want to give that game a sequel.
It did not review super well.
You know what? I'm cautiously optimistic about that one.
Impression it was a bit of a, I don't know, not to say like a blemish on their record, but like it really was not a very big success. But it could be another situation where Sony is like, it's not just about getting fans of the game to go to the theater. It's more about like, hey, we have this IP.
You guys thought
and
I was the
think
biggest
that this
whiner.
idea could work if adapted, and we own it. We own the characters. We don't have to come up with too much new stuff. So even if the game didn't do that well, why don't we just adapt it into a movie? Okay, sure. Then we also have Ghost of Tsushima, which again is also getting an anime series, and that's gonna be a movie. Okay, sure. You know, samurai movie. I could.
Brother Dingus tried
that,
playing
yeah,
Days
sure.
Gone. He didn't really
And then
get into it. I
Gravity
don't think he
Rush.
disliked it. He just
Why is there? Well, I mean,
he just
Gravity
played a
Rush,
bit of
very
it. He
passionate
just played a
fan
bit of
base.
it and never went back
it
to
didn't
it.
do super well. So it's another thing where it's like, is this them really wanting to adapt Gravity Rush to please the fans, or is it just?
He's not really a
we
gamer
feel
like that,
we
though.
have
He
an
loves,
idea, we feel like
WWE
it's a visual
2K.
enough concept.
I
We
know,
can
right?
make
It always
into a
goes back
movie.
to
I don't know. I
wrestling.
don't know much about it. I don't know if there is a lot of details on it. Maybe it was going to be an animated movie. Is this going to be like a smaller budget streaming movie, or is this like really a theatrical movie? I don't know. But Gravity Rush movie, apparently. Then Helldivers, like we said, that was just announced at CES, and Helldivers is doing.
Do I need to support you? Legit, get no interesting cutscene from it. Each support conversation in Warriors, you only get one cutscene, and not all of them have cutscenes, if I recall. If you do get a cutscene from it, it does notify you. I think if it's got a plus sign, it will have a cutscene. And you get a support boost if you use the same characters on the map. I think that's how it works. The sequel, Three Hopes, changes it in that every support rank gives you a cutscene. Been a while since I played the first one.
Fine, and it's a good concept. I think it would probably. I mean, it's basically just Starship Troopers in video game form. So I don't really know
it
how
ain't
you
real
adapt
supports
that
in the
into a
first
movie
one, except
without
for
it just
one cutscene,
being Starship
and
Troopers.
not even for every
I
pair.
don't really know.
They cheaped out.
There you go.
El
I think
Cheapo
that
supports.
It probably has potential. Out of all the games on this list, or all the series on this list, Helldivers probably would make a pretty darn good movie. I could see it working really well, especially if they get the the guy who does the guy and who does the motion capture. He would do really well starring in the movie. I would hope so. And then you have Horizon Zero Dawn, which, I mean, yeah, I could see it. I guess so.
Can that one be animated or something? Like, does it have to be live action?
Themselves were appealing. It's just robot dinosaurs, post-apocalypse future. It's
Horizon
cool.
games
are
appealing,
so I can see
says
that, but at the
Arlo.
same time, that's going to be really, really expensive to make.
Yeah, just make it CGI.
That's going to be a really big thing. So they better pull it off. I mean, enough people bought it that maybe that alone will be enough to get.
No, they got it for free with their PS4.
I don't know. And then also apparently they're doing a sequel to Uncharted, the Uncharted movie, and so it's a lot. And then and then you've also. There's nothing to say of the shows, Last of Us season 2.
I didn't see Last of Us, but I saw DSP review it. DSP loved it until they had a whole episode about gay sex.
It has been renewed, so there you go. And then
he tried to tell us how that was like okay, but like why?
Is getting a series on Amazon Prime? Okay, yeah, all right. So there's a lot.
Okay, that's embarrassing.
Again, I can't help.
Sleep deprivation is ruining my gameplay.
Like, wow, you really are confident in this idea of making just a whole bunch of adaptations of your IPs. And you really are running a risk here. Is it like harder to cancel a movie? Is it like less common to cancel a movie in the middle of development than it is to cancel a game? I really don't know. I feel like we hear a lot more about canceled games than canceled movies. I could be wrong there, but
I think that's true.
But like, is it unrealistic to imagine that
Maybe
the same
more of a
situation
gamer than a movie
could happen
guy,
again?
movie buff?
What if, like, in theory, hypothetically, let's say, Until Dawn releases this April, and it is a major, major flop. One of those things where, like, you did not even almost make back the budget and the marketing. It was just, it barely made any money. Let's imagine for a second, probably not super likely, but let's just entertain the idea that the Until Dawn movie is a failure on about the same level as Concord was. What does Sony do? Do they cancel 3/4 of the rest of these?
No, I think they'll face tank it.
Maybe we jumped the gun a little bit.
Maybe do some
we're
reshoots.
a little too enthusiastic. Or do they just keep moving ahead?
I mean, you can kind of salvage a
know, and
movie,
it's
sorta,
because on the live service side
in
of
a way
things,
that you can't
this
like
was
really salvage a
bit
game
of a newer
that's too
initiative,
far gone.
and they don't have as many live service games under their belt. Like Concord and Helldivers are like really are like, and I guess they bought Destiny, so it wasn't exactly like their thing initially. But with movies, as far as like the the PlayStation productions, like Sony themselves, they produce tons and tons of movies. They're all animated movies and Spider-Man, whatever. They have a long history of publishing movies. But this is specifically movies adapted from their game series, and this is under the PlayStation Productions banner. This launched in 2019, and since then, you know what? They've actually seen pretty good success. The Uncharted movie seemed like another one of those really just ill-fated poor video game adaptations that kind of isolates everybody, you know, like the fact that the characters were so young, and it didn't seem worth much to Uncharted fans. But apparently, as a movie, it did pretty well. It seems like it just, even if it had nothing to do with the games,
Well, it doesn't depend on you playing the game, so people who saw it probably thought, oh, it's a summer popcorn movie.
It seems that that was enough to get people to go. It did pretty okay. It had a budget of 120 million. It made 400 million, and you know the marketing budget is probably in there too. But they made at least a couple hundred million off of that, so that did well enough. And then Gran Turismo, budget of 60, made 120. And again, we don't know how much.
Well,
the
that was just
budget
again that's like easier for normies to consume. Oh, it's just a car movie.
Pretty okay success. And it could be that Sony is more confident in these projects because of that. Because they've seen decent success in the movies they have put out. They have not yet had any sort of major flop disaster. And I do think it is possible that precisely because of their experience putting out movies, they maybe have a better idea of how to adapt these things into.
Now, see, that one I didn't see, but I'm pretty sure... Didn't Prince of Persia get a movie? Or was it Assassin's Creed? No, they both got a movie. We didn't see Assassin's Creed. We saw Prince of Persia, the Prince of Persia movie. I remember Papa Dingus liking it.
That is less appealing to fans of these series, which is disappointing, and not appealing to fans of the series is one of the reasons that so many video game adaptations have done poorly. But at the same time, if you can still tweak it and make it appeal to general audiences instead, rather than appealing to no one, you know, that's the real doomed video game adaptation, is the one that's so different, because it's trying to appeal to everyone, that it doesn't appeal to the fans, and it also doesn't appeal to general audiences, because it is still clearly this video game
the
thing,
Mario
and that's
movie?
kind of isolating them in its own way. Sony might be striking a better balance here, or rather than a better balance, even if they're disappointing the fans, they might just be getting the general audiences. And that could be why, again, Until Dawn, it's not necessarily faithful. It's definitely going along with the concept, the slasher movie concept, and the meta horror element, but it's not really a direct adaptation, which is, it's disappointing fans, but that might just make it a better movie. And if that makes it just
the fans need to be disappointed to make a better product.
They can be very, very, very profitable. That is a constant in the movie industry. Horror movies get people to go to the theater. People just love them.
I think Sony knows that, but like, you know, do you know what you're saying?
More, yum yum yum. They eat up horror movies like crazy.
Oh, I made it.
It might do well. And again, Days Gone.
We gotta disappoint the fans to make money, you guys. We invested too much money into the movie, you guys. But it's like, okay, if the normies love it, you made your money back. But if the fans don't love it, well, why the fuck did we commission the movie?
Does it really matter that it's adapting the game, or did they just realize, hey, we could just make a good movie out of this? We'll just make a solid, wide.
So what was the game then? The fans don't like it, but the normies like it. But the normies aren't gonna buy the games because they're not gamers. They're normies. They watch movies. And the ones who do come in as a result of, like, watching the movie are gonna be like, hey, these fucking games aren't like the movie I saw. This fucking sucks.
The appealing zombie movie. Ghost of Tsushima, I don't know, it'll be
Based,
a samurai
fuck the
movie.
fans' business practice, yeah.
That do well. Gravity Rush, I don't know how that fits in, but however they're gonna do it, maybe they have a good plan for it. Helldivers, that again, that just seems like a perfectly fine idea for a movie. Horizon, possible, Uncharted sequel, yeah, sure. So yeah, I don't know. It was just really interesting to see how many they've got in development. And for all we know, they'll announce more. I don't know, like maybe when Until Dawn, if Until Dawn does really well, that could make them even more confident. And they'll be like, all right, okay, what's next? So we got God of War. That's getting a movie too.
Oh my God, God of War! You know they would make that like a sextology.
You know what I mean? Really, anything could be announced, and it's just strange. It's strange to see a situation that could potentially end up mirroring the live service.
Why would we want an Until Dawn movie? Well, I mean, it would work as a horror movie, but it's like, do we want it? Do we need it?
In film, So who knows? I obviously don't have any solid numbers, but I would not be surprised if, like, a humongous amount of the people who watched and enjoyed Last of Us probably didn't even play the games. They probably just a good show.
Right. The people who liked HBO Last of Us, how many actually went on to play the game that hadn't played it already? I would be interested, curious even, to see the numbers on that.
Oh, it just came out and people said, hey, this
First gay Nintendo character. I don't know for officially, but probably one of the gay characters, the romance options in Fire Emblem Fates. Definitely the first instance of gay characters in a Nintendo game. Or not even gay, more like bisexual. Because you can like pursue them, like you can pursue the gay male character as the male dude, or the female lady as the female avatar. But at the same time, simultaneously, you can have them flirt with the other characters that they can support with as you flirt with them. Like, it's probably more accurate to say they're bisexual.
This is good, and people.
But no, Kapatic's got it. Actually, the real answer is Birdo. It's always Birdo.
Love zombie shows. They love post-apocalypse shows. They just like it.
No, Tingle is a red herring. He's the straightest motherfucker ever.
Just keeps doing that. This could potentially work out for them, I guess. Time will tell, I guess. Parappa the Rapper, grand epic cinematic trilogy. Come on, Sony, you know you wanna.
What Arlo doesn't know is that Parappa the Rapper already had a 60-episode anime. I think this is the last one we got from him. We've been hit with a devastating game cancellation. The thumbnail does not inspire confidence in me, but let's see what he's talking about.
Extremely OK Games, most famous for developing Celeste, has announced
Oh yeah,
that
Jammer
their
Lemon
next
was better.
game,
Harder,
Earthblade,
but better.
Has been canceled. Just completely outright canceled. And this is devastating news. This is really difficult news.
This is devastating, you guys.
Celeste really is one of the best games I have ever played.
Celeste Bros, no!
Design, the movement, all of its systems, just every element works together in such perfect harmony. It's a pixel perfect experience. And the level design in particular is it is so just immaculate, almost like confusingly amazing. You know what I mean? And then of course, just like the story and how it delivers its story and how everything culminates and what it all means. And I don't know, it's a really, really exceptional game. And so
yeah, Celeste did well from what I hear. I haven't played it, but it looks all right gameplay wise. But there are some things about that game that people don't like about it. I will not elaborate.
They revealed Earthblade at the Game Awards in 2021, so a little over 3 years ago. And I mean, that was really, really exciting. And they gave us a little trailer and it looked just really cool. The art style was really cool, looked really promising. And it seemed that this was probably going to be a bit more of like an open kind of Metroidvania type experience or something along those lines, which was incredibly exciting. Because again,
didn't like the black guys taking a selfie. See, I didn't even know there was a black character in it. No, I meant more what's revealed about the main character at the end, presumably the end of the game. I remember when the game came out, there was a lot of hoopla over it. But like you see her pills and shit, and then like a photo. I don't know. Like I never played it. I just know it made people people took umbrage with it.
The level design in Celeste is so perfect, but that's a largely linear game, at least in the overall structure. So the idea of
just
taking
gave her a pill,
that same design sense, that same just like skill, and applying it to like a bigger, more open space, it was just, yeah, the potential was just massive. And when they revealed it, they said that they were still really early in development, and so it would probably be a long time before it came out, and that was a bummer. But you know, like, I was willing to wait because I, you know, trust this team and these designers just completely. I knew it would be amazing.
Basically, what Kapatic said.
Again, just hearing that after waiting all this time, and you know, I haven't been like following updates or anything, but it seemed like it seemed to have been going well. So if I ever did remember it, it was always like, oh yeah, I bet that'll be out one of these days. But yeah,
Like, I don't think it's super in your face, or else I would have been seeing more about it. It's just shown at that ending part. But when you tie that into what the plot of the game is about, then things start making a bit more sense.
It's just not coming anymore. And they put a blog post on their website detailing the entire thing. It's kind of a big situation. Basically, there was a dispute regarding ownership of the Celeste IP within the company. And that kind of created some problems. It kind of created a divide between the team. One of the primary members split off. And it is really disappointing to hear that. I think it's always particularly sad when you have a lot of artists and all they want to do is make cool art, and then very non-art things get in the way. You know, I mean, even just the words IP ownership, the fact that there was a dispute about this. We don't have all the details. They didn't give us all the details. It's really not that important, but it is just so upsetting to know that the creation of this
for me, it's like as long as it's not shoved down my throat, as they say.
Just
as long as it's not forced, it's like whatever,
a shame
man.
When business gets in the way. But again, they didn't really they didn't give a lot of details, and they said that this split was actually amicable. There is no.
This is unfortunate, though, when games get canceled, and it's not because of any creative differences or budgetary concerns, but it's like just because of legal mumbo-jumbo bullshit. No!
One person that is to blame. Nobody is being vilified. Nobody needs to be angry at anybody. This is just kind of something that happened. And it wasn't just that. That kind of brought things to a head, and it made the remaining team realize that the project just wasn't really working out. You know, apparently there was obviously there was a lot of pressure to make this game really, really good because Celeste was so wildly popular. And so I guess they felt they needed to make it something even bigger and better. And it kind of ballooned a little bit out of scope. They built up the team,
more than you can chew, huh?
And it seems that eventually they just reached a point where they realized it wasn't really working and they weren't really enjoying the process anymore. And it was still possible that if they kept going, they could eventually finish it and maybe it would even be good. But they just didn't want to anymore. And you know what? Like, we armchair analysts, you know, and fans, disappointed fans, we can think that we know what's best. You know, we can think like, oh, that's ridiculous. If you had already put, you know, over 3 years of work into it, how could it not be worth it to just finish?
You could probably find it by looking it up. But I remember when it was revealed, like everyone was talking about it.
We really do just have to trust them that this was the right decision. They really would know.
It was just, I'll be fair, it was just one screen cap of like the ending, what I presume is the ending CG with like pills and a flag, and it's like you gotta like, yo, come to your own conclusion, bro. But that shit was spammed for like I don't know how long as a, oh, here's the stuff for you to be mad about today. Does not seem like it made it was the bulk of the plot.
Oh, better than anybody, and you know, and it's like they've even said they were not as far along as they would want to be after that much time. So like, yeah, clearly something wasn't really working, and I would say that this decision was brave.
I should not have jumped there. I wanted to juke him.
Incredibly brave. There are plenty of people who would be in a situation like that and they would fall prey to the sunk cost fallacy and be like, no, we've already spent so much on this. We have to finish. We absolutely have to. But if it really was the right decision for them to just cut their losses, as painful as that might be, and just stop, that takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of guts to look at the last, you know, 3-4 years of your career, of your life.
Oh, Spider-Verse was another one where you have to go out of your way to look for it. Also, too, that Elemental Pixar movie, like, one of the characters is non-binary, but they only have one line in the movie. I feel like stuff like that is the way it is, so that headlines can be put out. It's like, oh, it's Disney's first non-binary character. But I feel like I've seen that same article 5 times now with different characters, so I don't know.
It's kind of just gone. I mean, that's not to say that they can't use anything of all of this. You know, this isn't like when a big company scraps a project and they're like, well, we still own all of the assets and the IP, and we're gonna, you know, either bury it so no one can use it ever again, or we're gonna
Disney always cuts to China
so we can write
and
it off on our taxes. You know,
other countries
there
like
might
that.
still be work here, concepts
China
that they might be able to use moving forward. I really don't know. I'm just saying that if this was the right decision, then it took a lot of guts. It really did. And again, like, from our perspective, certainly from my perspective of the disappointed fan, someone who's been waiting for this game for years and had such high hopes for it, like, yes, this is hard. It is really hard to hear this. I was really, really, really looking forward to this game. Like I said,
No, I did the temple level just to take a break, and then I went back to this. It's too hard, guys.
I wasn't like keeping up on it because I knew it was gonna be a while, so I was like kind of trying not to think about it.
I'm sorry, I keep pausing, but like Sardgar says, the first CGI Disney movie alphabet character. Oh, it was the first Marvel character, the first Star Wars character, the first kids movie character.
Waiting for this game for years and had such high hopes for it. Like, yes, this is hard. It is really hard to hear this. I was really, really, really looking forward to this game. Like I said, I wasn't like keeping up on it because I knew it was going to be a while.
Golem makes a good point. They don't own the colors though. They're like the color scheme of the flag existed. Those colors were used well together for years in like products and other characters before it was used to represent you know, the trans community and whatnot. Like, there are characters in games that I like who have the trans colors, ostensibly, but they are not trans, like Perry from Fire Emblem Fates. I'm always referencing Fire Emblem Fates. It's a good game.
So I was like kind of trying not to think about it, you know, like the idea of this game.
I'm trying not to be controversial.
Was so exciting,
Mr. Pun.
I kind of just had to put it out of my mind. I couldn't afford the mental energy to even think about it. I already have like Haunted Chocolatier. I already regret how much time, how much energy I spend just
really
like,
hate that
just
fireball
waiting
attack
for that game. So in this case, I was doing a pretty good job of trying to just not be like, it'll come when it comes.
Rosato's a good
like,
example too,
really
since you posted the engage emote. Rosato's got the trans colors, but he's not trans. He's a fanboy. He's in Tokonoko. But literally, I was actually surprised with Rosato's localization because people were fear-mongering. Oh, they're gonna make him trans. They're gonna make him trans in the English version. But no, he's under. There's no confusion with the character. He's pretty obviously a male and refers to himself as such.
It was originally announced.
What the hell is this shout out?
Gonna come out in 2024.
Doki Doki Literature Club. Thank you for the shout out for the person. Don't get into the Tokonoko stuff. Progressives don't have that level of distinction. I already talked about it to death with the Vivian stuff. The Paper Mario Ghost. Back when that remake came out, and they rewrote the script from the original Japanese version. They had already changed the script from the English GameCube version from the Japanese GameCube version, and then they changed it again for the English Switch version, and then the Japanese Switch version also changed it from the Japanese GameCube version. It was changed everywhere.
I didn't even realize that we passed 2024 and it didn't happen, and I guess, I don't know.
Yeah,
if anything,
V was a
that probably helped
shit
them
pile
make this
because of that
decision.
game.
It probably helped
Not because of
them
that game,
to
because
just
of the
be like,
ghost
all right,
in that
we
game.
passed our original release date, which was already years after the reveal.
Untenable.
And we still just haven't made enough progress. So yeah, they did what they had to do, and I'm trying to say, like, sure, there's our perspective, there's the
good game though, and I don't have anything with Vivian's character, but like the discourse around is like, fuck you.
Even hold a candle to what the team is going through.
Of course, as we all know, Bobbery is the best Thousand Year Door partner
right now. I'm sure. Like, if it feels like a loss to us, I can barely imagine how much of a loss it feels to them. And like, I'm sure there is the element where there's also relief as well. Like, they're saying that, like, this split, it was amicable, it needed to happen, and they're doing what they need to do, and so there is an element of relief.
I wish they did more for Bobbery. Like, I don't know.
All of that pressure.
For like his moves, I wish they had done more. optimization or just fixing his kit or something. The bomb squad is useless. The hold fast is useless. You're just using the bomb or using bombast.
They're just kind of taking that off and they're returning to smaller projects. They're already like prototyping and having fun.
Oh, dude, the Bridget discourse. Okay, I am not a Guilty Gear person, but that destroyed 4chan even more to an even greater extent. The Bridget stuff. That's an even greater level of, you really have to understand about the Otokonoko culture in Japan. It's like,
they're going back to just that like pure artistic expression of just having fun and seeing what might work. So there is like good to come of this. I'm sure they feel relieved in that way. But I'm sure that this is...
And I do often see it as a complaint too when looking at some of those threads. The OPs are like, all these people, they're coming in and ruining Guilty Gear. These people. And I'm like, who are these people? Who are they talking about? Who is ruining Guilty Gear? Question mark. I guess they want it to be like, they want Guilty Gear to still be their secret club. They want Guilty Gear to be big so that it gets recognition, but not so big that it attracts people who they don't want interfering with their secret boys-only club.
Still very hard for them. I'm sure that this is still a very big loss. I'm hoping that Celeste did well enough that they are still okay financially, even after, you know, not putting out a game for all these years and then kind of starting new now. I hope they're still in a place where they are.
All I know about Guilty Gear is that Anne wants Jam playable.
They want to work on.
I don't know who that is.
If that's the case, just artistically, it really has to be a very big blow. I just can't even imagine. I can't even. It's actually hard to wrap my brain around, just pouring your heart and soul
into something. Been on the boss for 2 hours? Nuh-uh, I went to a different level, beat it, and then came back.
Just to have it just kind of not work out. So, I don't know. My thoughts go out to the devs, and, you know, I hope that overall this ends up being a positive thing for them, and that they can just move into the next thing and maybe find a project that works a lot better. I mean, like, I don't know. It seems like just rebooting development was not really on the table. It's almost a little surprising they didn't just take what they have and just say, like, we just need to rethink it. We need to
Yeah, I see it. You gotta know some of the game. I was gonna say Gamergate. You typed GG. I was so ready to say Gamergate. My mouth, my lips moved before my mind. Yes, the Guilty Gear deepest lore. This will become a website because the Shoryuken guys literally drove them off site. I know about Shoryuken because DSP lore.
Imagine it, and just like rein in the scope a little bit.
Hello, Ivan.
But I don't know. Maybe it seems that they just don't want to at all. They want to leave the whole thing behind. Maybe they just don't think they can salvage it as a project, or maybe just creatively they're just kind of done with it and want to do something else completely. I don't know. I don't know what their next thing that they do will end up being, but whatever it is and whenever it comes, I'm sure that it will be great. I'm completely certain that it will be very, very amazing. And sure, it's disappointing to have to wait even longer for it, but I will wait as long as I need to because I'm just that confident.
Thank you, Arlo, for that video about the canceled game that we suddenly derailed in the middle of to talk about Guilty Gear. Okay, we got something from a Donkey Kong guy. This has been spammed in my recommended videos. This is the bizarre state of the Donkey Kong franchise. 9 minutes.
Man, what a game.
Oh, look at this
I
character.
can't wait to see where the series goes next. Yeah, I feel like Retro really conquered the 2D platforming genre. What if they'll go for a 3D game next? Whatever it is, I can't wait to play it.
10 years later.
These are your resident Donkey Kong artists.
There's a new Donkey Kong game. They're bringing Donkey Kong Country Returns to the Switch.
Wow, I'm playing it right now.
Donkey Kong. I don't think there is a singular person
Nice transition.
in the world who doesn't
scene
recognize the
there.
leader of the bunch. Some might even say we know him well. While there has been a faint, lingering pulse on the franchise over the last decade in between games, I can't help but feel like our favorite ape is getting swallowed up by his more successful spin-off. I'm of course talking about Super Mario. Donkey Kong rides karts with him, goes to the occasional party, and helps him sell movie tickets. Now, while I don't mind crossovers, it seems like Nintendo Corporate is starting to think of DK as something to spice up a Mario project, rather than continue his own legacy. Up until very recently, most Donkey Kong merchandise was branded with a Super Mario tag, and when LEGO branched into Donkey Kong sets, it was in the form of a Mario accessory. For many of you, this is all you have known.
Oh, this is peak Kong autism. I see this everywhere, particularly on like DK Vine and other fan sites. They fucking hate when Donkey Kong is branded as Mario. Look, just don't ask. Don't even bother. They think it like dilutes DK's brand identity.
Donkey Kong is the funny guy from Mario Kart, but back in my day, the glory days, Donkey Kong had his own racer.
Hey, where's Donkey Kong?
He had his own 3D platforming game, his own established enemies, lore, and locales. But in the last 2 generations,
yeah, they feel like Nintendo's erasing this shit.
DK's entire identity has been stripped down into Mario Party and Donkey Kong Country Returns. All the new LEGO sets are so conjoined to Returns that I'm surprised Dixie even made the cut. Even at Universal Studios, there's no Kremlings, no funny bears, or a guy walking around in a clubber suit.
Well, they wanted to use the Kremlings, but Nintendo said no. They wanted, I guess it's supposed to be parody with the re-release of this game, right? So why would they have the Kremlings at the amusement park when you buy the newest game and the Kremlings aren't in it? It's the Tikis. So they put the Tikis in the amusement park because the Tikis are in the most recent Donkey Kong game, which is the fucking second re-release of the game that came out in 2010 for the Wii.
No! The store that's open in Japan is kind of bland.
Now look, I say this with all due respect to the Professor Chops fans out there.
But was Chops really
Okay, so here's the real complaint. He's upset that the pig, the tutorial pig that you rarely ever see in the game, who tells you to press the A button, he's upset that he got merchandise over the Kremlings.
Park material, the guy who waves a flag in one video game and literally nothing else. In the LEGO sets, move over, King K. Rool. We gotta make room for the new stars of the Donkey Kong franchise, like Daddy Shark and this mole here. Now there's 2 possibilities. One is optimistic, and the other, well, I would unfortunately say it's realistic. Let's start with the happy outcome.
Nintendo is in the process of a major relaunch of the DK brand. They're investing in movies, theme parks, merchandise, cooking up the most ambitious Donkey Kong game we've seen since 1994. But they're not ready yet. This game is going to be cutting edge.
Does he really think this is not leading up to a game? Like, it clearly is if they're redesigning the character.
And it never would have worked on the Nintendo Switch.
No, Banjo-Kazooie references DK, but they're not that connected. It's like they only got connections because of Rare. That's why Rare is able to do stuff with Banjo. Like, Nintendo never owned Banjo.
So they bided their time. Within the next year, Donkey Kong fans are set to feast on whatever they're cooking. A bold new direction for the series. The return of the... Alright,
To me, the direction they're going in with DK, with the redesign for the new Mario Kart, tells me that DK might just be coming back home to Japan after having been outsourced to like Rare in the UK, Retro Studios in Texas and the US. I think they're trying to bring Donkey Kong back to his roots. He's gonna go back to Japan. We're gonna get the first Japanese-made Donkey Kong game in who the fuck knows how long, and it's gonna be fucking Kino, and the Rare babies are gonna be seething, because my fucking crocodiles aren't there. My crocodiles. Nobody cares about your fucking crocodiles. You only care about King K. Rool. You already got him in Smash. Shut up. Let's get some new characters. We don't want these fucking Crocs. These Crocs can get sent back. Send them back to the fucking Foot Locker. We hate Crocs.
Let's get real here. The only concrete data we have to work on is what Nintendo has done in the past.
Ever since
I would rather have
Lanky
Lanky back.
Spinning in circles trying to figure out what Donkey Kong should be. There were bongo games, nipple climbers, and a return to form that, while excellent in its own right, left so many beloved elements of the series absent.
On purpose. I think they were playing it safe on purpose, so that Tropical Freeze could go harder.
DK provides some extra marketability to Mario titles. Mario even kicked Donkey Kong down a peg in his own series, changing the name from Donkey Kong to Mario vs. Donkey Kong. They let Activision work on some prototypes for a 3D adventure, but that blew up in typical Activision fashion around 2016. This
remember
reset
seeing
the
those reports.
clock
I've
on
never
Donkey
seen the
Kong
footage, though.
development. It's almost been a decade since. Not only did they need 3 to 5 years to make a new HD DK game, they also needed well over 100 people who were up to the task. Were they going to be British, American, Japanese? Do they understand the appeal of Donkey Kong? Are we about to enter another experimental era?
Who knows? Despite tons of rumors floating around, every Nintendo Direct ends in the same way. Regret.
You would imagine.
I don't know, try being a Wario Land fan. You want to talk about never getting
movies,
games.
theme parks, and on the shelves of Target. But should
Zero?
they at least be talking about something
Earthbound,
new?
Golden Sun?
The Nintendo Switch will go down in history as the first console to lack an original Donkey Kong game. That's sad.
It's like
What
a
about
whole
Star
Pokemon
Fox?
generation
Kid
being wiped
Icarus?
from existence. Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
So we have a pretty bleak picture here. I see 2 tiny glimmers of hope, though. Nintendo just opened up their history.
Nah, Zuki, Wario Land fans fucking hate WarioWare for turning him to Epic Fart Man.
Museum in Japan, and while I haven't been there myself, I've seen pictures floating around of rare era Donkey Kong. At least in this context of the museum, they're proud of the work that Rare did, even having an old school K. Rool render. Yeah, you can see him right there in between Super Saiyan Mario Cat and a car with eyeballs.
More importantly, to understand
That's from
where
Stunt
Donkey
Race
Kong will
FX.
go, we must examine where he's been.
Donkey Kong has often been a showcase for new hardware. The Famicom was specifically designed to bring Donkey Kong into the living room. Donkey Kong 94 was a showcase of the Super Game Boy, and Donkey Kong Country was used to breathe a second life into the struggling Super Nintendo. In the 64 era, Donkey Kong 64 was the last bang they had with the expansion pack bundled into the game to put this.
Is that DK64 was the last banger of the 60? That was 99. That was before Majora's Mask.
Well, you know,
I don't know about
the 64
that.
still crashed and burned, but you know, here we are. It's a franchise consistently
That was the
used
last
to showcase
banger
the
of the
power
Nintendo
whatever new
64.
box
Are you
Nintendo
kidding
is
me?
selling, though that role has certainly diminished since the GameCube. That being said, they have much bigger things to worry about with the release of the next
True,
Switch.
Kapathic.
The real difficulty isn't in competing with PlayStation, but rather in convincing the gigantic number of Switch owners that they actually need to upgrade. What better franchise to do that with than their old, reliable friend?
Hey, speaking of that new Switch, let's check out that trailer.
Oh, he's gonna spurg out over new DK.
Oh, this is kind of cool. It is. Alright, I got nothing. I have no idea what's
Does
going on.
he hate it?
I mean, the theme park is branded to the guild.
He
for
actually
Donkey
doesn't
Kong that we
like
know,
it.
But they're putting this other one into Mario Kart? And look at this merch. We have 2 different Kongs.
I don't know what's real anymore. We're gonna have to talk about this.
So there's a lot of chatter about the Donkey Kong revamp, and by chatter I mean the literal gnashing of teeth. I saw it and, you know, didn't think much of it and moved on with my day, but then I went on to Reddit. My goodness, the whole subreddit was.
Yeah, you guys told me Arlo wasn't annoying enough, so I found a contender. This guy's channel is relatively fresh. He only has 5 videos, and he's been like recommended at the top of my recommendations for a while now.
On fire. I've seen some YouTube takes as well, and it seems that this design is not one cool Kong, according to the masses.
I do feel the need to clear up a couple of common points I've been seeing, though.
Number 1, this design wasn't based on the movie. The movie was based on the design. Sure, they had the movie in mind, but this Donkey Kong just looks like a modern iteration of Donkey Kong 94. 2, a lot of people are saying this was probably done to make DK more expressive. Or expressive? Did you see Donkey Kong in the Smash trailers?
Now I'm reserving my personal judgment for this design for a later date when I see.
Well, actually, if you refer to, I believe his name is Steve Bayless, who is the creator of Rare DK, he says he regrets giving DK the angry brow because it limits the expressions he can do. So actually, the people saying that are actually correct, especially if his creator says that he regrets giving him the angry brows. Probably why they're relaxing it in the new design.
More of it, but I'm more so just taken aback at how strange this move is.
This comes on the back of new merchandise sporting the same look. It doesn't seem like a huge change when you're comparing the Mario-style illustrations, but boy does it make a statement in-game. If this design sticks, are they going to split the Donkey Kong brand from the Donkey Kong Country brand? I've noticed Nintendo sometimes making the distinction in merchandising.
My guess would be that in games like Mario vs. Donkey Kong or Mario Party, we're going to be seeing this guy.
This isn't exactly unprecedented either. Donkey Kong 94 and Donkey Kong Country showcase two pretty different interpretations of the character within the same year.
One thing I feel pretty sure of, however, is that the Kevin Bayless design we all know and love.
Oh, Kevin Bayless, my bad.
Unfathomable amounts of money.
I said Steve
getting the brand
Bayless.
ready for Universal. Everything from the renders and the
I mixed him up with Steve Males, who's the banjo guy.
marketing material to the Donkey Kong suit, they all exhibit the rare look. The Mario movie was in production at the same time with the same company, so if they were going to totally replace that version of Donkey Kong, I think they would have done it already.
That's what makes this all the more.
Oh my God, Greg Males. I'm bad at this. No, isn't it Steve Malpass? Thank you, Hasmilo.
Confusing. It would have made sense to.
But you got it wrong too. It's Greg with 2 G's.
Completely reimagine the brand before you made the theme park.
What little sense of brand identity that Donkey Kong had has just been split again. Honestly, I'm not opposed to a new design. I mean, good luck with surpassing Peak, but I'm open to new things. Still, we're left with this
Did he
new
just call
question of
DK64
who
Peak?
Donkey Kong is going forward. Is he a goofy Mario Kart character? A hardcore platforming graphical powerhouse? Something new entirely? Will the Kremlings or Donkey Kong Jr. ever see the light of day again?
I want
This
Junior
is
to
an
come back. The
absolute
Crocs
mess,
can
but-
stay gone.
This is Donkey Kong right now. I guess I'll tag along for the ride. Yeah. They just come out with Donkey Kong Country Returns HD? Man, I can't wait to dive back into this game in full HD with no waggle controls, and they got the 3DS levels too. This should be a hit. Hey Matthew, they fixed the co-op problem from the 3DS version, right? Right?
An amazing segue into his next video in which he complains about the remake that I'm playing, but he doesn't complain about the graphics or the price, which everybody else is complaining about, but he actually complains about something way more autistic that only him, specifically him, would notice. Very interesting. Next one.
I was destined to make this video, apparently.
In the vast expanse of the internet, there's a huge issue with this version of the game and the one that came before it that I haven't seen widely discussed. Game Explainers
I do think this is a little bit fucked up.
The barrel shots, and while that's important in itself, this is a huge gameplay issue.
My hope is that this video starts a conversation that
I wanna
just
start a
might
conversation,
result in
guys.
the smallest chance of this game getting patched properly. But first, some background. So there I was, sitting next to my twin brother.
We've been huge fans of Donkey Kong ever since the ripe old days of the Super Nintendo. Donkey Kong Country Returns was a great return to form on the Wii. And I was ecstatic to experience a new take on the series. There was just one problem.
You know, guys, I'm starting to think the waggle controls are a bit of a gimmick.
Having imprecise waggle controls in a difficult game that demands precision is one of the most baffling game design decisions I've ever witnessed in my life. So imagine my joy when the game came to 3DS. Finally, I could experience the game with buttons that work reliably. There was just one problem. The game ran at half the frame rate. Actually, there were two problems. The second being
sorry
a
that took so
gameplay
long.
issue that completely breaks co-op. You see,
Come on, he
in the
died in one
original
hit.
game, Retro devised
It's
a
hard
genius
mode.
solution to a problem that plagues a lot.
Good thing that I finished it right here, because I actually do want you guys to see how bullshit this is on full screen. The issue he's complaining about. Alright, we'll quickly switch over here. It's a very specific problem. I'm actually, like, okay, I know I made fun of him earlier. I know you guys made fun of him. But he actually has a little bit of a point here. It is kind of disappointing, you guys, that this was somehow missed in QA.
Perfect.
Let's move it back a little bit. Right here.
Game with buttons that work reliably. There was just one problem. The game ran at half the frame rate. Actually, there were two problems, the second being a gameplay issue that completely breaks co-op. You see, in the original game, Retro devised a genius solution to a problem that plagues a lot of multiplayer platformers. In every Mario platformer, if player 1 lands on an enemy, that enemy dies and ceases to exist on frame 1. That means that if player 2 was about to land on that enemy as well, they lose their momentum or often die. While this adds to the general comedy of playing Mario games in multiplayer, it's something that feels archaic and kind of unnecessary. Donkey Kong fixed this. When DK lands on an enemy,
Okay, right there. That's the issue with the gameplay related issue. And I do think it's kind of bullshit. But notice, this is the Wii version. You're looking at the Wii version. So Donkey stomps on the enemy, and Diddy immediately stomps on the enemy as well.
He has about 25 frames to land on that same enemy while they are stunned. You know, vice versa, of course. For some reason, when they ported the game to 3DS, this brilliant feature was gone. All of a sudden, co-op was kind of a chore, with us needing to conserve platforming resources between each other.
And the levels aren't designed for co-op. So for 3DS, I would understand that, but we're gonna move on to the Switch version in a second.
The time I put up with it, anything to get away from those waggle controls.
Besides, I'm sure there's some valid technical reason. I mean, look at the rest of the game. It runs at half the frame rate, they cut a lot of visual effects, so they had to make a lot of compromises.
Now imagine my joy when they bring the Returns experience to 1080p with button controls and the extra 3DS stages running at a crisp 60 frames per second. I mean, sure, the $60 price tag is preposterous, but
Yeah, so in Mario, you got the right idea, Has. So when you're playing Mario, it's slower, it's easier for your, you know, your siblings or your parents or even your grandparents to keep up with you. Just a much slower paced game. There are like fast athletic levels, but it's nothing that, like if you play the slower levels with them first, it's something that they can't keep up with. DK is a much more fast paced game with the platforming. You can't really just play that with your sibling. They have to be of an equal gamer level to yours. And even then, they'll probably be fucked up with this bug that they got going on here.
aren't we all kind of used to being ripped off a little bit as Nintendo fans? Besides,
don't I know it?
This is one of my favorite games of all time, design-wise, and I want a real way to play it.
So I clear my schedule, get my brother Matthew over here, and get ready to experience one of our favorite Wii adventures together again. About a minute in, though.
We gotta try... Oh no! It's the 3DS version!
Instantly, all the oxygen and excitement I had for this game was sucked out of me and replaced with a sense of dread. I know a lot of you won't experience the game in co-op anytime soon, but
he knows we don't have friends.
Just how big a difference this makes in the overall game experience.
Enter Platform Panic, one of the more difficult unlockable levels. This journey has you...
Now, okay, my counter and cope and sweep for this is why would you play the hard tempo levels co-op with the POW? The POW would just sabotage you.
Trampolining off the heads of tikis to make it across long gaps. This level makes great use of the bouncing and chain mechanics. The mix of banana coin collection and extra challenge makes this stage really memorable. Let's look at how the stage originally worked in co-op on the Wii version. It's beautiful, like synchronized swimming. This is some of the most tense fun I've had in a co-op platformer. We have to work together to make it through, and we can do that thanks to the way the original works. Let's check the HD version and see how it works on there.
$60. Yeah, GPM's got it. It seems like they, in order to have the 3DS levels in HD, it seems that they use the 3DS version as the base for the remaster rather than the original Wii version. Maybe they felt that if they had used the original Wii version, adding in the 3DS levels would be more difficult. So they just used the 3DS version as the base. That seems to be what happened here. It's amazing that, did they not test out the co-op in one of these levels? Like, what's going on?
I rest my case, but I still don't understand how we got here.
I assumed on the 3DS it was a technical limitation having to do with draw distance, frame rate, or something like that, but there's no reason why it can't exist here. It's not like this game got a massive visual overhaul. Was this game a port of the 3DS version of Returns rather than the original Wii? Is this a bug they couldn't squash or a feature that they didn't think was important? Whatever the case, it takes the co-op experience down a million pegs. I'm not the first person to tell you this game is challenging. There are so many jumps, secrets, and challenges that just don't work because of this oversight. I didn't expect a whole lot from this game, and that was fine. Bringing one of the Wii's best games into HD resolution without waggle controls and extra levels was enough to warrant another.
Can we do the Wii Wario Land next?
Despite some of the frame rate dips and lack of visual flair, I'm ready to jump back into this game as soon as they fix it.
That is assuming that they care to fix it. I'm hoping somewhere in all of this, Nintendo support or Forever Entertainment can be contacted and compelled to make some sort of patch to make the game right, but, you know, I'm not gonna hold my breath. In the meantime, let's check out that new Mario Kart game everybody's talking about. I heard there's like 24 racers and... Oh, what did they do to Donkey Kong?
I like this. I like this little animation.
Oh, what did they do to Donkey Kong?
Well, it's like the boss. That's pretty good. So this guy just started existing. He's the resident Kong artist, and his videos are getting so much traction that they just would not stop appearing in the algorithm for me. So I may as well shill. If you want Donkey Kong autism in your sub box, you can give him a sub. You'll be the resident DK Arlo. I unironically clicked the sub button. I think that was a pretty good video. I would not have known about that issue unless he put out that video. I've seen nobody else talking about it. Anybody who talks about the game is only talking about the graphics or the price. I think, of course, the biggest issues with games, rather, was what AVGN said. You know, back in the day, what's the most important thing about a game? Being able to fucking play it. It seems like, fortunately, you can't play it in co-op mode as you would in the Wii version. Yeah, he can mount on Diddy Kong, but that feels like I've seen that, but that feels like a band-aid. You just patch it, just patch it. You're just sticking a bandage on it. You're like, okay, problem solved. But before, the issue didn't exist, and Diddy was able to complete the level alongside DK. So it goes. Okay, well, I thought I would finish it today, but in reality, I started from World 4, picking up from the other stream where I did Worlds 1, 2, and 3. So in reality, expecting me to do like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6 worlds in one stream was a bit much to ask on hard mode. So one more stream for the last 3 worlds, and mirror mode will be complete. And that'll be it. I will have played and streamed all of the Donkey Kong Country games. 2 of which on annoyingly impossible difficulties. Correct. But I believe that will call it from me. Big ups, adios, and Mimi time. We're gonna find someone to raid. Yeah, go sub to the Kong Compendium. It's a fair issue, but I was more curious if it was more issue that did he have to die no matter what. Yeah, like the band-aid right now would be as what you said. Just have Diddy mount on DK. It's just unfortunate, like you're doing co-op. You're doing co-op, Zuki. You know, you got a friend right here on the couch next to you, and you got, okay, for this level, you don't get to play. Sorry. This is kind of... If I was the one invited to my homeboy's house, I'd be kind of bummed. I want to play the game. Why do I have to, like, mount on you for a level? I don't even know how long it'll take for you to beat the level. It's a temple level. You'll probably take, like, an hour or something. It's ridiculous. But as Arlo said earlier in the other video, Nintendo rarely capitulates to peer pressure. So more than likely, they will not patch the bug. Nintendo exposed yet again for their failures. Will DSP talk about it on DSPN News? Probably not. He never gets to the news on DSPN News. Or if he does get to it, it's like a week late. Thanks for stopping by. I think tomorrow, i.e. later today, just to break it up, we'll do some Mario and Luigi. And then Friday will be the end of Donkey Kong. Big ups to all the dingas, dongas, and swollen __ones who made it to the end of the 8-hour stream. Wow. What's wrong with you? You're insane. Big ups to everyone who's here. Like Cypher, Commissar, Iced Coffee, Juzzy, Didi Duke, Mr. Pun, Golem. Way more people awake right now than usual. What the fuck? Zuki Wookie, GPM, Kapatic, Hasmilo, BR Joe. What are you guys doing awake? Is it like a holiday or something? Red Chick, All187, Sinestro. I'm the one who shouldn't be awake. I gotta be up in like... Well, actually, it's only 3 AM. That's not too bad. Big ups from Australia. Oh, okay. You know. Actually, Hasmilo, we love Australian viewers. You should stop by more often. Juzzy is Australian. I don't know if you knew that. Juzzy is here all the time. These dead hours, because they're actually alive hours for him. We have a, what does he say? We got a bold international audience, very wide, massive international audience here. I'm sick and sleeping most of the days. Why is everyone sick? So DSP, like, is sort of okay, kind of sick. I can accept that he's kind of sick, but he's obviously exacerbating the issues because everyone was caring about PvP being a hangover. I got kind of like a frog in my throat. It's kind of been persisting throughout the month. Zuki is sick. Ann was sick. Ann was supposed to stream the past 2 days. He couldn't because he was sick, but he streamed tonight. Who else is sick? Everyone is sick. What's going on here? Working and wishing I was at the comfy home. I wish I was at the comfy bed. I'll be at the comfy bed in a minute. Thank you to all the lurkers, everybody else. We're gonna read the stuff. Tevin is on BRB, looking at Crash 2. This is how you don't play. One of my favorite, this is how you don't plays. Probably raid Singers. He's doing Nikkei stuff. GPM, thank you. Gifted tier 1 to MTC Dude for the 1 month. Disrule with the follow. Zua with the follow. Swamp with the follow. Infamous with the follow. Let's get some follows, as they say. GPM, the gifted tier 1 to Billy for the 1 month. Barry, 100 bits from Barry. And Leet, the guy. Rated with a party of 26. Captain Matt, ASMR. Rated with a party of 19. Organic category raid out of the blue. Mathlete with the follow, organic category person. Organic viewers mean so much more. No, they mean just as much as you guys. Theo does streams, raid with a party of 1, that guy. Y2, Kilo with the follow behind the scenes. Daluz, tier 1, 15 months in a row, 16 months total. And he says, and I quote, I'm so sick, you guys. Ugh. Oh, I'm so sick. Oh, I need everyone to reciprocate and give Dingus all your money. Yak. End quote from Daluz. Daluz is telling everyone in the chat to open your Velcro wallets. Look, I'm not gonna say no. Found the game on itch.io the other day. Guard-type, a Garfield-themed art-type game. I still gotta get around to playing that game that you gifted me. I will do it eventually. Just understand, I want to clean the slate by finishing the current games I got going on. But I haven't forgotten. I will get around to playing that game because you did go out of your way. I don't know if you got like a code for that game or you actually bought it for me. I don't know. But I feel bad. But I haven't forgotten about it. I will get to it. Anyway, Sangers is doing gotcha. We gotta rate him now because who knows how much longer he'll be existing. But we have a gazillion places for you to be on this lovely Wednesday into Thursday night. What the fuck is this from Seribot? Seribot has never told me to stay hydrated. Shut the fuck up. Bye-bye, adios, and maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we'll see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Oh, what a breath. Well, what's the raid message? You're being toxic to Seribot. That's the raid message. Alright, this guy's doing gacha chill. He knows all about gacha. You play Nikkei or any other gacha, Genshin, or Honkai, or Zenless, or, well, he doesn't play that one. Most gachas, he's your guy. And we're just gonna chill over there, or you can go wherever you want. Bye-bye! Take it easy.